once again, I will click this.
Hooray!
Thank you for the subs. Dota map massively expanded. Core objective of the game remains the same. Lanes aren't further away from each other, and everything you need to win is still in the center of the map. 40% more terrain. There's plenty of room to reap new resources and discover new strategies. Main jungles have also been fully reconfigured, shaking up vision placement, just juke routes, farming, and more. Okay. Rashawn sold his old river pit and is taking advantage of all this new real estate. He's now got 2 fantastic new pits located in the northwest and southeast corners of the map. Okay, so he's no longer here. Now he's got here and here. There were rumors of 2 Roshans. Pit Lover's Paradise. Are there 2 Roshans? Pits must be close to a gym. Very funny. Roche is even tankier now. No longer drops Ag's shards, and now drops cheese on his second death instead of third. Okay, so back to basics, but well, it's fine. Third death drops Refresher shard or Scepter. Okay, so no more shard at all in Roche Pit. Which is fine. Like, teams that take Roshan get an advantage. Shard is like a nice net worth boost. I think it was nice to add because it helped accelerate and inform us more on player choices. But it wasn't really that super necessary, I don't think, to keep in the game because there's cool, new, interesting stuff is my thought. But otherwise, that'd be said. The twin gates, the first thing that came out of the ground. 2 gates now connect the corners of the map near the safe lane towers, allowing players to teleport instantly from one edge of the map to the other. It's a gameplay change that has obvious lore implications, of course. Of course. It now officially exists in the Pac-Man expanded universe. The fuck is that? What is that? Ooh, someone think they're funny? I think they're. Is this funny? For dads? I mean, there's a lot of dads that play this game now, but... Anyways, we'll just continue. Lotus pools. Players can now find lotus pools on the left and right sides of the map near... These look like they heal. Near where the first creepwise first meet. They periodically spawn fruit that, when eaten, grants mana and HP. Okay. If the map is really big, having access to mana and HP is probably very important. So... but, you know, this is a little bit like shrines, probably, in that they provide resources that help you offset, like, how your lane is going. So, I don't know. Maybe it's bad. Maybe it's good. It's probably fine. They can stockpile it, then combine it into even larger, higher value fruit in the late game. Oh. It's like a super mango. Larger fruit can even be combined into incredibly large fruit. What happens if you combine the incredibly large fruit? Probably nothing. Definitely something. Yeah, Dad wrote these for sure, guys. Definitely some guy's dad. They like hired local dads in Seattle to write this, I think. So what, you save these? So you can choose to eat them or you can save them to make something powerful. Some fruit strat. Tormentors, okay. Neutral creeps spawn. They're neutral creeps? They spawn near each base after 20 minutes, and both have a belly full of Ag shards. Oh. Tormentors are equipped with Mega Shields, which reflect most of the damage you throw at them. Okay, so that means you basically need lifesteal to do them, potentially. And they grow stronger every time you kill them, so it'll probably require your entire team to take one down. If you leave them alone, they'll leave you alone. So this is a free way to get Ag shards. This is cool. So it's like a Roche alternative, basically. Because it gives you a way to collect powerful items. They're each base, so my assumption is you can steal each other's. Like, you could steal the enemy team's one, but you'll need your whole team to do it, and you'd ideally need to win a team fight near your opponent's base, so it's probably unlikely. But you could take towers and stuff while your team is taking this. I don't know if it's vision, or if it's visible, but you could probably ward for it. Bro, there's so many things. A lot of buildings came out of the ground. Watchers are like Terminators, but for watching, they're relentless, they don't know pain, so it's probably like a capturable observer word. They won't start watching until you click on them. They begin the game inactive and neutral, but once activated, grant vision over the Watcher's area for 7 minutes or until your enemy sabotage it to temporarily disable it. Okay, so yeah. When a team kills Roshan, all Watchers will turn to their side. Ah. That actually I like a lot. One of the problems sometimes that happens is like there's a lot of steps that you have to follow to accomplish things in the game. It's like you have to ward and deward, then you have to take Roshan, then you have to cross the map, ward, deward, and push lanes, because usually when you're rushing, your opponents are pushing lanes. And then once the lanes are pushed, then you can go high ground. So it's kind of cool that you could take Roshan and then all of a sudden get a bunch of vision. And also, when you take Roshan, you want to go aggressive, but because you've been Roshan, you don't necessarily have vision yet. So this could be a good way to like surprise Roshan, spot enemies, and use that to force the fighter get kills. Is a possibility. So that's kind of cool, I think. I know this is just marketing, but it's fine. We can read it. Defender's Gate combines the sparkly high fantasy Dota with the practicality of doors on your house you can lock when you go to the grocery store and destroy its ancient. It's a back door to your base with a handy force that lets your team through and keeps the enemy out. When they're assaulting the front, you can sneak in and out through the back. Okay. Wisdom runes. Experience boost to any hero wise enough to steal one. Okay. They spawn near your base, offer an easy to defend way to keep a losing game from spinning out of control. Do they refresh? So it's kind of like a rune for... and there's so many new runes. It's like an old bounty rune that gave a lot more experience. That gave experience. Shield runes give you an additional beefy shield, 50% of your max HP as a barrier, and of your max HP. So very fucking good on tanky heroes. Dive a tower for a kill in the early game, or walk up blind hill to surprise both yourself and the enemy team. That's cool. I think that's a really cool rune. So this is a power rune. Yeah, that makes sense. You can bottle this. Makes much sense. 12 new creep camps. Some of the creeps got tired of being butchered. So there's 12 new camps scattered throughout the expanded map. So there's more farm on the map that should respawn every minute. New outposts. The new expanded map features 2 new outposts. Original outposts have been moved to new locations. Were they truly the original outposts? Major gameplay changes. Okay. New hero attribute type. As the 4th Spirit Brother, we'd release Void Spirit shouldn't have been a strength, agility, or int hero. To stand apart, he really should have been a new kind of hero, a 4th kind of hero. Introducing universal heroes. A new main stat group composed of existing heroes that now gain 0.6 damage from each stat of any attribute. It's going to be Bane for sure. Bane has to be. Good news, we're all going to find together in Grand Adventure, whether it's broken. So, 0.6 damage from each stat. So, the reason this matters, obviously, is if you're a strength hero, you get 1 damage per stat of an attribute. If you have some... You could make any agility hero, like that buys stat items, like illusion heroes, a universal hero, and they're going to be really happy because they will gain more damage from a stat item than they did in the past. So if you buy a Scotty, for example, on like a Terrorblade, if he's a universal hero, that's more damage because you would have, 22 attributes. So instead of getting 22 damage, you'd be getting 1.8. So you'd be getting 80% more damage from a stat-based item than in the past. So if you are a carry and you are universal, this should be a buff if you buy attribute type items. If you are not a carry, it probably doesn't matter. So it's not really... Is it really a 4th attribute type? This is... Alright, if I'm not gonna... Let me just take a small break in Theorycraft for 20 minutes before I read further. But this... I've been false advertised, guys. I thought this meant there's going to be a 4th attribute type, not a... Well, it was maybe not... Maybe I just misread. Maybe it's my fault. I thought it says new hero attribute type. I thought it was a 4th attribute type. Like strength, agility, intelligence, and swag or something like that. And now there's a new attribute called swag that has to be put in everything. A 4th hero attribute type is still interesting, though. because it does allow for different hero designs that don't necessarily have to be restricted by strength, agility, intelligence. Like, for example, a hero like Ogre Magi could kind of really use to be... It would be good for an Ogre Magi to be the 4th type, the universal, because they nerfed him in a way where his intelligence is bad, so it's like impossible to play him as a core, like a right-clicking core, in my opinion, because his base damage is just... Well, that's not true. His base damage is actually really high now, so maybe I'm saying ignorant things at this point. But in the past, that was kind of the case where, like, you didn't... It felt like his damage was kind of just weak, personally, until they buffed it a shitload. So maybe I just haven't tried it. Anyways, let's continue reading. Black King Bar reworked. Activating BKB now applies a basic Dispel and grants 50% magic resistance and debuff immunity. While it's active, negative effects from debuffs don't affect you. Plus you'll have immunity from pure and reflected damage. So reflected is Blade Mail. Pure damage, okay, so it's still a counter to any pure damage sources. But if it only grants you 50% magic resistance, that means people can still damage you with BKB. They just can't negative affect you. If it expires for the duration of any of the debuffs, the debuffs will be applied for whatever duration is left. Effects that pierce magic immunity now also pierce debuff. Okay, this is smart. So basically what BKB does now is it reduces the magic damage you take by a decent amount, and it doesn't allow you to be disabled. So it is a anti-disable item. This is really smart, I think, because BKB was a twofer, right? It was a don't get disabled. That was generally its primary use, but it had a side benefit of I take no magic damage, basically, unless they had a BKB piercing magic nuke. That second aspect, that I take no magic damage thing, it didn't really need to be there, and now what they're doing is they're splitting it, is what it seems like. So you can still buy BKB, but they're making it worse in a way that is generally fine, because it's going to mean that you can still, as a spellcaster or a support, at the very least, you can still do damage to them, it seems like. So, like, if my assumption right now is if I use Frostbite as Crystal Maiden on a BKB target, they will not be rooted or disabled in any way, but they will still take the damage, but it will be reduced by a shitload, because 50% magic resistance is a lot. So if you do a 300 damage nuke, it normally gets reduced to 225, and that gets further halved by this. So your 225 normal nuke would end up doing 122.5 damage. So at the very least, you wouldn't feel completely annoyed by a BKB, which I think is a good thing for the game. BKB is a very powerful item, and it's very needed, but at least this would give you a little bit of oomph, and would make BKB more of like a I need it to stay alive. Initially, my first thought is, if they don't have disables, you would just buy Glimmer Cape or something, assuming you don't need to attack or cast spells, because Glimmer Cape is much cheaper and basically gives you comparable survivability. The 50% doesn't apply if the spell pierces. Okay, so if the spell pierces magic immunity like Roar or something, it would still do full damage, which sounds reasonable to me. Okay, let's continue. Cool change, I like it. A neutral item drops reworked. Murdering force creatures used to mean getting cool neutral item that usually went to the carry, who usually wasn't you. Haha! Now killing a neutral creature randomly drops a token. It lets you choose from 5 available neutral items, so you get to pick which one you want. Each token offers a full array of 5 options, so even the last player to redeem their token has a real choice. So, okay, so this doesn't mean that you get to choose your neutral item. It means there's 5 neutral items out of the pool, and you get to pick which of the 5 you drop. So this means that if you are jungling and you drop a neutral item, basically you can say, like, I'm a support, I want a Tumbler's Toy, for example. Or I'm the mid, I want, you know, the fucking bracelet, or the tiara, or whatever the heck it is that gives you mana regen. So this is just a nice way to, like, make it less of a annoyance, where sometimes you don't get you'd only drop like a couple items and your carry doesn't get their lifesteal mask or their broom handle or something like that. So is it everyone gets to choose their own out of 5? Ah, okay. But everyone's 5 randomly. So basically it massively increases the chance that you get the one that you want. Like massively. But maybe it's not that good. It's not like you get pure choice. Because there's like, what, about 10 neutral items per category? So if you have to choose from one of 5... The problem... if you really wanted to, you would coordinate with your allies, right? Like, if I'm a hero where, getting, what's that fucking item? The one that gives you 15% spell amp and 20% debuff, Timeless Relic. If you have somebody in your team that like really benefits from Timeless Relic, you should probably tell your team like, I really want a Timeless Relic because it's going to really improve my game. And then when somebody gets a token, they should probably grab a Timeless Relic for you if the option's available, and they should bring it to you. You can't share? Oh, okay. That makes it easier. That's good, because that kind of removes issues with beefing, because then you'd like flame your allies or something. Okay. So, RNG, can't share is a good way to do it, because otherwise you would have to do that, and people could get mad and pissed at each other, kind of a thing. It's fine. This is fine. Kind of interesting, though, because I could see you making, like, a really big mistake. So you just can never share the neutral items. Very interesting. Okay. Oh, it literally says right here. Should have. Purge Classic. Anyways. Woo! Neutral creep scaling. Neutral creeps and their abilities now scale over time. Camps will get harder to wipe out as time goes on, but heroes with the ability to control creeps are going to have some serious backup. Okay. We're reworking kill formula to make early game kills more impactful and motivate players to gank other lanes. Also reduce gold scaling for lane creeps, making creep farming less profitable as the game progresses, and encouraging players to beat the gold out of each other instead. Okay. Playing your hero is always more fun than sitting around not playing your hero. Useless word. Reduce duration of almost every disable in the game. Okay. How do we come up with this insane plan? Even easier. We took a Beastmaster word of the face and suddenly had a lot of time to think. Muerta! This was the only one I was spoiled on that Clinks had to rework. After 2 months of haunting the lanes, Muerta has finally found her Ag Scepter and Shard. So this is the reduced stun duration. Ag Shard grants 30% spell lifesteal for the duration of Pierce the Veil. So that should give you 30% lifesteal during, and permanently grants 2% spell amp every time she kills an enemy hero during Pierce the Veil, or any enemy hero dies within 925 units. That's fucking good. So if she gets any kills, she has scaling damage amp now. It gives her 30% spell lifesteal when it's on, which is a shitload. It's 30% regular lifesteal, basically. And every kill she gets within it, she gets 2% spell amp. Which means that the next time she uses her ulti, she has a 2% damage increase. This just seems busted to me a little bit. Seems really fucking good. Maybe, like, they're not going to allow you to buy shards anymore or something. In which case, it's a little bit harder to control. But as a carry, your passive already increases your damage by a lot. It increases... Your passive basically gives you a 50% damage increase, and then... and then it gives you another 20% damage increase at level 20. So... If you're increasing your auto attack damage by 70% from your passive, and this shard is also increasing your damage by 2%, and that gets multiplied basically during Pierce the Veil, it's kind of a really big damage amplifier. It seems really good. And that's just the shard. The Ags shoots an allied enemy hero in their soul, separating from the physical body for 4 seconds. The soul's pushed 150 units on separation, and is untargetable, muted, disarmed, and invulnerable. So there's a soul that comes out. The body's stunned for the duration, and has 50% damage reduction. After this effect, the soul is forced to return to the body, which applies a strong dispel, removing negative debuffs and stuns. Soul survives until the end of the effect, even if the body dies. Does not deal damage to allies, and Muerta can't target herself. What the fuck? So it does damage, stuns for 4 seconds, enemies and allies. They have 50% damage reduction while they're separated. At the end, the soul comes back to the body, which applies a strong dispel, removes negative debuffs and stuns, so basically, like, they get unstunned no matter what. And the soul stays there, even if the body dies. So do you use it to, like, kill somebody? Soul is not silenced or rooted. But the sound, what does that matter? The soul is untargetable, muted, disarmed, and invulnerable. Why does damage reduction matter if they're invulnerable? Soul's the cast spells. Ah, okay. So they can still cast spells, but they can't attack. So you could use it against an enemy carry. They can still cast spells. Their primary hero takes less damage reduction, but you could beat their ass. And the soul survives till the end no matter what. So if you use it to kill like a support, it's not good probably, because they'll cast spells on you. You can use their spells? Oh, it's your soul. You control the soul. It's not the player's soul. Okay. So you push them out, and you can use their spells to cast back on them, but they take 50% less damage. Okay. That makes much more sense. So it's kind of like Morph a little bit. Does Strong Dispel means you can save allies from doom? No, you cannot dispel. There's some spells that cannot be dispelled. But you're right that Strong Dispels usually remove spells. The player controls the soul? Alright, I need to fucking demo it.
Do not fear me.
It's way too much. Chat is messing with me, or they are confused. My keyboard is weird. It's like set to a Swedish keyboard or something. I haven't fixed it. No spoilers.
Aghanim acts the fool, but this proves what's me. Forward! Find the right moment to strike. Long have I stalked these lands. I wish I had these when I was alive.
Fucking, I did it wrong.
Yes, fine.
So I can't cast it on himself. 5-2.
I'm there. They welcome a world of pain.
Okay, so I assume it's their soul. Is that what's happening?
Push the dogs back.
But it is enemy, right? Yeah, they control the soul. Okay, so yeah. So it's not like Morphling. It's not like Morphling.
I'll make the most of it.
Owner controls the soul. Yeah, that makes sense. But basically, it does damage and it stuns them for 4 seconds, which is quite good. And in the meantime, I can attack them, basically.
Step first, punch second.
Yeah. Okay. 4 seconds stun.
Look at me. Stare your death in the face.
So far, it's not scroll time, please. Level 10 talent deadshot damage increased by... or decreased by 20. Okay. Clinks. Base damage increased. Good. His base damage sucked really bad. Base strength up. Syrian arrows removed. No. Strafe. Basic ability. Clinks and his burning skeleton archers in 1200 AoE. Gain bonus attack speed and attack range. So it's Strafe again. Attack speed bonus. 50% for his skeletons. Attack range bonus is 200 for Clinks and skeletons. 3.5. Cooldown is pretty good. Casting Strafe doesn't break skeleton walk. Okay, so it's old Strafe. We're back again. Tar Bomb, basic ability. Throws a projectile that deals 40 to 100 damage on impact. Commanding Clinks and all his skeleton archers in range to attack the target. The radius around the target is also covered in a tar for 5 seconds. Enemy that walks across the tar gets slowed by up to 25% and receives additional physical damage by Clinks or his skellies. So it's basically like a AoE slow that also does Syrian arrow type stuff, and it focuses your archers on one guy. Each effect persists for 2.5 after leaving the area, so a couple more attacks will still land. Cast range is really fucking huge, 1,000. But that doesn't really matter that much in a lot of ways, because the damage it does a very little bit amount of magic damage, and if you're not there to attack the guy, then it's kind of irrelevant. So the cast range is like huge for that reason. Cooldown is extremely low, 4 seconds. Wow, 7 to 4 seconds. So you basically throw it, and then you attack. So it seems like Wand is pretty good against Clinks right now. But every 4 seconds throwing 100 damage nuke, not that bad, and it slows people for 25%, and now you have some control on your hero, and you don't have to rely on items to do it. Death Pact is again a basic ability. Now has 1/1/2/2 charges, 40-second restore time, creates Burning Skeleton Archer in a place of the killed creep, okay? Only one can exist. 3 skeleton hits to kill it, damage is 20%, skeletons deal 25 less damage to buildings. Heal and bonus health is now this, scaling, mana cost is decreased, creep max level is now this, okay? And only one at a time, is that correct? Only one skeleton. Does that mean you could eat 2 creeps to get more health? Probably. The slow is insignificant though? That's not true. You shouldn't say that. 25% slow is not insignificant. It's not huge, but it will matter a little bit. That's like a couple more right clicks. Considering that the hero had 0 slows before, outside of neutral abilities or items, I think it matters. Ultimate ability, Skeleton Walk. Duration increased to a huge amount, like a fucking huge amount. Mana cost, I mean, I guess it was a long duration before, I suppose. But I worry. I don't know what the cooldown is yet. Mana cost has gone up, cooldown is about the same. Okay, so it's basically the same ability. Summons, Burning Arch, and Skeletons. Only one pack of skeletons can exist on one time. So this is when you pop out, I'm guessing. Doesn't really say, but making the invis at level 6 is fine. This is kind of in line with a lot of different heroes that have kind of been like this. Your Ricky type heroes, so. Burning Barrage is now with this shard. Also douses enemies in Tar Bomb slow. So Burning Barrage now being a shard means that his farm speed is kind of weird. He goes back to being more of a single target hero again. Because now he doesn't have AoE outside of Tar Bomb, which is... I mean, you're going to have a skeleton, and you're going to be able to attack fast with Strafe, but your mana costs have like gone up a lot. I wouldn't be surprised if he becomes a universal hero, because I feel like he's going to need a lot of int items now. And this would help solve that problem, because mana cost here, mana cost here, mana cost here, mana cost here. All of his spells cost a lot of mana, so my hunch is he's going to be a universal hero, but I might be wrong. Tar Bomb bonus damage, 1 Death Pact charge, attack range versus 40 strafe attack speed, Death Pact health, strafe cooldown max, 15, that would be pretty big. And the other one is, anytime Tar Bomb multi-shot, anytime Clinks attacks an enemy covered in tar, he'll also attack a random enemy. Okay, man, I have no fucking idea what to think about this right off the bat. His single target damage is way better, probably, but Burning Barrage was also really good at single targets because you could attack really fast. So, but 220 attack speed is a lot, obviously. He's definitely going to still be good at ganking. The Diffusal build is less good. But anything that increases your damage is solid, but generally Diffusal is just straight up way worse because the skeletons are going to be a bigger part of your damage. And you will spawn skeletons with Death Pact. It's kind of weird though. It seems weird. I mean, you're a carry for sure, I feel like. Maybe Tar Bomb can work as like a roaming skill. Well, even as a support, you need to hit 6. I feel like they're gonna have to up his base movement speed or something because he seems. I mean, he's gonna just be a carry maybe, but seems kind of goofy. Trying in demo mode. I'm good. I don't think I need to test this one. I feel like I generally understand how it works. I mean, you're gonna get an archer. It's gonna be 1 skeleton at a time. Break-in Skeleton Walk will summon skeleton archers. I guess this is like, I just feel like this hero is gonna be all about skeletons now, nothing else. This is really important because he's just gonna summon so many skeletons here. Archers here, and an archer here. So between Death Pact and Skeleton Walk, I assume you max out Tar Bomb or something to increase your physical damage, because this is gonna increase the damage by the skeletons by a lot more than buying items will. Not that you won't want to buy items to make your hero better, but it's basically Tar Bomb, Strafe. Death Pact you don't really need that many levels of, probably. I mean, I assume it's still going to give you damage. I'm not really sure what the skill build is, but my hunch is probably low amounts of Death Pact at first. And then maybe like, or maybe you do like one strafe, max Tar Bomb, max Death Pact second, max strafe last. Get ulti when available, gank with your ulti, buy a mix of like agility items. Diffusal might work because you could slow people with Tar Bomb to like keep them in place a little bit longer. And the strafe attack speed can combo kind of nicely. But you could probably also just go like a Maelstrom build, but Maelstrom is probably just worse. It's probably not worth it actually, I feel like. I mean, it's okay with like strafe Maelstrom, you could clear creeps or whatever, but it's not going to be nearly as fast as Burning Barrage. So it's probably going to be more along the line of like Deso type builds, is my hunch. Deso agility item, like Dragonlance Deso type builds is probably reasonable, maybe with like a Scotty or something. Maelstrom did not feel good. Yeah, I'm not surprised, because if you don't have the splash or from Burning Barrage, like until you get Burning Barrage, it's not going to feel very good. So yeah, it's probably just like agility items into typical Clinks items is my hunch. Does Egg still do skeletons too, or is probably does, yeah. Eggs is probably good. The shard is probably still good. Does that mean you summon? But this summons Burning Skeleton Archers. I don't know. I'm not sure. Skellies hit buildings too. That's good. So it still does Burning Legion. My hunch is Burning Legion is probably better now because of Tar Bomb. Well, it was already good because your strafe or your Syrian arrows would already do more damage here. What was the 10 talent again? 20 Tar Bomb bonus damage. So you're still getting like 65 bonus damage on your skeletons, but you have them more naturally. I don't know. Probably minus armor build. Probably like a Deso build. It's probably like Deso Dragonlance. Okay. Arc Warden. See, I knew Ogre wasn't going to be an Intero. Arc Warden used to be a perfect clone of himself, but now he makes a better version of himself. Or worse. Either way, it's different. I think a rework on Arc Warden is good. The hero is just a little bit too fucking annoying. It's not that I hate playing against it, it's just very one-dimensional, so a rework sounds good. If possible. Let's see. All Tempest doubles abilities are replaced with Tempest versions of Arc Warden's abilities, okay. Upheaval has attuned him to the Ancients when playing Dire Side. Some Dire Radiant changes. When Dire Side, Arc Warden will have the Tempest abilities by default, and his Tempest sub will have its normal abilities. What the fuck? What the fuck? Tempest version provides higher damage. Tempest is the Radiant? No, that's Dire. Okay, Tempest version provides higher damage but lower movement speed penalty to an enemy. Okay. Tempest version provides 150 attack ranged. Range heroes only. And adds magic damage to attacks made by allies from the field. So it's just better on Dire Side? Well, I mean, it depends, I guess, huh? So if you're split pushing, it depends what you want out of it, basically. Do you want your primary hero to have better damage, or do you want your primary hero to have more magic slow, you know? Tempest version, short activation delay down to 1 second, faster moving Wraith, longer slow duration, but has lower damage. Okay? And then they lowered the cooldown a little bit. So basically same hero, just a little bit of differences. Magnetic Field also grants... Okay, so... Basically, it's just like a... This is a buff. This talent's straight up a buff, because it's just extra magic damage to the Tempest version. It's like you're getting more from this talent than you were before. 20 talent, flux damage replaced with -9 magnetic field cooldown. I don't even know what the cooldown of this spell is. Spark rate damage replaced with plus 35% spark rate, that makes sense. Tempest double cooldown reduction replaced with no damage penalty distance. Okay. I don't even remember what the penalty... I remember he had a penalty distance, but I can't remember exactly what it is. What the numbers are like. Okay, these don't seem like that massive, but it is cool that it's a little different. I thought it'd be more extreme than this, but if for a basic different on Radiant and Dire, I think it's a good start. It's not that massively different. Like, this is obviously a lot of flux damage potentially, and the slow loss is actually not a bad thing, because 2 fluxes on a guy, he was already like dead slow anyways, so adding more damage is kind of cool. So I'm kind of into this. But if you play dire side, then for the first 6 minutes you just do more damage, which is kind of interesting. But your slow is worse. Interesting. Okay. Ogre Magi. He's a strength hero. No. I thought he was going to be... I was wrong. Alright. Strength hero. Strength gain increased. Base int. He's the base inter. Ah. Is this a dad joke, man? Nobody guessed Ogre. Everyone thought it was like OD or Huskar or something. Primary attribute strength. I mean, you can play more like a carry probably this way with the strength talent, because there's a lot more items that are strength for right clicking, but... Okay. Dumb Luck, innate ability. Max into 0. Ogre Magi receives 6 points of maximum mana and 0.3 mana regen per point of strength. Oh, okay. So through strength you get intelligence, or mana. Each 20 points of strength also increases your multi-point chance by 1%. Oh, yeah, very cool. So you basically want to stack strength on the guy. Sanj Kaya sounds very good to me. Only affects multipliers over 0%, so the 4x cast chance won't trigger on level 1. Okay. So the more strength you build, the better chance you have. Stun duration of Fire Blast is down. Unrefined as well. Okay. I think... Oh, it's just innate. Okay, so he's still the same hero, but now you buy strength items. So he's still gonna have a mana pool. It's just all based on strength. So any int items that you buy in this hero are a waste now, completely. If you buy anything that does 3 sets of stats, it is straight up bad on him. But actually, it's not a big deal. It's kind of like a wash. Like, I wouldn't say it's good. It's not good to buy, like, a Hex. Like, it's not good. Yeah, that's basically the truth, which is kind of interesting. It's not good to buy a Mystic Staff that gives you int because it does nothing. But if you buy an Ultimate Orb, it's technically exactly the same. Because you're getting... The 10 strength that you give gives 2 bonuses. It gives you bonus to strength, and it gives you bonus to int, and then the element, the 10 agility gives you 10 agility. So if you buy a everything stat item, it's exactly the same on Ogre, but if you buy an int heavy item, it's straight up just worse. Although it does give you mana regen. So Scythe of Ice on Ogre, still amazing, but less good for way less good for mana. Because it doesn't give you mana regen. You would want some like strength item that has mana regen to like give him ideal mana regen. So kind of interesting. It doesn't give mana regen. His int is always... I don't believe that. It should still give him mana regen. Why would it not give him mana regen? Why would it not give him mana regen? That doesn't make sense. It says his int is set to 0. That's fine. You get mana regen from either having intelligence, or you get mana regen from having something that gives you mana regen. I'm right. So Scythe of Ice you can still buy. It gives you 9 mana regen. It just... You don't get any of the intelligence bonuses, because your int is always 0. Which makes sense. I don't need to test it. Voidstone would work. How would Armlet work with it? Armlet would be kind of good on the hero, but you'd lose too much regen, HP regen. Like, if you wanted to be a right clicker, you can definitely do it more likely. You can be like a battle mage. This is one way that they're trying to allow him to be like a right clicker, because the problem with like going those int builds is that his int gain was kind of atrocious, so his damage didn't scale very much throughout the game. But this way you can actually go some hybrid right click while building strength, because it still makes you it still like allows you to cast spells as much as you want. Guys, please do not spoil me on items that aren't here yet, that I haven't looked over yet. I know you guys are excited, but would you buy Soul Ring on Ogre? I mean, it gives you strength, which is good, and yeah, you could get mana from it. It's probably not bad if you bought like if you played Ogre as like a side laner or something, like a off laner. Soul Ring is probably fine, because you just pair it with like a regen item, like a Vanguard or something, and then Soul Ring gives you it's basically int. I mean, it's better, right? It now becomes 6 strength, 6 int, and soul ring stuff. So yeah, soul ring would be better on Ogre Magi. But arcane boost is probably still fine too. Or maybe you could go treads. I guess treads is kind of sick. You just, if you're bad at tread switching, you just stay on strength treads the whole fucking time. You never switch it. Strength treads for life. Switching to int would actually lower your mana pool. That's actually good though. Because strength treads are now strength and int, so if you want to gain mana, you switch to int treads or agility treads, and then you regen mana. Okay, yeah, that would work. Switch to int, pop wand. Okay, that's cool. I think this is a nice change. I'm not going to test it. I don't think it needs to be tested. I'm not going to test everything. There's going to be lots of shit to test, and watching this is, I think, irrelevant. Relatively. We have a long day ahead of us. Medusa now starts as a weak baby, but like a baby, she can get stronger over time. Base strength is 0. Strengthening resist or reduced to 0. Her int gain goes up. Okay. Mystic Snake. Mana cost decreased to scale better. Scepter base is nerfed. Ability reworked for Mana Shield. Passive ability starts with 1 level of Mana Shield, and the ability can be upgraded up to level 5. Creates a shield that absorbs 98% incoming damage in exchange for mana. 98% incoming damage in exchange for mana. Okay. Increases base mana. Bonus mana goes up to 300. Damage per point of mana scales better. Now, if a hero has Mana Shield ability, their mana bar will be visible to enemies. Which is only fair, because if you don't have an HP bar anymore and you're based on mana, then you should your opponent should be able to see how much mana you have. Now also absorbs HP loss damage type. Okay, so as before, HP loss damage type, whatever the fuck did that, would go through her Mana Shield probably, but now it does not. That's Alchemist on the right. Stone form duration reduced 2. That's when you get turned into stone, I think. 10's talent. Mana Shield damage per mana replaced with 5% stone gaze bonus physical. Okay, that's fine. And 75 int replaced with Mana Shield damage per mana. This one looks really, really good actually. Because 75 int was kind of good because it gave you a huge mana pool increase, which arguably is HP. But this just is a little bit more straightforward in that it just changes the ratio to be better. So if you basically have no health, well, okay, that's not true. You're not going to have no health on this hero, but you're going to have less base health. You're going to have 17 less strength at the start of the game, which translates to like 200 plus, it's like 340 HP. So your hero's going to have 340 less HP at level 1, and you're not going to gain any more HP until you buy items that do that. This doesn't say that your strength is always set to 0 like Ogre's. Ogre's int is always set to 0. So you can still buy things like Eye of Scotty on Medusa to increase your raw stats. But this makes mana burn even better against Medusa. Like, way even better. It's an even harder counter. Because now your raw HP pool is so low. Not that Medusa didn't like die after Mana Shield went away, but it's like definitely straight up worse. She is easier to counter by Diffusal Blade or Mana Burn type heroes. But it doesn't make her necessarily bad. And it, in some ways, is better because you can just potentially buy a lot of mana items and mana regen, maybe. Kind of makes some sense. I wonder why it's 98%. But yeah, mana regen. And you know what's actually really scary about this, though, is that it is not uncommon for Medusa to get low on mana in some late game scenarios. That part's spooky. Because it's not uncommon to get burn your mana through damage and fighting. It's going to be kind of Morphling-esque. Maybe not Morphling, because Morphling can like refill his HP pretty easy with morphine and a little bit of lifesteal, but Medusa running complete out of mana, it's like she's going to have to go to the fountain, I feel like. I feel like you're going to have to buy some mana regen item or like rely on Snake more. So I'm not so sure about this right now. Feels kind of goofy.
Hooray!
So yeah. Okay, Alchemist. Alchemist, the hero like all Alch players, is now greedy. No way. Acid Spray cast point improved. That sounds great. A little buff to cooldown. Mana cost decrease. Duration decrease a little. Unnecessary evil for these buffs, that's fine. And the damage per second also increased, so yeah, just straight up acid spray, just a little better. Max stun is decreased naturally. Level 1 is still quite a lot. Grievous Greed is now an 8. Max bonus gold per kill, rescaled. So when it says an 8, does that mean you just have it at level 1? Probably. Because what else would these 4 things be for? Corrosive Weaponry, new basic passive ability. Attack Supply, stacking debuff on enemies. That reduces movement speed by up to 6% and status resistance by up to 6%. So lowering status resistance means you hit somebody 4 times and now your stun will last longer. Applying a new stack refreshes the duration. Has no effect on buildings or Roshan. Max stacks is up to 11. Ooh, that's a lot. So this would make support Alchemist way better, basically, because you could walk into a fight with like an Orb of Venom or an Orb of Corrosion, and you hit them with Corrosive Weaponry a bunch while you're channeling your stun, then you throw your stun and hit them. So I think this is a cool. It sounds kind of cool. It doesn't have to be a carry thing. It does make it more viable to support because you're actually doing something. You're just like slowing somebody, and you attack really fast with Chemical Rage. So some kind of like Echo Saber with Corrosive Weaponry would be fun. You run in with your ulti on, you slap somebody a couple times, they're getting slowed with Orb of Venom. I can't help but think that you would get slowed really fast once this is maxed out. But with that said, you'd probably want points in all of these skills. I'm going to demo him just to see how the bonus thing works. More regen and then big damage increase for the 15 talent. Alchemist.
My little friend wants a word with you.
Let's demo this.
I'll be the catalyst.
So I've already got Grievous Greed. Oh, I just read it wrong, it looks like.
Prepare for battle.
It's not these 4, it's just to this. So this is permanent. So always 2 for Bounty Rune Multiplier. Okay. So you just get Grievous Greed. That's a buff to level 1, because now you have 2 skill points basically. But this would probably mean that as a core, this is cool. I like this a lot actually. This makes the hero actually inherently less greedy in some ways. I'm seeing spoilers right now. It's showing magic resistance right now. My base magic resistance is showing here. Which is good actually. It's a really important stat. That's something I check pretty often myself when I'm playing. Alright, so you already have Grievous Greed level 1, so that's inherently better. Most people are going to go Acid Spray level 1 anyways, and then Grievous Greed level 2. So now you just have Grievous Greed at base, which is nice. But if you want to play it as a support, you still can. 1 point in Acid Spray is still good as from a support perspective, but your mana costs are a little high. But the fact that this is just a passive is kind of cool.
Okay.
Okay, no hotkeys.
Good day to fight. Axe charges. Forward.
It's not time yet.
Axe runs.
That's pretty slowed. I could see that being good.
Yes. Axe is swift without a
So yeah,
Now,
increase attack speed, corrosive, and the hero attacks really fast. It makes Berserk Potion even better too, because it gives you attack speed, which is now even more valuable, because you could stack up this quicker. But yeah, you can get a lot of stats resistance reduction. Can I buy a Splash Shard?
yes. Knives akimbo.
Not exactly what I was expecting. Oh, he's dying.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Over there. Cocktail time. Sounds like a plan.
That's pretty long. So you can still stun pretty long duration on this, if you really want to. The Diadem, 6 attributes. Alright, new items. Blood Grenade, 50 health, costs 65 gold. Throws a grenade at a target area. Enemies in the area will take 50 damage on impact. Be slowed by 15%. and take 15 damage every 1.0 seconds. Does this mean you throw it and it's gone forever? Gives you 50 health to have it. It's 65 gold. 50 damage on impact. 15 damage per second for 5 seconds. That's 15 times 5. That's 30, 60, 75 damage. So it does 75 plus 50 damage. So it does 125 damage. Slows by 15%. Radius is 300, which is medium. And it looks like it costs health. I'm guessing is what this is, a health cost. And it's a 10-second cooldown. It is consumable. I thought it looked consumable based on the cost. So, but it does give you 50 health. So if you're full HP, you only lose 25 health to throw it, probably. But it does cost you money. But basically, you could buy it to get a little bit more oomph in your lane if you really want it. And the slow is kind of cool. I doubt it stacks with Bat Rider. That'd be really broken, but a really cool idea. I like it. Spend health, damage over time, slow. Yeah, if you like really want to it's kind of like the opposite of Raindrop basically. You can buy an item that gives you kill potential for the cost of gold instead of buying an item that gives you survivability temporarily at the cost of gold. I like it. Diadem 6 attributes, 4,000 gold. Not the most cost efficient, of course, but that is attribute items, so it makes sense. Just another way to build into stuff without requiring. They basically needed to add probably another mid-tier item, because basically it's you either get a circlet, which is 2 to all attributes, or you get an ultimate orb, which is 10 to all, and those are pretty expensive. So this is a nice medium point, where and there's crowns as well, I suppose. Forgot about crowns, 450. So this is a better version of a more expensive version of crown. So for whatever reason. But it's another midpoint. So now it's 2, 4, 6, 10. Cornucopia! 5 health regen, 2 mana regen, 7 damage. This looks just good. It's like a perseverance, basically. This is old school perseverance, actually. Health regen, mana regen, and damage. It's just a basic item. I'm guessing you buy this from the secret shop. Is my hunch. 5, 2, and 7. Seems good. Pavis, 3 armor, 2.5 mana regen, 175 health. You just buy this. When cast on an ally, grants them a physical damage barrier that absorbs 300 damage. Duration is 8 seconds. 18-second cooldown. 1,000 range. That's getting fucking nerfed. I'll tell you that much right there. This shit is getting nerfed. 1,000 range, there's no fucking way that stays in the game. As is. There's no way. There's no way. 1,000 range, that's gonna get nerfed. This item seems very good. This is a fucking support item right here. Armor, health, mana regen. Very good. It's expensive. 1,400 is kind of a lot, but it's a defensive item, Now, with that said, a 300 damage barrier is not that much. If it functions the same as magic damage barrier, then it gets blocked before armor is taken into effect. So that means it's not as good as it's not like you're giving 300 HP to your ally. So if your ally has a lot of armor, it's not good. It's less good. If they have little armor, then it's way better. Armor's taken into effect now? Okay. If it does give you 300 health, I think this is really solid. 18-second cooldown. You could probably put it on some Ogre Magi type hero who is already pretty individually tanky as a support, but wants a little bit more oomph to protect yourself or allies. But maybe the cost is a little weird, but this just seems like a good item to me as a whole. Armor, mana regen, health. There aren't a lot of health and armor items. That's very rare as a combination. One of the few is Armlet. Armlet does it. General stat items do it a little bit. But thank you for the sub, Team Killer. Phylactery, 200 health, 200 mana, 7 attributes. The next unit target spell you cast on an enemy deals a separate bonus damage to the target and slows them by 50% for 1.2 seconds. Oh, it's passive. Oh, that's interesting. I mean, it's a lot of raw health. It's 300 some. It's 300 health and mana approximately. The next unit target spell you cast on an enemy, so if you click on a hero directly, it deals a separate bonus damage to the target and slows them. So it basically modifies the spellcaster to give you a little bit of pretty nice utility. 50% slow is legitimately really fucking good. This is like legitimately very good, guys. I would say this item is going to be broken on Skywrath Mage, without a doubt. You need to click on them directly. So Skywrath Mage, this item's going to be broken because you're getting an extra slow every 6 seconds, which is nice. Like, you could literally use this. If this slows, like, with... On cast of the first skill, it's really good. Because you could basically buy this to set up your ulti. Like, this is how pros play typically. So we'll do this for an example.
Prepare for battle.
Phylactery.
By my wings.
God, I hate not having the fucking hotkeys. I should have fixed this earlier. I have to change this shit too.
It is right.
So it doesn't until it hits.
Step first, punch second.
Keep like not pressing my fucking shot key.
To battle.
Undoubtedly.
Yeah.
See what I mean? That's really fucking good. That's really good. So this costs 2,400. I mean, if you compare it to what it costs to buy Atos, looks like they. Oh no, Crown is still here. It's actually not that different in price. This is 2,400, and the downside is that like the buildup is terrible on this item. It's just like you just buy 2,400 gold,
Yes.
but it is cool in theory because you're basically just getting bonus damage and slow. But maybe it's too expensive for what it gives. But I could see it adding up. It's basically an item that makes a spellcaster better. The primary ways that you do that is by buying things like spell amplification. You buy spell amp on your hero and you're increasing your damage, right? But this is like knowing that you're just going to do more damage. Another item that does that really well is Witchblade. Witchblade just increases your damage as an int hero and allows you to scale, basically in a way that you wouldn't have had before.
Good day to fight.
So yeah.
Fists forward.
It's cool in theory for sure. I don't know if it's good or not right now. You probably have to play it and feel it out. But for spellcasting heroes, it's probably good on Zeus, for example. It's probably really solid on Zeus. You could use Arc Lightning with it every 6 seconds, and you basically double the damage. It's basically a double damage Arc Lightning every 6 seconds that also slows. So it's probably, I really like it on Zeus. I think Zeus, it sounds really solid. Health, mana, attributes, all fine. It's probably good on Skywrath Mage. But the question you should always think in Dota is there a better way to spend my money? And usually the answer is yes. Abaddon? Nah, I don't think so. Leshrac stun setup? Sure, but I'd probably just buy different items on that hero. But you're right, it is a setup. But you can do that with Lightning already a little bit. But yeah, it's definitely better. This is like, because the slow on Lightning Storm is not bad.
Stronger.
This is a 75% slow, so you could argue that in some ways Lightning Storm is just better. Because you're already going to use Lightning Storm to slow them. I mean, it's going to be a little easier to Lightning Storm first and then land Split Earth, and the item is decent on the hero, and it does increase your damage. Like, it's not bad. But my assumption is that it might be a little irrelevant on that hero. You might be better off to buy something else instead. Raw damage is just a little bit stronger in other ways. You'd buy it on Quap? I don't agree with that. Because it's only when you cast it. The dagger hits them, they take 125 bonus damage right away. They're slowed for 1.2 seconds at 50%. They're already pretty slowed. Like, maybe it's okay on Quap because like they'll be mega slowed now, but it's kind of bad on Quap because you'd have to cast a dagger every 6 seconds for it to be value. It's not good on her. It's good on like spammy spellcaster heroes, I promise you. Like Sky and like Lesh Lightning Storm is a good example, but Sky, Zeus are probably the best ones. Almost certainly. Sky, Zeus, like very few of these heroes work. It has to be like directly cast on them, I assume. Like Shaman sorta with like the zap, but it's kind of bad. You could probably justify it maybe on Ogre Lich Q skill. It would work on him, but it's not really probably right. You probably don't need it, but it could work on Lich's Q. Rubik Fade Bolt, it could work. Hoodwink Q, it could work. Nyx Mana Burn, it could work.
Hooray!
But probably not good because you won't max it early. Ogre Firestorm, yes. Lucent Beam on Luna could work, for example. Ember Sleight of Fist, no. It's not. You have to click directly on them. This is a spellcaster item, guys. It could work with Pugna. You could decrep somebody into a trigger. It's probably okay on Pugna, but you don't really need the slow, so it's probably not that good. It would work on Life Drain as well. It's probably good on Pugna, because you could proc it. You could cast decrep on them, which would lower their magic resistance, which means the damage they take afterwards would be better, and it slows them further to keep them in place even longer. So it's a little bit extra slow, which is fine. And then you could also Life Drain somebody; they'd be instantly slowed and take damage. So it's probably good on Pugna. It's not good on Lina because it would only work with your ulti. It would work with Blink Strike on Ricky if you wanted. It would work on Tinker with Laser. But there's probably better items. But so yeah, probably Zeus. It could work on Death Prophet when you use Spirit Siphon. That one might be good because it gives a lot of raw stats, which are good on the hero. So yeah, there's a mix of heroes that can kind of work on. You could use it on Night Stalker, but it's probably a Zeus and Skyrath item primarily. Okay, Harpoon. Attack speed, damage, strength, agility, intelligence. So it gives you a little bit of everything. It's weaker on agility, but it does give you 15 attack speed, so it's fine. It kind of gives you a little bit of everything. Is this our attack speed? Is this our upgrade to Echo Saber? When attacking an enemy, fire a harpoon at them that pulls you and the target closer together, up to 35% of the distance between you and your target. If the caster's melee, the hero and target are always pulled to within melee distance of each other. Sounds like Echo. Causes melee attacks to attack twice in quick succession. Okay, so this is the Echo Saber upgrade that they teased. I believe it had a diadem in it, which explains the generic stats. So this would be an upgrade to. This basically gives you a blink strike sort of thing. It's an opposite of Hurricane Pike. And my hunch is that the reason that this is included in the game is because right now there were very few melee carries that were effective. Unless they had gap close of their own, basically. Ursa worked, Slark worked, but very few other. I mean, PA worked too, but generally melee carries that needed to buy their own items to gap close were a little bit weaker, I feel like. So Harpoon kind of gives you a solution against the value. Like, there's just a lot of int carry or a lot of ranged carries right now that are pretty comfortable buying Hurricane Pike early. Drow's an example that maybe it wasn't like the best example because we didn't see her that much the last like couple weeks, but yeah, four staff Hurricane Pike quite good. So Harpoon would give you an option against that, and it gives you a way to upgrade your Echo Saber instead of it just becoming a dead item, which is good. Can you dodge it? Probably not, but who knows? I'll take a look at it. That's how you spell Sven. That's not even, I don't even know a keyboard excuse there. Yeah, Sven item I think is reasonable. Sounds likely to me.
A good choice.
God, fucking changes. Oh no, not that.
Prepare
Anything
for
but that.
battle.
Aye. Yes.
Oops. Yeah, diadem and recipe.
Aye. On the way. Good day to fight.
So yeah, you can blink out of it.
So you say. Will there be axes?
Yeah. At any point in it you can get out. But I assume if you are running.
Battle.
Strategic deployment.
I'll do it. Agreed.
Oops, I did that wrong.
Yeah.
Of course.
Axe, go.
Yeah, it counters your movement basically. Okay.
Yes.
I think it's still reasonable though. It's a cool item. It's a little expensive. This 1,000 gold is kind of a lot. And if we compare the stats, same damage. The attack speed is 5 extra. Oops. Nah, it's probably easier to do in here. Let's do this. So, attack speed it's 5 extra attack speed. You're getting 7 more strength. You're getting 6 more intelligence, and you're getting 10 agility. So it's kind of good for agility heroes, I would say. Kind of. What's the cost difference? It's 2,000 gold. So you're spending 2,000 gold to get 10 agility, 6 int, 7 strength, and 5 attack speed. It's kind of expensive. A little bit more mana regen. But it's a good for gap closing. It still makes it a melee item, not a ranged item. It's good that they have a replacement for Abyssal Blade Jump. Abyssal Blade Jump was too good because it stunned people, but this seems balanced because you have solutions again. I bet you can force staff to break it or something too.
Mm-hmm. Step first, punch second.
Like, I don't know if maybe it doesn't like fully
Very well.
solve the problem, but
Axe, run.
see, like there's ways out. Like basic defensive items will protect you for sure. But I think it's a smart thing to like give you an option. And it's a little bit of pros are not going to like it very much. Like it's not going to be a great initiating tool, but it's like something that you can build at least. So, I think it's cool. Heroes that I'd buy it on, probably Sven is a great example because Echo Saber is good on him. And gap close is one of your problems. You could definitely buy it on a hero like Wraith King, I think. Basically any kiteable melee hero. Very viable, I think. If your hero already has good chase or slow, it's kind of irrelevant. So I'd say on a hero like Bristleback, it's a little bit bad, potentially. But you could also use it on some hero like Doom or some shit. Some like chase hero would be kind of fun. It's probably sick on Slardar, because you can further gap close on this hero. I don't know if you'd ever want to buy it on a ranged hero, but it's kind of a cool idea. You could get some like gap close with it. What else? Who else could it work on?
Hooray!
It'd be kind of funny on Shadow Fiend. I don't know if you can do it and then... Let's try. Yeah, I figured it works with cast range. Let's level the max. And then,
Prepare for battle.
I have to kill all of them. This is kind of silly, but fuck. I keep pressing the wrong fucking button. Neutrals. View all neutral items. Give me cast range. This will make a lot of sense. Okay. Not good.
I am ready.
Oh, that's right. If you're a ranged hero, it doesn't pull you into melee, so it wasn't gonna work. But if it was melee, it would have worked. Okay. Okay, let's go back. Interesting though. I think it's a cool item. Ogre Magi? Could be an Ogre Magi item. The int is wasted. But kind of works on Ogre. Extra slow. Harpoon him in. Oh, actually it probably works on Ogre. You could probably harpoon multicast, I bet. Harpoon multicast into like... I don't know why you would harpoon multicast, but you can probably harpoon multicast. I imagine. Oh, bro, I haven't ran an ad yet. I should probably do that, huh? They're auto running, I think. Let me. This Twitch is not set up correctly. Let me add that. I'm gonna run a quick ad break, I think. And I'll be right back. Oop, did I press the wrong one? I did. Just had 4. Yeah, it's auto running ads, I think, is what's happening. Let's take an ad break. I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Hooray!
Okay, we back. Harpoon, a disperser. Thank you for the subs. Thank you, Remy. Appreciate it. Okay, disperser, 20 agility, 10 int, 45 damage. Garbage stats, like actually really garbage stats for the cost. So hopefully the benefit is really good. Active suppress. If target enemy slows it for, I mean, I guess if you're in agility here, it's like 65 damage, 20 attack speed, but it's not great.
Hooray!
So if targeting an enemy slows for 4 seconds, both movement speed reduction and increase start at 100% and gradually decrease to 0. So it sounds like Dispel from like the Purge did slow. If targeting an ally, applies a basic Dispel and increases their movement speed by 100%, makes them unslowable for 4 seconds. That's a lot. The movement speed buff is decreased to 0 over the course of the debuff duration. But unslowable alone is like a huge movement speed increase. 100% movement speed increase? That's like fucking surge, basically. They're gonna like surge when you use it. 600. Oh, it's a diffusal blade upgrade. Okay, this makes a lot of sense. Why it sounds just like diffusal blade. Okay, that makes sense. So it's basically, it's gonna be a diffusal blade plus a sacred relic, maybe a recipe. I think it's just diffusal blade and sacred relic or something. Or a damage item. Because that's based on the stats. Yeah, it's just a diffusal upgrade. This is actually pretty sick on Wind Ranger still. A diffusal is not very good on the hero, so it's probably garbage, but it's smart that there's a way to upgrade diffusal. There used to be diffusal 2 a long time ago, but they removed that to just make diffusal 1. The issue is that it kind of becomes a dead item in your inventory. It's like, well, I might as well sell it and buy something bigger. This would make that feel better. But the fact that you can use it on an ally is kind of cool. I don't think it's going to be commonly used on an ally. Yeah, I mean, it's a 15-second cooldown. It's definitely not unreasonable. Disperser. But yeah, damage-wise, looks a lot better. Genuinely could use it as a late game damage item. Is it good on Clinks? I liked Diffusal on Clinks because it slows your opponent and you can use it with Strafe, which was cool. So you could like actually mana burn people pretty quick, but it's just straight up worse now because you don't have, oh, not Strafe, Burning Barrage. So you could Burning Barrage somebody a lot of times to mana burn them pretty quickly. You could burn like 600 mana with a volley while slowing them. So that's why I like that item. This is a cool upgrade. It would work well on a hero like Clinks, but I feel like the Diffusal is just factually worse. Even though you can keep them in place longer, I guess, to get more auto attacks in, which is kind of cool. He still has Burning Barrage with Shard. That's true. Alright, Clink's Diffusal Blade is still in the game, probably. I don't know if it's the first thing I'd buy, but it's not bad. It gives you int, gives you agility, gives you mana burn. The problem is that Summons don't mana burn though, so it's kind of bad. It's factually just a bad item on Clinks, I feel like. If you are relying on skeletons to do damage. But it does make them attack more, which is kind of an upside, but yeah. And buying, you don't really want to like buy Diffusal mid-game. It's like an item you get pretty early to impact, but it could work as like a lane yam. Could it work on Naga? Yeah, of course. Any hero that buys Diffusal Blade already is going to consider buying this item in certain games. Naga doesn't often buy Diffusal Blade these days. It's more of a Manta hero because you kind of do enough with just your Riptide. But heroes like PL will always buy Diffusal Blade. So this is definitely like a late game Diffusal Blade option. And this would give you another nice escape, frankly. You can wait to save it to use it on yourself. Oh shit, I'm being slowed and it's not good. Use it on yourself, run away for 4 seconds. Unslowable for 4 is kind of crazy, it seems like. Unslowable for 4 is kind of broken, basically. You could also, keep in mind, buy this on Crystal Maiden, buy your shard, and now you can use it on yourself to run max movement speed for 4 seconds when your ulti activates, which is pretty cool. Not good stats for the Crystal Maiden, though. Let me tell you. I assume you can use it on yourself. Akeen uses on Slark. That's a really good point. It's great on Slark, too. People still buy Diffusal on Slark. With that said, the Echo Saber on Slark, the Harpoon, really good. So that might mean, depending on which one's better, people might say Echo Saber is better on Slark now because I could upgrade it to Harpoon. Harpoon is great on Slark to gap close, especially against some like Hurricane Pike hero. Like if they buy Hurricane Pike and push you away, you'll use Harpoon probably to gap close back eventually once you get close enough. But yeah, Disperser is another option in that you could use it to increase your movement speed to gap close. Harpoon Ursa worth it? I would say no, unfortunately. The reason is because buying attack speed items on Ursa is usually not that common because you rely on overpower to give yourself attack speed. You are totally right that the gap close is great, and the base stats are good, and Echo Strike attacking twice in a row is good. But the problem is that Echo Strike will not stack with Overpower. If you use Overpower, which gives you 6 really quick attacks, the moment you attack the first time, this will proc, and it'll have you attack again instantly. It'll attack an inch faster, like literally an inch. Probably because the second attack is really quick, and Overpower does not cap your attack speed like it used to. It just increases it by like 400 or something, which is a lot, but it's not capped. Echo Saber is probably like 600 attack speed or something. So, but basically, the Echo Strike would be wasted in your first volley. It would literally only work after if you were attacking when Echo Saber was not on cooldown. So Echo Saber Ursa is factually bad. Unless you like initiate, double attack with Echo Saber, then use Overpower, and then attack 6 times. It's just straight up worse. You'd be better to spend the money in a different way. Diffusal, for example, is just way better. The only upside, I guess, is that you slow them at the start, but it's kind of, you'd rather just buy a Diffusal Blade, for example. And like I said, Disperser would work better once you upgrade it, because you could use it to give yourself movement speed to gap close. Wouldn't it be a waste of money on CK to go... Oh, Harpoon? Yeah. Kind of, yeah, basically. Because Reality Rift already does the same thing. You're totally right about that. But you could definitely justify it in the sense that you could jump one guy, kill them, and then use Harpoon to go to the next target with just your hero until Reality Rift comes off cooldown. And sometimes CK does need that. Or you could initiate the fight with Harpoon if they don't have a Blink or a Force, which is maybe a little unlikely because they're going to see it coming. But hypothetically, you could throw a stun and use Harpoon, and then kill that guy, and then use Reality Rift to go to the next guy. So I think Harpoon, CK, very viable, for sure. New neutral items. Duelist gloves. 7 new... Alright, I just want to reiterate, Valve, beta testers, whatever, I love neutral items so much. I love that you can just take some out and throw some new ones in, and it's not a big fucking deal. Because no hero... Like, heroes do say, like, change in viability based on, like, what neutral items are available. Because, like, for example, the best example is the Fey Grenade. At one point, it did 7 stacks of 20 damage or something, and that was god tier with Bat Rider because it worked with fucking Napalm. It was broken, right? And then they changed it so it just increased, it gave you a double attack. And then Earthshakers abused it at TI because they used Enchant Totem, they threw the Fey Grenade to do 500 damage, and then they attacked for 500 damage. And it was like, okay, that's fucking broken. So by all means, like, those heroes' viability will go up a little bit in some extreme cases. But I love that they can just fucking remove some neutral items and throw in some new ones, and it adds some like item variety without completely breaking the game. Because if you do something like, I'm just gonna remove Helm of Iron Will from the game, it's like there's heroes that fit that into their item build, and that's part of what makes them viable. So I fucking love neutral items. because I think it's such a cool way to add variety to the game. And for me as a player, that is the shit that I personally crave. Monkey King Harpoon. Yeah, that sounds really good. I like that idea. Yeah, Monkey King Harpoon. Excellent. Very good. I love that. Because once they get away from you, you just be like, nope, harpoon them back. Very good idea. Duelist Gloves, 10 damage, and the passive grants 15 attack speed as long as there are enemy heroes within 900 units. Oh, this is cool. Most level 1 neutral items don't give you about 10 damage. I think for a long time Broomhandle did. It gave you like 15 damage, I think. Now it's down to like 8. But 10 damage is pretty good. There's a lot of times where as a carry you are sitting on like a pig pole, which gives you 6 stats, or you get 3 attributes, or you get the agility item, or it's not agility, but your primary attribute for 7. Those are usually the ideal ones, but if you are not an agility hero, Duelist Gloves is probably your second best. And frankly, Duelist Gloves on a roamer would be really good too. Really, really good. 10 damage, 15 attack speed, that's great. Really good. So, very good for a 4. If they remove, for example, what's the green item? The Lance of Pursuit. If they removed Lance of Pursuit, for example, and replaced it with Duelist Gloves, I think that would be a good substitution for what they provide. It still allows you to farm a little bit with 10 damage, but once you actually fight heroes, it makes you a little bit better against them. So, I don't think it cancels channel. I don't think Harpoon cancels channel. Alright, Spark of Courage, neutral item, provides 10 damage when the hero is above 50% health and 5 armor when they're below that threshold. Okay. This is cool too. This is more of a offlaner neutral item, or maybe a mid, but it's cool. Very interesting. It's good for both. It's good on carries kind of for both reasons. If you're it's a good carry item too. If you're above 50%, you're farming faster. If you're below 50%, you're delaying your death, which is going to be jungling or enemies killing you with physical damage. I don't necessarily see supports preferring to use it, but supports could use it as well. I think it could be a good 4 item as well. I think both of these good items are really good for roaming. I'm into them. Gossamer Cape, 20 movement speed. I like this. There are not very many movement speed neutral items. Most of them got removed, or the movement speed got taken out of them, or it got changed. It was like Tumbler Choi. I hope Tumbler Choi gets removed. It's a fun item, but I think it's had its time. The passive is 6 cents, 5 seconds. Automatically dodge an attack from an enemy hero. That's fucking cool. This is so cool. Oh, I love that. Alright, number 1. You can easily counter this with a lot of neutral items. There's neutral items that give True Strike on the first hit. Maybe not a lot, but things like the Enchanted Quiver, for example, gives you True Strike on your first attack. Maelstrom proc would also cut through this. So there's examples of things that counter it if it's a problem. But in some ways, Gossamer Cape is equivalent to the what's the armor item that the Blast Rig, that it provides evasion when you get initiated on. So this would give you a nice burst of survivability. There are heroes where this is this is God tier. If I'm playing against a Wraith King, for example, Gossamer Cape is God tier. Because, well, if he misses, does his crit proc? It doesn't. So it just delay the crit from hitting. But if there's heroes that like begin a fight and the first attack is really important, it can be helpful. But if it misses, it usually doesn't proc. Like Nixel neutralized. That's a good question. Let's test this one out. This one seems worth testing just to like get some clarity, because it kind of changes. I mean, against a regular hero, missing 1 attack is still helpful, by all means.
Prepare for battle.
True Strike.
I have one purpose.
Probably True Strike. His evasion's 63, it would have hit by now. So this will always hit. That's True Strike. Or this is the most insane thing that's ever happened. It's actually really good with It's actually really good with evasion, I bet. I don't know if this is how it works. Let's try it over here. But if you have evasion, it might not proc until you get hit, for example. So like if he hits me, it goes on cooldown, right? But if I do the same thing, and I get a bunch of evasion on my hero, watch. It's not going to proc until it connects. JK. Alright, that he might have just gotten lucky. Maybe he just got lucky. Let's see. Okay, I think it procs no matter what the first time. But that would have been sick. If it worked the way that I thought it did. Yeah, it just always misses the first one. Okay, yeah, there's no doubt now. My evasion would have blocked the chances. So it always procs. But, so it's slightly weaker if you already have evasion. So if my evasion is 63%, for example, the first one's kind of bad because it's only really giving me 47% evasion on the first proc. But if you have no evasion, it's better. So the less evasion you have, the better Gossamer Cape is. So it's better as a support item typically, but as a carry item, it could be good as well. And then let's just double check. Does this have True Strike? I don't remember. John Laurie's very nice. I met him in Lima. So it misses, so it doesn't proc until it hits. And now he misses that one because it was off the line. I mean, it's still kind of cool with evasion, I gotta say. Because it just every couple seconds, you know, pops in, for example. Anyways, yeah, it'll probably work for Phantom Assassin. I mean, she'll probably still do damage, but...
In the blink of an eye.
Your middle tower is under attack.
So... Did it proc? This counts as a spell is probably why. It's not really an attack. So, this won't work. It's a spell hitting.
Yes.
So, not so good against PA, perhaps, but if she blink strikes, obviously it'll work. Okay. I think this neutral item is really cool. 20 movement speed is really good, obviously. For a hero, there's a lot of mid heroes that'll be really happy about this item too. Because they want to move on the map and get kills and stuff. Good versus Shadowblade? Probably good versus Shadowblade. That's something I should have tested, actually. Because Shadowblade will... Yeah, it should work against Shadowblade. I'll just do that really, really, really fast. Because Shadowblade hit will do bonus damage, so you'll be missing out on that. It's not the end of the world, because there's a lot of heroes that do want to avoid that damage.
The time has come.
Prepare for battle.
Yeah, so yeah. And because you attacked, it breaks your invisible. So yes, the item is really good against Shadowblade because that's blocking 175 physical damage plus extra. So against certain heroes, definitely really solid. If they're right clickers, obviously 5 of an evasion every 5 attacks is still really good. And depending on how much attack speed people have, it can obviously be very solid. That is a 17-minute plus neutral item. So it's going to take some time to get there, obviously, but I really like the simple movement speed thing. Some heroes really need this. And I see this routinely, but I still think the principle is true. Movement speed is effectively cast range. Because it helps you cast your spell the moment that you want to. And obviously it takes time for you to get there, but if you try to cast a spell on somebody and you're out of range, you have to run. So having more movement speed will inherently help you cast spells when you want to. So you can think of this item also as a little baby attack, little baby cast range ability as attribute as well. And obviously it's good for other stuff, escaping, chasing. But I think your Bat Rider type heroes, Bat Rider is going to love this item. It gives you survivability when you're diving from towers, by the way. And from heroes, it gives you movement speed to chase or escape. It's going to be great on supports to help stay alive when carries jump on them in teamfights because one of the attacks will be dodge. That's effective HP. You know, there's always going to be attacks in teamfights, so dodging an attack from an enemy hero is great. I love this item. I feel like I could talk about it for a long time. Defiant Shell, a tier 3 neutral item. 5 armor. I'm glad there's more armor giving neutral items. I think that's great. And 7 attributes. So this is a 6 armor item with the agility put into it. This would be... We'll see what the passive does. Because if I just look at the base, it's pretty mediocre. The base stats are not that good. Man, I love patches. I'm having so much fun. The attributes are a little bit mediocre the way that it is. Because 5 armor as a tier 3 neutral item is bad. As a tier 2, it's good. But the 7 attributes is okay as a tier 2 neutral item, but not as a tier 3. So when attacked, the hero counterattacks the target within their attack range, 5 seconds cooldown. Ooh, I like that. Very good on carries. Very good on Legion, Commander, and Axe because they can force somebody to attack them. And very good on your OD type heroes because an extra attack is very valuable and they will be attacked eventually, so being able to output a little bit more damage is good. Giving armor and attributes makes it a nice blend of survivability but still doing damage. Could be really cool on your heroes like Earthshaker maybe. You're going to get attacked, your Enchant Totem hits. That's maybe not good. Very good on Tiny, I think. Not that people maybe attack you that much, but it might happen and he does so much damage that an attack back is really valuable. Any hero that has an nasty effect, like a Deso, for example, kind of cool. Could potentially apply a Deso to somebody that wouldn't get hit otherwise. Who else? Anybody with an annoying passive, Abaddon, it's really good on. Hit him with your passive. Any other annoying passive? Excellent on Undying when he uses his ultimate, because applying his ultimate to somebody is not always easy. And applying that passive is really, really good. Faces Void, sure. It's fine on Faces Void, you could bash them, but it's not the most broken. You could argue it's kind of similar on Slardar, like, oh, you have it's an extra attack. You could bash a guy, and you're right, but like you shouldn't necessarily be relying on it. But it is kind of Echo Saber-like in that way. So I'd say on Slardar it's probably good, but not as broken as like your Abaddon. It's not broken, but it's very good. I think it's really good on Abaddon. It's really good on OD. I'd say it's pretty good on your Huskar type heroes. Your ODs, it's probably very good on Pango, for example. You could attack them, there's a chance you get a disarm on them, for example. Venomancer, get extra attack off. Viper, totally fine. Any passive applying hero, it's going to be really, really solid, I think. Yeah, Pango, Dawnbreaker, sure, pretty good. Could give you another Luminosity, for example. Legion Commander. Anybody has a passive. Slark would be happy with this. Maybe a Wraith King type hero, a Muerta, a Luna. The downside though is you're trading it for another item. So if you're choosing to use that item over, it's probably good on your PA type hero because you could get a crit off. Shadow Fiend, Spectre, really good on Spectre, I think. Probably Sniper. It's cool. It's in games where you feel like you're gonna get dove. You want a little survivability. This will give you some armor and a little bit of attributes. But you still have to compare with other tier 3 neutral items, which is like Mindbreaker type shit. Those are like 25 damage and attack speed. That's a pretty big amplifier for a passive, and this is only giving you 7 attributes. So in those games, if you feel like you need armor, and you feel like the reciprocity is quite useful, because it is only a 5-second cooldown, it's like an Echo Saber effectively, then Defiant Shell could be really good. If you're playing a support and you just need armor, it is just okay. I would argue there are better items, without a doubt. But you could use this as a support or an offlaner who really needed the armor. But there's probably better items for you, tier 3. I would rather you get... Let's go accidentally spoil ourselves a little bit. So of the items that are remaining, it looks like they did remove the shield one. That's gone. They probably replaced it with Defiant Shell, or sorry. It's kind of like this. Gossamer's Cape kind of replaces it. Vampire Fangs is back. But yeah, this gives evasion, this gives armor, magic resistance, strength. I'm surprised a lot of players were hoping Ogre Seal gets removed. So yeah, this is like one of the few defensive items for tier 3. So if you're playing an offlaner, you could potentially grab it if you wanted raw stats. But generally, there's probably better stuff offensively, for sure, if you're playing a carry. Vindicator's Axe, 25 attack speed is quite good. Provides 30 damage if equipped hero is silenced, and 15 armor if equipped is stunned. Ooh, that's really cool. What a fucking item. So if they're stun, alright, if they basically have a lot of stuns and they have hard carries that do physical damage, this item's like amazing. If you're playing against a lion, it won't work if you're hexed, but if you're stunned and a carry is jumping on you, 15 armor is like incredibly high. This is really cool on a hero like Necrophos. Well, the attack speed, alright. This sucks. Alright, it sucks on Necro, kind of. But bonus attack speed and 30 damage is... Alright, 25 attack speed is fine on basically all cores. On a support, it's not good, I would argue, typically. Unless you're like some hybrid right-click support, which isn't very common. But 15 armor when stunned is kind of cool, but keep in mind that stun durations got reduced, so there's going to be less of you getting, like, chain stunned. But on some, like, I could see pros grabbing this as some, like, I need to stay alive when I'm initiated on type item. So I could see it. When are you ever silenced and attacking? All the time. Ranged heroes. Like, heroes like Death Prophet will throw silence out, and now all of a sudden you're getting 30 damage is kind of cool. But it's obviously like a combat item, which is cool. But it's cool. It has different benefits, really. You could have damage and armor if you're both stunned and silenced. I think this is cool. 25 base attack speed is kind of like the minimum desired benefit for a tier 3 neutral item. A lot of them give attack speed between Mindbreaker and things like that. And the, what's the other one? The Elven Tunic gives 26 attack speed in the past. I don't know if it still does. So, Vindicator's Axe, I think that's great. Dandelion Amulet. Bonus movement speed. Yes, more movement speed. 25 movement speed. Bonus mana 300. Okay. And passive magical damage block. Every 12-second blocks up to 300 magic damage from damage instances over 75 damage. So it's kind of like a super raindrop. Every 12 seconds it blocks up to 300. So this would mean heroes like Zeus are good against this, because it would proc weaker. But yeah, it's a movement speed and mana item. You could buy this on a spellcasting mid hero. You could get it on a support pretty happily if you're worried about being bursted, which you probably should be in most cases. But yeah, HP, movement speed, mana is basically what it gives you on a 12-second cooldown. I feel like this item is going to be really hard to get used to playing against. At the start, you're going to forget about it, and it's going to fucking keep people alive that you don't expect. But yeah, this seems quite good. Could be good on strength heroes too. Like your offlaner type heroes would probably like getting it if you're getting initiated on. The interesting thing about these neutral items I'm still thinking about is the fact that you have to pick one, and then that's your fucking neutral item. So I feel like there's going to be more like... I personally change my mind on neutral items semi-often based on like how team fights go. I might be like, oh man, I really need more survivability because I'm getting jumped on by the PA and he's killing me, and I switch to like an armor item. So I personally am probably going to make mistakes here. Often, I imagine. I might have to like really think about what I want. How does the tokens work? Well, I have one question about tokens. How do they work if somebody else gets all the tokens from me? Does this mean I have to jungle to get a neutral token? Killing a neutral creep randomly drops a token. Lets you choose from a 5 available. Even the last player to redeem their token has... So each... It sounds like every player has to get their own. Oh, you can send them to stash? Okay, so basically you can... That's cool. That makes sense. So you can basically send them to, like... If some hard carry clears the whole jungle and gets all the tokens, you send them back, and whoever wants to get a neutral can get them first. Which means the supports will probably... It will probably develop where if you get your own token, you will make yours first. Generally, I bet the 5s will send it back for cores, most likely.
Hooray!
Is probably what will happen. The 5s will... I don't... Can you see what the neutral item is before you send it back? So if I grab a token, can I look at what it is before I send it back to a carry? I'm seeing yeses and nos in chat. You can just see the token. Guys, I'm still seeing both yeses and nos. I know it's generated per player. I know the options are bound to you guys, but when you pick up a token, if you can send them back... whatever. It's too much shit. I'll have to read it later. The answer is yes. Still confusing. Still confused. Where's my Discord? It's all fine. Okay. Once you use it, you see the list. By seeing the list, you are using the token. Okay, so thank you. That was KF Isher. Thank you for the clarification. That seemed valid. So if you open it, it's opened basically. But you can send it back if you want other people to do it. Okay, Martyr's Plate, beautiful. I love this art. It's really good. 20 magic resistance. Redirect 20% of all damage dealt to your allied heroes within 900 radius towards you for 8 seconds. Very cool. Very fucking cool neutral item. So this is really smart to have this on an offlaner who typically has really high resistance items. Gideon Martyr's Plate against a Zeus would be god tier as well, because, I mean, it's maybe not god tier versus some like Nether Shawl thing that's like a lower level neutral item you get earlier or whatever, but having 20% extra magic resistance is not bad at all against the right lineups. Being able to reduce the damage that your allies take to save yourself is good. This is really good against AoE heroes. It is less good against single target heroes. All damage dealt to my allied heroes. Okay. And obviously this is amazing on very high resistance heroes. So your Tide Hunters with Pipe and Greaves, or etc, etc. If you're able to get a Martyr's Plate and then also give yourself a lot of armor items, it could be really good. But typically there isn't that much AoE physical damage, it's usually single target physical damage. So, but Martyr's Plate is god tier, like actually god tier for magic AoE magic damage. Like a Zeus ulti, for example, like you would take a lot of damage, is the only problem, but it's probably like an insane amount of damage. So we're definitely going to see clips where people pop Martyr's Plate and then Zeus ultis and like the guy just fucking dies. Imagine like Martyr's Plate on a support. Spectre Blade Mail, that's a really good point. Blade Mail is really smart with it. Yeah, Blade Mail, Martyr's Plate, Spectre. Sounds really good. Protect your supports, pop Martyr's Plate, pop Blade Mail. It is probably good on your like Bloodstone type heroes like Leshrac in the similar vein. Who else? Necrophos. It's probably good on Necrophos. Because you regen really well, so if they're going on your allies. But it kind of depends if they go on you or your allies, I suppose. Necrophos, you could probably abuse it really well with Kunkka's Rum, because that would delay the damage everybody takes, and then you soak up the rest of it, or you soak a lot of it yourself. Who else regens a lot, naturally? Alchemist. It's probably pretty good on Alchemist, but typically Alchemist would want to buy more damage rather than more defense, so maybe it doesn't work that good there. You could probably get away with it on like a Brewmaster, activate it, and then split afterwards. Good combo with Aeon Disc? Probably good, yeah. But kind of bad. Aeon Disc is not so much about the damage block as it is about the dispelling a stun. Like, pros utilize Aeon Disc knowing that, like, at some point, good pro players will initiate on them and stun them before it's possible to react. And when that happens, they need that to be broken so they have a chance to press BKB or for them to escape. Obviously, the damage block helps at times, but generally it's more about the spell being stopped so that they can start escaping without needing their allies to be able to help them. But yeah, you're right that it could work, but it's probably a bad combo. You wouldn't really want to buy Aeon Disc with that item unless you were tanking an insane amount of damage, and at that point your team's probably dying anyways. Would it synergize with Blade Mail? Probably yes, because then damage is being dealt to you, which would then reflect it back to the enemy heroes. So it should be good with Blade Mail, yeah. You could buy it on probably if you have Blade Mail already, it's probably just good to have. Especially if you press it with a BKB, because then the damage you do take is going to be reduced by magic as well. So maybe not as good for Blade Mail, but, well, Blade Mail reflects what people are dealing to you. But yeah, I think you guys see what I mean. Could work on like your Spirit Breaker type heroes. You could probably do it on any like really high HP 4 hero as well. It's probably not bad there. Cool item. Matchmaking. Ooh, here we go. Let's read this shit. Let's be honest, there's 8 billion people on the planet, and God, are there really 8 billion? And all of them are terrible at Dota, true. This means that matchmaking is a challenge, especially if you're good at Dota, and like playing with people who are almost, but hopefully not quite as good at Dota as you are. Let me reword. This means that matchmaking can be challenged, especially if you're good at Dota, and like playing with people who are almost, but hopefully not quite as good. That's a little wordy, but yeah, I understand. Done a bunch of work and a bunch of math to improve the quality of our matchmaking across the board. Very excited to read this. Let's see what it says. The Immortal Badge. Mine's gone! Matchmaking with confidence. Matchmaking rating is really just made of 2 numbers, rank and rank confidence. Your rank is an estimate of your skill. Your rank confidence is our confidence in the estimates. Make sense? When you play a match, we adjust your rank based on whether you win or lose. Your rank confidence also goes up because now we have more data. Undesired clumping. The worst kind of clumping. Dota's traditionally used a modified version of the ELO algorithm to implement rank and rank confidence changes, but over time we've noticed a few problems with our approach. For example, the distribution of MMRs has gradually shifted lower, causing an undesired clumping in the 0 to 1000 MMR range. This does make sense to me. It did feel like I just assumed everybody that I played with who'd been playing a long time got worse and everyone else got better. But it does sound... But if there's clumping, that means that MMR has been being created artificially in the system, maybe. Like that... For example, if somebody makes a Smurf account... Let's say I'm 6,000 MMR, and I make a Smurf account at 3,000 MMR, and let's say before, if there wasn't like a big jump MMR where I could jump like 400 MMR per game, let's say I have to win 25 per game. By going from 3,000 MMR and playing the account up to 6,000, I would be taking 3,000 MMR away out of the system, basically. And that MMR would be taken from regular players. And then if I abandoned my account once it was 6,000 MMR and did the same thing again, I would be pulling MMR out of the system, kind of, is how it would kind of work. This is like a really simplistic view that could be, it's a vast underestimation, but this could be a reason, for example, that people end up clumping lower. Because something is causing people to clump instead of people to become the average. It could also be that people aren't recalibrating their accounts very often, and it's kind of leaving a situation where people are just kind of like staying... or for whatever reason it's happening, but glad they're talking about it. Another problem is that players took a break and returned and were having a hard time getting back to an accurate MMR because their previous skill level was no longer represented. This definitely happens to a lot of players. If you take a break, you get worse, you come back, but at that point your rank confidence is really high, and it says, like, well, this is where you're supposed to be. And then it kind of is not fun because then it's taking more time to get back to where you deserve to be. And I think this also happens in unranked is another problem. Because for ranked you can recalibrate, right? And that lets you, it probably fucks up your rank confidence. Intentionally. It smells fucking weird in my room. I don't know what's happening. Like sewage or something.
Hooray!
So if you're playing unranked though, there's no way to like reset your MMR, so you're kind of just like, good luck. You have to lose games until you have a good time. People who don't do Dota Plus or keep playing don't get recalibrates. Oh, I didn't realize you had to do those. Or that it was a paywall or anything. Alright, let's see what it says. To address this, we're switching to a different algorithm called Glicko, which should let you quickly and accurately get matched with other players at a similar skill level. On the math side, Glicko lets us better factor a player's rank confidence into our calculations, resulting in more accurate decisions about rank gains and losses. Okay? Switch to the new system will feel like the start of a new matchmaking system. All players will be placed back into a short calibration mode, initially seeded by the previous rank. Calibration no longer a fixed number of matches, instead of players considered calibrated whenever their rank confidence is above a certain threshold.
Hooray!
Upon calibration, that probably means that if you play like exactly the same like 5 games in a row, that it's like, okay, you're playing exactly the same. But if you play like a bad game and a good game and a bad game and a good game, it like probably wants closer to 10 to like get an average. Because it's fine if players are like that. Not everyone's the same, right? Like let's say I am really fucking consistent at playing exactly at 3,000 MMR every game. Like let's say I play the same hero every game and my skill level doesn't change about, then you would not need to play like 10 games. You'd probably only need to play like 5, and everyone could be like, okay, well clearly this guy's 3,000 MMR. But let's say I'm 3,000 MMR, but I pick a different hero every game. Then some games I might play 4,000 MMR, some games I might play 2,000 MMR, some games I might play 3,500, and that would take more for them to find like an appropriate average where I should be. Alright, and then matches will no longer have a fixed MMR gain loss. It will be variable based on a number of factors, including the ranks and rank confidence of the participants. However, we will cap the gain loss per match to prevent particularly negative outcomes. Okay, so you can, basically it means that you won't get like, if you get smashed by a Smurf or something, like if somebody, let's say somebody gives their account that's rank confident very high to their like 9k friend and that guy smashes one game, I won't just lose a lot of MMR. But if it's like a Smurf account, an unranked account that's like level 15 and that guy smashes me, then he'll gain a lot of MMR and I won't be as hurt. I should have used the other example first, but basically if you're smurfing or boosting an account, then that account will still level up really fast and you won't lose a huge amount of MMR even because of it. But this sounds about the same. Well, okay, MMR loss was pretty much always 25 or whatever, like, or 30. That was pretty consistent, right? But for a long time, Smurfs have been like jumping MMRs by huge amounts. Smurfs and new accounts and stuff like that. So this just kind of sounds the same to me. but other than the not fixed gain or loss. So it basically should allow you to like adjust faster, which is probably fine. It's gonna hurt people, but I think it probably will help mentality because it won't be as much as like I lost one game that wasn't really fair for XYZ reasons. This guy was bad, this guy picked a dumb hero, this guy over here is playing like shit. So you lose 25 and then you have to get that back is what it feels like. The benefit of this is that now you can gain them back later. So I don't know, this is easy for me because me mentally, I am personally not bothered as much by playing ranked. I mean, I don't do it because does give me a little anxiety, and I'd rather play in ranked and play like whatever I feel like. But this should help you have a mentality of like I'm just trying to be better, kind of, and hopefully less about the numbers. I think it also means if you get into win streak or lose streaks, your rank confidence should get higher, which should result in more points gained lost. If your rank confidence is higher, wouldn't that result in less points gained or lost? Because then it thinks that you're close to where you are. If you start playing better and start win streaking, your rank confidence should go down. It should be less confident that your current rank is accurate. That should be how it works. And if you're losing a lot, your rank confidence will go down because it'll be like, oh, he's drunk, or something. Anyways. Okay, we've been running both matchmaking systems simultaneously behind the scenes for a while now to help us build confidence in the change. That's cool. So basically they were doing the old system that we were playing on, but they let the software run for the other one so they could compare data to see if it looked good. So they basically already have a lot of data. That's really smart. We understand the accurate MMR is only one of the factors that impact match quality and all these changes. They're interested in hearing our feedback. They're saying, please post on Reddit about it. I don't know what percentage of the player base plays ranked. It's probably small compared to the unranked pool, but it is a important aspect of Dota for sure. And for some people, it's really important. I hope that as I read on, there's going to be more. In my opinion, the current problems with ranked are that I cannot play with my friends as a Immortal player. It is very difficult to find games playing ranked. And there's so much Smurf protections that it makes it not worth it for me to play with anybody that's like higher than me, because what happens is like, let's say I as a 7k account am trying to get boosted. All I need to do is have one of my friends, like this is if there's no protections. All I need to do to get boosted to get my rank higher is to play with a friend on a Smurf. He would play on a 6k account even though he's 8k, and now I have a 2000 MMR advantage on my team. So what Valve did to fix this, or at least partially, is they say, well, if I'm partied with a 6k account as a 7k, we're going to count that 6k as a 7k. So now it helps guarantee that however big that Smurf guy is, at least he's forced to play at my level minimum. The problem is that if I am a 6k account and I want to play with my 8k friend, I am fucking not 8k. So forcing me to become an 8k for matchmaking purposes is going to grief us. Because now there's a 2k MMR disadvantage. I'm reverse smurfing basically. So for me personally, I would probably play ranked more if I could play with a friend. But playing it solo is not really my thing. So if I could play ranked with a friend and it not be completely fuck me, that would be ideal. But I totally get that I'm a very small percentage of the Dota population. But for me personally, I would like that to be fixed in some way. I don't know if there's a solution. That's the only thing that I don't like about ranked very much. I know you guys can party queue at lower ranks, which is great. But at Immortal and above, you can't. And the other problem is that it's just kind of hard to find games. But I think that's just a natural factor that there's less people at high MMR and their skill level ends up spreading wider and wider the higher you get. So, like, I used to play Lil Nick all the time. I just can't play with him anymore, basically, because his MMR is so high that we basically can't find games. So, but that kind of makes sense. Maybe we just need Ag Slab so I can play with Lil Nick again. Okay, Immortal Matchmaking. Hey, here we go. At Immortal rank, knowing the other players, gelling with them, and choosing a nice balance of rules is important than just MMR. So we've redesigned matchmaking at the Immortal level to account for that. And before we read this, let's run a quick ad. Be right back.
Hooray!
Do you guys like watching me stretch? We got a minute of ads left for some people, so I don't want to go over anything, but this would be a really good time to say, anybody got Twitch Prime? Any Twitch Primers? Anyone? Thank you. Panda Man Pete. No problem. H1.
Hooray!
Chad Private Pigeon, thank you. Razini, thank you. Deluxe, thank you. Nicoler, thank you. Get Beats, thank you.
Hooray!
Donut Bandit, great name, thank you for the sub. CBR7, thank you. Matt in his hat. Obrellis Rex. Dorneel, thank you. RYJ3, thank you. Corrupt Power. Vivilio, thank you. Trousers gave me actual money, thank you. Gone 87, thank you. Gmitch 2310, thank you. Pavi Mookie, thank you. Zenrico, thank you. Smobby UK, thank you. Snobbish Flea, thank you. Unicum, thank you. Funnel Cake Joe, thank you. Poon Doodle, thank you. Zen Dice gave me money, thank you, I appreciate it. Noxalt, subbed with Prime, thank you. Thundersnail 69, thank you. Doom 07, Doom 007, thank you. Shizno, thank you. And Thumbbody Spatial, thank you so much. Robeso, thank you. Shinfish, thank you. Martin's PP, excuse me. Didn't want to mess that one up. Thank you for the sub. Datafrac gifted 10 subs. Thank you so much, Datafrac. I will not read the names. Dota Vulpix, thank you. Devi Lancet, thank you. Kelthus, thank you. Use your Prime and XQC, that's okay, I understand.
Hooray!
Comrade Snarky, thank you. Galaxy Girl, thank you. Sir Roscoe J. Fluffington, thank you. Zerk, thank you. Idaret subbed with real money, thank you. Sirna, Oogle, thank you. Icer Joker gifted 20 subs, thank you, Icer Joker, appreciate it. GeForce Oss, thank you for the sub. Run10 gifted 5 subs, thank you so much.
Hooray!
That was far more successful than I expected it to be. Richo Hunter, thank you for the sub. Wutarn, thank you for the sub. Mr. Tomy, thank you. Voidless Face, thank you, thank you. Black Cat Gemini, thank you for the sub. Greenwich, thank you for subbing for 67 months. Amazing. Oh, I'll be here when you come back. I said Greenwich again. Greenwich.
Hooray!
Bearded Steve, thank you for the sub. Edelius, wording, subbed with Prime, thank you. Voquist, thank you for the sub. I haven't even looked at the map yet. Daz Dreden, thank you for the sub. In7 Ganker, thank you for the sub. Too Poor for Street Sharks, thank you for the sub. And we are finally caught up. That was a fuckload of subs. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate that. Oh, shit, it's getting loud. Now we're up to Datafract. Are these new ones? Evagun123, thank you for the sub. Rithmit, also subbed with real money. Thank you, guys. And Geki Doku, thank you for your Prime sub. Use your Prime earlier. I missed it. Thank you, Ethan.
Hooray!
I will allow the term "I shaved my balls" for this stream. Dow Gray, thank you for the Prime sub. All I did was ask for money. I will also allow "I shaved my balls." And X Zerla, thank you for the sub. 8 months straight, thank you. Why is it getting louder? Oh, because it was 20, so it's like bigger. Does that mean if there's like I feel weird saying it, but if there's like a huge amount of subs, it's probably like way louder. Like breaks the speakers. It's like 1,000 subs, it's like hooray!
Hooray!
I will continue allowing "I shaved my balls." It tries to prompt me every time if it really thinks that's a bad thing. Coke DC, thank you for the sub, the real sub. Vovo Sunt, thank you for the Prime as well. Okay, we should probably get started. Thank everybody for the subs. Okay, Immortal Matchmaking. The good shit. So, redesign Matchmaking Immortal level. Matches in Immortal ranks won't use pre-made teams anymore. What does that mean? Instead, 2 captains will get the draft. Oh! The other 8 players onto each team, making your team more impactful than if you just relied on MMR to assign lineups. So if your match sucks now, you've got no one to blame. This sounds like, it sounds to me like Valve's like, you guys try fucking designing a team. That's what it sounds like to me. But personally, I mean, it encourages players to actually ID themselves because it's not about, because now your ID matters. That's important. And it also, like, literally forces them to police themselves. If you're a toxic piece of shit and nobody wants to fucking pick you, then that's gonna hurt socially. It's like actually allowing like schoolyard rules to like help you affect your behavior. Whereas before it's like you're just thrown into this fucking game based on a number that you try to make bigger or worse, but like your behavior feels separated from it, you know? It's like Valve wants you to play, so they throw you into a game, but they're just like, sorry, you have the toxic fuck. Now you can be like, hey, that's a toxic fuck, that sucks ass. And you will like update whether or not you want to pick them. This is a nerf to famous people, factually, because famous people or streamers are more likely to be picked early, number one. God forbid some annoying fuck that stream snipes you wants to play a game with you and intentionally first picks you for that benefit when you're not the highest rank on the team. So that's a bummer, potentially, for streamers. So if somebody stream snipes you and they have captain, they're going to force you to be on their team. Well, can you avoid people, though? Maybe if I avoid someone, I just won't get in the game with them. So that could hurt. I don't know, but interesting. And that's all Immortal ranks. But at low Immortal, like where I am, barely above Immortal, you don't really recognize any players almost ever. Sometimes I do, but not often, basically. If you play a bunch of games in a row, obviously there's some repeats for other people that were just playing too, but kind of interesting. I'd be very curious to see how this goes for high level. For like really high level, it should help a little bit with like figuring out roles. But I can't imagine that there isn't just going to be a culture where you type what roles you can play in chat, and then people draft you based on that. Like, do I need a carry kind of a thing? Very curious. This sounds very cool. I'm excited to see how it goes. It's not going to impact me very much because I don't play ranked, but maybe it will. Maybe I'll play ranked now. It's very curious to see what the pros think about it. It shows your preferred roles. Okay. You can highlight roles. Okay. Interesting. User interface, blurry vision and shooting pains down your arm. Our advice is to ignore it. That's your body's way of saying it's hungry. Got a flat tire. Alright, this entire paragraph could have been safely ignored. Except Dota health bars. That stuff's important, which is why a bunch of health-related UI info is getting a massive upgrade. Health bar barriers. Do you know Dota has shields? I did know that. Magic shields, physical shields, aphotic shields. So this is very common in other games that shields are visible here on the bars. In Dota, it has typically not mattered that much because most of the barriers were pretty small. Or very low amounts, typically. So things like Void Spirits, explodey thing, like the circle thing that comes out. I don't remember what it's called. Resonant Pulse. It gives you a physical damage shield, which you'd kind of have to attack through until it went away. You didn't really know how much it was, ever. So you could either dispel it or hit him until he goes away. But usually it's pretty small. Aphotic Shield is another example. So barriers will now be visible instead of you just have to kind of know. And this is fine for new players. But the values were so low before that it wasn't a big deal. But my hunch is that because these are now going to show, they're going to feel more comfortable making barriers that give you a lot of protection. So the barriers, when I mentioned that barrier creating neutral item earlier, or item, somebody mentioned that armor is taken into effect. My hunch is they're going to change the mechanics of those barriers to be a little different. Same for pipe is probably similar. So my hunch is that they're going to change the mechanics on it, because now that they're in health barriers, they can now pump those numbers to like really incredible areas, and you could have heroes that have like, oh, bury your ally for 500 health, and now it's going to be visible on the bar and not like a kind of hidden thing. Because if it's a high amount and it's hidden looking, then it's fucking annoying. If it's a high amount but it's visible, then it's totally fine. So they're going to be able to, this will help them with game design, and this is really important for Dota because allowing them to be more creative is going to make it easier to make new heroes, because it's going to be easier to have creative ideas that won't like fuck up the game in a balanced way. So I think this is only good. Let's read through. Magic shields, physical shields, aphotic shields, all sorts of shields. Maybe you missed them or mostly ignore them. True? There's no way to know how much. I basically covered all that. Now you can see everything. You can see even which type of shield it is. Celebrate how much better old shields are with this visual upgrade. Add a bunch of new abilities that feature them. Also rename them from shields to barriers so you don't get confused thinking there's a vanguard on your health bar. Okay. Health bar pips. Oh, that's great. Now instead of the usual guesswork, you can look at the unit you want to murder. But doesn't a creep attack, isn't it still going to make a small pip? Isn't this one obvious because it's like half? I guess this should show... The problem is usually when it's at 60%. You've attacked it 4 times, but not 5. If you're denying your own ward. I don't know, maybe this one seems a little irrelevant, but like health bar pips for some cases are fine. Whatever, for like serpent wards and stuff. Health cost. Most abilities in Dota consume mana, some health. This is good for Phoenix. This is a great example of like how much it's costing to cast them. Kind of crazy nobody thought to put it there before. Yeah, reasonable point. I like that. It's going to be helpful that rather than you having to like go into a test lobby, you can just look at how much Burning Spears is costing you. 3% of your health, you know? Balance changes. I do love reading technical manuals. Alright, now we begin the patch of 7.33. Let's begin. Map changes. Map reworked. Expanded all 4 edges of the map. Added new paths and objectives. Twin gates. I don't know how long ago they did this, but this like patch overview thing I think is really helpful for people like me that sometimes are unwilling to open the map to look at it first, for example. Like these, for example, showing us what it looks like, so I don't have to like open the game. I can just, it shows me like the important aspects and I get a nice visual, and then when I go read it, I kind of know what it is already. And it's also good for people that maybe don't want to read all the balance changes. They'll just like skim a little bit. They'll get the big points and then the little details they can figure out later. I think that's good. So twin gates, 2 portals in the corner of the map. You can use the twin gate to teleport to the other one after channeling for 3 seconds. So even if towers are gone, you'll still be able to cross the map, which is good. This means that smoking across the map or losing your towers means that you can still make better movements, and it should make the game less passive to have these. If these weren't on the map and the map was bigger, that means it would be more difficult and costly to gank heroes if you weren't farming towards them on the way, which means better chance that wards spot you and thus make your gank ineffective. So being able to teleport and move quickly across the map is definitely important if it gets bigger. Remove Roche Pit from the river. This was something that was very overdue and something that affected the game for very many years. The Roche Pit obviously got moved many times, a couple times before. It originally was very close to the mid-tier 1 tower on the Dire side. It used to be to the bottom right of that, which meant that Dire team had an advantage because it was closer to their side of the map. Then they moved it to the southeast side of the map. That was the one around the time of TI5 when EG won, when they got that nice Ice Blast Echo Slam on the Roche Pit against, I don't remember what team it was. Was it CDEC? Then they moved it to the northwest area that it's currently at, but inherently the map is not equal 50-50, so where the Roche Pit goes is certainly difficult to balance in a way that, but there are Radiant and Dire advantages. There's things like Dire side, previous to this patch of course, was easier to farm 2 neutral camps at the same time, so it was better for Medusa, Alchemist type heroes. So for pro players, you maybe didn't notice this at all, unless you saw analysts talking about it, but it is more common for them. There's some heroes that probably have a bigger win rate on the Dire side versus the Radiant side. Dire side, for example, it's more difficult to control Roshan. So Insania told me at TI 10 that it's common for them to pick some hero that allows you to get vision of Roshan. Like Clockwork, you could use Rocket Flare to always keep an eye on Rosh to know if the enemy team is doing it, because it's more difficult for you to defend Roshan and to be there. Radiant, it was easier for them to Roshan, so for a period of time, Radiant had a bigger advantage because Rosh was just closer to their high ground, and thus it was easier for them to take it. And there's been some cases where it's kind of back and forth. Right now, Dire has had an advantage for a while. It's easier for them to control that cliff ward outside Roshan because you have high ground there. And once you control that spot, it's easier to kill Radiant heroes as they come toward it to get vision. So there's like a little game that's played there, but teams kind of have it all figured out. So removing Rosh from the central point, that's kind of hard to balance, and putting it on opposite sides of the map and allowing 2 Rosh pits is going to make it probably pretty balanced. If they make it more even, that further encourages them to make both sides of the map equal, though, which is in some ways good, in some ways bad. It's bad because creativity-wise, the game will feel stale. Like, for example, if you have ever played any League of Legends-like game on mobile, you always play the same side of the map. But what's really happening is the game is flipping you in half and playing you on the Dire side equivalent sometimes. But the map is exactly the same on both sides. And I like that the game has different maps on each side. Not just cosmetically, of course, but also on paths to walk and things like that, because it does add some variety. But obviously, a lot of variety is kind of bad for game balance, but it's also been good for the pro scene because it does allow you to adjust your picks and stuff. But I believe that's something that is only appreciated at high levels, not at the average level. Matchmaking does take this into account. Matchmaking knows what the win rate is of both sides, so it would know, for example, let's say if Radiant has a 55% advantage and Dire has a 45% advantage, then what it would usually do is it would give less MMR to the Radiant team than the Dire team to help offset that. So Valve has been taking this into account for matchmaking, but it's something that's like kind of hidden that an average player doesn't know. And you also might notice in your win rates, now that you can see your Radiant and Dire win rates, I think it shows up in the Dota Plus thing, you might notice that your win rate's higher on one side versus the other. That could be the heroes that you play on that side that tend to be better there. It could be your play style that leads you to, let's say you play heroes that are better at taking Rosh. That would mean that you're consistently taking Rosh because it's easy, and on Radiant side, that's why your win rate could be higher there. You might pick them on Dire side and not realize why it doesn't feel as good. But it could be something like Rosh control, or typically where people play, or that kind of thing. Camera angle is also a possibility, but because you're less likely to click on the minimap when you're escaping to Dire. Like if you're playing Radiant and trying to go back to base, sometimes you click on the map and run to Dire and die, for example. That would uptick your loss rate on that side by a tiny bit. But yeah, anyways, pro players like Dire better, and they have for at least a couple months because their win rate's higher, and second pick is also better for drafting if you care about that. Okay, so anyways, I read this and then went on a tangent. As the day turns to night and vice versa, Rosh uses the twin gates to teleport to the other pit. Okay, so he stays on the Radiant side during the day and the Dire during the night. While going to the new location, he runs across the map? This is some Dire Tide shit? Okay, so Rosh is going to cross the map and fuck up your life. We're going to see clips of Rosh interrupting black holes and other things, teleport scrolls. You like legitimately have to be careful about Roshan interrupting you, which is kind of cool. It's like that typical like charge through Rosh he bashes you thing, but sounds a little annoying. But what? So he doesn't teleport? Oh, he's not running across the middle of the map. He's running to the there's teleport points. So he runs to the teleports there, and then runs. Okay, so less likely that he's gonna like fuck you up because he's not running across the middle of the map, which would be pretty disruptive, I feel like. So this sounds better. But yeah, the fact that he can run into you, I think is fine. And this also means this is really cool for like pro team stuff because it basically adjusts whether or not you take Roshan. It's going to be way less formulaic, which maybe makes it formulaic. But before it would be like, okay, we take a team fight, we win the team fight, we take Rosh. That's the logic in your head. Now it's going to be like, okay, maybe you take a team fight and you win the team fight, but Rosh is going to move in a minute. So we have to kill him right fucking now, or we're going to have to not take Rosh because he's going to be crossing the map, and then we're going to have to go to the other side of the map to kill him, and that's a lot of work. So when you take Roshan, it's going to be more difficult. But what that also means is that in pro teams, if they do plan to take a Roche, if their plan is we need to take Roshan with our Ursa, it could be like, that means that our window to take a team fight is now this like 3-minute period, which would give us time to Roche afterwards. So it could mean that there's like a 3-minute of danger thing, where like the first like 4 minutes of a day or night cycle is where teams are looking to take a fight. With that said, that would mean that the last minute potentially of that day or night cycle would be your last chance to take Roshan. So maybe that's only like a minute basically of a 5-minute cycle where you have to worry about where there's a lower chance that a team will take a team fight to take Roshan. So, but in an average game, this will probably, it's going to matter a lot in an average game. In a pro game, it's going to be different. But this should encourage people to, I would assume it's going to slightly incentivize people to farm and push lanes and siege towers more than take Roshan. Because it's going to line up less. For an average game, this is going to fuck up players a lot. Not that players are good about taking Roshan, but it's more common for players to be chaotic at anything below like 6k basically. I probably wouldn't say that if I was 7k. I'd be like, everyone below 7k sucks ass. But not that I'm 6k right now, I'm like 5.6. But taking Roshan's going to be less consistent for sure. But I do like that he's on two sides, and I like that it rotates. And then in the future, maybe they can add a second boss. But I think this is a nice like start that isn't redundant in the sense that it just kind of copies game mechanics from like a League of Legends type game that has both like a super Roshan and a minor Roshan. One gives a huge benefit to my understanding, and one gives a more minor benefit, or a moderate benefit but not as strong. So it's kind of cool that it's just like a different home. He's vacationing versus or going to work and coming home or something. Roshan Pit is currently highlighted on the minimap. No longer drops Ag Shard and Second Death. We got that. Now drops She's Second Death, which is more mild, but still should give you a little bit more oomph, but less. It's more. So that means Roche is more of an oomph buff rather than a gain gold and net worth buff. So it should mean that you can take second Roche and it doesn't help you win the game as much. But it will help you win a second team fight more. It'll help you win a team fight more, but it won't necessarily help you win the game more. And you can still choke the team fight and thus lose your benefit. So I think this is probably fine for the game because it means that there's more comeback potential. It gives you a better chance to dodge Roche advantages. Okay, on the third death onwards, Roche now drops Ag Scepter when killed on the Radiant side and a Refresher Shard on the Dire. So you get to choose which it is. I assume teams are always going to want to kill Radiant because Ag Scepter is just net worth. Whereas Refresher is, again, a teamfight win. But Refresher Shard on some heroes is fantastic, obviously. Your team fighters, your Enigmas, your Earthshakers, even some BKB carries, it's really good to get 2 BKBs in a fight. And sometimes you'll have to settle for whichever one you get because you might not get another attempt to take Roshan. On a team that can take Roshan at their whims, your Ursa Undying type lineups, they are very happy to probably take it when they get the opportunity because they can kind of do it whenever. And dire teams, they're probably, let's say if a team that's worse at taking Roshan is probably going to take it when they get the chance. But it's dire. I wonder if dire versus Radiant matters. I do not know if it matters. Like, we'll have to find out. But for example, if the Roche Pit on dire is to the northwest of the map, is it actually easier for dire to take that? Maybe it's easier for Radiant. Those are things that we'll find out with time, where teams kind of understand where the wards go, where you can safely ward, where you can safely stand to defend those pits, for example. Is it easy to get to the teleporter? Can you ward around the teleporter? If there's any difference in Radiant and dire in terms of the map stuff, and there probably will be, we'll better understand with time which side is easier to take, and thus which lineups will be favored on either side. So there's a lot of cool pro team implications for this that I think will be really fun. Roshan's HP increase per minute is increased, so it's harder to take Roshan. They said he's more tanky. His base armor's up. Very curiously, his base HP is up, but his base magic resistance is up. So this means there's a slight buff to doing magic damage to Roshan than physical damage. Or this could also mean that there's more minus armor solutions in the game, and thus they need to increase his base armor. If there is power creep in terms of physical damage, then this would make more sense. But my hunch is that doing pure damage, pure damage and magic damage is still a little bit worse because his HP is up, but this should mean that physical damage against Roche is a little bit weaker. Okay. Added 2 Tormentor mini bosses behind the offlane areas. They spawn at 20 minutes. I'll have to probably look at these in the map, but Tormentor has 1 health, 20 armor, 55% magic resistance, and a 250 damage barrier, which regenerates 100 HP per second. The bounty's 250 gold. Doesn't give you experience? Oh, those are those big building things. Gotcha. 20 armor, 55% magic resistance, 2500 damage barrier, regenerates at 20. So you need to have more damage than this, and it just gives you gold. They don't attack or move. Oh, that's right, they're the reflectors, but they reflect 75% of the damage received evenly among all heroes within a radius. All reflected damage is dealt as magical and deals bonus damage to illusions. Okay. You can't... Does it count as a unit? It probably does. So, like, PL could probably spawn illusions against it, but you just need raw damage. You can amplify the damage you deal to it. You could probably limit the damage you take by getting lifesteal or barriers, your pipe mech type stuff. But probably lifesteal is the best way to do this. Ursa should fucking wreck this. He will need lifesteal to do it though, because 70% damage reflected is a lot. Especially, but towards the end, it doesn't matter, right? Like, well, it could matter. Because if Ursa, let's say Ursa's lifestealing 20% of the damage dealt, and he's taking 70 of that back, he's still losing 50% of his damage dealt. So, outside of, I assume, Trollity is the one. That one makes sense, because Troll will get himself a buttload of lifesteal. But, I mean, Enrage will solve it partially, and you will probably need Enrage to stop some of the damage. I guess towards the end, yeah, you just Enrage towards the end, you're right. Because towards the end is when you're doing the biggest amount of damage. So when you get low HP and he's at like 20 stacks, you probably Enrage overpower to like kill him in that period, so the ratio is actually equal. So yeah, Ursa's probably still very good at these, but it will just do gold, which is still good. But yeah. Destroying a Tormentor grants an Egg Shard. Oh, I forgot about this. To one of the 2 lowest net worth allied heroes that still do not have Shard when it dies. Oh my god, supports are so happy. They're like, please guys, let's Tormentor. Egg Shard buff to one of the 2 lowest net worth allied heroes that still do not have Shards. So do you not choose? So you get 250 gold. I think this is the guy that kills it. Getting your carries to come help you do this sounds difficult at times. You could probably, I guess, CM with Glimmer Cape could, like, maybe. I bet CM with Glimmer Cape could do this. It would reduce a lot of the damage. You'd have Glimmer, you'd have Tranquils. You can probably use Tranquils against it, right? Your Tranquils could go. You could Tranquil Glimmer Cape kill this with CM ult, maybe. Maybe a salve on top of that or something. But yeah, getting a shard to one of the 2 lowest net worth allied heroes would be very nice. Means buying shard on supports is less. The problem, well, it's actually not that bad, right? So if your supports buy a shard, this would mean it would go to your like offlaner or something, right? So it's really not that big of a deal to buy shards still, but there's definitely something to be said that overbuying shards is bad on your team, because you can get these for free. Alright, let's keep reading so we find out if they respawn. If everyone has it, then you get experience to each hero. So extra gold and experience to everybody. So it's still worth taking generally. They respawn in 10 minutes after the defeat, each time increasing their berry regen by extra and the damage reflection by 20. So you can't necessarily farm abuse them for shards. But you can get free shards. And this might mean that your core say, buy a fucking shard, Crystal Maiden, because if you don't, they lose out on gold and experience. 280 gold is decent. 280 experience is a good amount, but it's not like insane. It's like getting, I don't know what it is compared to like late game. It's probably not as good as like getting a hero kill late game. But yeah, you can farm the enemy's Tormentor, of course, because it should be cheaper. If they haven't done their Tormentor yet, killing their Tormentor should be easier. And their Tormentor is close to their base, so they could probably defend it. You could win a team fight and take a Tormentor, so this gives you an ult to do if Roshan is on the wrong side of the map, for example. Okay. And then they reflect more damage as time goes on. And then added 2 new alternate exit paths on the base near the offlane tier 3 towers. These they connect, so it's very easy to get to the Tormentor spawns from your base. And that's kind of a cool thing about them being in the base, is that if somebody needs to heal, they can. So somebody could like do a shitload of damage, go back, heal, come back, continue doing damage. which is why it's important that they have a lot of regen. I wonder, you can maybe beat them by reducing the regen as well. Some like Veno type thing, reduce the regen by 20, that could really help. If it takes you a minute to kill it, you're talking 20 times 60 HP, which is a lot. So anti-healing could be really good. Some Spirit Vessel. Axe Culling ability to work? I mean, probably not. A good idea though. It could work. But yeah, that would be broken if it worked. If you can just Culling Blade, it'd be busted. Barrier regen and not HP regen? Oh, you're right, it is barrier regen, not HP. Okay, so anti-healing won't work. A ult. The barrier will block it, it sounds like. Okay, power runes will no longer repeat until all different runes have spawned. So this means no more multiple DDs in an early game. So this is reducing some variance of Dota 2 games. Because some people complain that like you get a haste rune 2 or 3 times on a hero that's really good on, or multiple arcane runes, whatever. So should limit your storm type heroes from having like a really bonkers game if they get lucky on runes. And there's a lot of different power runes, guys, and these take a while to spawn. The first rune of the next cycle is always different from the last rune. Okay, so that means it can't be like illusion, haste, regen, arcane, invisibility, shield, double damage, and then it resets and it's another double damage. But it could be like double damage, haste, double damage. But the chances of it are kind of low. But yeah, anyways, shield rune, there's the barrier, lasts 75 seconds, 50% of the user's max HP. Wisdom rune, what does this do again? Gives you experience? Oh yeah, these are like bounty runes, but for experience, right? Spawn is 7 minutes, and every 7 minutes after, and they grant experience for each 7 minutes. It laps to the hero that grabs it. So this is equivalent experience to killing the, what are they called again? The Tormentors. So 280 experience times 7 every multiple of 7 minutes. So these could be a fuckload of experience later on, like a lot. This is like, they're very similar to tomes. It could easily level you up. Every 7 minutes, edges the map near the offlane. So at 7 minutes, your supports are definitely grabbing these things. Your supports are fighting for this. Get a kill before 7 minutes, and then go take them. Amazing advantage for your team. So that should be a big window that everybody aims for, is that before 7 minutes, you should be heading to them to steal them for free, or you get a kill so that it's easy for you to grab them, or zone your opponents. Like go on your opponents coordinated with your lane partner to force them back to base, then you take it, kind of a thing, or kill them. Outposts no longer grant experience, that's fine because they're going to do it with wisdom runes basically. Added 2 more outposts to the edges of the map on the safe lanes near tier 1 towers and twin gates. So that's to the south of your lane, I believe. So that would mean another teleport point, which means, and this is kind of important because if the map gets bigger and you have less teleport points, it's just going to be really, really bad for your game experience, because once you lose all your tier 1 towers, there wouldn't be as many places on the map to teleport. It would massively benefit like Boots of Travel 2 type items. So you could teleport to lanes easier, or Boots of Travel alone to teleport to neutral, like summons. So more outposts is good. This gives supports something more to do. I wonder, I guess the capture length is probably fine. The teleport length is probably fine. But it sounds like a lot to do when you're retaking a base. They no longer provide vision or true sight. I think that's good. Yeah, that's fine. So people are going to be blind TPing now sometimes late game. That's actually really spooky, because you could easily like retake a jungle, put wards down, don't take the outpost, see someone teleporting for 6 seconds, group up and kill them. So teleporting to outpost sounds really scary. But it's going to mean that supports need to protect them a little bit more with vision and stuff like that. So I think this is really a nice change. But yeah, more teleport points very needed if Roche is a spread out kind of a thing. You'd teleport to an outpost, you'd walk to a twin gate if you really want to cross the map. So, oh, that's actually really important. So this, what this basically means is you need at least one outpost to be able to be on the map quickly. It doesn't have to be all outposts. Like, for example, if I want to get to the enemy side of the base, if I'm on Radiant and I control the bottom outpost, I could still get to the top side of the map fast. I would TP bottom outpost, and then I would use a twin gate to go to the other gate on the side of the map. So it would take a long time, probably like, I'm guessing 15 seconds, 10 seconds. But you could get there. But you'd have to teleport bottom and then twin gate top. Or if I had control of the top ones, I could teleport there and then twin gate bottom. So to really stop map move, this basically means that vision around the twin gates and the outposts is going to be really important, because it's going to help spot enemy movement, because that's going to be the fastest way. Average players are going to do this all the time without too much regard. Pro players will probably be more likely to use smokes and things to cross the map by foot to allow some variance and some tricky play. So you'd probably want to ward the outpost area, and then the vision, and somewhere like on the top lane, like dire off lane or radiant off lane, to spot people walking to those locations from a different angle, is my hunch. Those will probably be two places that warding is going to feel really good. Alright. Watchers are those wards that you control. Inactive watchers can be right-clicked by any hero and channel for 1.5 seconds. That's not bad. 1.5 seconds. When on, watchers grant 800 vision radius. Oh, only 800. Okay, that's really reasonable. It's not like a real ward. 800 is your typical night vision range, so it's fine, but not incredible. And this means that you can probably walk around the radius pretty safely, and not worry about getting spotted. So keep those in mind. I don't know if it's going to show whether the watchers are dire controlled or radiant controlled, but if you can see that through fog, it's probably, I guess it's obvious, right? At some point in the game, someone's going to grab it, and if you don't have the vision, they have the vision. So, but yeah, 7 minutes. I think that's cool that they will have to be there occasionally. Can you it looks, oh, they become neutral again, actually. So it could be neutral. It probably shows you who has vision of it. But you can basically, a hero from the opposing team can channel it for 1.5 seconds to destroy it, and then they respawn 2 minutes. Okay, this is really cool. So this is actually really good that they did it this way, that it can be destroyed and it doesn't just switch. Because like the outpost, there's sometimes that game where like somebody takes it and then another person takes it and you're like, okay, congrats, you got it. But the fact that it gets destroyed is really important, because when you win a team fight and you invade a jungle and you place vision, you deward the vision, it gives you like mega control of that area, and it becomes like impossible to contest because now your opponents are there and they have vision. So it's like once they get there, it's like the game's fucked. Kind of. Not fucked, but it's like really hard to re-engage and to control that area. So usually what this forces you to do is it forces you to defend your wards. Because if they even get there for like 4 seconds, they kill your ward and they place your ward, you know. But if you want to rely on watchers in this way, which is a cheaper item because it doesn't cost you money to use it, just time to send your hero there and to control it. Now if they invade your watchers and they destroy them, they don't just instantly get to take them. Because if that was free, that would be too good. But if they can just like, if you can just run an invis hero in there and destroy the watchers really quick and then leave, that's like a nice little like poke move you can do. And then if you still control it, you can go retake them at 2 minutes later. But it forces you to do that. So there's definitely going to be some heroes that want to like do this at times. Like in farming patterns, go invade the enemy jungle, kill the watchers, clear the neutral camps, then leave. And this is now going to make wards that supplement watchers more effective because it helps you protect those areas, see when they're coming, and also gank them after they kill your watchers. So again, very powerful places and ways to use wards that will adjust based on how people play. So playing a lot of pubs is really going to help you get a feel for where you need to spend your wards. Do I need to put them somewhere that helps me protect my watchers? Do I need to protect the outposts? Based on what hero movements become normal. And playing pubs is going to better teach you what feels like a normal place to go. I gotta say, I'm very early into this patch. I'm so fucking excited to play because there's so many cool new things. Normally when I'm reading a patch, I'm excited to play, but I'm not like itching to jump in. But I am itching to jump in right now, I gotta say. This is cool. Alright, watchers are located in the center of each main jungle, next to each Roshan pit, in the center of each triangle near the secret shop and by each torment. This makes perfect sense. Just perfect vision of common areas that will need vision, and this means that you will not need to spend as many wards in these locations, and they will still give you some helpful vision. Alright, added to lotus pools. Oh yeah, these are those like fruit things. On the edges of the map near the river, every 3 minutes they spawn a lotuses. This is lore, guys. This is from the Dota anime. The lotus pools spawn a 1 healing lotus, up to a total of 6 available at a time, and it can be channeled to grant 1 healing lotus per second. Oh, as in like, you can't just walk up, pick up all 6 and run. You have to go there and channel for 6 seconds to get all 6, if you want them. Healing Lotus is stackable consumable that replenishes 125 HP, 125 mana on use, and they use a cooldown of 5 seconds. You can't just eat them all. But if you combine 3 Healing Lotuses, they're combined into a Great Healing Lotus, which restores 400 health. So that is, instead of 375 separately, it becomes 400. And 2 Great Healing Lotuses are combined into a Greater Healing Lotus, which restores 900 health and mana. Both teams have vision of both Lotus pools as content. So this means if you ever take a Lotus, your opponent's... Oh, content means what's there. It doesn't mean vision. So it just means like how many Lotuses there are. Okay, so this is like a mini cheese if you save them up. But, so every 3 minutes they spawn. So this means they spawn at 3 minutes, 6 minutes, 9 minutes, 12 minutes, 15 minutes. That's 5. And a 6. Is that what it is? a 6th would be up to 18 minutes. So it takes a long time for these. I can't imagine that anybody's going to save these. Like, this is a wand, you know, effectively. So these are going to get used instantly in pro games. The only time that they will be combined is when they hit it up for the first time in a while and start combining. And then they're like, okay, 400 health and mana, put that on your initiator or your tank guy, that guy, or your supporter, whoever's dying, and you hold that on them to help stay alive. 1 plus this, a 3 healing Lotus would be 600 health. No, I'm sorry, 700 health and mana. That's a lot of heal, big heal. So, pretty sick. Very good on your Dusa type heroes. A big mana buff. I actually like this a lot because this is one problem in Dota right now a little bit, is that it's once your mana gets really low, it's very difficult to refill it other than going to Fountain. And sometimes in fights that are like not fully committed but half committed, you lose a shitload of mana and clarities don't do enough to respawn you or reheal you, which is good because that means that pro players won't be able to just use clarities to like ignore mana regen items. But the downside is when you're really low but you need to get shit done, sometimes you're missing that oomph. And outside of like dropping all your items and all your allies using arcane boots or using a cheese, it's tough to get your mana back. So you could potentially backpack lotuses for against mana burn heroes to give you a big heal oomph on somebody that doesn't have it naturally in their kit, like Medusa, who can heal from snakes. But sometimes you really do need this. And the upside is that it is a consumable item that's not going to be very available. So yeah, but that seems cool. Added 12 new neutral camps on the extended rim of the map. Most of them are bound to 4 new named areas. The well. Aw, they're trying to force names? Let the players develop names. They're probably doing this because I don't know if this is the case in CS:GO, but maybe there's a name for something that's kind of weird or something. I don't know how this works. I haven't been a part of. I played CS:GO, but I haven't like been a part of the community. But there's callouts in any shooter game. You need verbal callouts that people recognize as correct. So you could say squeaky or something. There's a squeaky door, for example. But they're choosing names instead. It's a thing in CS for sure. Yeah, but sometimes I'm sure there were names that were like not good. Whether they were like stupid names or weird or bigoted or something. Anyways. Any unit receives a special buff while staying there. Oh, interesting. Any unit receives a special buff. Okay. The well. 2 hard and 1 medium neutral camp. The well has very good farm potential. Located below the Radiant Safe Lane Tower under the Tier 2 tower. Radiant Safe Lane under Tier 2. Okay, so that's the south central part of the map. Units here are granted Well Wishes buff. So bonus mana regen. Okay, so what this sounds like, health regen, armor, attack damage. So basically, which camp you farm is going to benefit certain units more than others. So this is cool. So if you need mana regen on your hero, or if you use spells to clear camps, say Spectre, for example, throwing daggers. What's an example? Drow Ranger would be happy to do these. Most carries or creep clears would be happy to stand here to get mana regen. But if you need mana regen to clear camps, you'd go here. If you need to trade your HP to clear neutral camps, like a Spectre, or a Legion Commander, or a Tidehunter, not Tidehunter so much, but health regen could be really nice. 2 hard and 1 medium camps. This is the Mines. This is Dire Safe Lane over Tier 2. Oh, it's not symmetrical. So there's some Radiant Dire difference. So if you need mana to clear camps, for those ones are a little bit better for spellcasters. If you have a tanky Blade Mill trade HP for farm type hero, then Radiant is slightly... Oh, I'm sorry, this is Dire. Dire is regen, Radiant is mana regen. That makes sense. The statue, 1 ancient neutral camp located on the left from Radiant offlane between Tier 1 and Tier 2 towers. Just 1 ancient, gives you 2 armor. Not a huge amount. Slightly useless for ranged heroes, but ranged heroes will usually take a little damage from this. This is more places you can stack. I can't imagine that this wouldn't just be a small buff for heroes like Vengeful Spirit, who are just always going to be around camps. Someone that can stack from far away is very helpful. Shadow Demon, similar principle. So stacking from range, very good. And then the Graveyard Ancient on the other side, it is 5 attack damage. These ones are not so good, it feels like. But it's just a single Ancient camp, so... This one seems good, though. You'll clear it easier. The armor one seems a little interesting. But 5 attack damage is so little that 2 armor is probably fine. 2 armor is approximately 12% more effective HP against physical damage. But 5 attack damage is like so small. But later on, armor doesn't matter, so their 5 attack damage is better. Anyways, 5 attack damage is kind of sick for your like Tidebringer TA type heroes. 2 armor, kind of bad. So I would argue this is a nerf to Radiant and this is a buff to Dire. And I would say this is a buff to Radiant and fine for Dire. But small buff for Radiant, fine for Dire. And it depends on the heroes, obviously, and this is a nerf to Radiant. So buff to Radiant, nerf to Radiant, fine for Dire, tiny buff to Dire. So about equal between the two, I would say. So remaining 4 camps are easy and medium camps near the new outposts and twin gates. They don't belong to any named air. So all easy and medium. More easy camps, hooray! There's only one easy camp in the game, which means if you want to eat or control those creeps, it's not easy, but now it should be easier for Chens of the world to get the creeps they actually want, which is cool. Like the heal creep, for example, if you want to put one of those into your lineup. I'm going to take a small break and run ads. I'm going to do this one for 3 minutes so we don't have to run ads for another hour. So let's do that really quick. I will be back. Thanks for tuning in. Oh, I'm gonna put the legs up. You guys want to see my feet?
Hooray!
Are those subs? Holy shit!
Hooray!
Degree HQ, thank you for the sub. Not everybody sees subs. Subs. Portal number 3, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Any Twitch primers in chat?
Hooray!
I would. Thank you, Joe, for the 5 gifted. I appreciate it. Tough Juice, thank you for the sub.
Hooray! 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 Hooray!
All right. Did I say Kira Elite already? I think I did.
Hooray.
Kira Elite, thank you for subbing. Guys, we haven't gotten to any heroes yet, so please don't spoil me on abilities. Dota, thank you for the sub. Jadu13, thank you for the prime sub.
Hooray!
Oh, that's big. Yep, that's louder. That's louder. NKK Coke, thank you for the sub.
Hooray!
Kagoro-chan, thank you so much for the 50 gifted subs. Total of 161.
Hooray!
That's awesome. Thank you. Black Hoist, thank you for the prime sub as well. Am I gonna play next, bro? I might need to go to sleep when I'm done with this. I don't know if I'm gonna have a chance to play.
Hooray!
Hawks, yes, thank you for the sub. I just want to one more time thank Kagoro-chan for the 50 subs. That's amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Trav18, thank you for the sub. I said Hawk already. I will not jump forward in the patch notes. I'm sorry, guys. I can't do that. What is? Did I miss something about cheese?
Hooray!
Can you combine it with cheese?
Hooray!
What do you mean combine it with cheese? What did I miss something? DK1406, thank you for the prime sub. Crowkish, thank you for the regular sub. In chat they're saying, can you combo it? It's not in the patch notes? Oh.
Hooray!
Ah. That was the thing they alluded to. Okay, we'll do it. I should be working. I'll be working tomorrow, yes. We would have had tiebreakers today, but they ended up not happening. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna have to type it in or something, aren't I?
Hooray!
Prepare for battle.
Light up my fire.
I don't know the commands for give items. Because it's not going to be in the shop.
On it.
Great. Oh, fuck. And, to make matters worse, my keyboard is in Swedish or some shit. So there's a bunch of weird... It's doing weird shit. Can anyone dash item? Alright, so here's the problem. I don't have a fucking dash. Wait, there's one in this URL. Control V, create item cheese. That didn't work. It's German? Oh, thank you. Item cheese. Item, what am I looking for? Lotus? No, it's gonna be Lotus Orb. What is it called? Lotus. Healing Lotus? Dash is next to right shift. No, it's not. Unless. Oh, here it is. You're right. You didn't lie to me. I thought you said enter. You didn't say enter. I said shift. Okay. Item. Anyone know what it's called? All right. All right. We got the dash. What's the name of the item? What is the thing called? What do you think the actual name? Greater Healing Lotus? Greater Lotus. Item. Lotus fruit? Nobody knows, huh? Item. Lotus flower. Literally no. Healing space lotus? Literally nobody knows. Item. Greater. Interesting. Very helpful.
I go like the blazes.
I keep seeing examples in chat. I'm like, that looks like that person knows what they're talking about. Is that an underscore? I don't fucking know if it was. Item Great Healing Lotus. Y'all don't know shit. Alright, I'm giving up. It's shift. Left side panel? I mean, it's not going to be over here, I don't think. What this? What do you mean left side panel? What am I looking for? Shard? Select units? What am I missing? Everyone keeps saying left side panel. I don't know what the fuck that means.
I'm going.
Under dummy target? Am I missing something? These are just runes. It's a shield rune. Under refresher? Oh! Yeah, let's spawn that. Alright, new creep wave. Healing Lotus? We'll try that one. Healing. Unfortunately, I need to copy this underscore here from your message. Copy. Oh, that was the underscore. Okay. Fuck. I think it was this one. I don't know why it looks different. Why is it this? I'm pretty sure I tried this one.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyways. Shift plus.
Oh yeah.
I'm giving up. Fifth rune button under dummy target? I don't understand. Anyways. Let's move on. Demo map? Yeah. We have to like time scale, whatever. We'll find it out. It's on. I'm sure it's on Reddit or some shit. Literally anybody has done it in a pub game. All right, let's go on. Universal heroes. Add a new type of attribute. Heroes. Universal. Universal heroes don't have a primary attribute, but they get 0.6 damage per point of each attribute. Captain's draft now selects 7 random heroes. What? Oh. Okay. I was thinking Captain's mode. Captain's draft is the one where it picks some heroes of each attribute type. And thus, some of the heroes that it selects have to be a universal hero, because now there's 4 attribute types. Single draft now offers 4 heroes, once per attribute. That's only a buff. Please, alright, I'm making a plead for you guys. Please play single draft. Single draft is an excellent game mode. You shouldn't only play it single draft by griefing people and being put into low priority. It's a great game mode. It adds variety. When you get when you get sick of the meta, you can play single draft. Look, I know you're gonna have to play some heroes maybe sometimes you're not comfortable with. I know some of you guys only play like 6 heroes tops, so it's terrifying to you. But please, I promise single draft is a good mode. And now it's got one more option, which means there's a better chance that you get to play hero. And half the time, these universal heroes are like lots of different types. So like some of these are carries. So that means that like you're not forced to like, oh, an int hero is almost always a support, strength hero is almost always an off-laner type hero, agility hero is often carries. There's a universal hero. There's a better chance you get to play what you want. Please start the reason I'm doing this is because like this is the only influence I have. If you guys just play more single draft, then people can play more single draft. You shouldn't have to play all pick every game of your life. When you run into spammers, and unless you're a spammer, then you like that shit because you're fucked up. But like variety in Dota is so good. Play random draft, play single draft. Like put people out of their comfort zone sometimes, and sometimes you'll just have more fun because everyone's worse. You buy weird items, whatever. You're playing on ranked single draft, you know? I promise it will make my life better. Please do it. Item Famango. Alright, this is my last one. Someone's gonna be like item dash. Oops, that's not what I want. I lost my. What is it again? This one? Yeah. Oop. This one. Item Famango. Thank you. That was it. How do I combine these? Oh, yes, you need to do it more. Okay.
Your middle tower is under attack.
So that's block of cheese.
Your middle tower is under attack.
The block of cheese.
Yes.
So it gave me a 500
Your
HP
middle
barrier.
tower is under attack.
Burn a path.
Alright, I should have. Oops. First there was about to strength, then there was boot to travel. No, yeah, I did read that. Now last block of cheese. I mean, I assume this just goes away or something. It probably stays on me for a period of time, and then, you know. And I assume it heals you like to full no matter what or something. But you can heal allies too, I noticed, because you have to click it. So that's pretty broken that you can use it on allies.
I'm going.
But I assume it's just gonna full heal me.
Creeping in.
Fuck did that do? Permanent and it regens? It's a bug. I double clicked it, is what I did. So okay, so it gives you a permanent
Burn a path.
buff that regens, a perma shield. Okay, so it doesn't heal you. So that's why it doesn't say it heals, because it doesn't heal. It's a permanent shield that comes back. So that's pretty sick. So it's basically like a permanent item. That's really cool. So that makes cheese a lot better. It means collecting. Okay, so now there's like actually a valid reason for people to save for people to save the lotuses, because you need two great healing lotuses. So that's 6 to make a greater healing lotus, right? Healing lotus stacks to a great healing lotus. 2 great healing lotuses makes a greater healing lotus, and then you need 4 of those, right? So 4 times 3, 12 minutes. Is that correct? 18? Oh, okay. 3 makes this. 6 makes a great healing lotus. 2 of those makes a greater healing lotus. So 3, 6, 12. I don't know, my math's fucked. I'm confused by it. All the names are so similar. 54 minutes? 54 minutes of harvesting? Is that it? But that's just, is that one side or 2 sides? 54 minutes if only one fountain. Okay, but between like pulling other ones. I mean, it's kind of broken what it gives you. 500 barrier. That's 500 permanent regenable HP. I don't know how often it regens, but if it looks like, my guess was it comes back within like 10 to 15 minutes. So it's kind of a broken item. It's very good. Obviously not easy to get, and you have to intentionally collect them all by all means. Like, it's not simple, and the game might not go that long, and sometimes it's straight up just better, almost always, to use the Lotus to get a kill that you wouldn't get otherwise. Totally. Like, that's just straight up better in almost all games. So I think pros are not going to use this, but pubs will for sure. Can I hover over the buff icons on your health bar? I have a savory shield. Alright, let's just, I want to see how fast it comes back. 26.
To battle.
Oh, it regens.
I go like the blazes.
Okay. And then that was like, what, 5 seconds or something? This is so good.
Yes.
It was about 42. Okay, it's 5 seconds till it starts regenning. But if you could easily use this so many times in a fight. This is a really good buff. This is really, really good. Does it go if you die? Good question. Let's find out. I assume it stays. But maybe it doesn't. It's still there. Yeah. I figured it would be a permanent buff because of the fact that it takes so much time to build it, and there's a lot of detractors. It's not really like a simple no.
Yes.
Okay, anyways, cool. Glad we checked that out. Thank you guys for finding me out what the Lotus one was. I appreciate that. Alright, Universal Heroes. Abaddon makes sense. He's not really that strength. Bane was the obvious one. All of his stats are the same, so getting everything makes sense. Bane, this doesn't change anything for Bane. He will have more damage. I don't know if he'll have more damage at the start of the game. He probably will. But they're going to lower his base damage to compensate because his base damage is already pretty good. But this doesn't change his playstyle at all. Well, I guess you can attack people in their nightmares, so it'd be more stat efficient to buy damage items. Not really. You're not really buying like generic stat items. Like a wand gives you more damage than it used to, but there's not really a lot of cases where Bane's like, I'm going to buy a generic item, you know? So Meteor Hammer does more damage on all these heroes. Is Ricky on here? No, that wouldn't make sense. He's like about agility, right? Alright, Batrider being universal makes sense. Beastmaster, sure, that makes sense. Brewmaster universal, fine. You don't really buy stat items on this hero, but maybe this would help encourage it. Probably not, because you're just better off buying raw damage items than stat items on this hero. It's not like you really need agility that bad. You've got evasion. Armor items are usually what you need if you need survivability. Intelligence you don't really need that much of. Usually the items you buy give you a lot of raw, so these are basically heroes that, like, they're not really that based around right-clicking. Of these, the most obvious one is Abaddon. Beastmaster hypothetically could work, but it's not really needed, so fix audio in what way? The mic is popping? Does it actually sound much worse? Or is this just like, this is the same person complaining? I see someone else did microphone. Okay, there's an issue with the microphone. I don't know what changed. I'm using a desk mic. Is there white noise?
Hooray.
I mean, there's gonna be static because it's not like a top tier mic. It's clicking. Okay. Should I listen to it really quick? I want to hear how bad it is. I could turn on the stream, I guess. I want to hear how bad it is. Okay, I could turn on the stream. I see what you mean. Yeah, it does sound bad. What should I try? Close to the mic, my phone. It is kind of close, yeah, here. Mic, my phone. It is kind of close, yeah, here. Mic, my phone. Yeah, it is my phone. Close, yeah, here. You're right, it's my phone. Yeah, it is my phone. It's making interference. My telephone's making interference. Yep, that's better. Thanks. Okay. Where are we at? Brewmaster, Broodmother. Broodmother makes sense. Not really that right-click heavy. Stat items on the hero, kind of mediocre. Yeah, Broodmother's hard to make a right-clicker because just so much about summons. Basically, summon heroes, Chen similar. Clockwork, kind of interesting. Not so much about right-clicking. So, fine. Darkseer, sure. Dark Willow. In some ways, I'm slightly confused why they're bothering to do this, but it probably will give them more angles and ways to make these heroes interesting in future patches if they want to. So, and they can create more heroes. So, right now, this is all kind of perplexing for some of them. But it will add itemization. Like, for all these heroes, if you want to go damage, your itemization options are better. Simply put, your options are just better. But if you are casually buying attributes and those item builds happen to not be in the one you want, then you might lose a little damage. Like Dark Willow, are you buying intelligence increasing items? Not really. You're probably focusing on spells. But if you go right click, yeah, maybe buying generic stats might make more sense. But when you go right click, you're always going like Ags plus attack speed, because that's just strictly better than actually caring about what your base damage is. So in Dark Willow's case, maybe it doesn't matter. But it could change. You know what way it does actually change things is if you are a universal hero and you have really high average stat gains. That part's strictly better. And or if you are a universal hero who has bad stat gains, if you are now a universal hero and before your stat gain was bad in the primary stat that you had. So Ogre is the best example because he is universal. His int gain was bad, so his average attack damage should just... Oh, I'm sorry. He's not universal now. He's strength, so he's a bad example. But if Ogre was universal instead of a strength hero, he would be a good example of somebody that would benefit from this. He can attack with Bloodlust. He gets better stat gains in his non-primary stat, and thus he should have more damage now. So, Dark Willow. Let's say Dark Willow... Nature's Prophet is a perfect example. Is he on the list? He is not. If Nature's Prophet was on this list, he would be fucking broken from this patch change, because his average stat gain is really high. His agility gain is really high, his strength gain is really high, his int gain is really high. So all three of these things would add up, give him more damage than previously than if it was just his int. So if he was on this list, they would have to nerf his stats or lower his base damage or something. But they don't want to do that. They'll leave him as an int hero. Another good example is Silencer. Who else has really good stat gain? Muerta has really, really good stat gain, but they're not going to put her on this because she already has really good agility gain and really good int gain, and it would kind of break her if they did it. So most of these heroes on this list are probably going to be heroes that are like in the middle, and then my assumption is will make it easier to add new heroes, and it'll maybe give them some options and itemization that might be better. Dazzle's maybe a good example. Dazzle has a damage talent at 10. He doesn't really need raw damage from int. He also doesn't usually need int increasing items. He might need mana regen, and int isn't bad. But for Dazzle, if I want to play Dazzle like a carry, for example, it's probably more viable now because he's also an int hero. Oh, that's actually the biggest thing about this, actually, is it makes int heroes much more viable to be carries. That's a big deal. Because int heroes, for them to be viable as a carry, before you would have to either have naturally high agility gain, like Nature's Prophet, Muerta, or you would have to buy items that fill those gaps that you're missing. And int heroes, typically what prevents them from being carries is two things. Number one, their strength is usually low, because they usually don't have very good strength gains. They usually have an abundance of mana, which doesn't really protect you in terms of fighting. It does give you damage, but it doesn't give you attack speed like agility would. So what they usually need is they need more agility, and they need more attack speed, and they need more armor. The perfect item for that is Witchblade. That's why int heroes buy Witchblade, is because it gives you attack speed, projectile speed, and armor, things that you're lacking, and gives you damage and slow. So it helps your right click become better. Witchblade's great on int heroes that want to carry. The other day, Arteezy played Death Prophet as a one position hero, and he bought Witchblade, which was cool, and he got the damage talent, and he got Wraith Bands for attack speed and armor. So he basically has all this armor, he has all this attack speed, and it makes his right click a lot better. So that was cool. So these universal heroes, if they do want to right click, they don't have to buy Witchblade or be as restricted. They could more viably buy generic stat items, which solve all their problems. It gives them strength, which they're usually missing. It gives them agility, which is attack speed and armor, and it gives them mana pool. And all three of those stats will also increase their damage more than a generic item build would before. So an Atos on Dark Willow, an Atos on any of these heroes is actually pretty sick now. It's not like incredible, obviously, but it's much better to buy Atos on any of these heroes than it was before, because it gives generic stats, which overall is going to be better. So let's look at some items really quick. Just a little quick tangent. Atos gives 24 int. I'm gonna need the calculator because I'm gonna forget otherwise. So, and then could we add this? Window capture, calculator. Beauty. So, here is Atos. So 24 times 0.6. Oh, the comma. Plus 12 times 0.6 times, oops, I fucked that up. Oops. 24 times 0.6 plus 12. This is hard. Alright, let's do 12 times 0.6 times 2. And then plus what the other one, it should be double, right? So it's times 2 again. So if you're, if you're a universal hero, Rod of Atos now gives you 28 damage. Which is actually pretty good. Whereas before it was only giving you 12. If you're strength or agility and buying this item. If you're into, it was giving you 24, so still good. But for strength and agility heroes, Rod of Atos, if you're universal, is now pretty good. For example. So that's cool. Dagon gives 1 of everything, so it's basically, it's better now. Instead of giving 7 damage, it's going to give 0.6, 1.2, 1.8 instead of 1. So it's probably like 12 damage or something. 7 times 0.6 equals this times 3. 12.6, pretty close. So that's cool. You could buy Witchblade on a non-int hero, and it does damage now, for example. So that's like 6. It's like 7.2 damage. So you could buy Witchblade on a universal hero that isn't int, and it just gives you 7 damage. You could buy Armlet on a universal hero. That's cool. This gives you 25 strength. So that's 0.6, that's 6, 12, 15 damage. So Armlet is now a, is that, no, that can't be right. Oh, that is right actually, times 0.6. Yeah, 15 damage. So Armlet is actually okay on non-strength heroes now. It's actually not bad. Because normally strength heroes would, non-strength heroes would lose that 25 strength damage. But now they get 15 of it. So it's actually pretty good to buy Armlet on universal heroes. That's pretty cool. Armlet Chen, do it up. Basher, another good example. If you're playing a universal carry, Meteor Hammer gives generic attributes. E-Blade is better on agility and strength heroes now, without a doubt, if they are universal. Because if they don't have to be intelligence to get the benefit. In fact, the best way to do this actually is just to add the stats up. I now realize. 25 plus 5 is 30 plus 5, so it should just be 35 times 0.6. This is the fastest way to do it now. So E-Blade gives 21 damage to any universal hero that uses it. So if an item gives a lot of stats, it's just good generally on universal heroes in terms of the damage that it gives you. It might not be the stats you want, but if you're, it's better, I should say. I shouldn't say good. Shiva's Guard, perfect example. Buying Shiva's Guard on any universal hero doesn't feel bad now. It's actually a damage item as well. It's not a lot, but it's 15 plus 10% would be 3, so it's like 18 damage, right? 30 times 0.6. Yeah, 18 damage. So on a universal hero, Shiva's Guard actually gives you a little bit of damage now. It's not a lot, but it's something. So this makes int items just straight up better for universal heroes, because it's going to give you a little bit of damage that maybe wouldn't have been good otherwise. Because sometimes you do buy Shiva's Guard on your like Razor type heroes. I wouldn't be surprised if Razor's on the list. I could have looked at it by now. But Shiva's is a good example of that, where it's kind of good on him. Viper could be universal, and I think it would be totally fine. For example, most of these don't give too many stats. Drum does, I suppose. Drum is better on universal, because now you're getting damage. Like, you could better buy Drum on some like agility carry, as long as they're universal. So, definitely lots to think about in terms of benefits. Now they changed Orchid for nothing. Oh, they changed it back to int. They added into it again, which is good, because they changed it so that it was better on non-int heroes. And now that could go back again, which is kind of cool. Scythe of Ice, just straight up a lot of stats. 35 times, oops. It's 55, right? I can do that math in my head. So Scythe of Ice now gives you 33 damage. Much better to buy as a carry if you're universal. And even if you're int, actually. So a Dark Willow buying this item only lost 2 damage, going from int to universal, because Scythe gives you so many stats. So that's kind of cool. Alright, we will go back to the patch. Alright, so let's look at some more heroes. Dazzle probably benefits from this a lot. Right click Dazzle, way better. I could see some like 3, maybe 2 Dazzle be more viable. Enigma doesn't care that much because he doesn't right click. IO, this is a buff. Not that you buy that many stat items on IO, so probably doesn't matter. But you do right click often as IO. Mech doesn't give you stats anymore. Wand would, but there's not really a lot of stat items you buy in this hero, so it probably doesn't matter because you care more about like raw heals. I'm gonna leave this because the sounds are distracting me. Where are we at? Lone Druid makes Wraithbands better. Does it? Wraithband early will be 5 plus 4. So Wraithbands, basically the basic stat items are slightly better on these heroes. You get 0.4 more damage than you did before. And when they double, obviously, it would give you 0.8 instead of 10. So basic stat items are pretty much the same because they give generic everything. So Lone Druid is effectively the same, but if you wanted to buy some like Scotty on Lone Druid or some shit, it would be, I mean, Scotty's significantly better. I don't know if the stats have changed, but it's 22 times 3 times 0.6. So that means Scotty is now a almost 40 damage item. Much, much, much better on any of these heroes than it was before. Like, genuinely, it's like, and on any universal hero that's right-clicking, Scotty's like infinitely better. Like, you could definitely justify it on like a Dazzle type hero. I'm not even fucking kidding. 40 damage, 22 to all stats, slow, and strengthen in. Dazzle right-click Scotty. I can see that. Slapping an armlet. Armlet, Scotty, Dazzle, like that sounds like the dumbest shit I've ever invented in my whole life. But there's some viability there. There's some actual fucking viability there. Anyways, okay. Lycan, universal stats. Sounds fine. Fixes his item build a little bit. Allows him to get attack speed from ways other than just AC. His item build is completely one-dimensional because of his low agility gain and his summons. But there is some potential to buy some weirder items if you really want them. They don't have to be strength-based, so I think this is only going to be good for Lycan. Marcy being universal, I think, is cool. Kind of a similar principle. One of the problems with Marcy right now is that you actually get almost no agility or attack speed items, but you could much more justify buying generic stat items because they will give her a better damage component than before. So you don't have to just go raw damage and utilize solely your ulti. So this will give her much better armor without having to buy AC. There's a lot of strength heroes that fall into this, actually. So making a lot of strength carries universal is a really good thing for the game, because it'll make playing them as carries much more viable and less one-dimensional. Legion Commander would also benefit from this, but it doesn't look like he's on the list. Magnus. Sounds good. Attack speed is good. Strength is good. Damage is good. He likes buying stats because it makes him power better. This is a really good buff to Magnus carry, in my opinion. Which has basically not been a thing for a while. It's always pretty spell-based. Mirana Universal, I think, is solid. Similar principles. You kind of utilize steroids from, like, Leap and, like, Maelstrom, maybe, to, like, make it feel better, but generic stats are quite good on the hero because you do have mana cost. So I could see some Mirana hybrid stat build being decent. Maybe an Atos type thing. Atos Mirana. What did I say? How much damage that had? Like 25 or something? Sets up the arrow. That sounds decent. Not incredible, but decent. Wraithbands and Atos on Mirana. I like it. Nyx Assassin. Meteor Hammer, good on the hero. Right-clicking Nyx, not really ever a thing, and nor will it ever be a thing. But, sure. Pangolier. You don't really deliver your damage with conventional attacks. It's all about cheese damage with, like, Maelstrom procs, Diffusal Blade type shit. So I don't think this matters for Pangolier almost at all, unless they fundamentally change the hero, which I don't think they will. They're going to nerf him because he's too strong. But, like, Diffusal Blade, it doesn't matter what stats it has. The mana burn is going to be broken no matter what it is. So I don't really see this mattering for Pangolier because the way he delivers damage is always going to be superior to any other way. Phoenix, literally irrelevant, but it's completely irrelevant. Attacking with this hero is never going to be a thing unless they change the skills. It's not just about channeling Sunray, it's the fact that your agility is terrible, and you are just straight up a spellcaster no matter what. I don't think Phoenix will ever be much of a right-clicker. But I guess it makes your right-click a little better, which is fine. Sand King. Truly a non-strength hero, strength hero. Him being universal is fine. Same thing. generic stat items. His right click doesn't matter. He's all about spells, so it's irrelevant. Snapfire, I think, is an interesting case where it's kind of cool in theory, but the fact that you get mega attack speed and benefit from Lil Shredder and eventually your attack damage means that you would never build this hero around stats. It's just simply better to get the attack talent and buy Daedalus and a Deso or whatever. Just simply gonna always be the case. And you're always pretty spell hybrid anyways, so support would never care about that. So it only matters 20 on, typically, and thus this is fine as a change, but it's irrelevant. Techies, is that 250? The 250 talent's still there, I believe, so maybe this matters a little bit, because you buy a lot of generic stat items on the hero, right? Like Ags, no you don't, I'm sorry, you don't buy Ags, I'm thinking old Techies. You go like Veil, E-Blade type stuff. Hex type shit, BKB, maybe, supports 4 staff. It's fine. It's not going to make a big difference. Timbersaw doesn't matter because he almost never right clicks, but him not being a strength hero is fine. But yeah, this is pretty much irrelevant on Timber. Vengeful Spirit, pretty cool. Vengeful Spirit is actually, out of this list, out of maybe like Abaddon, maybe Dazzle, because Dazzle is right click components, maybe Lone Druid a little, Lycan, Marcy. Venge is maybe the first one on this list that like actually really benefits from this from a carry perspective, because Venge has really good stat gains. Venge is a agility hero that has great stat gains in int, strength, and agility, all 3. It's not amazing early, but it does build up, so I could definitely see Venge carry with hybrid stats being more viable as an option with the hero, especially with the eggs. So like Sanj Yasha might actually be good on this hero again, because the Sanj would also give you damage. In fact, let's take a look at Sanj really quick. Sanj Yasha. This item is garbage and has been garbage for a long time. This used to be an absolute staple of almost all carries. Need to move the calculator. This item has been the staple of all carries for a really long time, but it hasn't been for the last couple of years because it's just almost always better to go Kaya Sanj. Because if anybody's buying a Sanj, they're almost always going to want the Kaya. For the mana regen, the spell amp. Sanj Yasha, the agility it gives you is just not as good. And the movement speed, it's fine, but most heroes have mobility right now, so they don't necessarily need to rely on an item to give them passive movement speed. 12% is quite a lot, though. That's like, it's kind of a lot. I think they buffed it. Yeah, it looks like they buffed it. They buffed it from 10 to 12, which is needed, because that's the component of it that you got from the Yasha, was movement speed. Does Yasha still give the same? They buffed that as well. So, that would help people use Sanj and Yasha. If they don't have mobility and they want more base movement speed, Sanj Yasha will help a lot there. But nobody buys Sanj Yasha. But let's talk about the stats really quick. Before, part of the problem with it is that if you're using it as a right-click item, Yasha, which it's common to buy, but people pretty much only buy Manta. Because Manta can dodge you from spells, it can get you out of debuffs and things like that. This one, movement speed, it is going to go up as well. So Manta also buffed. But regardless, Sanj Yasha on a damage hero is going to feel less bad now if it's universal. So, because instead of giving 16 damage, it's now 32 times 0.6. So, it's not much better. Sanj Yasha is a bad example, guys. Because it only gives you like 3 more damage, so not a good example. Scotty's the best one, for sure. 22 times 3 times 0.6. So this gives you almost 40 damage instead of 22. So almost a double. But this has always been one of the best stat items in the game, so it's not too surprising. Heaven's Halberd's fine, 20 stats. But you can justify better on like int heroes or something. But yeah, Dragonlance on any universal hero, excellent now. Actually, is it worse? It's actually worse on int heroes. Dragonlance is just, if Enchantress is on this list, then she's just straight up better. I think she stayed int though. But yeah, 25 times 0.6. 15. Oh, it's still 15. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so Dragonlance is the same on any universal hero still. But you can also buy it on int heroes, and if they're universal, and it is equally good. I don't think there are a lot of them though. So looking for Enchantress. Enchantress is not on the list, still int. And yeah, okay, good to know. Where were we at? Vengeful Spirit. So Venge as a universal physical damage core, probably still a little bad. But I think the item that really unlocks this is just going to be Scotty, actually. There's going to be some builds where people can justify going like, even Diffusal is better. You could go Diffusal Venge maybe. It's kind of overkill. It's probably not that bad actually. Because it has 10 more stats than it used to. It's the same damage, the same as Dragonlance, right? So on Venge, it's still the same damage, still 15 damage, but these both give 15 damage still. So technically these items are exactly the same for Venge. So that's irrelevant, but she should get more damage over time because her stacking is so good. And eventually if you can fit a Scotty in, it's just more damage. I'm probably overstating it, but we do need to, if you're talking about what's going to happen in the future, item builds are going to be definitely adjusted. Things are going to feel different. Scotty's just going to feel better on carries. Just be, if like it's going to be feel better to buy Scotty for the defensive and stat-based principles. Like, there's a time where people would just buy Scotty kind of because they wanted a stat-based item that gave them raw HP. And Scotty's going to do that better now because it does that while still giving, it doesn't suffer you as much in damage. Because if it does 40 damage, then you're not buying Scotty to do 20 damage when you could have instead bought a Daedalus, which does 88 plus a chance to crit. It's like, it feels better. Or what's a better example? Something that gives you generic stats, like some defense, but not too much. I don't know, Nullifier or something. Gives you armor and HP regen. You buy it for the Dispel, obviously, so maybe also not a good example, but I think you guys see what I mean. Heart gives you damage on other heroes too. Worse on strength heroes. Anyways, let's continue. Venomancer does buy generic stats. This also would kind of keep you free. It would make it feel better to buy things like Yasha on strength heroes too. That's actually a really cool thing about it. For any of these heroes, they're not forced to get Sange necessarily. If they want the HP and the status resistance, obviously they'll buy Sange. But you'd feel better on any of these heroes to buy Yashikaya if you're a right clicker. Because it's about what the bonus you want. Do you want attack speed, movement speed with armor? Or do you want HP status resistance? And if you feel like you have enough HP and you're like a Lycan, it's actually fine to buy Yasha on him. It's technically bad on Lycan because his ulti makes him max movement speed. Maybe Marcy's a better example. You could better justify buying like Yasha on Marcy, just because it gives you a little bit of damage. So Sange, Yasha, Marcy a little bit better, for example. Probably not good enough to bother with. Anyways, Venomancer, Visage, fine. Void Spirit, fine. You generally buy like a mix of stat items on this hero, so it would probably help. And Windranger is an interesting one. I'll definitely talk about her. Winter Wyvern is reasonable. Core Winter Wyvern is kind of a thing. Windranger is interesting because this changes the hero potentially a lot. So I think Windranger really needs item variability. She like really struggles on that because her problem is that she, like Pango, has a very specific way to deliver damage, and she has been balanced for a long time around the fact that you attack so many times. With Focus Fire that you kind of have to abuse it. So Maelstrom has been the obvious thing forever. Javelins. Javelins got nerfed enough so that they're not very good on their base. And I'm going to turn off the calculator for now. They're not really that good. They only deal 21 magic damage per attack on average. So they used to be a little bit higher. I guess it wasn't that much higher. It was like 25 or something. I can't remember. But Javelins are good on Windranger, and you kind of have to abuse them. But the problem is that with Windranger, if you don't get kills with those Javelins, it feels bad. The other problem is that Power Shot is okay at farming, but it doesn't farm super fast. So you end up, like, if you don't get kills, the hero feels bad. And then after you get Maelstrom, you have to get a BKB, because then otherwise people disable you, and that either, like, kills you when you're wind running, normally immune to physical damage but not magic, or it disables you and prevents you from getting kills. So it hurts her, right? But now, if she's universal, her item build should be more flexible. They've also changed Focus Fire. This is very important. They've changed Focus Fire so that it does... This is a previous patch, of course. It could be completely different. I'm wasting my fucking time. But it lowers... It doesn't reduce the raw damage you do as much. So, for a hero like Windranger, it is possible to buy raw damage items now as a mid Windranger. You could hypothetically go Deso, because the damage you're dealing is only reduced by like 25% instead, for example. And it looks like they further reduced it from 30 to 25. So in this, I'm sorry, that was last patch. So it only reduces your damage by 25%. There's a window in there where like a regular raw damage item is better to buy rather than relying on something like a Maelstrom, basically. I would argue that going treads on Windranger is probably good. The Focus Fire attack speed that you get is 350, 425, 500. I don't remember what the capped attack speed is, but I believe for Windranger it's higher than other heroes. So what that means is that buying a physical damage item on Wind Ranger and a little bit of attack speed is probably fine. If you go like Power Treads and Witchblade, it's probably not that bad on the hero. Obviously, this doesn't give you very much raw damage, and in fact, it gives you less than it did before. And the attack speed's kind of bad. I wouldn't buy Witchblade on the hero, but you could probably go like Treads Crystallis on Wind Ranger, and it's probably fine. You probably do a good amount of damage. So, with that said, that means that if, by proxy, if Crystallis is good, a raw damage item, that could mean that generic stat items are not that bad on the hero. And Wind Ranger is one of those heroes that actually gets really broken when you get survivability items on her, because it means that between Wind Run and raw HP, you should be able to live longer. So there's a possibility that there's some build on Wind Ranger, probably includes Scotty or some other like generic stat item, where she gets very tanky, hard to kill, and is able to survive using that, and thus doesn't necessarily need to buy Black King Bar. Again, BKB's changed, so maybe it's different, but she could probably get away buying a mix of like stat items and raw damage items, being tanky and hard to kill, and thus stay in the fights longer, and then she doesn't need to rely as much on maximizing DPS to just burst a guy with Shackle Shot and Focus Fire, which could give her more build variation, so she won't be hopefully as shoehorned into one thing. Hell, you could buy Atos on the hero if you really want to. Atos into Shackle. It's probably not ideal, but if you're a weaker player, it's probably fine to build up into this, personally. You could go probably Atos and Yashakaya or something like that. Honestly, the move speed's a little redundant. Maybe Sanja's better. Sanj Kaya or something. I don't know. Mage Slayer could work potentially. Attack speed, damage int, slightly worse on her because you get 4 less damage. But yeah, something like that. I don't know. Diffusal Blade is cool on paper. You could mana burn the shit out of somebody. It's probably very good against Medusa. And it still gives you 15 damage, but it hurts your farming. I don't know. There's issues. The hero still has issues, and I guess all these generic stat things don't really help you clear camps that much faster. I don't know. I could probably Theorycraft Wind Ranger longer. Anyways, we'll get into those heroes when we actually get into their stat stuff, but we will keep going. Armlet. Yeah, Armlet. Wind Ranger, guys. It's probably not a good idea. But yeah, Armlet on more heroes is definitely viable. It is 50 damage plus the strength, which was 15. Because 25 is 15, that's important. 25 of all stats is about 15 damage. So 15 damage plus 50 damage. So 65 damage. And it gives you 25 strength. And it gives you a bunch of armor, 10 armor. And yeah, and a lot of attack speed. Well, the attack speed is the base, so 25. 25 attack speed. What did I say damage? 50... 65. Let's give 75 for strength arrows. 25 plus that is 40, 60, 75. Okay, so it's like 65 damage non-universal heroes and 75 damage strength heroes, I believe, right? Something like that. Okay, so yeah, you could buy an armlet on that hero. It's just you're going to run out of HP and it's not going to feel right. But maybe there's some like cool like armlet plus lifesteal build on Wind Ranger that you could do. It's possible, but probably not good. But maybe it could work. It genuinely could work. Lifesteal plus armlet, maybe. Lincoln's looks reasonable. Oh, that's a good point. Lincoln's is a great example of like a generic stat item. Oh, I'm really glad you brought that up. Actually, you're totally right. Lincoln's is great. 16 to all attributes normally, very mediocre. Gives you 10 damage as well. They buffed that. Yeah, they added some other stuff. Regen bonus. I'm getting out of order, but anyways, yeah, Lincoln's is great. 4,600, 16 to all attributes. That's 3248, and it gives you 10 damage. So 48 times 0.6. That's 28. So it's 38.8 damage on Lincoln Sphere. Pretty good. If we compare that to other items, it's like a Crystallis. Not bad. Not bad. So maybe there's some hope for these universal heroes to just buy like generic stat items that are useful. Like Venge could honestly, I don't know if it's reasonable. Rush a Lincoln Sphere, probably bad. You'd probably want to buy something first. Diffusal, Dragonlance, but then fit in like Lincoln Scotty, get generically tanky utility. There's probably some viability in there. Okay, disables reduction. Duration of the majority of disables is reduced. Specifics can be found in corresponding hero and item categories. Debuff immunity. Spell immunity work in a debuff immunity. Debuff immunity is different in 3 major ways. The spell application, the debuff protection, and damage reduction. So spell application means your ability to apply the spell to somebody It would protect you. Debuff protection means you can't be debuffed while it's on. Or protects you from the debuffs that are currently on you is what it means. Spell application is, does the spell affect you? Debuff protection means, are you protected from a debuff that was put on you before you activated it? And damage reduction means the spell, the magic resistance that gives you. So, oh hey, they explained it for us. All spells can now be used on units with debuff immunity. All spells can now be used on units with debuff immunity, even ones that don't pierce debuff immunity. Yeah, so this would be like Dragon Slave would affect somebody with debuff immunity from BKB. So you can still Dragon Slave somebody and do reduced damage. Corresponding visual effects will appear and the spell will apply. If it is a debuff, debuff protection means negative effects that don't pierce debuff immunity will not have an effect on the target for the duration of immunity. So if I pop BKB and somebody uses Venomous Gale on me from Venomancer, it will apply, but it won't slow or deal damage until after the debuff protection goes away. So if that means that Venom's not hard countered by BKB anymore. They'll be hard countered for the duration of BKB, but they can still apply it. So that means before what would happen sometimes, you have to blink. You'd blink and apply Gale, they'd use BKB and it would remove it, and it was just gone. It was countered, hard countered. So anybody that has Rage was hard countered by debuff protection. But now I could Gale them, and if the BKB is 6 seconds, there'd still be a little damage on the end or a little slow. So that's cool. I think, or if you slow them for a first couple seconds, I guess that's the same. If you slow them first couple seconds, they pop BKB, then it's about the same as previous. Okay, however, if the debuff immunity expires for the debuff doesn't pierce it, then it will take effect for the remaining duration. So, yeah. And then debuff damage reduction. Damage immunity increases magic resistance and negates pure and reflected damage completely. So that would be blade mail type stuff, but increases your magic resistance. So of the spells that do go through, Venomous Gale actually would do damage while it's ticking. So if I Gale somebody who's BKB'd, the slow would not apply, but the damage would. But because BKB provides damage reduction of magic resistance, then it would do less damage. But at least it would still do damage. So I would know if I Gale BKB heroes, at least I'm still doing something. So this is a good thing. It's going to make BKB feel less like a we need it to fight. It is just going to be like it changes the fight a little bit, which is good. So here's a list of magic resistance for all abilities that previously gave spell immunity. Okay. Brewmaster's Earth Brilliant. These effects protect only spells that don't pierce physical. Okay, not physical damage, not reduced in any case. So Brewmaster's Earth Brilliant cannot be cast spells on him. He is perma BKB basically. Now you can affect him with damage spells. Clockwork's Talent, that would be the in cogs one, where you're BKB'd within cogs. Now you can deal magic damage to him in there, but it's going to be heavily reduced, and you won't be able to stun him unless it's like Roar or something. Dawnbreaker Shard, same thing. Elder Titan's Scepter. So basically there's going to be less like, I can't fucking do anything to this hero type shit going on, which is great. I think Jakiro's getting a big advantage from this. You can't stun them, probably, but you could do damage with Ice Path, and you could Dual Breath them, and you could also Macropyre them. It would just do less. But so for heroes like Jakiro, this is a big advantage. Huskar Life Break. Does that mean you were magic? You were spell immune while you jump through? I did not realize. I guess I kind of knew he seemed like you could avoid stuff, but I didn't know. But anyways, you could take damage now through it. And Legion Commander Talent. Lion Shard, this is all fair. Like it was, some of the BKB stuff is just inherently kind of broken. I'm really happy. I think this change sounds really good. We'll see how it changes things. It's going to be kind of weird. Pangolier Rolling Thunder. That's good. So there's right away a nerf to Pango. You can still deal magic damage to him while he's rolling. It won't be like a we're fucked type thing. You won't have to have Dream Coil or Rupture or Abyssal Blade or a BKB carry that's ranged with a lot of physical damage. Like there's... Anyways, these all grant magic resistance now. This is kind of good for Lion. Because Lion Shard wouldn't dispel you, I don't think. But it would grant you magic immunity. Actually, is this worse? Because if you're magic immune, or spell immune, you would take no magic damage while you're Lion Sharded. So technically you take more damage now because it's only 50%. But there's good and bad things about it. It'll stop the magic damage, but you can finger a spinning jug. Yep, of course. It's just going to deal half the damage. Actually, does that list Juggernaut here? It doesn't list Juggernaut. Oh, here it is. Oh, I see. For these cases, they decided to leave him high because that's the nature of the hero. I think that is fair and makes sense. because these are spells that were intentionally made to be like, I'm good against the mage heroes. Grimstroke's Dark Portrait Illusion has almost full magic resistance. This means they don't want that to be dealt with spells, which is fine. And Blade Fury and Lifestealer Rage seem fine. That's okay. Because those are supposed to be like anti-spellcaster type abilities, and 80% is so high that you don't want to cast spells on those guys anyways. But you could if you want, if they're really low. These mostly affect Black King Bar, so a couple examples. Avatar applies a basic dispel and provides damage, debuff immunity. Grants. I'm glad this is cool. The examples is good. 50% magic resistance and immunity to pure and reflected damage. 50 magic resistance and immunity. Okay. For the duration, any negative effect. Okay, that's BKB. All spells that pierce debuff immunity will have an effect and deal their damage while ignoring magic. This is not a good example yet. Okay, examples are down here. Oh, they're just explaining what BKB does. Okay. BKB is active. Jakiro casts Dual Breath. Magical doesn't pierce immunity on you. You won't be slowed, but you'll still take damage. It'll be reduced by your magic resistance, which is increased by BKB. BKB is active. Beastmaster casts Primal Roar. You will be stunned and you will take damage. It will be reduced by your magic resistance, but additional magic resistance from BKB will be ignored because that would otherwise nerf Primal Roar. It'd be worse against damage-wise using against a BKB target. Your BKB is active. Silencer attacks you with Glaives of Wisdom. Pure doesn't pierce debuff immunity. You won't take any pure damage, but he could waste the mana on you. So good to know, don't waste your pure damage here. BKB is active, Bane casts Fiend's Grip, pure, pierces immunity. You'll be stunned, and you'll take 100% of the pure damage. Yep. Normal. BKB is active, but expires in 1 second. Someone use Orchid Malevolence, doesn't pierce immunity on you. You won't be silenced for that 1 second, but you'll be silenced as soon as Avatar expires. Very cool. This is kind of spooky, because usually there's a lot of sound triggers that let you know if you're silenced. Like, I very rarely look down and I'm like, oh, I'm Orchid buffed. So you could be Orchided while BKB think like, I'm going to be fine. And the second it ends, you're like, oh fuck, they used Orchid on me. Because now you'll try to cast a spell and you won't be able to. So this kind of is interesting. It's going to force players to be a little bit more aware of what's going on. Maybe it doesn't matter because at that point you're either dead or not. But it's going to make it easier for players to layer spells, right? Like, you're like, okay, I want to prevent him from using X spell as soon as I can. You don't have to like click on them and be like, you're waiting for the BKB to end, waiting for the BKB to end, waiting for the BKB to end. You can just put it on them a little early to get some overlap, which I think is fine with playability. Pro players are good at abusing that, but the average player, I think this is just a buff for them anyways. BKB TP versus heroes is nerfed. That's true, because you should be able to use like Crystal Maiden Frostbite on somebody and then just walk away. It either gets him or it doesn't. Yeah, that's a good point. Because before you would have to start the animation to cast it as soon as BKB was ended. But now you can cast it ahead of time, so if there's any overlap between BKB ending and his TP being cancelable, it will cancel. So, good point. Whereas before, if it would end, you'd have to start casting the spell, and that usually takes like 0.25 seconds, and sometimes it's not enough time to root them. So, good point on that. Thank you. Example 6, BKB active and using TP. Oh. Venge casts a magic missile. Oh, it works for stuns as well, of course. You won't be stunned or interrupted, but will still take damage. Wait a second. BKB is active and using TP. Venge casts magic missile. Magic doesn't pierce immunity. You won't be stunned or interrupted, but will still take damage. So the damage is dealt, but I'm confused now. So it doesn't work the CM way? I gotta test it now. Because as soon as I read that example, I thought like, oh, well, stuns if the BKB runs out would be applied, no? You know? Does that make sense?
The battle begins. Agreed.
Where falls my shadow, fells my blade.
Prepare for battle.
Blink of an eye. Slyly.
I can't TP? Fuck me.
I move.
Yeah, it does. Okay, so it does work like that. But if I am...
Can't feel a thing.
Oh, yes.
I did that too early.
Moving quickly.
I realized my bench stone wasn't leveled up and the duration might matter. Okay, so it does work like how I expected. I'm going to say to Valve that this is misleading because this example should say that it matters if the Venge stun magic missile stun duration is late enough. Unless it's just a bug and it needs to be fixed. But this saying that you won't be stunned or interrupted is false. Because as long as the stun duration overlaps past the BKB, then the stun duration will apply. This does say the BKB is active, but that's when Vengeful Spirit casts Magic Missile. So BKB can be active and about to run out when the missile hits. But it says you won't be stunned, which is incorrect because the stun will overlap. So it's about active not running out. Yeah, but if it's an example, they should have an example that's clear. I mean, they did it here a little bit, but the TP, anyways, it's a small point. People will figure it out in a fucking second playing a game when it happens to them. They're gonna run out of Magic Immunity, their BKB's gonna run out, and they're gonna get stunned by something that stunned them a second earlier. It's fine. It will make it easier to like chain stun these people. I promise you guys the wording says when it's active, but a BKB can be active for one, like your BKB can be active. That could mean anywhere between the first second of BKB or the last second. If it's the last second, you get hit with a stun that lasts for 2 seconds. The stun can stun you. You will be stunned. It should say you won't be stunned or interrupt, but will still take damage while the BKB is active. But if the stun goes longer, then you can be stunned. That's all. I'm saying there's a small thing, a small use situation that could confuse people, but it's not a big deal because same goes for example 1. Correct. Yeah, you're right. It would apply for basically almost all of these, but I just would have liked an example that explained that. But it's honestly such a small thing. It's not a big deal. All right, change gold for lane creeps. Melee creep gold bounty increase per upgrade, decrease. So lane creeps will give less gold later. This is what they're talking about. Super creep gold bounty per upgrade decreased as well. This is like, oh, there's like every 10 minutes or so. I don't know the exact minute. Gold, the amount of gold that creeps give goes up. So late game creeps will give more gold to accelerate the game a little bit. Range creeps per upgrade is less. I didn't realize there were so much in late game. I didn't realize there were 6 when melees were 1. But I guess there's more melees, so that makes sense. But anyways, there's still more. So range creep are still worth a lot of gold late game. These will still go up. So if you really want to, killing the range creep is... If you can only kill one creep, you should kill the range creep. Unless it's a Midas, then it's better to kill the range creep and Midas a melee creep. Unless you care about experience, then the range creeps give more experience than the melee creeps. But it's not that much gold. I mean, we're talking a difference of like 10 to 15 gold in late game. Rework gold assist formula. They said that what this does is it encourages you to get kills, and I will believe them and not fuck around with the map. All units will now gain 50 movement speed. All units? Damn, I didn't expect it to be all. Everyone said creeps, lane creeps. All units will gain 50 movement speed during the night. Okay, effect is doubled for heroes. Okay. Oh, this makes sense. Yeah. Okay. But it can be broken for 5 seconds upon attacking or taking damage from player-controlled sources similar to Tranquils. You have to do this if the map gets much, much bigger, because if you don't, it means that it's going to be difficult to move across the map and look for kills and stuff. If you attack a hero or take damage from a hero from a player-controlled source, so that would be a spell as well, then you lose that movement speed bonus at night. It has to be all units, because if you were playing Chen or something, your creeps weren't faster, that would be worse. We thought this would be a milder change, but this is actually a pretty big change. But yeah, roaming is going to be a little bit better. Well, but again, the map is bigger, so it's going to be... It might offset it. But roaming between lanes, like ganking a knight, is going to be easier. Supports rotating to go get runes is going to be easier. Most of the rune rotations happens during daytime, the first 5-minute cycle, but the 5 to 10 minute one will be much easier to head for power runes. So it'll be easier to bounce back and forth. But yeah, 30 movement speed during night extra for everybody. I would argue that this also changes mobility farming carries too. Your anti-mage type heroes that blink from camp to camp with a Battle Fury. Heroes that can't blink, but still by Battle Fury, are arguably buffed, I would say. It's a little bit faster for anti-mage because he does walk camp to camp sometimes, but heroes that don't have blink at all, they'll be lots faster, because anti-mage can usually clear. It depends on the map. If the map is like, if you're winning big and you have more area control, anti-mage is still going to be faster. But if the map is like equal and there's only so much farm you can do in a minute, those heroes will be probably benefited by this over an anti-mage. So small buff to non-mobile heroes and change for roaming. Base hero HP decreased by 80, HP point per strength increased by 2. Intelligence grants mana regen again. Magic resistance again. Okay. This was something they had in the past. This means Ogre will never benefit from this, but this is another benefit to buying generic stat items, actually. This is a big buff to Wind Ranger as well. Like, and this further says that Wind Ranger buying generic stat items is a good thing. That means 10 int will give 1% magic resistance. So 50 int is 5. It's not a huge amount. Well, it's kind of big, because at the game you start at like 20-ish. By the end, if you're an interior, you have like another 80. So this would be a good time to open the calculator, even though you guys have been looking at it for long. Sorry, my bad. So let's say you get, we'll talk about like a difference between like 20, we'll say like 20 magic resistance times 0.01. So that's 2. Am I stupid? Oh, it's, yeah, I did 0.1. It's this times 0.1. So it's 2% magic resistance about at the start of the game. And let's say we have about 100, let's say we're late game, we have like, we'll say 90 intelligence. For a lot of late game heroes have about 100 of their primary attribute, but we'll say 90, and we'll multiply that by 0.1. So late game we're talking 9. It's not massive, but it does matter. And if you start getting some other generic stuff, like for example buying a Scotty times 0.1 is going to also give you 2.2 magic resistance. So Scotty is pretty fucking sick right now, I feel like. I would assume they have to nerf it, because it just sounds good to me as like a 3rd or 4th item on almost all heroes. But, God forbid rushing a Scotty on some mid hero, that'd be kind of wild. The build-up is so bad, though. It's so bad. Your build-up before you finish it would be bad. But, anyways, int heroes, in that patch when int heroes just had like a Glimmer Cape worth of magic resistance late game, they felt quite tanky. So this is going to definitely help, and HP gives more, or strength gives more HP by a little bit, but everyone has less HP level 1. So this means easier to kill people early, assuming that other people's base strengths aren't increased. Everybody should have, oh, actually, no, actually what it does is it means that if you have bad strength, you're going to have less HP, because everybody has 80 less HP. Anybody that has high strength is going to have even more HP, but they'll probably have about the same HP as they did before, because it'll probably calculate our closer too early. So if I have 20 strength, for example, times 22, it's 440. So basically, if you have 20 strength, you have 40 more HP, but you lose 80. So you're down 40. If you have more strength than that, then you're better off. But if you are low strength hero, say Medusa has 80 less HP now, and she doesn't have any strength at the start, so her raw HP is just gonna be really atrocious. So low strength heroes squishier early, but as the game continues, they'll be fine and they'll feel normal. And int heroes that have a lot of intelligence are gonna be harder to burst from magic spells, so they will be better against your. This will lower Zeus's win rate at least. His win rate went down when all int heroes got magic resistance, and it made matchups of like Necrophos type heroes a little bit better against him. Okay. Damage immunity is now calculated before any damage reductions or barriers. A Photic shield won't be consumed if the hero is damage immune. That is good for him. Since there are barriers, that makes sense. More barriers. Because usually barriers would, if you had like multiple barriers, they wouldn't stack. I don't know if that's the case. And yeah, magic barriers are now calculated after magic resistance reductions. This is something that Tundra abused at TI basically, was that they used a barrier with damage reductions from like Mage Slayer and the Wraith Pact, and that made their barriers go much higher. It's still probably good, but it basically means that barriers are going to be better on tanky people, basically. So pipe, the guy that uses pipe, his pipe barrier is going to be stronger than before. Pipe was a good magic item to soak up damage for your team, but if you're by yourself, using pipe wasn't very good. It was like a little bit of damage. But now the pipe barrier is going to feel a lot better. If you just buy it on like a Tidehunter and you're by yourself and you get ganked, it's going to feel way better. But pipe is still good for your team, for sure. Ember's Flame Guard is going to be better if you want to do like Flame Guard and buy Mage Slayer or some magic resistance item. Flame Guard can go a lot farther. So this will allow barrier type builds to build more extreme in terms of defensiveness. So you guys will have to, it'll give you more choices potentially. Like you might be able to play Ember as an offlaner genuinely. Because you could play Ember offlane, and assuming you could get farm and not get wrecked in your early levels, you could go like a pipe with Flame Guard against a Zeus. And it would be viable. And the barriers probably would stack, I would guess. Because normally when you have 2 barriers, usually the damage that's dealt to the barrier will take up both. I don't know if they change that. We'll see. But with all this barrier change, I assume they'll allow more stacking of barriers, for example. Anyways, damage immune is calculated. So before, if you were damage immune and you had a barrier going, it would probably get removed, even though you were being immune from damage or something. So that was probably annoying. Calculator close. The HUD has now been updated to display current barrier values. What time is it actually? My phone. I threw my phone. 11:37. I wonder if my lunch is here. Not sure. I'll check in a bit. HUD has been updated to display current barrier values above the health bar. We saw that on the Lina when I used the super cheese. When one of the cheese wheel, when one of our barriers are active. Added support for damage barriers to be shown on the health bar for the following items and abilities. Pipe. Pavis is one of those new things. Aphotic Shield, Flame Guard, Defense Matrix, Resonant Pulse. Yep, there's quite a few barriers. Added special health bars to display hero attacks needed to destroy the following entities. Observer Wards, Sub-Trees, Skeleton Archers, Power Cogs, Grimstroke, Phantom Wards. Ignis Fatuus. Ignis Fatuus had one, but it wasn't like Ticks or whatever. The Phoenix Sun. That's fine. It'll make it a little bit more clear. Sometimes like Tomb gets down to like 2 or 3 hits and you're not always 100% sure if it's one or 2, so this will be helpful. I think this is fine. Swarmbug is kind of cool. Yeah, some of these are just nice, but I don't think they're a huge deal. They're nice. They're quality of life changes as far as I'm considered. As far as I consider it. We are about to hit an ad, so I'm going to hit a 3-minute break. That way we don't have to watch ads for an hour. And then I'm going to double check on food stuff. So I'll be back in 3 minutes. Thanks everybody for watching. It is a good patch.
Hooray!
Okay. I'm not even sure if there's food. Let me see. I wrote it there. Okay, lunch is in like 2 hours. Okay. Why are you calling me full of shit? I haven't even fucking played a single game. I've read a third of the patch. Oh my god. Why are you so mean? Like, yeah, Puppy understands the game more than me. Congrats. You're right. Jesus. My god. I have not won a TI, believe it or not. I haven't played pro for fucking 15 years. You're right. But that's okay. I'm having fun. Oh, yeah, my phone. I'm sorry, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Is that okay? Is that okay? How is it? We good? Do you want me to move it an extra foot? It's like a foot closer this time. Okay, here we go. The HUD shows attack speed and magic resistance stat in the profile area. When they changed the HUD long ago, the attack speed was actually one area that I liked that they had added, because attack speed is something that's kind of misleading, because you has to expand and then you look at it and you look at the amount of times per second it attacks. But what you need to know is the max amount of attack speed that you can have, which I'm going to look up really quick just because this is a good time to teach people. To double check the attack speed, I will accept your cookies. You deserve this. Mechanics. Attack mechanics. And where is attack speed? Okay, so the maximum attack speed you can have is 700. The minimum is 20. The max is 700. I believe that Wind Rangers, or if your BAT is low, your amount of attacks per second is higher, even at a maximum of 700. So that's why BAT is so good. Why a low BAT is so good. And that's why heroes like Abaddon now attack insanely fast, with just like your Manta, AC, and his attack speed bonuses from his passive. So the fastest attacking heroes, the ones with the lowest BAT, are Juggernaut and Anti-Mage. They have a 1.4 BAT. Their max attack speed equivalent is like 850. Abba is now tied with Dark Willow, Morphling, Nature's Prophet, Quap. Those heroes all have 1.5 BATs. Wind Ranger also has a 1.5 BAT. I did not know that. Does she not have... I thought her max attack speed was higher, but maybe it's just that they lowered her BAT. I can't remember. Oh, that's right, and they changed people's base attack speed too. Gyro and Brood are at 125, so they need... I can't remember what's Gyro's BAT. I'm looking at a website really quick. Sorry guys, this isn't good content. Yeah, I think Gyro has normal BAT, but he just doesn't scale quite as fast, because they nerf his base attack speed or something like that. Anyways. So yeah, so now that you know that 700 is the max, you can basically consider your builds, and what you should be doing when you're playing Dota is you should, especially carries, basically carries, you should look at that attack speed number and like keep in mind like what feels better, having more attack speed, more damage. Usually people get that by feeling, but there's definitely like some values where it's better or worse. What is BAT? BAT is base attack time. So it basically means how long does it take for you to attack after you've attacked once. If your BAT is lower, the amount of time between attacks is lower. So if I have a BAT of 1.4, that means within 2.8 seconds I've attacked like twice, basically, or 3 times. If my BAT is 2, that means it takes me 4 seconds to attack 3 times. So when you buy attack speed items, if you have the same attack speed items on both heroes, their amount of times that they attack in a 10-second period is just higher if your BAT is lower. So a high BAT is bad. So for Alchemist, your BAT goes down when you use it, for example. There's talents sometimes that lower your BAT, for Lone Druid, for example. Lone Druid Bear. And so buffs to BAT are a really big deal because it means how viable you are as a carry late game because of your high attack speed. Without needing as many attack speed items. And they do it in a way that doesn't require them to buff your agility gain, which also increases your attack speed. So rather than buff your armor and your attack speed, they just lower your BAT to make items more valuable to you, is basically what BAT reduction does. Okay. Health cost and HUD is similar to mana cost. Mana cost reduction effects now only apply to mana cost. Previously, effects that replaced mana cost with a health cost would still benefit from mana cost reduction. Oh, so basically if something costed health and you had something that reduced mana cost reduction, it would cost less mana to use it. So this probably applied to heroes like Phoenix, when you would cost you health. If you used Arcane Rune on that hero, it would cost you less health to use your spells. But now they're saying, nah, that's just for mana. Okay, yeah. Target dummy no longer has int because it gives you magic resistance, so it hurt people practicing and testing stuff. Okay, neutral creeps out updates. General, all neutral creeps now have 4 levels of certain abilities. Abilities are upgraded to level 2 at minute 15. Okay, cool. So the creeps will become stronger. Their abilities will be stronger as the game goes up. Ooh, the Kobold Aura gets better. That's cool. Chen's, which makes sense because otherwise they're good as soon as you can get them, but as time goes on, they become a bit weaker. This will really help Chen, Enchantress, Doom type heroes, and anybody that uses the Helm of the Dominator. This could really help encourage people to buy later game Helm of the Dominators if the item's not removed, because the item's basically only purchased on like Lycan Beast type heroes because it gives them a creep that synergizes so well with their base skills. But if these creep abilities are just so good late game, it could definitely justify buying the item, especially with more neutral camps. You can better control what creep that you get. Because of that, you could definitely buy a late game Helm of the Dominator to get some utility that you didn't have before, whether it's 24% AoE movement speed aura or a 5-second disarm. So that's every 15 minutes they upgrade. And that would mean that they upgrade to level 4 at minute 45, probably. So, good to know. Prospecting Aura, that's the one you dig up to 40. Movement Speed Aura, Kobold Soldier, this is the disarm one. 5 seconds, that's a really, really fucking good duration. Does that mean they would be upgraded for Chen Enchantress? Or would that mean they're upgraded for Doom then? Because Doom is taking their ability, yeah? Read it again? Level 4 never unless you're Chen? Oh. So it just doesn't upgrade. They didn't leave anything out. They were just not lying. So you have to be Chen. Chen's Ag Shard. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed this one. Chen's Ag Shard increases the level of the following abilities by 1. Oh, okay. So that's cool. I like that as it's kind of like the Invoker type thing where they just become level 4. Okay, so it's 18% aura. These are the numbers we should look at. 18%. The Chen one makes it quite a bit better though. An extra 10. And this one's 4 seconds. So pretty good. Vul Assassin. Damage per second increase. Oh, that's cool. I believe this ticks for 2 seconds. So, I mean, this is the Chen one. I gotta stop looking at this. 40 damage per second. That'd be 80 damage on an attack for Doom. Not bad. And against the right heroes, really, really not bad. Could truly justify Vul Assassin late game on Doom. With 80 magic damage and the heal reduction of 85%. Health regen reduction. Very, very good. Hill Troll Berserker. I'm still a little confused on health regen reduction versus heal reduction. It's not consistent. Some things give just health regen reduction, some things do all heal. I'm not sure. Hill Troll Berserker, 8-second cooldown, potentially late. Nobody really uses this one, ever. But you could. It's annoying. It does happen in games, certainly, but it's usually when you're jungling. Hill Troll Priest, cooldown here, and cast range goes up. So the heal amp aura does not change, which is probably fair, because that could get really disgustingly good late game. Fell Spirit, projectile speed. I didn't know there was a projectile speed on the silence that it did, but it does do a silence, and it scales up. So that would be definitely worth getting, without a doubt. I could definitely see myself with a Fell Spirit to try to land some silence late game. Doom doesn't necessarily want to do it, because Doom kind of covers that, but like, if you're playing Chen or Enchantress, it'd be nice to throw this on a support or something in a team fight. I wish it said the other stats about it, but Ghost, Frost Attack Movement Slow, increased up to 31. Yeah, this one's pretty good by itself. It's a great level 1 creep, so buffing it a lot is probably unnecessary, but upping the attack slow is good too. Just ups the slow a little bit. Not much, but still good. Harpy Scout, formerly an absolute terror of pub games. The takeoff movement speed penalty is decreased, so it takes off faster. I haven't seen a Harpy Scout forever. That was the last time Helm of the Dominator was really popular, actually. Does Doom get level 4 creeps? Probably not. If he eats a Chen creep? Oh, I don't know. That's a good question. I would guess no, but maybe. Harpy Stormcrafter, lightning damage goes up quite a bit, and the damage loss goes down too. Could use it to farm. Don't really see a Doom using this, but Chen, sure. Yeah, all the best creeps are really not that different. 37% slow. That one's pretty good, actually. 37% slow is pretty mighty. It's not that different from 31, but I could definitely see some Chens playing with a Ghost. With a slow late game. They have better icons now, I think. Yeah, 7-second Vex cooldown. Break 6 seconds. I could definitely see a Chen fucking with these. They really go from like good, like okay to good from the 3rd to 4th level. I think this is a nice buff to Chen to make the late game viability stronger, for sure. These are cool. Harpy Scout, we did that one. 10% takeoff. Oh, that means when you're flying in the air, your movement speed's really slow. I think your mana cost is still really high, right? You can't do it infinitely, but you were really slow. Now you can actually get like a good speed, so if you do want to use it. There's just so many options for Chens. It's like even crazier than before. Truly, they're making it even more of like a hero that nobody's gonna want to play. I like the hero, but like this is not going to encourage the average player to play Chen, unfortunately. But I don't think it's ever going to happen, and that's fine. It's still like a cool hero that's good for the pro scene, even if the average pub player doesn't play it. So I think it's fine. Okay, where are we at? Ogre Bruiser. This was the first one I thought of when I thought about scaling abilities. Base damage goes up to 300. Stun duration goes down to 2.4 because of the nerf, and the radius is increased a little bit. So they're a little scared about using this one, or buffing it too much, I guess. Maybe this feels, this tiny radius increase, I mean, it's 10% bigger. That's kind of a lot when you square it, but I don't know if it matters that much. It does a percentage base damage, I know, as well. I thought they would change the percentage or something to make it seem cooler, but it's fine. Ogre Frostmage, this one could be broken too. Armor scales to 7, and then potentially 9 later, which is kind of like what it used to be. It used to be like 8 back in the day. And the slows are decent too. Alpha Wolf, crit strike damage increased. Don't see a Doom doing this. But, and that's the chance of the Wolf dealing damage. This one's kind of irrelevant. This doesn't, the Alpha Wolf is good for its aura. This one could be good, the Intimidate. I think it lowers your base damage. Maybe all damage? I don't remember exactly. But this could definitely be very viable. Increasing the radius up to like 500. You could just cast this in fights to dispel. In fact, you could probably apply this Intimidate to people with BKB on, and it would last until afterwards. I don't know what the duration on the Giant Wolf is. I'm not sure. But it's pretty annoying to jungle against, so it's probably good. Split Shard, we get 3 Mud Golems, and then they would have more health, and the damage of their attacks would be up. I was hoping this would be cooler, but it's still fine. Like, it's 3.75 second stuns. These used to be broken. And her Boulder's stun duration is decreased as well. So, oh, I'm sorry, it's not 0.6, it's 0.5. Or it wasn't 0.75, it's 0.6. So, I think the damage is pretty low. It's like 75 or something. Used to be a lot, like, used to be like 125 or something. But yeah, getting 3, I guess, is kind of cool. The damage they do is irrelevant, I think. Maybe not. I mean 20 is kind of big. The shards felt garbage before, but maybe it'll feel more like Axelab, where like they're all scary. 28's kind of a lot. If they split into 3 and they do 28 damage each, and then you have like like basically get like 2 Mud Golems and 2 Dark Trolls, and do Skellies plus Mud Golems. That's probably a lot of fucking damage. Centaur War Stomp. Stun duration is less, but the damage goes up. Irrelevant. This is obviously another really good creep, but Centaur War Conqueror has been like the best neutral creep for almost forever as one that you want to control, so increasing the damage of it is fine. But they couldn't really buff this much more, in my opinion. It's fine. Chen gets 3 Mud Golems at minute 15 with Shard. It's not that good though, because again, all the third, you don't even really need the Shard. It increases it. It doesn't increase the amount of splits you get. It just ups the damage by 8. I guess they have more HP. The HP and damage is like fine, but like this is what you're paying for. It's not something you'd want to play for specifically. I don't think. You'd probably just be better to get multiple Dark Troll Warlords, honestly, new skeletons, but this is fine. Like 28 damage is quite a lot if you're getting 3 of them. Like you could definitely take towers with this shit. Or at least like you could rely on them to do damage in team fights. Like if you have Mud Golems and they die and you have a penitence on somebody and they're right there, like that guy is going to take a lot of damage for sure. The Courser, this is a good buff. Magic resistance for heroes, so it gets better later. This would be a nice one for Chen to hold. 23% to heroes, 46 per creeps. This is bonkers good. This is probably the biggest buff, I think, for one of the best reasons to get Shard on Chen. These are all just Chen changes basically. But this creep is mega good. These auras used to stack, but this is ridiculous. 46% magic resistance to creeps, 23 to heroes is really good. Pipe plus this, your team is taking so much less damage. It's like almost a quarter less damage from magic damage is what having this aura there. It's so good. If you're against a Zeus or something, a quarter less damage just for this guy staying alive. Very, very strong. Dark Troll Summoner, Skellies more health, Skellies more damage. So yeah, the Skellies do 12 damage, but they increase their damage by 3 for everybody. So 3 skeletons is 9 damage, so they do 21. So 3 Skellies do 21 regular, and now they're going to do 30 damage. So yeah, if you want to think about how much the mud golem damage is going to be, 28 is already like way higher than the 3 skellies do. It's like it's basically like 6 skellies is what. So each mud golem is equivalent with the shard is equivalent to one of a skelly when there's 6 skellies, and 6 skellies do a lot of damage. So this is probably going to be like a noticeable amount of damage. It's all about the damage basically right here, and them having more HP is kind of cool too. But anyway, AoE is going to fuck them up. Okay, and now only cast Raise Dead when below 50% health. Okay, that's good. This is actually a really needed change, because this is a really annoying thing about the Dark Trolls, that if you ever damaged Dark Troll and got too close to him, distance-wise, he would summon skeletons, and the skeletons wouldn't aggro, and it'd fuck up your stack. Or pull. Pull not so much, but stack definitely. It fucked up your stack, so just remove it. Like, if they're jungling, let them summon the skeletons. The only problem, it's slightly different to like kill the skellies efficiently if you're playing Alchemist or something, or some spellcaster, because now you need to get the main guy below 50 before he'll summon. And it's also unlikely that they'll summon multiple sets of Raised Dead, which for a hero like Alchemist, who's doing like elongated pulling, might be a little annoyed by. But this is probably, it's a net benefit to the game. Hill Troll and Snare Cast range increased. 825 is really good. It does have a projectile speed, so you can dodge it, but Hill Troll's definitely worth using in some cases, and Snares are good. Hellbear Smasher, lower the cooldown, up the damage. 350 is a huge nuke. This looks really, really fun, because you could do like, get like 2 of these, do a 700 damage nuke. It's fucking wild. It's kind of a lot. Obviously 30 minutes or later, but it's a nice change. Obviously people also, it's easy to say 350 damage, but the reality is that this is 350 damage 30 minutes into the game. Or arguably, this would be 15 minutes into the game, and then if you buy the shard, it becomes 250. So you'd have 250 damage Hellbear nukes at 15 minutes. It's a lot, but it's not like mega busted. People are going to have a lot of health at that point. But it's still good, for sure. Hellbear Death Throw, Rush Attack Speed. This is the aura. So you could have 27 attack speed aura, very, very strong in the right cases. The Satyr Tormentor, the health aura regen is going to be rescaled, so less regen. So worse for regen early, but about the same here, and better late. I don't know if people bother with this. I mean, 10 seconds that's a lot of health, but this isn't really like the best. There's better death ball creeps usually later on, but in the right case, it could be good. Satyr Mind Stealer, this is the mana burn. Burns up to 35, does not scale well, but it has an intelligence multiplier. So it had an intelligence multiplier. I did not know this. I forgot about this. I must have read this before, because it was 200. So it's much better. That's probably because it was like too broken to control this early game and then run it at these like offlane heroes and just burning all their fucking mana. So it's much better against supports now, basically, based on interior supports. It's useless against Ogre Magi. This is the counter to the Satyr Mind Stealer, Ogre Magi. What does it mean to get lower rank confidence per game? It means that you are inconsistent in how well you play your Dota matches. So it thinks that you might be a different MMR, and it's willing to give you more or less MMR depending on if you win or lose. Which is ultimately good, because you want to be in a place where you're playing at about the level that the game thinks you're about the right level. If you're getting better, then your rank confidence will go down and it'll give you more MMR. If you play consistent, then it's fine. You're brain fried? That's okay. I'll continue to talk. Satyr Banisher. Purge cast range increased from 350 to up to 550, and the mana cost is decreased, so you can cast it more times. The cast range increase is really nice, because this guy's usually kind of squishy. But with a higher cast range, it'll be easier to just sit him in back and to dispel some annoying things. I did get name dropped, hell yeah. And for the record, people ask this sometimes, but I chose the name Purge before I played Warcraft 3. Actually, I might have played Warcraft 3 first, but I didn't think about it from Warcraft 3. I think it said something about this should put you around the previous rank that you were. You were Divine, but dropped a bit. Does it mean you'll be started back around Divine? Probably. It'll probably start you at about Ancient or Divine. And then if you play exactly at that level, it'll keep you there. But if you improve a little bit or you play better, then it'll put you back up to Divine, probably. But it'll use that as its starting point. It'll put you, like for me, it'll put me at like Divine 5/Immortal. I'm like right on the edge there. And my confidence is going to be like wider. And then based on how I play, how consistently, it will adjust me where I deserve to go. Wildwing Ripper, that is the big boy. These are pretty popular right now in pro games. The cast range of the Tornado will go up. It's already pretty high at 400, but it's very good at saving people. Dooms are buying it too because it also gives you the armor aura, so it's a great creep to have. And then the cooldown will decrease down to like 26, which is fine. 22. It's a 4-staff. It's a good 4-staff basically. That's why people are using it on Beastmaster type heroes, and you can force them back towards their enemies too. Small Wildling, Tornado speed goes up, cooldown decreases. All right, Warpine Raider. Ooh, the bounces are gonna go up finally. This one kind of sucked because the bounces were just always low. They were okay because I had a higher magic resistance. It was like 33%. But increasing the bounces is a really good way to better justify this. Each bounce does 100 magic damage. So if it bounces 12 times, that means throwing this guy out, it does, I think it should do 13 total hits instances, so it's 1300 magic damage. Which could be really insane in team fights actually. Like walk up with like 4 Warpine Raiders as a Chen. Even like here when they have 8 bounces or something. You could walk up with like 3 or 4 and just launch these babies out. Like you could clear creep waves. I don't know what the, I gotta look at it. There's too many like unanswered questions here. We'll go for neutrals. Search. Neutrals. Neutral creeps. I want to see what the cooldown on this on his nuke is, because I don't use him very often. Oops, that's ancients. I'm missing. Those are ancients. Warpine Raider. Warpine Camp. Click there. Siege Shot has a 15-second cooldown. Does 100 mana. Costs 100 mana. He has 300 mana. So if you could definitely like fuck up team fights with these guys. This seems like the most abusable for team fights to me because it's easy. You launch them. They have a 500 bounce distance. So I don't know. Warpine Raiders seem really good for team fights to me, personally. With Chen. If you're playing like some Doom or something, it doesn't matter. But like, and it's not very good if you just have one. But if you have a lot of them and you have like a vacuum or something, these are pretty sick, I think. These look really good. Especially once you're past 30 minutes, I suppose. 12 bounces, it just seems good. I guess they bounce a little slow, but they might jump to creeps. But the thing is, when you have 12 bounces, creeps are fucking dying. Like if you throw out 4 of these, and I've effectively done 1200 magic damage per each one, it's not perfect, right? If I throw a 300 damage nuke and it hits 4 creeps, I've done 1200 damage. So these are the same, you could argue. So clearing creep waves, yes, it is weaker. Illusions, things like that, it's weaker. But if creep waves are limited and you're still doing damage during the fight, like that's why, who's the hero that it makes most sense on? Luna? Luna's ulti is amazing single target. It's bad if there's creeps, but her glaives kill creeps. So sometimes on Luna, the best thing you can do while you're ulting is just auto-attack creeps. Or you can auto-attack the hero and the glaives will bounce the creeps and kill them. So it's kind of like that. You can do a mix sometimes. If the creep waves are dying to you or your allies, or if the siege shots are bouncing appropriately, it could be really sick. Like genuinely, it could be a lot of damage. If 2 heroes are next to you, this is like a bonkers amount of damage. It's a fucking bonkers amount of damage. Because you're doing 1200 damage between the 2 of them. So if you throw 3 of those, like, that's going to kill one of those guys, you know? If they don't have magic resistance. So, anyways, Ancient Black Dragon, Fireball duration rescaled. Oh, it lasts longer. I was like, the cooldown increases? And the Magic Amp Aura will increase. Yeah, the 5% was not that incredible. It's fine. But not worth grabbing over other creeps, typically. But going up to 9%, definitely really solid. Amplifies your damage by 9%, your whole team. To enemies nearby. Ice Shaman, this bomb thing sucks, but the base model of the unit is really good. It's got good damage and good attack range, so it's a lot easier to like siege towers with it. But the bomb itself is just okay against heroes, and it's garbage against towers, basically. The mana cost is going to go down, don't care, and the cast range goes up, so I guess about what we expected. Frostbane Golem, this is the cooldown reduction one. Goes up to 14% for you and your allies. That's looking pretty good for things like Greaves and stuff like that. And then the bonus HP Granite Golem up to 21. This has been a really fun Chen Patch Notes edition. This one is really good, the Weakening Armor. -2 armor is decent, but not the most incredible. But it's scaling up to 4 naturally is really good with the right lineups. Like, this basically gives you options, right? These are all good with, if I have like a Deso builder, like a PA or something, then weakening armor reduction as a Chen would be great to have. If I'm worried about us staying alive and sieging because my Luna's hitting a tier 3 tower, then Granite Golem sounds great. If we have a lot of spellcasters, cooldown reduction looks really solid. You know, you can adjust based on the game. Magic amplification if I have a Zeus on my team. 9% increased magic spell amp or amplification, and this stacks with spell amp, by the way. If I do 100 damage normal, and let's say I get Kaya, so I do 108%, it's a good time for a calculator. These numbers stack well. So instead of it's not just 9% damage increase, you have to think of it like it's it's 108 damage times 1.09, which means it does 117.72. So it stacks well with spell amp, basically. Magic amp, basically like magic resistance reduction, stacks really well with spell amp. Same as magic resistance reduction stacking well with magic resistance reduction. The more you stack them, the better they get, basically. So all of these can be really powerful. Yeah. Where are we at? Basically that 9% was, it's hard to see because the numbers are small, I guess, but it does give you a little bit more oomph, basically, is what I'm trying to tell you. If they stack well. Thank you for the sub. Do I think it's the meta for controlled units? No, this doesn't like make meta for controlled units necessarily. What this does is it means that look at all of these abilities that get better later, and it gives you more choices to make. Because what happens is late game Chen, you're like, okay, I want a stun, I want auras, magic resistance, I might want the Hellbear that gives attack speed, I might want skeletons maybe for damage bonus for my allies, I might want disable, but usually you go auras. You want Alpha Wolf to give your team damage, you might want Frost Mage to give armor, but now there's just more options because each individual one can get buffed to a higher number. Like if this is 25% slow and ghost all game, it's not worth it. But if they're kiteable, like some tanky strength hero, 37% slow is pretty good. This could be something that changes the team fight. And that's one of my creeps. But it's not worth taking the ghost usually, because a small camp creep is almost never going to be as strong as a large creep. In terms of HP, stats, their benefit, for example. Center Courser doesn't scale at all with this buff. 50 damage is basically irrelevant. But this shit going from 15 to 19, just base, that's good. And with the Shard 23, that's like something that could definitely encourage me to take a small creep. So what this does, it just gives you more choices. You can, with the right information and knowledge of what these do, they allow you to make better choices. So what this does is it means that late game Chen is slightly better if you know what you're doing and you get the right creeps. And the fact that there are more creeps on the map means you have a better chance of collecting the correct creeps. Now, what usually happens anyways is your creeps get fucking wiped when you lose a team fight eventually. But having the ability to choose better is still a cool thing. More cooldown reduction. Do I need that? Do I need raw HP? Do I need minus armor on my opponents? Like the Ancient Rock Golem, if you have like an Ember Spirit on your team, is fucking cool. Or a Shadow Fiend, you know? They're just gonna have less armor. And they're gonna die easier to your allies. That's cool. Thank you for the raid of 35. I'm Steven Johnson. Anyways, Ancient Thunderhide, the slam hero duration, this is the amount of time that they get slowed, is increased. The attack speed component of Thunderhide is already really good, so they didn't need to buff it. Ancient Rumblehide, War Drums, or Accuracy. This one is cool too. This is the accuracy that you get from standing near this creep. That means against evasion. That would scale up to 51. This one's already pretty good the way it is. Keep in mind Maelstrom is 30%. MKB is 75% accuracy, so this is 40. So it's pretty good. Alright, item updates. We already covered Blood Grenade, but we can read it again. It's consumable, you throw the grenade. It is it is an item that is the opposite of Raindrop. It allows you to, speaking of which, it doesn't proc Raindrop, it doesn't do Raindrop, it doesn't do 75 damage. But it is a item opposite of Raindrop. If you need a little bit of oomph to get a kill, you can use Blood Grenade to do so. Thank you for the sub there, Tea and Lemonade. Active effects don't stack, so you can't stack them multiple times. And oh, this is the max stock of 3 with the long restock time. This is the grenade. This makes sense that it would be limited. People will be buying these, certainly. I could definitely see roaming 4s. They will buy this because they will run in and throw it. I don't know what the cast range is. Oh, it's 900. It's pretty good. So definitely walk in when you're starting a gank. Use the blood grenade on a 4, and you dive to get a kill, basically, is the goal. Or you can buy it, bring it to lane, and try to get a kill on a support or a core that's causing you problems. If you don't get a kill, it's costing you more because you spent gold on it. But trading 65 gold to get a kill is definitely worth it at times. Pro players will definitely be buying these, without a doubt.
Hooray!
Maybe they'll feel like it's too much gold at times, but if they get a kill, then it's going to feel worth it. There's going to be some cases where your hero doesn't naturally have what you need to get a kill, whether it's enough damage or the slow, and being able to slow somebody in that radius will be helpful.
Hooray!
Enemies in the area will take 50 damage impact, be slowed by 15. So it stays on the ground for 5, but it doesn't necessarily last that long. If they're in the impact, they will continue taking damage. So it's kind of, it's not like you throw it on them and it stays on them for 5 seconds. It's just a small area. So it looks pretty mild right now, but a little slow and a little damage. You could also use it to try to break blink daggers, maybe. That could be another option late game. If your hero doesn't have like a good way to do damage from range. So this could make like late game initiations a bit easier. But the restock time is so high that it's not going to be common. There's the diadem we covered already, the cornucopia we covered, secret shop item 1200, health regen, mana regen, damage. I doubt how often this is going to get used because it's much more expensive than a ring of health. It's much more expensive than a void stone. Not that anybody rushes void stone, they'll just buy Sage's Mask and get mana regen. The damage it gives is basically irrelevant. And it doesn't build into anything, right? Well, it might. It probably does. But as a build-up item, nobody's going to rush this. It's way out of the price range. And generally, if I could buy a Ring of Health or get Arcane Boots, I would rather do either of those things than buy this item. So once it's probably going to build into like Lincoln's or some shit, is my guess. Battle Fury? It could be that. If it builds into Battle Fury, then that makes sense. But as a base... Oh, okay, I understand what they're doing. That makes sense. So if this is for Battle Fury, like that person said, the reason they did this is because the problem right now is that once you get Ring of Health, your lane is kind of secured as a carry. So what they're trying to do is trying to punish Battle Fury builders. Because if you have a decent early game for the first couple minutes and you get Ring of Health, your lane is kind of secured. And if the cost is now 1200, this means that time period where you can get punished versus get Ring of Health is much, much wider. So this should be a nerf to carries or anybody that buys Battle Fury, which is basically just carries, right? Or anybody else that buys this, maybe Lincoln Sphere buyers. So this is going to be a hurt to any of those Ring of Health rushers. We'll see if that further impacts with like Vanguard, because people go Vanguard, disassemble. Well, I guess you can't do that anymore, right? That means if Vanguard if they just leave Vanguard exactly the same, you can't build Vanguard and disassemble and make Battle Fury, which would also further stabilize your laning stage. We'll see how that changes. But anyways, let's continue, because there's so many hypotheticals to talk about with that. Because it depends on whether or not Vanguard has changed, if it still takes Ring of Health, etc., etc. This is the Pavis armor barrier thing. So Voidstone, Ring of Protection. Voidstone not a very popular item, by the way. I feel like it just does. They're lowering the cost, I see, which is probably valid. It's not very good compared to like Arcane Boots. Ring of Protection, generally an item that almost no support buys, so I'm glad that they're giving you another item solution. Right now, if you want armor on supports, there aren't a lot of good options. It's basically like Wraithband, pretty much. So Ring Protection, Fluffy Hat, these are great support components. Ring Protection, Fluffy Hat, early game, excellent. Voidstone, sure. And then you need a little recipe, which isn't bad. So health, mana regen, armor, beautiful item. This is a great alternative to like Aetherlens, without a doubt, in that it's a defensive version, that it gives you mana regen, it gives you health and armor. That's great. I think this is a really solid item. And Fluffy Hat's 125 health, so this is a little bit higher. If you buy this on a generic support, I am not upset. But it's kind of like a cool way on like a defensive support to not have to buy Glimmer or Force. It's another option, right? And it's an easy ass build up, and it's not expensive, and you can sell it later. Barrier that absorbs 300 physical damage. This is better if your ally has higher armor, But if they don't, it's not that terrible either, I suppose. But this is 30 physical damage since barrier is now after reduction. So the higher your armor is, does this really matter? It's still technically like health. It's basically health. You're giving somebody 300 health against physical damage. That's what this means. But yeah, the same principle applies. If your armor is higher, this health goes farther. But you're giving somebody 300 health against physical damage, is what it does. Lasts 8 seconds, cooldown's 18, mana cost is low. This is a great item. I don't know what the cast range is, but it's probably too high right now. And it will be nerfed when people buy it. Obviously good against physical damage. It felt OP when you played against it. Yeah, it just seems broken, like, to me. The cost is not high. The buildup is great. All of these components are excellent. The only downside is you're getting a Void Stone instead of a Mana Boots, and supports would much rather buy Arcane Boots when they need the mana regen, because then they give it to themselves and their cores. And as you guys know from like Aether Lens, the mana regen is just not... This mana regen, like, it falls off really quick. Like, you can run out of mana as like with an Aether Lens, and like, it really hurts you. But at least with Aether Lens, you drop and use a wand. So, this does seem quite good. 75 mana cost, low cooldown. Use it in fights. You'd probably just like rush this shit as a support and you like slap it on your mid or your offlaner when you take towers. Consistently as soon as the fight starts, slap it on them or you. Seems really good. Disperser is the upgraded Diffusal Blade, so it's Diffusal Blade, Demon Edge, and a recipe. And then adds basically 5 agility and 45 damage. And then you get the mana break still, and now you get the suppress, which either slows them for 4 seconds like Diffusal Blade, or you target an ally and it dispels them, so it's a dispel. That's kind of cool. So you can give a dispel to yourself. I forgot about the dispel aspect. It's old Diffusal Blade used to purge yourself. You could purge yourself or an enemy. So you could use it to remove dust, for example. So you could buy this on Ricky to dispel yourself and increase your movement speed, and it makes you unsellable. So very good on like an invis type hero. I don't think you'd want to buy it on like a bounty hunter type hero, but it's pretty good. Anyways, cooldown is 15, mana cost 75. It's fine. This is a really solid upgrade. I wouldn't rush it, because usually after you buy a Diffusal Blade, you need like raw HP hybrid type item. But we're definitely going to see some heroes buy this. And there's probably some cases, like in certain matchups where it's amazing. Like if you're playing a Slark versus a Crystal Maiden and he holds Frostbite until after your Dark Pack's end, you just dispel it and you fucking kill him, for example. So I could definitely see some heroes buying this a little bit faster. Maybe a Wind Ranger. It's not that expensive. Harpoon we talked about earlier, but Echo Saber, a Diadem recipe, it's fine. The stats are fine. It's not much better than Echo Saber. You get 10 agility, you get 6 int, and you get like 5 strength or 4 strength or something. So it's not much better. You have a little bit more mana regen, and you just get to use the hook thing to gap close, basically. It'll be, I think it's a worse upgrade than Disperser, but obviously in the right situation, it's excellent. It should allow you to not have to buy Blink Dagger on as many carry heroes, which is cool, and I think helps with itemization a bit. It'll be more popular with bad players, though, I think. Phylactery I talked about before, but we'll go over it really quick. I think this item is very good on a few heroes, but maybe not an always thing. It's going to add a separate bonus damage to a target. So if you want to use it to break like refraction charges, you could, because it would give you separate bonus damage. And it slows them by 50% for 1.2 seconds on a 6-second cooldown. So it's basically like a spell amplifier without you having to buy spell amp. So I would buy this, and it has to be, you have to click on them to cast a spell, I believe. Single target spell. So I think it's going to be good on Zeus and Skywrath Mage. You could buy it on them. But other than that, it's kind of expensive at 2,400 gold. It's probably better to buy an Atos on Skywrath Mage. And on Zeus, it's probably solid. I think at Zeus, it's like really good, most likely. You could definitely, I don't know if I would want to rush this item, but you could probably do like Kaya Phylactery or something would be good. Because it's just going to give you more damage when you use either Arc Lightning on a hero or use Lightning Bolt. The slow will be helpful. So, and it's just more damage. So, it seems fine, but it might feel bad. Passive effect doesn't proc on spells that don't give magic stick charges, such as Hand of Midas, and doesn't stack from multiple sources. I think this means that if you have like a Fade Bolt, or sorry, like if your Sky, or what is it called? Sky's first skill. Arcane Bolt. If it hits 3 heroes, it wouldn't proc on multiples, I think, is what that means. But passive is applied when the spell connects, so it has to connect. So if you want to slow them instantly on Sky, you hit them with the slow, or the silence, and then you drop the ulti. So yeah, I think this is going to be really good on Sky. Attributes, raw HP, damage amp, and slow built in. In lots of ways, it's a better version of Atos in the sense that it does more damage, but the attributes are worse, and it's not as reliable in lockdown. So I could see people using it. Hey, initial and max stock of 4 and restock time at 120. This was what I did guess this one, although I guessed that they would buff the mango to compensate, because a max stock of 4 and a restock time of 120 means that you cannot, like, it's just bad now. Like, nobody's gonna buy this, right? And Clarities also have a max stock of 4. Oh, alright, there's a lot of things. They were, everyone was right. Max stock of 8 and a restock time of 120. Oh my gosh, this could really change things. Depends. I mean, at the start of the game, usually you buy like 5 sets or something, right? But basically, trading gold to keep your lane from being a dumpster fire is going to be a lot less effective now. This is mostly impactful for Tango Salve and Mango. Clarities it matters because a lot of players will stay on the map longer for Clarity Potions. This could lead to people buying Kaya more often, buying more mana regen items, which is encouraged. Some players have been buying like Sage's Masks and leaving them in their inventories rather than buying a Ring of Basilius, for example, because it pays off more mana in the long run. But in the short run, Clarities are generally easier because it doesn't leave you item slotted. You just swap it in, use it, switch back. But the problem is Clarities give you really bad amounts of mana, kind of. But yeah, having a restock time, they're still going to be used in the mid and late game probably, but it's definitely going to encourage people to make sure that they solve their mana problems on their own. No, that will make a big difference. And Mango's just seem dead. Only 4? I mean, I guess one hero could buy like 4. It's mostly supports that buy these, typically, to leverage their mana. But this is 2 minutes. It's not coming back for 2 minutes. I don't know. I guess people are going to buy them in the laning stage and then they just don't buy them again. But it does limit. I'm surprised the restock time is not higher, I guess, or lower. 2 minutes seems like kind of wild. But I guess if you go and look at a game and check how many mangoes like certain supports buy, it might be really high. It might be like way more than 4. Oh, SF mid, that's a really good point. Yeah, SF mid is sad about this because SF mid uses a lot of mangoes, and that was like one of the ways that he leveraged his laning stage to be really good. Buff to shovel, that's true. You get these things out of shovel, can't get tangos though. Tome of knowledge removed from the game. That's fine. There's other ways to get experience on the map, and Tome was a way to help encourage supports to catch up, basically. So I think this is fine. Dust of Appearance, reveal is rework. Now creates an area that reveals and slows invis units by 20% in a radius where the caster was standing. Reveal the units at 25 damage, so still stops blink. The area lasts 12 seconds. Debuff lingers on enemy heroes for an additional 8 seconds. Okay, so rather than it being like a, did I hit him or not? It's a area. The area lasts, and if they're in it, it stays on for 8 seconds, but they run away. But if you put it on the ground and people walk into it, they would also become visible. And they take damage, right? So they could walk into it, I think. Yeah, they take damage when they reveal. Yeah, maybe I should demo this one.
Hooray!
Bow before me, or prepare to meet your fate.
Let's put that here.
Prepare for battle.
Prostrate yourself. As I command.
Okay, Dust.
Dust Dust of appearance.
Silent as smoke.
This does make you invisible, right? Okay, yeah. He's gone. Okay, I can click there.
I'm under attack.
Okay. Wait. Anyone else confused? So, wait, why the fuck did that? Oh, anyways. So, Dust. Ricky's walking in. He's probably like right here right now. Now he's right here. Now he's gonna attack. And the moment he does,
Put it like that.
he's revealed. But as soon as he leaves, so if the dust doesn't apply when he's in there. The fuck? It's bugged? Okay. It's bugged. Alright, yeah, because that didn't make sense compared to what I wrote. I think my understanding is probably right. Ricky and Viz is recast. Ricky and Nick's are bugged, they don't get revealed with us. Okay. Okay, with Bounty. Alright, we'll do it one more time with Bounty.
Where I tread, a kingdom of bone bones. 'Tis I.
My blades will do the talking.
Prepare for battle.
Every time.
Dust of appearance.
He did take the damage. Okay, so I was right. So there's a barrier. He probably can see it. If he walks into it, he takes the damage and gets revealed, and then it lasts for 8 seconds. So for 8 seconds, this should be here, and then... So what this basically means is that if we're team fighting in this area, then this dust stays there for 12 seconds, which is pretty good, because that means that for... This can basically reveal an invis here that fights me here for 20 seconds. I don't know how much it used to last, but it was probably about like 10 or 12 seconds. If I pop it, and he runs,
I'll find them.
then I still have 8 seconds to chase. So it's still fine for chasing, which is its original purpose. But now it's better for fighting in areas, and the reason that they probably wanted to do this was probably because pros were a little bit over-reliant on needing to use sentries to protect themselves in team fights. Like, they'd have to put a sentry down, and that was the only way that they could reliably get vision. And the other thing is that BKB and other dispel mechanics, like, this doesn't remove it anymore. He'd probably be in Viz over here. Now it still works on him. So basically you can't remove it with BKB anymore. What if we do this? Oops.
Make way for your better.
Yes.
So yeah, and this is the other thing. It's basically sentry like. He can be BKB'd, and it normally wouldn't be applied. Well, I guess it does now because BKB doesn't stop applications, but it's an AoE that can apply. So basically, no matter what happens, if I dust this guy, if he has BKB, if he has Manta, if he's in this AoE when he uses this skill, it's still gonna fucking hit him. He's still dusted.
My blades will do the talking.
And he's slower if he's invis, by the way. So, if you're an invis hero, like, Dust is so much better defensively now. So much better defensively. Because you just press it and it gives you an area where you're going to see them no matter fucking what. Unless they're like Slark and uses ulti. So this is a big buff to Dust. Can't run from ganks as Ricky anymore? I mean, you can because Ricky can blink strike away. If you have mobility, it's not a big deal. Like, this is a bad example because it's going to break Dust or whatever. Well, it would have if there wasn't free spells. If we turn this off, and he's invis or something, and I use this, it's supposed to do damage. I don't know why I didn't. But if you blink out, then it doesn't matter. You're not in the AoE anymore, you know? You can run. But if you get dusted now, you're kind of just stuck.
This way.
That seemed to work. I'm not sure why.
Hooray!
I'll find him.
So, it's not on him, but if I do this, he gets slowed. If I do this,
Like a great story.
it goes away kind of.
If you would
And you can probably mant it off here. Yeah. So you basically, if you want to dispel it, you have to dispel it outside of the radius to remove the debuff. So that means that you have to like either kill them here, or lock them down enough to force them to use a dispel at the wrong time. And that means that after they exit, you have 8 seconds where you can still see them. So, yeah, much harder for them to get away. And much better as a defensive item, so we're going to see a lot more pro players carrying Dust and using Dust. Invoker, pop the fucking Dust. It's on him. It doesn't matter if he BKBs it. So that matters for pro games, basically, because pros will abuse BKBs and Dispels really, really, really fucking well. And now it just can't be dealt with, it seems like, other than by like force staffing or getting the fuck out. Sentry Ward max stock decreased from 10 to 8. And the restock time is increased, so there are less sentries, and if you are worse, there are even less sentries, because there will only be 8. Smoke of Deceit, allies affected by smoke can't use Smoke of Deceit themselves for 2 seconds after application. Amazing. So this means that now you cannot accidentally smoke. Just a nice quality of life. Are there any ways that this is kind of bad? Not really. I'm thinking about some like cases where you might want to dodge damage with smoke, but it's fine. Seems fine. Ring of Health cost decreased by 700. Okay. So they probably did this to, I would assume, make them easier to build, but worse to build into things like Battle Fury. That was, like, Battle Fury and Vanguard were kind of intrinsically fucked, because both of them were based on Ring of Health. And Battle Fury is an item that you should be greedy to get, and difficult, so the cost should be high. But Vanguard is in some ways just a defensive item, and thus Ring of Health should be attainable. But them being tied together by being both a greedy and a survivable item was like too good. And then when Vanguard became disassemblable, it just made sense. You just buy the Vanguard, you get full defense, and then you disassemble it later to get Battle Fury when it's safe. They're going to reduce the regen a little bit, but on paper, Ring of Health still looks good, but it depends what it builds into. And then they nerf mana regen of Voidstone by quite a bit. Sage's Mask gives you 0.75, I think, right? God, I don't even remember. Basey was 1.5, I think. God, I don't even remember. My brain is being dumb. Let's look. 0.7. Okay. And then Basey was, and actually it was 1.5. Okay, so yeah, it did double it. So 1.5 for Basey. Voidstone gives you basically the same, but for more cost. So it kind of sucks, but depending on what it builds into, could be fine. Cloak cost increased by a lot. Cloak was becoming a little too fantastic. 500 gold was very little for 15% magic resistance. Jumping up to 20 is nice though. I think this is actually completely fine, because there are times they removed Hood. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say Hood feels kind of shit. A little. It felt like you had to buy it, but the base stats that Hood gave you were garbage, pretty much. It was like barely better than a cloak. The only thing that was good about it was that it gave you a barrier. You could activate the barrier to block damage. They probably removed it because with this barrier change, it would become too good and it's just easier to remove it. But, and this is, maybe they increased this gold cost, but this went down. So whatever, if you're building, pipe will be different, right? Hood's been in the game a long time, by the way, guys. A long time. So this is kind of iconic that it's being removed. But, this is still fine. 20% magic resistance is really good. It makes it feel better to leave it as a single item in a slot because you're spending more gold to put it there. And it'll be much easier to just fit it into your item build because you're going to get really good oomph out of it if against the right heroes. But obviously when you sell it, it feels bad if you sell it. But anyways, let's see. Eternal Shroud. Cool in theory, but one of the weakest items in the game, I think. It just didn't have a lot of use. People used it in pub games when they thought it would be good, but in pro games, almost exclusively not used. Part of that is because it was very similar to Bloodstone and what it provided. It was a unique way to give spell lifesteal, and Bloodstone was just better in almost all ways. It gave you raw HP, so that meant it was good against all heroes. And the lifesteal values that Bloodstone gave you were just far better. Whereas Eternal Shroud forced you to buy HP regen, which isn't always needed. That's one of the other problems with Hood, by the way, is you had to buy HP regen, even maybe when you didn't want it. And then Eternal Shroud also gave you spell lifesteal, which was fine, but you'd just rather have other items, typically. Unless if you're playing some bristleback, turn your back type shit, and you lost to that, it's probably because they were better than you and you played it badly, kind of a thing. So it worked better against like weaker players, but against high level players, Eternal Shroud just kind of sucked. It was not good. The only thing that was slightly cool about it was you gained mana when you took the magic damage, but that was like kind of good on Pudge. But you could also just buy fucking mana regen on the item, on the hero. So like why get an Eternal Shroud of Pudge? It's not good. You'd be better off to go pipe higher amounts of magic resistance. Alright, so let's see what's different. This did need to change. Recipes changed, no longer requires Hooded Defiance. Now it's a cloak, an ogre axe, a ring of health, and a recipe. So 30 magic resistance, 12 strength, 7 health regen. This looks better to me right off the bat, because remember what I said about Bloodstone? Gives raw health. So now Eternal Shroud should mean that even if you buy it against like hybrid magic and physical, it's still okay, because it's going to give strength. It would give damage too, which is okay. But this is like an offlaner item, it looks like. Strength, health regen is fine, and it does do Ring of Health. So you could buy Ring of Health and turn it into it later if you wanted. 30 magic resistance versus the 20 is not that much better. It doesn't have an active ability. And what else does it do? Passively converts 25% of incoming magic or pure damage to mana. That's cool. And magic resistance and passive effect don't stack from multiple shrouds. Okay, cool. So, you don't have to press it anymore. It doesn't give you a barrier, but it basically already gives you a barrier because it gave you 12 strength. You don't have to buy that dumb spell lifesteal item. I mean, this is 22 times 12 HP. So this is 264 health. So it gives you 264 health. It has mana regen, but the health regen is less expensive, which is cool. And it gives you a healthy amount of magic resistance. And then the magic damage you take gives you mana. So this is really cool on your tanky offlaners. And it doesn't give you spell lifesteal, right? Yeah. So basically it's a mana source, which is it was the coolest thing about the item before, was that it gave you mana, a way to get mana back. But the fact that it just does it passively now is really cool. So you could buy this on some spammy hero against a Zeus. If you get lightning bolted, you're going to get like 75 mana back, if not more, winning a shard. So I think that's really cool. If you're against mana burners, this is amazing. Mana burners will deal damage to you. Obviously it's physical damage, but there's going to be people casting spells on you. I think this is a really cool change. Damage you take goes to mana. That's really awesome. I think this item is cool, has usages in certain games. Mana spammers. If you have many issues and they have magic nukers, you can solve your mana issues. They cast a spell, you get a magic stick charge, and you get passive mana. Cool. Anyways, let's move on. Let's see what pipe is like, because this answers the other half of the equation. Requires cloak, ring of health, very similar. Headdress, very similar. So basically same, but the recipe cost is higher. You don't need to buy a ring of regen anymore. You don't need to buy, yeah, that's it, ring of regen. So no ring of regen. The price of this is 1,500. Before it was 500 plus 875 plus the ring. I'm gonna do math. My brain is running out. 500 plus 875 plus 175. So it's 1,550 before to get a hood. Now it's cloak and ring of health. That's 1,500. So same cost. It's 50 gold less, I believe, and total cost. Oh, it says right here. I'm way less. I'm way off. 100 less. Oh, the recipe cost is 100 less. I did my math wrong somewhere. Anyways, it's 100 less. Magic resistance bonus is decreased, which is probably important. That's another thing that Shroud didn't have, is that it was only 20%. I think they buffed it to 25% magic resistance. But it used to be only 20, which was kind of just bad. It was not worth it to buy it over a pipe on like a Pudge, for example. But lowering the magic resistance bonus, which is, they need to do this because this does a barrier. So if it gives high magic resistance and the barrier is good with high magic resistance, then pipe by itself would just be broken. So lowering the aura and lowering the base is valid and makes sense. And it now stacks additively with other sorts of magic barriers. So you can't get multiple pipes, or at least itself. You might be able to get multiple pipes. Can you get multiple pipes? Do you guys know? How's magic resist stack? BKB with Eternal Shroud is 80% magic resist. No, the way that it works is like this. Let's say I have 25% magic resist, because this is important. You guys probably will need to know this. So let's say I have, does not stack with self. Yeah, but is self mean this pipe or other pipes? Name is the same. Does not stack. Alright, sure. Alright, so if I am doing 100 magic damage to a hero, they have 25% magic resistance. That means that of this 100 damage, 25 gets blocked. So we multiply this by the inverse of that, which is 0.75, because that's missing 25 of its damage. So now we do 75 damage. If you have BKB active, that means of that 75 damage that's now going through their base magic resistance, they're going to reduce 50% of that. So we're going to multiply this number by 0.5 to do half. So that's BKB resistance. So instead of taking 75 damage, we're now taking 37.5 damage. If you have a cloak, that means 20% less damage. So now we're going to multiply this by 0.8. So buying that cloak only reduces the damage from 37.5 to 30. So you take 7.5 less damage. This might seem like, oh, it's a smaller and smaller number, but the reality is that stacking multiple sources of magic resistance is pretty good. It's better to have a big chunk of magic resistance, like 50% from BKB. That's really, really strong. But that's how magic resistance works. That's the easiest way to think about it. It's reducing the damage. So if you're saying, I'm buying a cloak, that means of the magic damage you were taking before, I'm now taking 20% less. So if you buy a cloak and you buy an Eternal Shroud, you're going from 75 to, let's reduce the cloak HP. Now I'm down to 60, and now now my Eternal Shroud is helping. So now that's 0.7. So now you're down to 14. Let's say you BKB on top of that. That's another 0.5. It means the damage goes down to 21. So casual cloak is really good if you have a lot of HP. To make this a little different. The Martyr's Plate, what was that one? 25% or something? You can do the math if you want more specific examples. Oh, I think the last one I'll show you is Pipe. The reason Pipe is a big deal is because it's multiple sets again. So if I'm doing 100 damage, that goes down to 75 based on base magic resistance. Don't forget that your magic resistance changes a little bit based on your int, but anyways. So let's say it goes through the 25 first, that's times 0.75, and now it's going to go through the passive, that's 0.9, you lose another 10%. So now it's down to 50.625. So instead of taking 75 damage, a pipe will now do 50.6% damage to you. And then if you get a barrier, if the barrier blocks 400 HP or something, that means that they are going to need to do about double that to you. So that would be like 450 divided by 0.506, I think. So, or if the barrier is 400 divided by 0.506. So that means to get through your barrier, they need to do almost 800 magic damage to you. So I'm surprised it doesn't say that the barrier went down, because my assumption is that pipe is just straight up better here, even though they reduced the numbers by a little bit. But and yeah, the order doesn't matter. You think only barrier stacks additively, not resistance? Yes. It's kind of confusing what you wrote. I'm just not going to address it because I don't want to bother figuring it out. Bash stun duration decrease for Skull Basher. Abyssal Blade has been increased to compensate for the Ring of Health change. Which might mean that Vanguard is cheaper, I'm not sure. The overwhelming stun is less, the bash is less. Aetherland's recipe cost is increased. Probably fine. Item's pretty common. This is going to further punish supports that want to buy Aetherlands. Oh, we have an ad right now. Let's break for a second. Oh, thank you about Aetherlands. It does say total cost unchanged. You're right. It is about the Void Stone. That makes more sense. Thank you. Yeah, let's drink water. Woo. Should just press the button. I'm gonna go pee. Tango's good. My brother's taking care of her while I'm traveling, but I'll be back soon.
Hooray!
Okay, ads are done in about 30 seconds, so let's continue. Good enough. So yeah, thanks for the correction. Aether Lens cost is increased because mana, the Void Stone is cheaper. This does mean that upgrading from Mana Void or Mana Void Stone to Aether Lens will increase your mana regen, because it doesn't say that the mana regen is different. So this should mean that it's, you can get like a lot of mana regen between like Arcane and Aether Lens and Void Stone. Normally when I buy Aether Lens, I go Arcanes and then I wait to save the money for the Void Stone and the recipe, but it might be more valuable to go like Void Stone with it now. But it's not like that extra mana regen is really that big of a deal. I might be wrong though. Guys, please no spoils. Don't tell me about this. Like I don't care that you know that Aether Lens is not upgraded to Octarine now, so it's nerfed. You just shouldn't say it because I haven't gotten there yet, you know? We're on the A's. A's, Aether Lens, Octarine Core is way later. Please. Alright, Blink Dagger, taking damage from Roche or enemy heroes now mutes the item for 3 seconds instead of standing on 3-second cooldown. I think what this means is that if you had cooldown reduction like an Arcane Rune or an Octarine Core, then that would mean that it would be less than 3 seconds before you could blink again, is my hunch. But I could be wrong.
Hooray!
No Tinker Refresh? You're right. This would also affect Tinker, because then it's muted for 3 seconds and you can't unmute with Rearm. Very good point. Nerf the Tinker, but I bet it's going to be down here. Oh, nope, it's not. Arcane Blink no longer provides mana cost and cast time reductions or debuff amp. Yeah, I thought that one was kind of weird. Mana cost, cast time reductions, or debuff amp. Yeah, it was just too hard to use it. It was like hard to justify 20% better stun or something instead of buying a hex. The cooldown is decreased down to 7. That makes sense. Lower that cooldown by a shitload. Hell yeah, that makes sense. Just make it really low cooldown. Sure. The blink range is increased by a bit. Make it spelly. Yeah, that sounds great. And then taking damage from Roche, same thing. So, very low cooldown. You can use it often in fights. Perfect. Dodge spells. Chase people over long periods. I think this is a great change. Maybe it's basic or whatever, but like they tried all this other shit and none of it worked. People just bought this item because it was better on SF to lower his animation. That was it. Basically nobody else bought it. Overwhelming Blink exactly the same because it's still good. Swift Blink still good because it has still its uses. Arcane Blink still useless, or still was useless. I don't know if this is going to change it that much, but there's going to be some like int slay type heroes in the late game that are going to justify buying it now. Monkey King did buy it sometimes, but like no core Monkey King basically bought it. It was just like pub game shit. It's not really competitively viable. But yeah, 7-second blink cooldown is really good. That's abusable. You could get across the map way faster with this. You can chase people down that also have a blink dagger. You will catch them. Worth on OD to play aggressive? No, you don't need the animation reduction. It's not good on OD, I don't think. Like, a blink is good on him, but you should just have a blink probably. I don't think you need arcane blink. Yeah, it gives you int, I guess, but it doesn't sound ideal. Alright, here's the recipe. Broadsword, Claymore, Quelling Blade, Cornucopia. So yeah, this is the change that I expected when somebody pointed out that it's not for Battle Fury anymore. Or at least that this is for Battle Fury, because now it's a lot harder to get to the Cornucopia without being pressured. So this means that Battle Fury buyers will need to buy more tangos to get to this 1200 gold item, or they will be pressured for more, or you can bully them more before they get the regen. So it's going to be harder to rush a Battle Fury really fast. if the lane is more equal, those heroes are going to feel less powerful and less able to get away with it. Here's the Black King bar changes. We've talked about BKB a shitload, so I don't think we need to. Blade Mail damage bonus decreased, and the armor bonus increased. Okay, this is probably fine. People didn't really buy Blade Mail ever for the raw damage. The only exception is probably Spectre. It was nice on him. But most people that buy Blade Mail care a little bit more about the armor. And your heroes like Legion Commander loses the 8 damage. He doesn't care. Axe doesn't care. I mean, Legion cares a little bit because he attacks more often. Axe doesn't give a shit. Axe is happy to have armor. And honestly, Legion is probably still fine to get it too, as are other heroes. So I don't think this is a big deal at all. This is fine. It's just it makes the item a little bit better for cores. Kunkka's buy this item. I guess Kunkka's a little sad about this, but Kunkka has a lot of HP, so armor is good. So I think Kunkka's happy. I think any int survivable core, I feel like a Death Prophet could buy this item. The Necrophos bought it. Mikey's Necrophos. He's standing in for Shopify Rebellion. He bought a Blade Mail on Necrophos, which made sense. If you have a lot of regen, you can reflect damage. So, anyways, I'm down. All right, changed Orchid, Blitz Knuckles, Staff of Wizardry. That's the 10 int, and Cornucopia is the HP regen. It gives HP regen now, and mana regen, and it has a very cheap recipe. So, does this have like no damage? Yeah. Wow. So, weird. Okay, very different. Probably necessary. Health regen, 12 int, still gives mana regen but a little bit less, and gives a way less damage bonus. So, this is good, I think. I thought about this the other day. I don't think I've built an Orchid in like a year or two. I'm pretty sure I haven't built this item in fucking forever. I don't play cores that much. And pretty much the only hero that would buy this is like a mid hero. And usually there's just better items to buy. And they get the utility from other things. And if they want a damage item mid, they don't go Orchid, they go Witchblade typically. So I think this item did need an adjustment. This isn't a rework because like its ability is still important. Orchid's still important. Yeah, Orchid's carries do buy with like the Mage Slayer. That's true. I've probably bought it there, but I don't think I've ever bought Orchid early game before. But the fact that it does way less damage means it's not going to be a conventional... You can't really use it for like traditional right-click ganking as well because the damage is so much worse. This is not as clear as I would... Oops. Not as clear as I would like it to be. Because I know it still gives attack speed, but it didn't really show. So, 40 attack speed, 10 damage, 12 int. Mana regen, health regen. So, the fact that it gives health regen definitely opens it up to a lot of different options. The fact that it has an overabundance of attack speed isn't actually that bad if you're playing an int core, because attack speed is what you need more than damage typically. And I would argue if you are a universal hero, this item's really fine. It's like 16, it's a little expensive for the damage, I guess, but you should get it on heroes that want attack speed. You could buy this item on Primal Beast, honestly. He has no attack speed. Not that it's kind of bad on him because he's more of like a damage with a stomp thing, but like a silence is good on him, the health regen is good, the mana regen's good, the int is fine. But if you want to get solo kills, you would buy this item. And the fact that it gives health regen means that you could maybe make it work as an offlane hero. With that said, Cornucopia again is like late enough that it doesn't feel safe because it's not like a ring of health into tank items. But if you want to go like an aggressive ganking type hero, you could buy it on a 4 potentially. But there's not that many 4s that want attack speed. Like that's the problem. This isn't a good support item, I don't think. This is like an overabundance of attack speed that only helps a couple 4s. Your like Monkey King type heroes or something. Your silencers can justify it probably with attack speed. But there's not a lot of heroes that like this. It's not good on Willow. It's not good on Bounty. It's good on Spirit Breaker. It's a good Spirit Breaker item. The silence is a little redundant with stuns, but it could work. It's not good on techies. It's a weird item. It's not a support item. Kind of. The attack speed's bad. The regen is good, but you can get regen cheaper in other ways. I think it's like a weird item here. It's arguably better on OD. It's a good OD item, kind of. You could buy this instead of Meteor Hammer, maybe, but Meteor Hammer is really sick on that hero right now. with the new build where you go like 2 banish only. So maybe that's a bad idea. But we need some like low agility hero that needs to right click. Venge Core. Yeah, it could work on Venge Core. Regen, HP regen. That hero does kind of lack like an HP regen item. It could work. It could work. Maybe it could work on like Sky or something. Attack speed's kind of good on him. Doesn't give him armor, which is kind of a bummer. But offensively, it could hypothetically work. It's a damage amp skill, after all. But on a lot of supports, it's kind of goofy. So it's definitely more of a core thing. Like Necrophos, some like strength tanky hero with a lot of HP who has no attack speed. Primal Beast. Underlord could probably buy it pretty happily. I could see a Mars buying it. Did I say Necro? I think I already said Necro. Brewmaster kind of weird. Could work on Bristleback. I could see a Bristle. Orchid Bristle. Attack speed, HP regen, mana regen, a little bit of int. Doesn't give him HP, but he gets a silence, which could be helpful. So there's some heroes like that that it could work on. Some heroes that maybe lack a little disable. Storm. Storm works totally. Yep. But that wasn't any different. Storm's a little sad about the damage, but attack speed's good on him too. And it's mana regen and whatever else, so. It's fine. But most Storms do go Witchblade. I don't think it's that good on Storm. I don't think he really needs the health regen. He needs mana regen. It does give mana regen, but good for right click Zeus. You guys are so right. You guys, yeah, I keep seeing Zeus memes. Anyways, let's look at Bloodthorn quick. Gives health regen, more int bonus, damage bonus a little decreased. It looks like it's about the same. Soul Ring no longer causes attacks on its target to have 100% chance to crit. Still provides True Strike. Additional damage dealt to the Soul Ring target. Okay, so basically they removed the crit aspect from Bloodthorn, which is fine. It was cool, but it was a little redundant, and it prevented you from buying Bloodthorn with Daedalus ever, because the crits wouldn't stack, which kind of hurts your DPS. But it increases the Soul Ring damage by a lot, so this is kind of cool. This is actually really good, because BKB doesn't remove this now. So you can basically put this on a guy and beat his ass with physical damage. And by the time the BKB ends, the Bloodthorn will be able to proc. So doesn't this make, like, Dispels really valuable right now? I mean, you get more choice over what neutral you get, so it's going to be easier to get Dispels. But not dispelling off stuff is going to be really important. Like, I feel like Shadow Demon Shard is, like, kind of broken right now. Because it's something that dispels for such a long period of time. So you're more, like, you're going to be able to, like, remove Bloodthorn buffs. Like, 60% damage amp is insane how high this is. This is a really expensive item though, but like this is like an item now that you're going to be thinking late game, like I'm going to buy a fucking Bloodthorn. Even without being a right clicker. Like you can be a right clicker, but you don't have to just be right clicking, you know? You're amplifying 60% of your magic damage, for example. Dispels on activation, but not dispels when BKB is active. Dispels on activation. I don't know if that's true, is it? The way that it seems to me is that you can pretty much always cast what you want on the guy with BKB, but it only affects him at the end. That's how I see it. I don't know if I can even build this item. This Staff of Wizardry stonks going up.
Yes.
BKB. See, you can still put it on him. He's going to be able to use his spells. There, see? And it's still on him afterwards. And... okay, so if I put it on him early, he can remove it. Okay. So if I go early with Bloodthorn, and I use it, he can remove... Are there other spells? So basically, you always get... oh, that's right, it's a soft dispel, I forgot. It applies a basic dispel. So no matter what, so you can remove spells if you apply them early. I gotta think about this, because this is like very big deal. So if you use your spells early, you can get fucked. So BKB is now going to be a reactionary item, kind of. Which is why stuns got nerfed, because they were too powerful, right? Because stuns don't allow you to react. That's what's inherently broken about them. But other spells allow you to react because they don't stun you. So to nerf if they nerf BKB, they have to nerf stuns. That's why they nerf stuns. Because otherwise, stuns would just reign supreme and everything else would be like fine. But BKBs would be like in a pro game basically. You want to prevent them from prop being BKB. Did that make sense? I'm getting confused now. It's hard to predict like overall meta shifts, but basically you almost want to hold, if they have BKB, you want to hold this shit, basically. You can do like light committal, so that they feel the need to press BKB to dispel, but then afterwards you want to hit them with other shit when their BKB gets low, I guess. BKB is still good though. If you shake or stun towards the end of BKB, here gets stun at the end. Yeah, I'm aware of that. That one I know. It definitely makes Earthshaker feel a lot easier to play. At least towards the end, but I mean, you're gonna see a lot of people like throwing stuns into BKB targets like all the time now. Because they think they're gonna get used to thinking like, oh, this is fine, when you really have to know like the limits and stuff. But yeah, if you use this and he BKBs, it gets removed. But if I use it afterwards, it goes back, it goes on. So usually you will want to do something like this, attack them a bunch. That way, by the time it's over, then it kicks in and he's gonna take a big rend, because the rend is now 60. Okay. So the dispel at the early part is still really useful for BKB. It's still really useful. Because you can remove spells that are removable. Yeah. Okay. So Venomancer still sucks against BKB. Because it gets dispelled. Yeah. You'd have to Gale him. But you can still Gale for damage, I guess. That's the upside. So, not that as much. Vanguard cost has gone down, so Vanguard is still good. The Ring of Health is obviously a big part about Vanguard being good, but I still think this is really solid. Regen barely gets touched, and the damage block stays the same, so it's a buff to offlaners, no? Buff to offlaners, nerf to carries. Battle Fury carries, sad. Offlaners that build Vanguard, content. Seems fine. Is it possible to Yules after BKB to offset the stuns waiting for you? Good question. We will check that later, I think. Crimson Guard recipe cost increased. Makes sense because Crimson Guard will now be better. Well, it's not a barrier, it's damage block. So damage block is probably the same. So let me read this first. Guard block damage rescaled from 75 to 70 plus 60% of caster strength. Okay, cool. So it is better if you have more strength. This is kind of a lot. And the guard duration is shorter. Okay, I think this is cool. Smaller burst of protection, but the amount of protection you get is massively different. If you have 100 strength, that's 60, so that's 130 damage block. So this basically means that Crimson Guard is gonna hard counter PL type heroes in the late game. Not that it already wasn't really good, but it's like definitely gonna block all their damage. The downside is that it costs more, and that, I mean, even in the early game, you just need 5. You basically just need 10 strength. Like, it's the Crimson Guard block is better. So, assuming that there's no other changes to damage block, and I don't think there is because now we're into items and into heroes, that means that all the base rules should be about the same. This means that damage block still works the same. So this is a good time for a calculator. Alright, so let's talk early game. Early game, you're doing like 60 damage a hit. The way that it works is if you don't have damage block, 60 damage throws at you, and let's say you have you have armor that gives you 25% resistance, that means you do 0.75 multiplied by it, because 25% of it's being blocked, similar to magic. So, okay, it did 45 damage. If you have damage block, the way that it works is you have 60 damage, let's say you have 20 damage block, and it procs. That means the 60 damage gets reduced by the 20 damage. And now the 40 damage flies at you, and the 40 gets reduced by your 25% physical resistance. So, the damage block reduced 20 of your 60 damage, which is a lot. That was 33%. And your armor reduced that by a further 25%, which ended up being 10. So the damage block was really good. But let's talk about higher values now. Let's say you're doing 100 damage. The 20 damage removes 20. Now it's down to 80, and then you multiply by 0.75 again. So now the damage block blocked the same amount as your armor did. This is assuming your armor doesn't change. So that means when your damage goes up, damage block blocks less and less. If you have 200 damage, minusing 20 is only a 10% reduction. And then we multiply this by 0.75, it reduces it by 45. So armor is way better in later stages of the game, but damage block is way better early. So what this change does basically is it means that Crimson Guard will scale better as the game continues. It will be better against not just illusion heroes, which is actually a really big deal. Sometimes people talk about Crimson Guard for damage block against heavy physical lineups, but it usually gets mostly delegated to games where they have summons or tower siegers or illusion heroes like PL, because the illusions do a pretty small amount of damage typically. Like PL's illusions do 22%. So if PL is doing 200 damage with his main hero, his illusions are only doing 44 damage, which is way below the damage block threshold of Crimson Guard. But now, if I have 100 strength, and we're blocking 135 damage, because that's 60 plus 70, now it's going to block like a much bigger chunk. And this is really important, because when you're dealing with minus armor, if we go back to a basic example, 100 damage, let's say you're blocking 65, well, 35 gets applied. But let's say you have like minus 200, let's say you have minus 20 armor, and this number gets multiplied by 3. If we multiply this by 3, the damage becomes really high. But imagine if you don't have damage block. It would be just like this. 300 damage. You get a lot more value from the minus armor when there's no damage block. So if you're against minus armor lineups, damage block is really good. So if you're against like a Slardar, an SF, things like that, Crimson Guard is going to feel really good. It's going to feel really, really good. Because that damage removed is before the armor is taken into account. So if SF is hitting for 200, and you're getting 135, and he's hitting for more than that, let's say like 300, and you're getting 135 of that removed, it's 165 before armor is taken into account. And armor is taken into account with SF because he has a minus armor aura. So yeah, against minus armor sources like Slardar, Shadow Fiend, AC Buyers, Desos, Crimson Guard's going to be really good. So we're talking TA type heroes. It's not as incredible against TA because TA has good ways to increase her damage. She'll be like, I have 300 damage plus 120. And now when you're removing, oh, didn't mean to do that, sorry. And now when you're removing that damage, you're like, okay, well, I just offset your refraction. You still have a shitload of damage to do to me, you know? Like, it's not as good, but still, damage block is very good against minus armor sources. And this is going to make Crimson Guard a more viable item against physical damage, rather than being like, okay, it's Greaves or it's Vlad's. It's going to be like, okay, Greaves, Vlad's, or Crimson Guard, which is better. And it's going to depend on probably the amount of minus armor. If there's minus armor, Crimson Guard probably better. If you want lifesteal aspects of Vlad's, that's probably better. If you want sustain or AoE heal, because they have a lot of AoE magic damage, Greaves is probably better. But if you're just worried about like a heavy right click lineup, Crimson's almost certainly going to be the best, especially if you have a tanky strength offlaner. Dagon, recipe change, now requires Diadem, Voodoo Mask, the mana regen item, and a recipe. Oh, it's going to give you mana regen. Ooh. And then here's the recipe cost. It's $74.50, a little cheaper at max now. And now it is all attributes, an all attribute item. And it provides spell lifesteal. Ooh. So this is how you get spell lifesteal now, was with a Dagon. Energy burst now spell lifesteals 75% of the damage done. So Dagon will lifesteal you much more than your regular skills. And it also instantly kills non-ancient creeps. So a Dagon is now a hard counter to a Helm of the Dominator. So you can buy Dagon to deal with that. In pro games, people are picking their heroes, certainly, to help deal with those summons. So that's a counter against those. This is probably the first time that Dagons looked good in my life, actually. Outside of like Tinker Dagon, or maybe Pugna Dagons. This seems actually potentially viable. It's an all-attribute item, which if we talked about before, there aren't that many of them these days, but you can actually leverage this on a lot of heroes. So all attributes, it's like 2 armor, it is 330 health, and it is like 150, or it's like I don't know how much mana, like 170 mana or something like that. 180 mana, I think. So pretty good all attributes. It's going to do a nuke, which is not bad, and it gives you passive spell lifesteal, which some heroes kind of like. It's been difficult to get spell lifesteal on most heroes. Was Bristleback universal? I think he was, wasn't he? Dagon Bristle, kind of cool, but probably bad, I imagine. It's probably bad, but it could be cool. I'd rather put it on a hero that has the potential to do more single target damage. So while Bristle likes spell lifesteal, I would prefer that you put it on some like Necrophos type hero who spell lifesteal is good on, but single target damage on Necro is better. Like, is really solid. I would say on Lena it could potentially be good. I mean, it's a mana regen item that gives you spell lifesteal. Like, that fits so many heroes. You need to have spell damage. You need mana regen, which is almost all heroes. Like, you could buy this item on, maybe not a support, because supports don't usually have enough damage to stay alive with the spell lifesteal. It's definitely more of a core item than a support one. So I wouldn't buy it on supports, because you want your resistances to be high. For lifesteal to feel good, and regen, for any HP regeneration to be good, you want to have high HP and high resistances. So you want to have a lot of HP, you want to have high armor, or high magic resistance potentially. If you have high HP, like a Skywrath Mage, but you have no armor, spell lifesteal, it's not good. You just die anyways. It's irrelevant. So you want to pair Dagon on cores probably, that also have spells. It would be good on a Death Prophet type hero, because more spell lifesteal means she lifesteals more. It gives her generic stats, which is fine. Generally, you're going to want like a resistance item first. And Death Prophet's single target damage isn't really like high enough to probably justify. You're probably better to go auras or BKB type items. It would be good on a Venomancer potentially, because spell lifesteal is quite good on his hero, especially when he ulties. And it giving him all stats and spell lifesteal and a single target nuke would be good, because it would actually help him kill. It would be good on Viper. Dagon Viper is probably a thing right now, I would assume. Stats of all kind, which he likes. You can lower magic resistance with your first skill, and then once they are max stacked, you hit him with the Dagon. I guarantee that Dagon Viper is good. It has to be good. Generic stats, lower magic resistance. Like, this has got to be good. It's got to be good. You're dealing magic. You could probably Dagon Ags or some shit. Ags Dagon? Probably Dagon Ags. How do you build this item? What does it even... I don't remember. Was it Diadem or something?
Prepare for battle.
What's the build-up? Build-up kind of sucks ass, though. The build-up is really bad. That's the only problem with it, is they intentionally made the build-up suck. 1,000 gold to get 6 attributes is terrible. You could buy 2 crowns for 900 and get more stats. But if you do this... See how much damage this does? Should we do a dummy target? It's pretty good. Oh shit, I'm on it. Anyone see what that number was? No, that was wrong. 450? Yeah, it's 450. So it goes from doing 300 damage to 450. So it's like a 50% damage increase. This just seems good to me. The downside is your disable's kind of limited, so if they let you stack, like one downside to this is that you're already kind of like, if they let you stack 5 stacks, they're probably going to die anyways because you kill them with Viper Strike. It's kind of the same thing, I guess, in some ways. But the fact that it gives you spell lifesteal, I think, is probably good. Because if you get, if you get a couple levels in or something, and you're doing some shit like this, and they're going on you, and them attacking you deals damage back. If you get the corrosive skin damage talent, for example, like this, if they're doing 50 damage per second to you, and you're lifestealing some of that back, and then you can wait to like Dagon to heal. I mean, maybe it's not that much heal, but +7 all attributes is pretty solid. Oh shoot, we lose the green. Oh, there it is with alt. That's fine, actually. That's okay to lose the green. That's a good trade for the benefit of magic resistance and stuff. But I could see Dagon being like good on a Viper type hero. Maybe not Rush, because again the build up sucks so bad, but it's good on Pugna. It's gonna be really good on Pugna still. Not the most broken, but the stats are good because it gives him HP instead of it mostly being survival. How much lifesteal is it? Or mana regen? Oh, it doesn't give mana regen. Okay, I was wrong. Okay, I was confused. Sorry about that. It's spell lifesteal. Spell lifesteal and recipe. So there's no mana regen on it. That's a downside. But it does give you all stats, which isn't bad. I wouldn't upgrade it still. The raw benefits you get are weak. I think Dagon, a casual Dagon is going to be more common though, and an option. You could do it on, Ogre is a great example. I like Ogre. Yeah, multiple Dagons on Ogre. It's not going to be incredible, but it's going to be fine. It's not that much mana. 120 is like really reasonable. Lowering the cost is good. It used to be like 200 or some shit. It was like way too high for anybody to use casually. Dagon Ogre is an option. It's probably going to be more meme than good because spell lifesteal on Ogre is not that great. I don't think. It's okay, but like really not that great. Multiple Dagons, but heals the caster 75. Oh, that's right, it heals you. I forgot that heals a lot. Okay, it's good on Viper. I forgot about that part. It's definitely good on Viper. Because if you're doing 450 damage, then we're multiplying 450 by 75. So it's going to heal you 337 about on Viper. So you could look at it as like it's a good ass item. I think Dagon Viper is for sure the thing. A little hard to build it up, and your opponents have to go on you, and you have to get a lot of stacks before you use the Dagon. But Dagon Wand Viper, maybe with like a Wraith Band or two, and maybe Treads or something, is probably sick. And there's probably other heroes that really like this. Necrophos. Use Ghost Shroud, zap him with the Dagon, get a bunch of heal back. Who else? It's probably good on Skywrath Mage, but again, he doesn't have the survivability to benefit of it being good, so it's probably not worth it. The heal isn't really that good, so don't do it on him. It could work on Ogre. It's probably good on Ogre for that reason, because if you multicast it, you'll get a lot of heal. If you go like Veil Dagon on Ogre support, you probably need a defensive item though, so it's probably throwing not to do a defensive item. But as like a 4 Ogre with Dagons, it could be kind of cool, but it's only good if they go on you. So again, it's just a better build for a core. It could hypothetically work on like a Zeus, but he probably prefers to have mana regen. But it's like a cool way to heal. It could work on Leshrac easily. Spell Amp or Spell Lifesteal, use it to heal kind of thing. I don't know if like any Kunkka or anything is going to build it, but Arc Warden kind of cool. I could see like Pucks or Quaps building it maybe, but it doesn't give mana regen, so again that's going to hurt a lot. It's like a lifesteal item, so Viper's the coolest one, I think, for sure. Viper, Veno, those heroes, definitely Veno. It's an HP item, it's a heal item. Definitely Viper, Veno. Poison heroes. Viper, Veno, Pugna, green heroes basically. It's green heroes. Dagon's good on green heroes, guys. Red goes with green. Christmas, complementary, obviously. Alright, Dragonlance. Strength bonus decreased by 2. Ethereal Blade will use 60% of the total sum of the target's attributes as their primary attribute when targeting universal heroes. Okay, so that means... So basically, because E-Blade did damage based on how many attributes your opponent had. So it's technically better against strength heroes, or int heroes. But against universal heroes, it's even better now. Because instead of doing, like, 1 times damage, it's doing 1.8 times damage. So Ethereal Blade, the base level of it, which was very forgettable, will do more damage. So it's 1.5 times your target's attribute plus 50. So it's only minorly better, actually. So it was 1.5 times their primary plus 50. So that would be like 100, it'd be like 200 damage against somebody with 100 agility. But against a universal hero, it's going to be 1.8. This could mean it's very good against some high stat heroes, though. Your TB type heroes. Because if we look at like a late game TB, let's just assume they have about 300 of stats. I actually don't know what the numbers are. But if they have 300 of stats times... Is that really it? Times 0.6 equals this. And multiply that by... Is that correct? 60% of the total sum of the target's attributes as their primary attribute. So it counts them as having this much attributes, and that gets multiplied by 1.5. So it's actually quite good against universal heroes. TB is not a good example because he's not universal. And again, most of those heroes that are universal don't have good stats in all categories. But this would be times 1.5. So it'd be a little bit better. So it's better against universal heroes. which again is like Venno was Viper. I don't even remember, dude. I'm gonna go back and look at the list because I don't remember. Not Viper. Venno, Vengeful Spirit. It's probably minorly better against these guys. But again, not many of these guys built a lot of stat items, remember? Lone Druid stacking is pretty garbage. Most of these aren't going to buy stat items. Maybe Abaddon, so I don't know. Interesting change, but I don't think it's going to matter. Update? Okay. We were on... Can't go too far ahead. Way too far. Alright, there we go. Yules. Recipe cost increased because the Void Stone is cheaper. You can see... Oh. This is kind of cool. It actually might be good for me to play with this for a bit. That way I can start to memorize them. Yeah, I'm going to definitely use this over... I really like Role Assistant because it makes it easier for me to draft. What role am I? And I look at these heroes, and if I don't like them, I start looking weird places. But for now, definitely universal. Okay. So glad it doesn't scroll when I click back. Wind Waker cooldown decreased to 13 seconds. That's so low. Movement speed bonus reduced and mana regen decreased. So this is basically just to make it more viable as an item, but this is looking great, dude. You could use this twice in a fight easily to save allies. So that seems amazing. The raw bonuses are worse, but it still has a lot of int. It's still very expensive, but it is a great item to save in allies. But still, Nullifier still wrecks it. So maybe not the most incredible, but they will nerf Eternal Chains again, which is fine for me. Doesn't bother me. The item's still really, really good. Thank you for the sub, Grouchy. Mjolnir recipe cost decreased from 900 to 800. So it's a little cheaper, and damage bonus is up by 1. Woo! People don't buy Mjolnir much over Gleipnir, but this is fine. It's a very small thing. Recipe cost decreased to compensate a little bit from the cloak, but the total cost did go up. The magic resistance bonus is going to increase, and now grants invisibility, 40 movement speed, and a 300 magic damage barrier. Okay, so it's not going to give you extra magic resistance now, which is probably fine, because BKB now gives you 50. This is still fine. Magic resistance, like this, actually, the reason this needed to happen was because when Intelligence gave you magic resistance before, it was like way too good to get Glimmer Cape on int heroes. Like you just couldn't fucking die to Zeus, because your base resistance would be pretty high, and then they would also be glimmered to have like the base plus another like 45. It was like impossible to kill them. It just stacked too well. But making it a barrier instead means you have 300 HP against magic damage, which is fine. And the fact that it gives you movement speed has benefits too. So even if they do have detection of you, this will help offset a Glimmer Cape and keep you a little bit more alive. In some cases, you'll better chance of juking basically. They didn't change the cast range, which is a bit of a bummer, but the base resistance going up is also good. So it being a little bit more expensive, base going up, it being a barrier, this is okay, I think. It's just worse against cases where they have a lot of magic resistance reduction or huge amounts of magic resistance or magic damage. But on its base, this is just stronger. In fact, if you are low HP, this is better. This is something I didn't talk about much. But just way better if you're low HP. Because now, let's say I have 1,000 HP, the barrier that I get is good. Because, let's say it might take like 2,000 damage. Well, let's say they're doing 1,000 damage nuke. Gets reduced to 750. And then I've got Glimmer base, which is 0.8. And then the old resistance was like, I don't remember, was it 50? Let's say it's 50. So I'll do 0.5 again. So if they're hitting me with 1,000 damage nuke when my Glimmer is active, if I had 300 HP or more, then Glimmer was fine. But if I had less than 300 HP, I would die. So if you are lower HP, Glimmer Cape is better now, which is good for bad players or anybody that gets initiated on, because now when you react with Glimmer, you will have HP. It'll still be good no matter what your HP is. But before, it like really rewarded people to Glimmer when they were full HP. But if you get low and then pop Glimmer, you can maybe survive. So better for weak players and still fine for high level players. So maybe it will be, you could argue that it's like, it's definitely a worse item for good players who pop their Glimmer before they get initiated on. So definitely worse for top tier players, but still a fine item. Yeah, it's fine. Heart of Trask strength bonus is reduced by 5. Maybe the item was too good with these barriers and stuff. Gives you more time to like regen health while the barriers kick in, not sure. Recipe change for Helm of the Dominator requires Helm of Iron Will, Diadem, Recipe, stats unchanged, total cost increased. But why? Oh, the total cost increased. Oh. I don't even know what it used to give. I didn't build that item. Was it a crown? It was crown, right? Helm of Iron Will crown? Plus regen? Or plus recipe? Correct? I think that's what it was. Yeah, so that meant that crown was easier to build. But basically, Helm heroes have been dominating the meta, so this item was probably the easiest way to nerf them, because it was basically like a beast, and the benefit was just that it built up pretty easily. Not easily, they nerfed it a bunch. Helm is now 875 or 975 instead of 875, so it's harder to get it, but the crown afterwards would probably also cover you. So this is going to leave a bigger gap in when you can kill the guy, and it's going to delay when the Helm comes. Oh, they also needed to do this because they buffed creeps, right? Even in the late game, creeps can be pretty powerful, so upping the price was just necessary. Helm was basically strictly an early game item for anybody that it worked on, and kind of shit for everybody else. But now, because creeps can be powerful late game, it's actually an option for people to buy this late. So I think a double benefit of nerfing this item. Helm of the Overlord, once again, another fixture of heroes. Total cost is increased by 225. Dominated creep attack bonus decreased. The armor's down, the movement speed's down. Fine. Nerf all those heroes. Nerf Beastmaster, nerf Lycan. Their win rates have been too high for too long. Holy Locket recipe change now requires Diadem, Magic Wand, Headdress, recipe. So no Fluffy Hat, no Arcane Boots, which is good. So it's basically just stats and wand, and heal, and a recipe. Cost unchanged. I think this is good because the mana, the mana increase from the energy booster was kind of weird. So it doesn't give you health or mana anymore. Well, bonus health, but it gives you more stats. So this probably offsets it a bit. I don't remember how much health it gave you, but this is probably fine. I think this just makes it easier to build on any hero without it feeling wrong. Because some heroes don't really need to increase their mana pool, and I would argue that a lot of supports didn't really need the energy booster extra. It felt bad, whereas now you can like fit your Diadem in. Not that it's a great stat item, but this is in some ways a worse build-up. But before you would do Magic Wand, Fluffy Hat, maybe Headdress, and then you'd get the recipe with the energy booster. Now you could be like Magic Wand, Diadem, and then like Headdress recipe, perhaps. Or you could start Headdress, get Magic Wand, and then later on do Diadem recipe. There's more flexibility, whereas before it was pretty much just straightforward. So yeah, better adjustment in Holy Locket builds if you want them. Lincoln Sphere, Cornucopia, Ultimate Orb, Recipe. Still one of the worst item buildups in the game, but less regen, that's fine. Less mana regen, that's fine. This is one of the best mana regen items in the game, and now it also grants 10 damage. So I would argue a buff to the item from the regen side. You'll probably go Cornucopia out of the laning stage into Ultimate Orb, which is basically what you did with Perseverance, but it's gonna be it's worse. It's worse at the middle part, the first part, the like 875 gold to 1200. It's worse there, and then from there, and then it's a little bit worse, but not much, from the like 1600 gold to 1200 range maybe, but it's really not that bad. These differences between Cornucopia and Ring of Health are so small, so I think this is fine. But it is going to hurt carries that go Lincolns. I think what they probably did this to help cover for players that went Lincolns instead of Battle Fury, which is some Morphlings. Morphling was pretty powerful, not like the most broken carry, but it was a regular appearance. Not all the time, but regular. So yeah, this again takes away another option for carries to get a faster ring of health and just win the safe lane. Cornucopia will be a lot more balanced. Not that Morph can't get there, by all means, he can. Mage Slayer recipe cost decreased, total cost increased. That was for... what went up? I don't remember. Oh yeah, Cloak. Harder to build that one. But yeah, fine. 100 more gold, that's fine. Mage Slayer is being built. Yasha movement speed got increased, we saw that. Sanjin Yasha up to 12, which is really good. 2% movement speed is... average here is about 300-ish. So do that by 0.02. So this is like 6 extra movement speed for Sanjin Yasha. And same for Yasha. The Yasha one's pretty big, actually. It's a 25% increase. Actually, it's more than that, isn't it? Because the percentage is based on your base movement. Not just your base, it would be also your increasers. So it's more like, let's say you're like 340 movement speed times 0.08. Actually, it should be 1.08. So that's like 27 is what it gave before. And now it's like 340 times 1.1. What was the previous one? 370? This is 34. Yeah, it was like 27. So it's like, yeah, 6 to 8. It's like 6 to 7 more movement speed. 6 to 8 more movement speed. So that's not bad. 8 more movement speed here, and it gets carried over here. So 8 more movement speed. Not massive, but it can definitely make a difference. And then Yashakaya, same thing. Yeah, Spirit Breakers will be happy about this, but... yeah, it's actually a lot for Spirit Breaker, that's a good point. Because he's going to be getting charge bonuses too, so he'll have like 600 movement speed. So it's like an extra 2 times 6. An extra 12 movement speed that he wouldn't have had before. Is it more? It's gotta be more. I'm doing the math wrong. 600 movement speed. 1.12. 672. 672. 672. 672. 672. It's 12. I wasn't wrong. Alright. Not that incredible, but it'll still matter. Manta style movement speed bonus increased. Medallion of Courage. The cooldown increased. They actually nerfed this item because it started being popular a little bit. The duration... okay, so the cooldown is up. The duration is down. But the bonus is up a tiny, tiny amount. So they're probably... I mean, it's not even... it's worse on Roshan. Not that it was used for Roshan. It was mostly used to, like, buff cores. It's mostly going to affect Solar Crest, because like giving somebody like 6 more armor is not a big deal. But if you want to use it aggressively, I guess it's fine. You could also argue it's better now if there's physical barriers more commonly in the game, because armor is impactful against those. So they needed to nerf it maybe, but this is a little bit weird to me. Recipe cost decreased, so it's cheaper. The duration is buffed here. The slow is buffed. The attack speed is buffed. Duration. Okay, so they basically wanted to buff the item. It just looks weird on Medallion. But they made it cheaper. It affects more. It lasts longer. Like, it's actually a lot better. 20 attack speed, 8% movement speed, 1 more armor. These are big changes. And it's not permanent though. But I think that's fine. Because then it's more of like a reactionary item like it was at first. So you can like put it on people when they need it. When they need the armor, the movement speed, the attack speed. This is fine. 50% uptime, better benefits. It's going to be a little bit weaker at sieging, but in terms of team fighting, it's going to be, I would argue, better. 8% movement speed is a lot. So yeah, the little window could be really helpful for team fights, obviously. Meteor Hammer recipe cost increased to compensate for the Ring of Health. So it's easier to build it, arguably, even though the cost is up, because you can get Ring of Health easier. Not that it was hard. So Meteor Hammer is like the last easy offensive Ring of Health build that you can do. Impact now slows enemies hit by 20%. Stun duration decreased. Impact damage to buildings increased. So this means it does 20 more damage to buildings. The stun duration is much less. This is more than the other nerfs. It would only have been like a second if they weren't nerfing the stun duration as well. But it does apply slow. So Meteor Hammer still seems good to me. 20% is not massive, but it seems pretty good. More building. I mean, it's about the same. It's not that different. It applies a slow, and the stun sucks, basically. But yeah, Ring of Health into Meteor Hammer is still like a very viable build for whatever hero it fits on. Okay. Octarine Core recipe changed. Now requires Perseverance Soul Booster recipe. No Aether Lens. Who could have seen that coming? Perseverance Soul Booster. Perseverance like, please God, use me for something. Battlefield Lincolns. Was that all it used to build? Is this all builds now? This item getting the dumpster, dude? Oh, Meteor Hammer, of course. And Lotus Orb, of course. Okay, it's got some options. It's not what it used to be. It used to be a very popular item. Built in a lot of things. Soul Booster and a 200 gold recipe. So Soul Booster, Perseverance. This is getting similar to old Bloodstone, basically. This looks like old Bloodstone. Soul Booster, Perseverance recipe was a Bloodstone. Or Soul Booster, Perseverance was a Bloodstone. These two. Health, mana, cooldown reduction. That's pretty similar. I kind of like it. Regen and cooldown reduction and health mana. Kind of a cool, like, Death Prophet-like item. It's a good spellcast item, I would argue. Maybe the health is overkill. It's, like, better as an offlane item, I think, than a mid item, because mid you don't need that much regen. But if you want to just, like, your average player could definitely just get this on a spellcast hero. And not having cast range is a little bit of a bummer, but having health regen is good. You think Ogre? Cooldown reduction, health, mana, mana regen, health regen. Sure. It's fine on Ogre. Cooldown reduction is good on the hero with Midas too. Yeah, good point. Although old Octarine was really good on the hero, but this would smooth him out a lot more. Because you can go Vanguard, Disassemble, basically. Yeah, this is good. Vanguard Ogre, probably. You're right, any spellcaster that needs tankiness and kind of likes cooldown reduction, it could work. You could go offlane Vanguard Ogre, buy the Void Stone, Disassemble. You could also go, well, I mean, it's everything. It's Arcane Vanguard. This is like Arcane Vanguard into Octarine every game, basically, is what this is. Arcane Boots, Vanguard. Then you buy a Point Booster and a Void Stone and a Recipe, and then you're done. So you finish Vanguard, Arcane, then you spend 1,200 on a Point Booster, and you spend 200 on the Recipe, and you buy the Void Stone for 700. So it's like another 2,500 gold. And then you disassemble them all and put them together, and you have cooldown reduction, health, mana regen, mana regen. No damage block, but it's probably fine. Ogre's armor is good. Is it still good? His damage is good. His armor is less. I think his armor is still high, but his regen is low. So this is like a perfect item for Ogre. And then obviously maybe you fit a Midas into there somewhere. Maybe you go Midas first. Maybe you go like Vanguard Soul, or you go Vanguard, Arcane, Midas, and then you build the Octarine probably. So yeah, Midas, Octarine. The problem is you won't have cast range, but the build-up is so much better for a core into a farming build. So you could definitely do that. Dawn would be great. Dawn? No. It's not good on Dawn. Dawn prefers stats a little bit more than this. You don't really want health mana. Cooldown reduction's not that good. It's fine on Dawn, but that's like... The cooldown reduction and these are the only good things for Dawn, kind of. Is the health regen. You don't even really need that much health regen on Dawn, typically. You think Doom? It's pretty good on Doom, yeah. Like, you could still get it on Doom. The funny thing about Doom is that, like, this isn't even, like, worse for him. Kind of. It's... Octarine Core probably gave you too much mana in the past on Doom. The cast range was nice on Doom for Blink range and Doom range, but you can get by with just this, I think. So yeah, it's still fine on Doom. Is it cheaper now, too? It is cheaper. It's even cheaper than it was before. So you can get it faster. Definitely not Centaur. Cooldown reduction on most heroes is not that good, guys. It's a little bit overestimated. But if you're fitting a Midas into the hero, then it can be really good. Because then you're getting GPM from it too. It's better for Doom since you buy Vanguard and disassemble it for Octarine. Yeah, it is better for him, I guess, because then the Vanguard, because then you don't just have like a ring of health on Doom. That's a good point. So it is better for Doom. Yep. Primal. Yeah, sure, offlane. Anybody that goes Vanguard Arcane Boots is going to be really into this shit. Probably. Perseverance total cost went down as well. So yeah, you even get the Ring of Health and stuff earlier. Phase Boots movement speed bonus increased by 5. Ooh, buff the power treads for melees. They had to do this because the issue is that Phase Boots was just so much better on melees. But with that said, they buffed Phase Boots, so... This is them trying to fix the parity that currently exists between melee carries and range carries. Range carries just seem better. They all go power treads. Phase boots on range heroes is like unthinkable pretty much always. But this will help with it. But melees are only going to be happy. They're like, okay, phase boots are better and power treads are way better. So some like power treads troll just looks better. Slark is happy. He just got 10 movement speed. Maybe he'll get it taken out later or something. But yeah, these are nice. And don't forget about Yasha too. So Yasha got buffed, power treads got buffed. So your like Yasha treads heroes are going to be pretty happy with this if they're melee. Typically. So probably Troll Warlord buff to Troll. Axe power treads, you are so right. Now you're not going to want to buy phase boots or brown boots on Axe, almost always. Refresh Orb. Recipe Unchanged now requires the Cornucopia. A second Cornucopia. Man, Perseverance really getting the shaft. And a huge recipe. Interesting. Basically they made the build up worse. Takes up way more item space for less benefit. Health regen is down, that's down. Guarantees 20 damage now. Woo! Its final stats are better, I would argue, with 20 damage in exchange for these. Better for carries, but the build-up is worse. But most people buy this like last item, so it's not a big deal. If you're buying it on some like silencer or something, maybe it's better, I don't know. Satanic, less damage. Probably because for universal heroes it's better. I didn't see that many Satanics lately though. Not seeing a huge amount of Satanics. So a little surprised to see it get nerfed. There's probably something about, because Heart also got nerfed, so my guess is that when they were playtesting this, that because Heart and Satanic got nerfed, that there's something going on that was a little too fucky. Something was weird. Scythe of Ice, total cost decreased a bit. Mana regen about the same. Hex is about the same, 2.8. Still really good disable. Shiva's Guard. Speed increase on that. It'll pop a little faster. If the owner dies with Urn having 0 charges, it gains 1. Oh my god, I'm going to farm so many Urn charges. This is cool. I like this. It makes it less of a, like, we're getting shit stomped and my Urn is useless item. Big buff to Spirit Vessel. Like, it's going to feel way more confident to buy this thing. Big fan of that. And a Wraith Pact just removed from the game. That's fine. It had its time. It was very efficient, and it's hard to balance. And it's kind of annoying. Anyways, we gotta run ads. Let's run some ads quick, and then no more ads for an hour.
Hooray! Hooray! Hooray!
Thank you for the subs. Solitude, Detective Foltz, Benny, 196. Raishiko, thank you for the subs. What am I most hyped about so far? Map changes easily. Map changes sound really fun. There's some hero changes. I like Phylactery, sounds really fun, but it's probably going to be underwhelming. Some of the item changes are cool. Neutral items, even though they're kind of mild sometimes, I think it's really cool. See how matchmaking goes? I don't know. I guess it's going to be me too, getting picked on a team. I think berries are good quality of life. Yeah, mostly the map stuff. The map and the different buildings and how that interacts. These buffs are kind of mild, not a big deal. Universal Heroes I think is really cool because it gives you more build ideas, and I love build ideas, so I'm a big fan of that. BKB changes I think are going to be good for the game.
Hooray!
Thank you for the sub, Solex. Barrier changes are cool. Creep changes, probably not the most impactful, but it could matter in some cases. So that's the end of items, huh? Mango and Clarity spam nerfed is huge. It is, but it's not gonna like break the game. It's like teams play on like what's the most efficient, you know. So they do clarities because it makes the most sense for their item build, but it doesn't mean that like they can't just like slightly adjust their item build to include some mana regen item, you know. They definitely can. How does the BKB change affect ally spells that couldn't be cast on BKB teammates? I mean, there aren't that many of those anymore. They used to be more common. You wouldn't be able to force staff in them and stuff. They kind of removed all that because it was just annoying, I think. We're about to do neutral items. And in fact, we can start. Let's go! Neutral item updates. Neutral creeps no longer drop neutral items on death. Now they drop neutral tokens. We got that. Click on a neutral token, choose one of 5 random neutral items of the tier and token that will permanently turn into one of those. Each hero has their own selection of random items. Having multiple tokens of the same tier will always result in the same selection of items. What does that mean? Oh. Yeah, if I get all 5 tokens, it doesn't give me different options. Fully shareable. The tokens are shareable. Neutral items are not shareable. Neutral tokens can be equipped without the 6-second backpack penalty. Equipped without the backpack penalty, but can also be used from backpack. Okay, so you can use them whether or not they're in the slot or not. That way there's no like annoying thing where it's like you have to put it in for 6 seconds, then activate it, delay the chore, you know. No longer see your allies stash neutral items, since you can't do anything with them. That's not true! You can fucking complain about them. That's easy. Easily complain about them. But they're taking that away. Possess mask being cycled out. Understandable. They're just saying temporarily. Faded Brooch re-added. That is movement speed and mana, I believe. That must mean they're replacing... Oh, they're increasing the slow for Lance of Pursuit. That's probably necessary. 1 second was kind of slow. It was like only good on carries, basically. I mean, the slow was okay, but this will help it. Occult more. And now it just provides magic resistance? That seems really good. As well? So, mana regen and it gives magic resistance. That one's really good. Really good neutral item. Seeds of Serenity needed a buff, it sucked. More heal, more raw HP. This is a lot of raw HP, that's a good bonus. But, Summon Kobold is now controllable by the player that dug it up. That one we all knew about. Very cool. It gives you GPM. 20, 30, 40, I believe. I think it's 20, 25, 30. For depending on if it's before 15 minutes, after 15 minutes, or after 30 minutes. So, Spark of Courage, new tier 1 neutral item. Provides 10 damage when the owner is above health. Yeah, we read this one. I'm zoned out. I think this one's cool. I can't help but think that Occult Bracer is just god tier. It's excellent on offlaners, I believe. Not bad on supports. But there's probably better items for supports. Shovel, Spark of Courage could be really good on supports if they have a lot of physical damage. Faded Brooch is obviously really solid. And Lance of Pursuit can be good too. Seeds of Serenity. Who's ever going to pick Seeds of Serenity, man? I don't know about that one. But it is a lot of health. If you just need raw health, this is the item. But Shovel's 75. Like, they needed to separate these two, because why would you... Now that you can choose between them, like, nobody ever chooses seeds in the past, right? They're like, fuck, I got seeds, alright, whatever. But Trusty Shovel just seems better. 75 and you get shit. You get regen. But I don't know, Occult just feels amazing. But I probably wouldn't get Spark on a support over... I mean, it's not bad. Faded Brooch is good on, like, roamers. If I'm a carry, like, for example, let's look at the neutral items. Oh fuck, I still have the calculator up. If I'm a carry, and I'm looking at neutral items, I'm basically choosing Spark of Courage. Oh, Tumblr's still in. Spark of Courage for 10 damage, or 5 armor. Maybe that's an offlaner item. Could be an offlaner item. Spark of Courage, Broom Handle, Pig Pole. I don't know if I've ever chosen Pig Pole. It's kind of like, well, it's the best damage items left. Duelist Gloves. Duelist Gloves are like definitely like a carry gank build or something. I don't know. Arcane Ring, very solid. This is gonna be hard. This is gonna be really interesting because now we're like actually getting to choose more forcefully. Like, which one do you want? No takebacks, you know? I can't help but think that Occult Bracer is like the better Arcane Ring, unless you're like an Interior or something. Mana regen and magic resistance and 4 attributes. That one just seems a lot better to me. But I think it's because there's a lot of like damage type ones that just seem really solid right now. But there's a lot of carries that just need the magic resistance to feel good for farm acceleration, and they'd rather have that than like something like Duelist Gloves, I feel like. Can the same item be multiple on the same team? I don't know, actually. I assume yes, but it's hard to say. We'd have to see.
Hooray.
Thank you for the sub, Ikatop. So yeah, there's a lot of hard decisions to make. Oh, Orbit Destruction is back. That's a good one. Brigand's Blade is cycled out. Yeah, that was too good. It was really good with Pango. Dagger of Riz Tool, I liked it more as the patch went on, but the item was kind of bad on some carries, and it was typically ignored. Nether Shell being removed, I'm fine. It was very, very sick, nasty good in some games. So, cycle it out. Now provides half the value to all attributes for Universal Heroes. So that was... Wasn't it like an odd number? How can it be half? 7.5? Is it giving 7.5 to all attributes? What does that mean? It makes it much worse. 7 to all attributes for a neutral item? It's not very good. It's much better to have like a lot in one category. That's why Pupil's Gift is good, because they gave you like 300 health and a little bit, like 2 armor. 10 to all? That's not what it says. It says half! They lied. Anyways. Philly Stone, GPM bonus reduced because people are going to fucking pick Philly Stone all the time if they get it. I mean, your chances are what? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So you are not guaranteed to get the one you want, that's for sure. Orbit Destruction re-added to tier 2. So now it lowers armor by 3. And the corruption slow is now 25, 15, 20, 10. Still good. Minus 3 armor is like a almost 20% damage increase from physical damage, so it's good. Could be good on your chase type heroes. You know, you start off with your Lance of Pursuit, you transition into your Orb of Destruction. Those are the kind of heroes that are going to want that. Your Tusks, maybe. I could see a Tusk really liking an Orb of Destruction. Initiate, amplify your punch damage. Maybe it's not like the big point about support, I guess, but Crackshot, Specialist Array, I'm surprised it's still here. It's kind of bad. I don't know if any... Who wants that item, actually? Why would you take Specialist Array over Grove Bow, I feel like? It gives you HP, I guess, but maybe if you're a Universal Hero, because you get everything, but like I guess 8 seconds is a lot better, though. 8 seconds to additional targets is going to feel a lot better. Good farming tool? It's not that good. I guess it's like a triple attack. I guess if you're hitting neutrals a lot, it's good. You're hitting 3 creeps instead of 2. It's a triple damage every 8 seconds. That's good. If you don't have good AoE, I think it's good. Universal Heroes get 19 damage. Yeah, that part's good. You're right about that. But 19 damage, 5 attack speed. Agility heroes here get 10 damage. Or sorry. Yeah, 10 damage, 10 attack speed. 19 damage, 5 attack speed. It's pretty comparable to Vambrace, honestly, in terms of its benefits. This is, I mean, it definitely blows Aquila out of the water. Maybe not, because they get more too. That's 3, 12, 15. So, 15 is what, 12? Oh, so wait, it's less than 9. So, if you have an Aquila on a Universal Hero, it's 12 damage to anybody, even if they're not agility. So, Aquila is better for Universal. 12 damage, 9 attack speed. 10 damage, 10 attack speed. And this is 19 damage, 5 attack speed. So it's more raw damage if you care about that. So if you're like a Kunkka or something, you would justify Specialist Array, probably, over Ring of Aquila. Somebody that needs like a lot of damage. If you're a ranged hero that doesn't have a Maelstrom, Specialist Array is probably better by a little bit. But maybe you just take Grove Bow instead. I don't know. I just feel like Grove Bow is probably better. The AoE of Specialist Array, I just find it probably underwhelming, honestly. Dazzle to proc Poison Touch, that makes sense. Yeah, I like that one. Alright, let's continue. Vampire Fangs re-added. Lifesteal against creeps is now reduced by 50. Vampire Fangs was quite good in the right cases. Spell Lifesteal, 15% Lifesteal. So there's no Lifesteal item tier 1 anymore. But you can better get the exact one you want, so I don't think it's a big deal. And then, yeah, it is mana and movement speed. And as a result, and it's night vision. So yeah, I could see a lot of carries picking up Vampire Fangs at this point. Not that these aren't okay, but like losing Brigand's Blade. Is that really a tier 2 neutral, guys? That really was. Right? Or was it tier 3? Was that a tier 2 neutral? That shit was so good. It's wild. It was tier 2? Yeah, that was the best one by far. Best damage item by far. 80 damage when they're low or some shit. That's crazy. And now we're like talking about 20 damage, pretty much. Or an amplifier that's a percentage base. It's completely different. Okay, and then there's the Gossamer Cape. Evasion every 5 hits. Against heroes, neutral, movement speed. Okay. Blast Rig is out. Gossamer Cape kind of replaces it. Ceremonial Robe, more mana bonus. That's fair, I think. Quiver, plus 50 attack range base. Okay, that's a nice change. Because this was like the downside. Whenever you'd have Quiver and Grove Bow, you'd be like, well, why would I switch to Quiver when I could keep the bow? This giving half the attack range that Grove Bow would is going to make it feel a lot better. Because it has more passive benefits. Not that it wasn't great damage-wise. And attack range on that one attack. But if you're attacking like 6 times or something, Quiver is going to feel more justifiable here. Like this. This is the Amulet, the mana movement speed damage block. Consumes a charge to block magic damage. Yep, that one's still good. Another shell. These look similar. This is the Attribute Armor Reciprocity Attack Reflect one. Pretty cool. Vindicator Axe, attack speed. The damage if silenced. Oh, let's go with Mask of Manus, of course. Just realized. Mask of Manus, Vindicator's Axe. So if you have a Mask of Manus hero. The downside is that this is a tier 3 neutral item, so we're talking 27 minutes. This is like around where Mask of Manus can get phased out. But 25 attack speed, 30 damage. Pretty sick for a neutral item if you have Mask of Madness. And then 12 armor if you are stunned. So, not bad. Inside of Chrono. Yeah. I suppose. Yeah. It has good uses, for sure. These ones seem harder to choose between. I gotta look at them over here. Tier 3s. So if I'm a support, I'm thinking Ceremonial Robe, Psychic Headband, maybe Ogre Seal. It's kind of cool that... Actually, this is a cool way to nerf Ogre Seal. Is that... I guess it's about the same that some core would get it. If he really wants it. But it does mess up a lot of games. But it's not... The guy that wants the Ogre Seal isn't always going to be able to get it, you know? It's gonna be more likely that some support has it, instead of it always being like some core, which makes it feel broken. But anyways, if I'm a support, Quickening Charm, Dandelion Amulet. The base stats of this are kind of bad. Ceremonial Robe, Psychic Headband. Probably one of these 4. If I'm a carry, I could get Defiant Shell, but Paladin Sword, Elven Tunic, Enchanted Quiver, Titan Sliver, Ogre Seal Totem, sometimes Cloak of Flame, Vindicator's Axe. There's a lot of options. It looks better for carries, in my opinion. And if you're offlane, it's like maybe this amulet, but probably not. Robe, Cloak, Defiant Shell, Quickening Charm. Yeah. There's options, I guess. Tier 3 is a little bit worse for supports, I think. Flicker's out. Oh, somebody talked about why Satanic was good earlier, and I thought it was a really good point. They said that if you get Satanic with BKB, you can Satanic as BKB is ending, and it's a way to give yourself a Dispel. So self-dispels are more strong now, which is why Satanic would be good, because you can remove whatever debuffs are on you and about to affect you right before BKB ends, which is smart. So yeah, removing more Dispels, like Flicker and Witchbane, were definitely needed, because they would be too broken. With BKB being nerfed, Dispels become more valuable, and thus you need to make them a little bit more restricted. Havoc Hammer buffed is fine with me. I think this item is cool. I would definitely take it sometimes. Mindbreaker is now a tier 4. To do so, they're buffing it. 45 magic damage, a little bit more attack speed, and silence is up a little. So let's compare Mindbreaker with what that axe did. 45 damage, 30 attack speed, and if I have Mask of Madness, this axe at tier 3 is 25 attack speed, 30 damage. So, what did I just say? 30 attack speed, 45, 25, 30. So pretty comparable at a tier before. So the axe is pretty sick if you get the right combo with it. Stormcrafter now gives you movement speed. It doesn't have an active anymore. Bummer. Passive bottled lightning. The hell? Oh, the zap hits up to 2 targets? Bro, this is good. I don't know if you guys have looked at like endgame score screen stats from Stormcrafter. This thing does a fuckload of damage. It does so much damage. 200 damage every 3 seconds. So if you're some like tanky hero, like I get that it's not going to protect you anymore, but mana regen and movement speed and zaps for that much damage, it's cool. It's really cool. Razor, Bloodstone, Stormcrafter, sure. Yeah, Bloodstone, Razor, or Bloodstone, anybody with Stormcrafter would be cool. I almost like this item better now. Double the damage, and it gives movement speed. The Dispel is obviously really good at times, but, and the dodge. But I'm pretty into this. If I'm a tanky hero, I'm getting Stormcrafter, probably. What are my other options? Was that all of them? If I'm a tanky offlaner guy, Trickster Cloak, Ascetics Cap, Spell Prism, maybe Timeless Relic. Stormcrafter is sick. Havoc Hammer is sick. Martyr's Plate is good. There's a lot of options as an offlaner. Feels like the only ones that are kind of bad are maybe like Telescope, Ninja Gear sometimes, but sometimes it's really good. And then Pent-Edged Sword is generally not good as an offlaner, or Mindbreaker, I suppose. But as an offlaner, I'm pretty happy with like all of these. These all look really good. Trickster Cloak, obviously great. It's gonna go on heroes that aren't hard carries now, more likely. Maybe not. Is that the wrong thing to say? I feel like it's the wrong thing to say because a carry still has only 5 neutral items that he has access to. You know. No matter what, and it might not be the one he wants. But if it is in the game, he always takes the one that he wants. You know, the evasion, magic resistance, like these neutral items. So I'm probably thinking about it math wise. Anyways, yeah, that's tier 4s. There's the Martyr's Plate, magic resistance. You can redirect all damage dealt to allied heroes within radius to you for 8 seconds on a 40-second cooldown. So, cool way to protect the team. Apex now provides 25 to all attributes for University heroes. Great. So that's 75 times 0.6. So it's a 45 damage item for Universal heroes. I would argue that is not very good, but at least it gives them the option of using it if they want it. If they want like a tanky item. There's not that many like raw tank items. Fallen Sky stun duration decrease, but I'm glad that they left the stun on this really high compared to Meteor Hammer. So yeah, if you want raw HP, Book of the Dead, Giant's Ring, Apex, Mirror Shield a little bit. It's basically it. This gives you resistances. This is actually lit. Fallen Sky is just like way better than Apex. It's like way better than Apex. If you're Universal, you would just get Fallen Sky, because this gives you 45 stats instead of 75. And it gives you, I'm sorry, that's health regen managed. Sorry, it's only 30 total stats. A lot of regen. I'd still probably prefer Fallen Sky in a lot of cases over Apex, but I guess if you are, it gives you attack speed. Apex gives you 25 attack speed, so. But Apex can't be the best if you're Universal, I feel like. But they had to add something to it, but it's not good. That's not good, I don't think. You take Mirror Shield over it? Yeah, it's probably way better. 15 to all stats in exchange for a Lincoln's Lotus. Yeah, you're very right. It's not good. This needs to be buffed, in my opinion. Fallen Sky, we did that. Alright, let's start the heroes. Abaddon now Universal. We don't really know what this means unless we go check the hero page every time. Strength gain decreased, agility gain decreased. Okay, so basically they're like mega adjusting all of these numbers to compensate for the universal damage thing. This is basically what I need to see every time. So 4 less damage and his damage per level increases. So weaker early, but still fine later for damage, but he's going to have way less mana, and he's going to have a little bit less agility, and a little bit less health. So I would call this a nerf. Aphotic, now considered damage barrier, stacks additively, cool. Borrowed time nerf. This one is replaced with 85 DPS borrowed time immolation. Ooh. Damages him and enemies. Oh, that's a cool talent. I really like that. So it's going to heal you for 85 per second while it's going off, and it's going to damage them as well. So popping borrowed time has benefits, even as a support. That's cool. Free Radiance, true. Once you get to 20. Acid Spray, we read all these already, I believe, earlier. As a whole, knowing what I know, is he universal? He's not, right? He's still strength? I think he is. He's stronger level 1 in terms of farming. He can definitely set up some like mega stun thing, potentially as a support. Not that his attack speed's very good. Yeah. About the same, but corrosive weaponry is kind of cool. It'll make you better. It'll make you more diverse in your itemization, I think. You can do like better rundown. Like some Basher build on Alchemist is probably like super mega good. Manta on Abba is good. That's true, because it does give you all stats. It's like Manta's just straight up better on Abba than it was before. So that's a really good point. That his like Radiance Manta build is just factually better stat-wise. Yeah, because now instead of it just giving him 10 strength and attack speed, it now gives him 46 stats, which is probably just way better. So instead of 10 damage, it gives him 27 damage. So he gets more raw damage. All the benefits, basically. Not too many of the negatives. But they did nerf him a little bit. He's a little bit weaker on lane. And lots less mana pool. His mana pool is going to be way more of a struggle. You're actually going to probably have to buy a mana regen item on him now, instead of before where it's just like, you don't need it. He's got the mana pool. This is going to really fuck support Abaddon, actually. Like, he's actually kind of dumpstered now. Way less mana on Abba support, so you can't spam shield as much. Your BAT is low, but like, this is like, Abba was going to need a nerf because he was like sometimes carry, but yeah, this is going to be a garbage support at this point, probably. Cold Feet stun duration decreased, 2.8 max level, still really good. Ag's Shard upgrade removed, now deals damage per second to units, so it's just built in. Duration decreased, that's fine. So it has a max amount of damage, so it's like 72 damage level 1 for 6 seconds, it's fine. You know, late levels it'll do a lot, and then this means you can't farm with it unless you max it. So this means that basically you can play A as a core now, and then the cooldown is decreased. So max Vortex AA if you're like a mid hero or something. Damage is not super high and the AoE is not huge, but you could definitely use this as like a mid. Like mid AA is definitely online. And it's more viable as a like a side lane or two, because you have guaranteed farm. The downside is that Vortex does not scale very well, and if you're putting, you probably don't want to max it first, I would say. What's the duration uptime? Where does it go even? So level 2, it would always be on the ground. If you want to keep recasting it, it would cost you more mana. But you could probably justify, if you are planning to farm on A or want to push out lanes, you could justify 2 or 3 points. Usually you need the other skill points in laning, but as the game continues past laning, you probably just want more Vortex so you can like land a more powerful ultimate and amplify your teammates more. So in laning stage, I would probably leave this at like level 1, but as I'm leaving laning stage, maybe I would want level 2 so that I could split push lanes better, or counter push lanes. Because it sitting there for 9 seconds means a decent amount of damage. Not incredible, but the problem is that like it's fine though. I think this is a nice change. It'll make core A better because you can like farm without having to rely on other weird shit. Now upgradable by Ag Shard. Enemies hit by Ice Blast are stunned with the current level Cold Feet for 60% of its duration. That's really good. Doesn't stun debuff immune. This is really good. This is really, really good. Shard can be purchased, and 60% of 2 point. A lot of 60s. 60 is the magic number, huh? So it would stun for 1.68 global. Quite good. That's a decent stun. That's if Cold Feet's max. Most players do not like maxing it. I personally do like leveling it pretty quick. I maybe won't max it before Vortex usually, But I do like getting a lot of points in it because the damage goes up by a lot, and in lane it makes your lane so much better, so much better. So that being applied with Ice Blast is great. You could basically, it's actually kind of busted. Like I don't see why you wouldn't max it first, now, because now you do like one Vortex, one or two of your third skill, but ideally lower, maybe one, so your Cold Feet can level. It's really about your 6 timing. Once you hit 6, you basically just Cold Feet a guy, shoot a short range Ice Blast. They're gonna be stunned for, what was that, 1.6 seconds? And then your Cold Feet's gonna kick in. Like you can basically set up your own shit now, as long as they don't have like a Force Staff or a Blink or something. Ice Blast does 1.6 seconds stun. Vortex is in their way. And then the Cold Feet is gonna set in about 2 seconds later, and then stun them again. So that seems really. Oh, I'm sorry, that's Shard. It's not a timing. My bad. Okay, never mind. Is that good then? It's okay. If you're playing like 5 across the map, it's good. But it's a little redundant, I would say. I would say Shard is probably bad. Unless you're a core. If you're like trying to solo kill people or something, then it's great. But if you're playing around your allies, it's probably a little bit weak. But there's going to be games where you want it, of course. Okay. Anti-mage base strength decreased. Should keep his HP about the same. His base health regen is increased. Probably he got 2 dumpstered by the Ring of Health Battle Fear change. Mana burn per hit decreased. Percentage goes up. And plays a slightly different sound whenever the target is below 50% mana. Why? To help you understand? Is this like their way of like telling people what somebody's mana is without like forcing them to click on them? Probably. It's fine. Blink worse level 1, blink range nerfed. Anti-mage is picked sometimes right now. We went over Arc Warden already. That's all fine. So we can just skip that one. He has like this weird like yin and yang difference. Slightly more damage, slightly worse slow. This one gives you bonus magic damage. Basically, the magnetic field is just straight up better. And then Spark Wraith difference is like activates faster, but does less damage. And the other one is like the same. So, I believe. The Wraith goes faster. Yeah. Anyways. Axe Berserker's Call. Cooldown is... The duration is reduced, but not that much actually. This is pretty similar. 3 seconds, not bad. Damage for spin is buffed at level 1, a little bit worse later. And then no longer uses pseudo-random proc chance. Now triggers after a set number of attacks. Okay. So take away the RNG, basically. This is going to mean it's about the same, but like it's going to be a lot better. Obviously, it's much better when you're in a creep wave. This is probably why they reduced the max a little bit, because now you have a little bit more control over it. But getting like multiple spins in one call is not super likely until it gets maxed out. Axe Shard no longer increases proc chance, reduces the cooldown of it to 0 seconds. It had a cooldown? What? It had a cooldown? It had a cooldown? Internal cooldown? Very short? Okay. So I guess if... Maybe they did that because if there was like crazy RNG, it could spin like an insane amount of times in a short period of time, which would seem like bullshit. Whereas now, if you are attacked by like 20 units, you deserve to spin like crazy. Now you can with the shard? Oh, but yeah, but that would be either you'd still need like some monster call type shit for sure. Could be good versus PL. Yeah, very good versus PL. Very valid. Although you'd kill the illusions pretty quick. Oh no, I didn't want to do that. My first mistake. No. How do I go back? The fuck? How do I go back? Did I just accidentally click on a game? Am I in a website? Huge mistake. Hate clicking here. Universal base damage decreased. The average damage is decreased by a lot, by 11. This is a big difference. And damage per level gained is a lot. So now your damage goes up by a huge amount. 4.5 per level. This is, like, your right click as Bane in late game is going to be incredibly good. And that is because you get a lot of stats, and you can actually utilize it with Nightmare. So people might actually go right click builds. It makes some sense. This is actually another hero that you could buy that weird item, that single target item on. That slows. It's kind of bad though. It's not worth buying it. The Malefactory or whatever is that what it's called? I don't remember. Alright, Enfeebled no longer reduces heal or regen. It deals pure damage per second. First instance damage happens on application, so it can break blink daggers. Attack damage reduction increases, so it's even a little bit better against physical damage reduction. Mana cost increased by a lot, because now it's a nuke. And the duration rescaled to 9 seconds. So, level 1, great nuke. 120 damage, 12 pure damage. How about my burritos here? Oh, my food is definitely here. 12 times 9. So it does 108 pure damage level 1, and it lowers their attack damage by 55 during this. The cooldown is probably still really high though, but you would use it when you're trading. And then late game, still costs 165 mana, so still a shitload, but 30 times 9. So the damage doesn't scale that much, but the cooldown probably goes down, and the damage reduction is still a lot. So this is still a really good skill when you're trading with somebody. Thank you for the sub. Anonymous Gifter. Oh, it does 1 damage. Yeah, that's right. I should have had the extra 12 at the start and 30. So yeah, it does 300 pure damage. So basically you have better single target damage than you did before. Nightmare no longer does damage though to compensate. And the duration is lower. And the mana cost is better. So, but you do right click decent, and you right click better in the mid game depending on your levels. You still don't have AoE, so that is still going to be the same. Bane is now pretty much the only hero in the game that doesn't have AoE. Everybody else has AoE. Everybody else in the game. Because AA just got it. I think Bane's the last. I might be wrong. But really bad AoE on this hero. You have to buy the shard, but Witch Doctor technically has AoE. Cask works. Once Cask is maxed out, you can clear creep waves, it's no problem. Brain Sap pierces debuff immunity. I mean, it does do pure damage, but that gets reduced too. It doesn't, the BKB protects against pure, doesn't it? Or does it not? I swear BKB does, doesn't it? Maledict doesn't count for AoE because we're talking about damage done to creeps. And they're immune to pure and reflected damage. So the fact that it pierces probably means that it does full, is what that means, I guess. Which is fine. I mean, it's good. It makes it more valuable during BKB for sure. Whereas other spells do 50% less than they normally would. So they're going to do really low damage, whereas Brain Sap would do full no matter what. So yeah, Brain Sap is good, but it being really good in that small window of BKB doesn't necessarily make it broken. But it definitely makes BKB a very good hero against magic immunity. That's for sure true. That one's definitely true. But yeah, still no AoE on the hero, outside of Shard. So that's tough. Memory damage heals Bane, replaced with Brain Sap cooldown. That's good that this got lowered to a 10 talent, because that makes it more viable as a support if you do want to buy Shard. 15 minutes, you're probably closer to level 10, but you're definitely not close to level 15. So like buying the Shard just kind of felt bleh most of the time. And then Brain Sap cooldown replaced with Enfeeble damage per second, so that would be 13 times 9 damage extra. So I should do, so it's 43 times 10 basically. It's like at least 400, maybe 430 pure damage with Enfeeble. Okay. At the 15 talent. What's the other one? God, I don't even know. I feel like I always get the other one. And then Fiend's Grip duration from 5 to 3, because BKB piercing stuns are like way too good now. Other talent is, oh, Fiend's Grip max mana drain. I don't know which one. I mean, it's really good against Dusa. Fiend's Grip, mana drain 10% against Dusa. What a counter. That one's readily available and obvious. Alright. Bat Rider. Universal hero. Base damage 0 to 4. Bad sign. Strength gain is down. Agility. So it seems like the heroes that are in meta that became universal, they're nerfing the fuck out of them. At least their stat gains. So way less mana. This is a big deal. Less mana on bats, so he's gonna struggle more with the napalm. So we'll see if they adjust that. His agility is worse, his armor is worse. His HP is worse. Thank you for the sub, Seth. Damage at level 1 is unchanged. Damage per level is increased, so the right-click build is arguably better, and his base movement speed got increased by 20. That's a big deal. So here's the trade-off. Less mana, way more movement speed. Right-click scales to be better damage. So maybe Witchblade build is still good, Witchblade Shard. Application damage is nerfed. Damage per stack decreased by a little bit. And slow stack is decreased. So, but probably still playable, and then Flame Break. I mean, 20 movement speed is not... It's also going to help him be a little bit more of a Firefly hero like he used to be, instead of this like weird hybrid ganky type thing, but maybe he works better as an offlane this way, I don't know. But movement speed is a big deal on the map, because Firefly no longer provides bonus movement speed. Okay, that's why it's there. Doesn't give vision either. And the damage is buffed. So Firefly, he does more damage with Firefly, he's less reliant on sticky. So we might see people go back to like low sticky Maxine Firefly builds, is a possibility. Anyways, cooldown for Flame Break is nerfed early, buffed late. Slows enemies by 25, that's a buff. Duration rescale to 5 all seconds, that's a nerf. And total damage is higher. So more damage slows, lasts for less seconds, which means that it's less effective with napalm at huge amounts, but still good. And cooldown's a little bit lower. So Flame Break buffed, Firefly in some ways buffed. Movement speed better early? Am I wrong? This is like 12% or something. It was like 3, 6, 9, 12, I think. So you're probably slower, but probably worse. Your armor's worse, so you're gonna more likely need like an armor item. More damage per level doesn't really matter. Lasso, total damage is increased. Damage ticks every half second, so that's better for damage. Seems like a solo kill is gonna be better. Is this even a nerf? Duration is a little worse. Cooldown is better. Is this hero even worse? Like, the napalm is worse, but can't you just switch the build and go Firefly then? I mean, it gives you less kill potential because it's like you have to dodge. You have to not die during Firefly and then it's fine. But this just seems better to me. No vision is worse. That is true. I mean, he's a really bad vision hero. That's a really good point. His vision is atrocious. His hero has less than 1800 day vision. 60 cooldown on Lasso definitely seems really short. But for whatever reason, my hunch is that Batrider felt really bad when they play tested him, is what's probably happening. And thus they had to buff him. But he definitely feels good sometimes. I'm gonna check my phone quick. I bet food's here. Is it really not here? Okay, it's here. Beep, 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 beep. Okay, so I'm going to run downstairs quick and get my lunch, and then probably eat my lunch, so I'm gonna run ads, and I'll be right back. See you guys in a second.
Hooray!
Okay, so I got my smoothie and my sandwich, but I forgot to get a straw, so I have to drink it like a weirdo. Let me put my cell phone away. Hopefully it does not spill chocolate mass on me. It's a lot weirder when you drink it with your mouth instead of a straw. I like never get delivery. It's just we're at an event, so they pay for it. So I get delivery. Banana. So I think I'm gonna run one more ad run, one more round of ads, because then we don't have to watch ads for 2 hours, and I'm gonna eat right now anyways. So thank you for watching ads, everybody. Thanks for all the subs. And once I eat, I'm gonna feel better. I was actually feeling a little woozy when I got to the basement. I've been talking for 7 hours now, so definitely need to eat. More ads, here we go. Oh, wait, I can't. Educated. Can I run that one? I don't know how long I have to wait. Slurping.
Hooray!
Thank you for the subs. I'm gonna mute and eat quick.
Hooray! Hooray!
Go to the bathroom quick and then we start.
Hooray! Hooray!
Okay, we're ready. I have eaten probably 600 calories or something. Alright, that'll give me another 6 hours. Here we go. Alright, we're in the Bs. Oop, is my phone in the right place? It is. Okay. Beast Master. Universal. Less agility. Less int. All these heroes are really getting hit on the int category. I guess their base int is the same, so it's not that bad. But you probably feel it more in the mid game, I imagine. Damage level 1 decreased by 8. That's a huge deal. And damage per level not really buffed that much. So, really tough for Beastmaster, actually. He did need to get nerfed. He's one of the best 2 offlaners. Lower base damage means contesting creeps is harder, further reliant on axes or his summons to get last hits. But he kind of fucking deserves it, unfortunately. They're going to lower the mana cost, though, which is fine to me. Because the int gain is going to hurt him really hard. 1.2 is really bad. Really, really bad int gain. Dive Bomb, Ag Shard Root goes down. Roar Stun is going to barely be touched. That's one upside to him. This is about the same. So his Roar is still really, really good. And the mana cost goes down too. This is a really good ability draft score. Reworked Drums of Salon passive ability. Attacks from Beastmaster on a nearby unit he controls. Causes him to bang his drum. Dealing damage to nearby units and healing himself and units under his control. For a portion of the damage dealt. Every attack decreases the interval between drum hits from a maximum of 3 seconds down to a minimum of 0.4 between hits after 20 attacks. If no attacks are made, the intervals gradually increase every 1 second. Roar automatically adds drum stacks based on the level of Primal Roar. drum stacks based on Blow Primal Roar. Drum hit damage is 90. The fuck? Alright, we gotta look at this. This is too weird.
Beastmaster.
Ags.
Scepter.
Prepare for battle.
On the track.
Attacks from Beastmaster O or a nearby unit equals O.
Oh, yes.
I'll find them.
Agreed. You should pray. You are prey.
Okay.
Yes.
Goes cold.
First blood.
And it just keeps going. It seems interesting. Similar principle, but just better. It doesn't get countered by silence as much. The fact that it just stays on is kind of cool. It makes Beastmaster more of a fighty hero. I wouldn't be surprised if he becomes like a carry with this or something. Is that crazy? He's universal, so right-clicking is not bad. Itemization-wise. A mix of damage is not terrible. He's got a 30 damage talent. Like, isn't he just like going to become a carry or some shit with this? Try with more borders and creeps. Yeah, I'm sure it's going to pop more, but... Yeah, I could have used the dummy. I just didn't feel like it. I don't know. It seems kind of cool. Damage per level is increased. You could go some like Ags armlet build or some shit. Or you could still go Helm and then go Ags. But it seems kind of cool. Attacking is good. It kind of forces you to attack, I guess. Which isn't really his thing. But I didn't even use Wild Axes either, with which amplifies your damage. But, I mean, it just heals him and his creeps. So it should allow him to like fight into AoEs a bit better. I'm curious to see how it works. It'd be fun to try. I doubt that he works as a functional right-clicker. Maybe if you went like Echo Saber build or something into upgrade. Maybe you could go some like Echo Saber phase build, run people down. Maybe Orbit Corrosion or something. But surely it's kind of goofy. But I don't know, it could kind of work. His agility gain's pretty atrocious. But you could buy like Sanj Yasha or something, run at people, roar them if you really wanted to. Basher? Yeah, Basher is a good example. Maybe. Basher could work. Sunsfan is raiding with nothing? Is he testing me? No, he's bringing people. Oh, I see. It says in chat correctly. 678. Thanks, everybody. Hello. Roar gives a ton of stacks. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Interesting. I could maybe see... This one's kind of hard to tell because it's a feeling thing. Because all this like number of attacks and things. Roar obviously gives a bunch of drum stacks. But I could definitely see this be some kind of a weird like lifesteal-esque thing. With like a right clicker beast. I kind of want to try that. Yeah, it said Sunsfan had 0 raiders. That was kind of funny. How's Wave Killer drums only? It's probably good. Because if he just attacks, if I'm just attacking, he's drumming. And it stays. And if no attacks are made, the intervals are gradually increased every 1 second. Does that mean, is that supposed to be decrease? Because it looked like it was decrease. Anyways, it looks kind of good. Alright, let's move on. Bloodseeker, Blood Rage. Max health damage per second decreased. Pure damage from Ag Shard now dealt as a separate instance of damage. Ah, man, I still haven't Oh, I was thinking Ags actually. Blood Mist, I haven't tried it yet. Pure damage from Ag Shard now dealt as a separate instance of damage. Okay, so better against like TA, basically. Is there anything else that this would be good against? Pure damage would be blocked by BKBs. Would it not be before? I'm not sure. But could affect things a little. Sorry, somebody sent me a message and I was reading it. Paste it over here. Close that. Blood Mist, Rupture cooldown reduced it a little bit, slightly more damage. Passively turns all your overheal from your own abilities into a damage barrier. Oh. Up to 50% of your max health in addition to its active effect. So if you are... That's pretty cool. Barrier decays by max health per second. Okay, so it basically gives you like a raw... If you're full health... So basically like healing... If you're full HP and blood raging, it's kind of bad. Because it's going to lower your max health per second. That's if you have Ags, of course. If you have Ags. But it basically gives you a raw HP barrier to have it. So you could just be even tankier than normal. Which is kind of cool. You do lose it, but I imagine you could heal pretty high. And damage no longer counts as HP loss. It burns the barrier before if it's available. So yeah. Interesting. So kind of a cool way to like passively make Blood Mist better. I still haven't tried it.
Beastmaster.
Sprays blood, costs you 7% per second. And deals the same, I think. Yeah, it's the same damage as it deals to you. But you can reduce it because it's magic. Well, they can too, I guess, but... And then it gives you potential to heal. 30% movement speed slow. Haven't tried it. It's probably better now. They really want people to try it. Nobody does it. Bounty Hunter. Bounty Hunter's been picked at the tournament, so I won't be surprised to see some nerfs here. No, Shuriken no longer mini stuns. Does a slow instead, which is fine. Janna no longer disabled by silences, instead disabled by break. Okay, that makes sense. Shadow Walk doesn't slow anymore. So slow is terrible. Attack now stuns. Oh. Okay, and the shard. Oh, this is actually really good then. And the shard no longer grants charges. Lowers Shadow Walk cooldown by 5. So Shadow Walk's kind of broken again. Actually, it's like a buff. In my opinion. Better against a lot of situations because you can double Shadow Walk somebody. You could do it before with the slow, but it wasn't as good because like the amount of time you weren't attacking was too high. So this is a buff to him. Janna can be used even if you're silenced, so Janata's still good. All you lose is Shuriken toss mini stuns. You just can't stun anybody anymore. So you can't interrupt channeling and you can't interrupt TPs. People can just TP from Bounty Hunter now. Oh, that's not true. He's got Shadow Walk, of course. So it's just a little different, but this just seems better. Cooldown of Shadow Walk, it's like 20-ish seconds now. If you get the shard, it lowers cooldown by 5. Which... Oh, but you can use it on allies, too. Still. 10 Shadow Walk move attack speed to replace with more slow. So that could be a 1 second slow, which is probably good. And then the other one is 2 second silence on hit replaced with minus damage in Shadow Walk at 15. That's really good changes, actually. I would say these are good for Bounty Hunter. Doesn't really change it much. He's still like probably equally as viable as a 4 or a 2. We saw him mid dumpster in Ember Spirit. But yeah, more slow is good. Janata damage taken in Shadow Walk is probably pretty good. Minus 25% damage taken is going to make him a lot more viable as a support. But half track bonus speed is really good too. So the most broken thing that you guys need to know about Bounty immediately is double Shadow Walk. Or even if I'm just a level 2 hero, you can always apply Shadow Walk twice. This has been the case for Bounty Hunter for all of time. This used to do bonus damage when you attacked with it. So what you would do is you basically press Shadow Walk and you immediately attack. Didn't work. Is this only shard? I'm confused. What was wrong? It's only work. Oh, you have to break the invisibility. Fuck! It's gone! So they don't let you double it anymore. You have to be invisible to do it. Okay, so you can't abuse it anymore. If you could, it would have been busted, because you could have got stunned twice for 1 second each. So it's basically just a normal skill. It's a bummer, but I get it. I wouldn't max this out. The cooldown does go down. But, I mean, you get more stun duration, but... You could argue that if you level it up faster, you can fade time hit somebody quicker. Like...
Yes.
Something like that, but...
Repositioning.
Like, you can hit people when you want to, but, I mean, ultimately they're gonna run away, you know? But yeah, probably same skill build. So, let's consider the changes. This is fine. It makes being melee ranged and impacting a little bit more important. Not that the mini stun is, like, was the end of the world, but it was a little annoying. Shuriken toss not mini stunning is probably just bad for you, obviously, because people are gonna better be able to, like, blink. But the mini stun was really, really small. It's fine. I think the hero's about the same. It's gonna be a little bit better for ganking. You actually do have a stun, so it's just an improvement. It's a buff to Bounty Hunter, certainly, because you're gonna have a stun. Yeah, it's just a buff, but not like a huge one. It's fine. No more TP cancels from range with Bounty Hunter. Yeah, that's true. Like, that part's gonna be gone, but I think that's fine. It's not unfair. Brewmaster is universal. I love Brewmaster, so scared to read this because I actually like where he is right now, and his win rate is actually really good, but no pros pick him. So, base damage decrease, damage on level 1 decreased by 4. So, a more reasonable damage number. His damage per level is going up. Void Stance is now part of the basic ability. That's the status resistance one, so it's not... I'm confused. Didn't this scale before, the Void Stance? Didn't this scale, are they just like reiterating? I think it did scale before, no? Anyways, if you have 4 points, it is a 20% stats resistance, so you can increase that. Primal Split, Earth Bruling spell immunity. Replaced with debuff immunity. Okay, so that's a BKB for the Earth one. The damage is decreased a little, which is probably fine. It was very good at killing buildings. And the Hurl Boulder stun duration is decreased by a healthy amount. And Storm Bruling damage is reduced. The Cyclone duration is decreased a bit, which is fine. 5 seconds is still a lot. Does what you need. And the Fire Bruling is upped in damage later, but slightly worse early, which is fine. Void Bruling now part of the basic ability. Oh. Okay, so I gotta get used to Microwave 4 now. Keep in mind that now there's an extra Bruling, so this is why they reduced the damage a little bit. It's because now there's more damage included. Boy, I'm gonna have to get used to tabbing 4. I hope that's the last one in the order, or the third. It should be Fire last. It should be Bruling, Void Bruling third, ideally. Because I want to cast the other spells first. Throw Stun, Tab, Cyclone, etc. Anyways, Ag Shard now extends Primal Split duration by 12. That's the Shard. That's pretty sick. 12 duration is a lot. The split is like 17 to 20 seconds, I think, something like that. So increasing it by 12 is huge. And grants the Bruling the Primal Split cancel ability. So Shard would allow you to like cancel to whatever Bruling you want to escape to. And the Void Bruling Astral Pulse ability replaced with Astral Pulse. Yeah, the Pulse was kind of bad. I'm okay with them changing it. Can target allies and enemies. Pulls the target and the Void Bruling in the target direction. Is this, they receive damage. Distance is decent. Cast range is very low. What does this mean? Plus 10 Bruling damage? Oh, that's way better. Man, Brew's gonna be fucking broken, bro. I feel like.
My blades will do the talking.
They didn't adjust his base stats either. His win rate was high before this. It was like top 10? Top 15 or something?
Prepare for battle.
So, 15% slow. at level 2. This does get amplified by this, which Fog pointed out to me the other day.
Over there.
So this is the slow. It's really high. And normally this is, I feel like that's going to be too good. Like, because this is 3 times, so that's a 45% slow.
My blades will do the talking.
This movement speed shows really low, but it's wrong. Oh, that's attack speed I'm looking at. Where's movement speed? Oh, it's at the bottom, I see.
Yes.
I'm gonna have to get used to that. Movement speed being down here is new to me.
Footprints.
These two together, these 2 slows. It's mega good. But yeah. And then the status resistance is good. 30% here. It's not that great. I'd rather be on green or blue for most of the early game, but anyways, fire is 3rd still. I don't know if I like that. Oops, wrong button. It is the vector targeting. The fuck was that? Can't refresh this guy. It's like sending him back or some shit. I don't know.
Find them.
It's just like a 4-staff basically, or like a. It's like the tornado, basically same thing. How much damage does that guy do? Not bad actually. Actually, originally hit kind of bad. It's mostly fire is the big one, damage-wise, because he's got this aura too. So yeah. Okay. I don't know. It just looks like a straight up buff to the hero, because I have more control now, and more options basically. I can get up to 60% status resistance with Drunken Brawler at all phases of the game now, which in many cases was usually your weakness. You'd usually die to burst, not so much dying to other stuff. Chain stun, I mean, not to burst. If you want burst, you'd be on green, because that would be magic resistance and armor. They just keep making this hero better, I feel like, or at least cooler. So let me go back to where I was. So let's recheck things. Base damage is worse by 4. Whatever, playable. Damage per level goes up, which is fine. You don't really attack that much out of it, but this isn't a big deal. Void Stance Basic is nice because you don't have to buy Shard. You can buy Shard to increase your ulti split by 12. The damage of the Brew split is basically about the same, if not better. Earth Bruling is affected a little bit because his magic resistance is going to be affected, and his base damage, I guess, is worse. But, so your building CG in level 1 split is worse, but like that doesn't matter. You never do that. You use it to kill heroes. So I feel like his overall damage is up. You can cast spells on the Earth Bruling, but it doesn't matter that much because you got 4. You have a Void Bruling, which can send people back. You can basically use it. It's a tornado, basically. That little purple guy seemed quite quick to me. And what else? Cyclone's slightly worse. So if you're splitting just a Cyclone guy, it's a little bit worse, but it's not that much. And yeah, Shard a buyable ability, and that's it. Plus 10 damage for the 10 talent, which is good. What was the other one again? Can't remember. Oh, Thunderclap AoE. That one's tough. Thunderclap AoE is so good. 10 Bruling damage is how I like to play, because I like to do damage with my rundown, but Thunderclap AoE is like monstrous. The radius is so big. So in some ways, I guess if you go Earn, it's not that needed because you just like Cinder Brew and you Earn as you approach. I feel like Brewmaster 5 is busted now, actually. It has to be. Brew 5. You just go Earn, you approach, you can play with Void stance if you want, you get Shard at 15, you split in fights, you do a fuckload of damage and disruption and everything. Just don't die. And then you can Primal Split cancel if you really need to. I don't know. I'm sure Brew 5 is just kind of busted. Him having less damage helps to make him less broken, but he just seems good to me. I don't know. Alright. And his winner was already really high, so I'm happy because I like the hero, but we'll see. Bristleback now provides Warpath stacks with each quill spray released. Okay, so that means you get more damage faster if you're dying. Because before, the ones that would proc based on how much damage you took didn't do it. Taking excess damage over the quill spray threshold is maintained. Multiple quill sprays can trigger from a single source of damage. Ah, so if you take 1,000 damage to the back, you can quill spray like 3 times. So that means playing your like Sven type heroes against Bristle is going to feel less good, and then mana cost for Hairball went down. So this is semi-irrelevant, but this is probably going to be a feel thing. You'll notice the difference, but if you're playing some like big nuker type thing, it's definitely going to be noticeable, for sure. So if like one hero is killing Bristleback, you're definitely going to notice the difference over the like typical like 4 heroes are hitting it many quills a lot type thing. Broodmother, universal. Base damage down. Strength down. Base agility is down. Agility gain is down. Intelligence is down. Nerfed into so many heroes with bad hero models now, actually. This is going to change ability draft a little bit. I feel like it's really bad for ability draft, actually. Because there's so many more heroes that are going to have atrocious int now. Like, a lot of heroes are getting really mega int gain nerfed. And, so yeah, their universal damage is higher. Maybe their right click is better, but like their spellcasting is worse. So I feel like there's going to be way more atrocious models now. Damage on level 1 decreased by 5. Ugh. God, that's bad damage. How do you fucking last hit? 43 to 49? This hero's really getting the nerf bat, dude. Yeah, Doosan ability draft would be bad too. 0 strength gain. With no... doesn't she get built-in mana shield? Or is that her ability? I guess it was her ability, wasn't it? Can't remember. Insatiable base attack damage bonus rescaled to be a percentage of base damage. So buying stat items on this hero is what you do now. Because if you buy stat items, it increases your base damage. Ag Shard base attack damage bonus increased per second is also a percentage. So stat items on this hero are going to make you very strong. Spin mob health regen decreased. And Spawn Spiderling's nuke damage is weaker too. And then this talent's nerfed. 35 attack speed at level 20. That's like the... I mean, 35 is kind of a lot, I guess, but it looks bad. Brood is right click now. Yeah, they are trying to make her right click. Which is fine. It's the summons that are the problem, basically, right? Her agility gain is still... It's bad. I mean, lots of things are bad on here. But if she's... They're directly buffing... They're trying to say, like, alright, this hero has to be like a stat right click hero. They're making her ability scale based on it. And, yeah, they nerfed all of her other base stats to compensate, because otherwise she would just have way too much health. If she was like Old Brood and you're buying stat items, her raw health would be like way too high. She'll have less webs though, but yeah, she'll be good at running you down. And she can still spiderling stuff, but yeah, they're trying to make her more of a right clicker. Centaur's stomp duration is down, double edge cast point is better, retaliate percentage is basically just worse at level 1 and a little bit better later. Pro players typically, at least at the Lima Major, they were getting like 1 retaliate and leaving it there, which was maybe a little overkill when I did the math, but later on in the game, you know, when Centaur gets attacked, it doesn't really matter that much. It's okay against like a carry, but against some like small support, they just won't attack him, so he'd prefer to have stat points, basically, was why it made sense. And then this talent a little nerf to compensate. So, it's fine. CK, Cast Bolt. Min stun duration increased or decreased. And here's the max. So basically weaker at both. Are you saying it's going to say 3.25 above their heads now? That iconic 2-3-4. The 1-2-3-4. It's now only a 1-2-3. It's a bummer. Chaos Strike critical lifesteal is buffed. Lifesteal for creeps is reduced. This actually was really needed. CK was so good at laning with this. You could just auto attack creeps and you would just live. Or at least like heal back up to full. It didn't require you to buy any regen items, so it was like a little bit too good. But didn't Chaos Strike double damage against creeps or something? So that's probably why. You killed creeps, you did double damage to creeps, so you lifesteal double from before, and then everyone else got their lifesteal nerfed, so. Chaos Strike oppressive and AD. I guess so. Chaos Strike lifesteal increased by 3%. 3% lifesteal? Really? Oh, no, this is the extra lifesteal that you get from it. I see. So it goes from like, instead of 50 to 72, it goes from 60 to 85. And then stun talent 20. Alright, Chen. See what happens to you. Universal damage level 1 is 1.5 better. And you get way more damage per level. But it's kind of irrelevant because you don't right click that much. But regardless. Now grants Chen gold equal to creeps bounty when dominating. Ooh. That's cool. Very cool. It basically smooths out the period of the game where you got wiped and now you're rebuilding. Because if you never like fully rebuild when you're playing Chen, basically you have to like give up your chance to farm camps to grab creeps again. So when you are recollecting your army, you just lose a lot of gold advantage. You don't get the experience, which is fair, because that'd be way too good. But getting the gold, I think, is a good trade-off. That helps make your mana more justified. Agshard now also adds 1 level to upgradable abilities of Persuaded Creeps. We knew that one. And that includes, and that Agshard also lets you take over neutral creeps, or ancients, based on your ulti level. And then Penitence slow buff at level 15. So, yeah, just decent buffs to Chen. This is a lot of gold, genuinely. I mean, it even more justified to take control of an enemy lane creep. You lose the experience, but at least you get the gold, which is kind of nice. That'll push you into your items a little faster. But I would definitely want to play Chen. Give it some tries. Clink's reworked. We already read this one, so we'll skip. I am a little confused on it, but it is definitely a gank hero. Feels like. Thank you for the sub, Autopilot. Clockwork Universal. Strength aim down, agility down, int down. Not the worst numbers though. Damage is decreased by 4, but that's okay. Oh, they made him wide. Made him very wide. Because he used to have very consistent damage pattern. Now it's really wide. So in some ways worse as a carry or as a core to last hit, which is fine. Yeah. There used to be heroes that had wider numbers like this to make last hitting a little bit more difficult. Like Chaos Knights was really wide. It might still be really wide. But alright, I'm kind of curious why they're going back to it. Maybe because like making it even like this is kind of boring. Maybe it's better to add a little bit uncertainty to last hitting, but regardless, it's a support. Typically, damage gain per level is the same, so he will have less HP and less armor and a little bit less mana. So kind of costly for the hero, but he is good sometimes. Let's see what they do to his abilities to compensate. Power Cogs now applies a magic barrier to all allied units and Power Cogs when cast. Oh, barrier as in like damage block. Okay. So when you cast it, this is why they increase his strength gain. Because I was wondering, his strength gain is going down, but his damage isn't going up. So he gets block with allies as well. Knockback duration decreased a little. The knockback effect now interrupts most force movement abilities. Batrider's Flaming Lasso can fly over. Hitch a Ride doesn't get touched, and Walrus Kick. Okay, so if somebody's like moving over it, they will get interrupted. So it should be good against those things. Rocket Flare slows movement speed for 0.4 seconds. That's kind of cool. You could use it to land hook shots, basically. You shoot a Rocket Flare, it hits somebody, they're slowed, and now you're going to hit them with the hook. Guaranteed. Instead of it being like a juke moment thing. So I think that'll help the hero's viability with average players, and it'll help with pros too. It's justified in my opinion. I think it's fine. In most cases it won't matter. The slow is so small. Stun duration is going down for hookshot. And then Cog's Leash replaced with bonus Rocket Flare damage. I guess they're getting rid of the leash thing. Nerf for Force Staff. What are you referring to? Oh, this? Yeah. You're probably right. Let's check that out quick, because that's quite good.
Clockwork. I'm more than a bit tightly wound.
It's more about enemy Force Staffs, basically.
Prepare for battle.
Yes.
This way. My blades will do the talking.
Gear up.
Normal. Didn't it work like that already?
Yeah.
This one's normal. This one I'm not as 100% sure of because it's not often that like somebody does this. But
A lead.
that seems normal to me.
Spring my
So it's probably just some other abilities that they're making
I've a
consistent.
This
mind like a
one's
steel
on
trap,
me.
and the physique to go
And then
with it.
spell immunity would be basically new BKB. Spell immune, but or debuff immunity, but 50 magic resistance. Okay, sounds fine. Yeah, no more leash units. But the barrier is kind of cool. You can bury your allies. Knockback effect is still good. Seems fine. In some ways better. You can power cogs and get out. It's probably similar HP levels. I mean, you're weaker against physical, for sure. Your armor's lower by a little bit, and your HP's lower. But it's about the same against spellcasters, probably. And Rocket Flare is going to improve your hookshot. So these are, like, cool things to add to the game that don't really make him much better or worse, but still give him some, like, enjoyment, some small difference in him. Base damage increased by 2 for CM. Big buffs to CM. Damage tick interval decreased, so this means it's better in ability draft, very important. Frostbite plus sticky napalm, very good shit. With that said, I don't know if this matters that much. It just means that it's gonna do damage more routinely. Like you'll do slightly more damage before or after they press BKB, basically, kind of shit. Freezing field buff, attack speed. What? All right, whatever. 2 damage. All right. Universal base damage. Damage on level 1 decreased by 4. So slightly weaker laner. Damage per level gain. He's a very good puncher and his base health regen. So I would say buff. Harder to last hit. First couple levels, which can be a pain. But more regen. Some cool sick items. I can't help but think that Nether Shalt, not Nether Shalt, what's the other one? Eternal Shroud is kind of cool on him. He gets mana if he takes nukes. If you go Nether Shalt for mana, it's not needed. I don't think he needs it that bad. Tick interval is also increased a little. Iron Shell worse with sticking napalm. And then nerf to normal punch. This is fine. Like the hero's kind of here and there. This hero's insanely better this patch. I mean, you do have more regen. 0.75 is kind of a lot. It's like 45 more HP over a minute or something. Is that right? No. Yeah. I think it's 45 HP over the course of a minute extra, which helps. And then I suppose within like 2 levels you have the exact same damage. So this isn't that much of a nerf. It's just a nerf at like level 1, level 2. And then afterwards, basically everything's the same. So if he's better patch afterwards, it's probably due to item changes more than anything else. These are all pretty... doesn't really matter that much. So, I mean, normal punch didn't really get hit that much. It got hit slightly more. It got reduced by 25%. Stun duration, a lot of the other ones were like 20-ish%. But normal punch is still really good. How much damage do you get from Magic Wand? 1.6. Is that right? No. Is 0.03 times 6. So it's 1.8. 1.8 damage from Magic Wand on Universal Heroes. No, that's not true. It's 9. 1.8 times 3. 3.6. 5.4. You get 5.4 damage on a Universal Hero from Wand. Agility gain down. Int gain down. Damage on level 1 down. Damage per level the same. So buffing skills then? Worse armor. I mean, Dark Willow was picked at the tournament, but not like a huge amount. Shadow Realm buffed level 1. Allied units can now target Dark Willow on Shadow Realm. Okay, so you can like Force Staff or Glimmer her, etc. Curse Crown stun duration is down. Talent slightly nerfed. Bedlam Pierce Spell Immunity replaces +2 Bedlam attack targets. Oh, it's at 25. Yeah, that's really good. Oh, Bedlam attack targets. That means Bedlam's attacking up to 3 people. So much better as a like creep. If there's like creeps and a hero, much better chance that you clear the creeps instantly and then get the damage back on the hero. That looks really good. But yeah, less agility, but I guess allies can save you more, but you're gonna die more to physical damage, and your int is just straight up. Oh, that's right. The damage is it is worse. You're gonna have less mana. That's the hardest thing for Dark Willow here. You're gonna get like 12 less mana per level, basically. But Shadow Realm's better, and people can do shit on you. About the same, not much. Starbreaker's smash duration is down by a tiny bit. Spelling Youth actually replaced with the new BKB, that makes sense. Landing Stun decreased by just a little bit, 10% less. They're like, let this one stay, it's not very good. Celestial Hammer slow increased. Alright, the range replaced with bonus range and speed, so it goes faster even though it's farther. So that makes it easier to use, and then 2 Starbreaker charges replaced with Starbreaker cooldown, which is, God knows how much that ability is cooldown. Puts it down to 5. So basically, so you can't just do it twice in a row, but you can do it more often if you want. Dizzle, Universal Hero. This is a hero that I thought might be good as a right clicker with universal damage, so let's see how that turns out. Strength gain decrease, agility gain decrease, int gain decrease. These numbers do not look pretty, I gotta say. Damage on level 1 unchanged. Damage per level is decreased. Good Juju ability removed. Okay. Once again, Dazzle gets a change. Ag Shard Hex duration reduced. Shadow Wave upgradable by Ags. Bro, that Ags, probably one of the worst Ags I've ever seen in my life. It probably hurt that they did it. You would buy it and it would have your item cooldowns, but you just had that before. So it's just like, so we just buy an Ags now? But the problem is that like if you buy an Ags, you don't have other items to reduce the cooldown on. So it's just like wasn't good. There's like no way that lowering, unless it was like a 6th item, there's no way you would ever buy it, I feel like. Because then it would reduce like Hex or something. But anyways, allows casting Shadow Wave on enemies to release an inverse Shadow Wave. The inverse wave bounces amongst enemies, dealing damage and healing any nearby units for 150% of healing and damage values of Shadow Wave. So it makes it better. And he also performs an auto attack on every enemy hit by the inverse Shadow Wave. That's amazing. This is so good. So it accomplishes everything you want, basically. It makes Shadow... First, we gotta read this. Ability reworked. Very important. Whenever a unit is affected by Dazzle spells, they temporarily gain the armor. For these seconds, that's the same. Can be activated to decrease the remaining cooldown of all of their abilities by 4, 5, 6 seconds. And items. To decrease the remaining cooldown. Okay, so you can activate Bad Juju to lower the cooldown of your skills. Before you would have to cast another spell to lower the cooldown, but now you press this, and it can also lower your items cooldowns by 3, 4, 5 seconds. So still should be very good for like your mech type items. Casting it costs health, okay. Each cast increases health cost by 50% for 30, 25, 20 seconds. Bad Juju cannot kill Dazzle, but can still be cast without sufficient HP. Cooldown is 3 seconds. And you also get the Bad Juju armor buff for casting it. So you gain armor for casting it, but you lose health. And each cast of, I assume, Bad Juju increases the health cost every time. So this looks fun. And when they removed the damage talent, gave it attack speed. Did they remove the other attack speed talent? So let's figure this out. This is an interesting puzzle.
The enemy pairs when they
Yeah, we lost the damage talent, so this kind of makes him as a core with stat items a little bit different. But it sounds to me like basically, if I need Grave or heal faster, I can now sacrifice my health to do so. Let's go to like 12. That's probably maxed. Yeah, I'd probably do some shit like this. Okay, so boots.
Is that a broken fight? Find them. Footprints. Indeed. My blade.
So, casting this just looks normal. If I press this, it costs me health. And that allows me to do this. And then I can do this again. It's going to cost more.
It's not time yet.
And if I want to, I could do this again.
From shadow to
Get it down again. And it's costing me more because I'm doing it a lot. And now I basically have to do like...
Safe word.
Yeah.
Confirmed. You're safe.
This is really cool.
Shadows come.
This makes his playstyle so much more interactive, basically, because I can pretty much balance, like... This is 2,500 damage, right? Does that just last forever?
I'm not ready.
So what I'm curious about is... Am I just increasing the timer? Or... Is this going to be the 11? Is this going to be 11 the whole time? Yeah, this is just the whole thing. So you basically just can't cast it until it goes away. But if you want to keep your HP at 1, it's fine. Anyways, and then it goes away, and then it goes back down to like a normal, reasonable part. So this is cool because a lot of Dazzle is basically using your abilities and then trying to follow that up with... You're trying to keep people alive, right? So you're casting Grave and Shadow Wave all the time. This doesn't heal people anymore when you activate it. Before, based on how many debuffs you had on your opponent, it would deal extra damage to them. Based on how many buffs, how many times your abilities had affected them, whether it's Shadow Wave or Poison Touch. So you could click this button to do like another burst. So if they were grouped up on a creep wave, you could Shadow Wave and then hit bad juju and they would take a shitload of damage. But it was a little bit limited and not very user friendly, and the passive ability reduction, like the lower cooldown type shit that it did, was just not very good, honestly. So this is going to be better because this is going to lower my item cooldowns if I want to use it, you know. Give me a better chance to like lower my cooldowns. The downside is that it costs a lot of health to lower these cooldowns. And I see the cooldown's higher later, but the duration lasts longer. So using this a lot is going to be really dangerous, basically. I could, like... And you kind of want mana regen, because mana regen allows you to spam Shadow Wave more. But you also... And now your int gain is worse, which hurts. You're probably going to have to get Arcane Boots. You kind of needed it before, but now you need it even more, I feel like. But, oh, could you do that armor item? I have no idea what it takes to buy it. I think it's Ring of Protection. This guy.
Wait for me.
No, it takes your health away.
Of course.
But, yeah, because I suppose it's a physical barrier, and this isn't necessarily, like, I could still die to magic. But anyways, this would be a good item on Dazzle for sure. Actually, it'd be really good. This is actually a broken item on Dazzle, because I could do, like this.
No grave for you.
Oops, I ran out of mana. And then I can lower the cooldowns. So basically, if I really want to, I can pump out my heals a lot faster. So having like an insane mana pool on this hero is probably really, really good. Insane mana pool, and you want some heal and some regen. Obviously, you'd want, but something like this would be really good to have on Dazzle, for example. And then maybe a Holy Locket. But in cast range is good too. Movement speed is good. Dazzle with Soul Ring, not that bad. You already have enough HP loss, I think. I don't think it's safe to go with Soul Ring, personally. You don't need mana that bad. Like, right now we're basically spending health to get cooldown reduction, is what we're doing. And it does give you armor at least.
Shadow Wave.
This will also give me more armor. So you're trading health for armor and cooldown reduction. So what you kind of need is mana regen, and HP regen. And then lowering that by a tiny amount.
Rite of passage.
Midas Dazzle. It's not that good. It's not that good. It's only 3 seconds. And this lasts for a while. You could do it. Like, if we do the math really quick, let's see how much gold it's worth. So, it is 90 seconds for 160 gold, right? Oh my god, my calculator's been up this whole time. Fuck me. 190 gold divided by... So, how many gold per second is it? It's 2.1 gold. So that means that if you cast level 3 bad juju, you are giving yourself 12 gold. Not counting the experience. 25.33 gold. That's not that bad. It's a last hit. It's half a last hit. Octarine Bloodstone? You don't need Octarine, I don't think, to make this work. Like I think Ags is cool. Obviously, I think Ags has promise, but it's a little different.
Scepter.
Inverse Shadow Wave. So now this allows you to do this. The nicest thing about it is that, and this is definitely viable, I'm sure. Maybe Bloodstone is cool here, but
Wait for me.
okay. But basically, you're doing this. That applies it to them all again. And then it's like, oh shit, I need to hit him again. This does that again. And you do this. And you do this. You do this. Basically allows you to reapply a little bit. I didn't do the best job, but I think you get the picture. Last 8 seconds. Let's try it again.
Shadows.
Yes. Over there. Stalking. I follow this rail.
A spiritual journey. Dazzle.
Fly.
On my way. Zap. Dazzle them.
And if they're more grouped up, they would do more damage. You could also get this talent. Poison touch attack range is probably irrelevant now, I feel like, if you have Ags. But it could also work with it. But Ags could allow you to play a core role for sure. Because then you can now use Shadow Wave offensively as a nuke. The downside to Shadow Wave as a nuke is it's not much damage. It's only 135 physical. It's not a very good nuke if you hit individual people. If they're grouped, it's good. I have no idea what that sound was. It was like somebody smashing a trash can outside or something.
Reposition.
Like if you do this, it's gonna be better.
Bring it away.
I think. I thought it was gonna be good.
Find them.
I didn't even feel that good. 50% of the healing and damage values of Shadow Wave.
Light.
This is underwhelming. The damage that you're getting from this is like kind of garbage. The upside is that if it's like this, you'll get a double one.
Is that a broken twig?
Like if you're in a carry to carry matchup, it's better. Because now this is gonna hit this guy twice.
Dazzle.
Because he took it once from this guy, and then he took it a second time from here.
I'm with you. Zap.
Right? He should be. 210.
Shadow wave.
Just said 145. But he's got a lot of armor.
From shadow.
Does it do
to
2?
shadow.
You have to target the enemy?
Wave.
I said 194. They're different as spells? It doesn't do 2? Okay. So if you don't target them, it doesn't work. It bounces amongst enemies, dealing damage to them and healing any nearby ally units. Okay. Attack on enemy. Okay, so if they are close and I use it on this guy, basically they do this. It does the same effect for both, effectively. But if I use it offensively, I do an attack. Am I crazy? Am I not seeing an attack? What am I doing wrong?
Of course. Zap.
I didn't see an attack come out. Phylactery's really good with it? I guess, yeah. I suppose it would do a nuke. But it seems kind of expensive. If many enemies hit your ally, you can heal bomb. I guess so.
You.
This is fucking pathetic.
Yes.
My blades will do the talking.
Yeah, that's true. So
I'll find
So it'd be
them.
good against some like illusion type hero for sure. So it basically means that like if you have an illusion hero, Dazzle's already good because you can bounce on lots of things. And if they have an illusion hero, then Ags is good. And you could arguably, if they are grouped and multiple people are poison touched, you could also refresh it. But my hunch right now is that this is not very... Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Calculator, my bad.
As long as I get paid.
My hunch is that it's not very good. There's like a couple uses where it's okay, but... Like, but attacking everybody once... Eh. Does it do this even? It does. So you can like apply Deso in an AoE or something, but I don't know, man. Shard already counter solutions? Not some of them, yes. But if you're trying to, if it's like a CK or like a PL, then Shard doesn't do enough. It only hits enough. Yeah, it would proc Maelstrom, it would proc everything. It could proc all of those things. But this isn't really like great. It's okay because you're lowering their armor. It's kind of good. Like Deso's kind of good with this build for sure.
Dead or alive.
Because I'm doing physical damage, so applying the debuff is good. But it's kind of like redundant a little bit. I feel like it's okay. I guess with Deso it's fine. It's fine. Like this is good. With Deso it's good. It's good with Deso. But I feel like if you're a support, it's not good. It is too expensive, I agree with that. I don't know a good way to do it. Because the problem is that it's just... His build just seems so much more obvious as a support right now. As an offensive hero, like maybe you can do it. There's an attack speed talent. You can run people down, I guess. Poison attack range, I suppose. You get that. And you go poison touch DPS, then it probably changes a lot. And poison touch slow or whatever. But...
Wait for me.
This is just not very good. If it's just one guy, it's just straight up not good, I don't think.
I follow the trail.
Because all it does is gives you an attack, but like you could just fucking attack, you know? The offensive capability of this is not good. The only thing that it gives you is this. It lowers his armor by like an extra 2 or something. But like, why would I need to cast a spell when I can just attack, you know? So Ag's is kind of bad. It basically, it gives you AoE. It gives you AoE attacks to the enemy. That's like the best thing that it does. And if they have a lot of shit and you are a support, then you could buy it potentially to like heal bomb them to heal your ally. But I just feel like that's a really specific case. I just don't think it's good. You can use it on creeps, I guess. But you kind of already can use it on... No, it doesn't work on creeps because it doesn't AoE... It doesn't clump kill them, right? I guess it did. I guess you can use it for farming, so I guess it's fine. You can kill creep waves faster. Okay, so if you're playing core, you go Ags. But for supports, I don't think it's very good. Because I just do this. It bounces. It's safer to do that than, like, normally what you do is you do this. You wait for them to meet, like this. And then you do like this. You stand here and you go like... That's usually what you do, but as a carry it's probably better. Or core, it's probably just better to press it from range like this. And then you get an attack. So if you're playing like farming Dazzle, you'd probably go Ags. Because it would help you farm a little bit faster. But the reality is that like you're spending 4,000 gold just to get an extra attack on an AoE. Which I guess if you go Deso it's okay. I don't know, it just seems a little ridiculous. You guys are talking about Dagon for healing. You could cooldown reduce shit. Or cooldown shit. It's 35 though, it's really long. I don't think it's that good. Anyways,
Who needs healing?
this feels more like a core item to me. So, but I'm not sold on it being good just yet. I think with Deso it's okay. Maybe like you get a Blightstone or something. Go Blightstone, Ags, and then go Deso or something. I don't know. It seems weird. But as a whole, happy with the change. This allows him to be viable as a support and a core. I think it makes his playstyle as a support better. It allows him to lower the cooldown of his neutral items, or his items, which is good. So buying like Greaves is like back on the menu as like a really good thing, because the cooldown's pretty low, it's 40. Is the tome still a pinned item demoed? It's probably because I pinned it there is why. Thank you for the subs, Lasse. So, good changes to Dazzle. I like them. Looks good. Bad Juju, very usable in most fights. Like, every time you use Shadow Wave, you're healing yourself anyway. So if you're full HP, you might as well use Bad Juju, basically. Because it's just going to lower your cooldown by a little bit, by 3 seconds. So, I'm into it. I like the changes. Death Prophet, Spirit Siphon, Ag Shard Fear Duration reduced, Exorcism, Spirit Snail deal more damage to closer Death Prophets to the target and need to return back to her in order to attack in. So basically, this is kind of similar to how it is, but it was more about how often the spirits would refresh, reload, because they would go to her, attack, and then come back, and then reload and go back out again, basically. But now it sounds like this is kind of misleading. This could mean, like, does she do the same damage in melee range, or does she do more damage, you know? Doesn't really say. But classically, Death Prophet does a lot of damage in melee range. So, not even sure not sure which one's better. I wouldn't be able to compare the damage differences. But it's probably like a big difference if you're not in melee range against Death Prophet. So, it remains the same run away from Death Prophet, guys. Disruptor Egg Shard reworked that needed to happen because the new one sucked. When cast on the ground, Thunderstrike lies dormant, not striking for up to 5 seconds. If an enemy comes within the range during that time, it attaches to it. If no enemy comes within range, it strikes the ground. Egg Shard also increases the number of strikes by 2 and cast range to 1600. Ooh. I like this. Very cool. So you can basically use it to find heroes in trees. Monkey King type heroes. It's like a trap, basically, kind of like the Sticky Bomb on Techies. I like this. And then increases strikes by 2, which means if you want to play him as a more of a nuker, you can. This kind of is multi-purpose. The cast range is excellent. 1600 is like massive. That's like the whole fucking screen. And it should leave vision on them, so you could probably use this on like a BKB carry. I guess they would dispel it. But yeah, 6 strikes is huge. That's an extra 220 damage. There's also a damage talent. Nope, they changed it. They removed it because now he has damage from the shard to be broken to have both. But yeah, 110 for 4 strikes, up to 110 for 6 strikes, and yeah, much bigger cast range. Much bigger. Double the cast range. So that's cool. Definitely great for breaking blink daggers. Easily break blink daggers with this. Glimpse min damage decreased, and the max damage is barely changed. So 25. It's kind of a big deal. But the hero was picked very consistently in the tournament. It wasn't first phase banned, but it was definitely picked by almost all teams, so nerfs are probably needed. Glimpse damage is the main thing, I suppose, but it'll still be good. And then they changed this with Thunderstrike Radius. Static Storm duration decreased. +8 pulses to +6. Ah. And then Thunderstrike hits replaced with slow duration. What's the other talent? Kinetic field duration. So for meme games it's kind of worse. I guess it's two strikes if you want it right away versus more slow duration. What's the slow duration even? I don't even know. It's pretty small. Oh, up to 0.4 seconds. So it'd be up to 0.8 seconds, which is kind of a lot. That's pretty good if you got the slow duration. It'd make you a lot better at like catching solo people, doing solo damage too. Kind of cool. I do also kind of like the fact that you can put this on the ground with Shard and then you could place it a little bit better in a creep wave. But I suppose by getting the AoE here at level 10, you could better like kill creep waves with that anyways. Radius is 240, so 100 extra radius would be really big for it. It's much more likely to affect more of the map. So that's kind of cool. And Doom, what are you getting nerfed on? These look pretty uneventful. Basically stun. The Shard is worse. Ag Scepter is nerfed a bit. Wow, that's it, huh? They just didn't nerf Doom? Like barely nerfed him? Scorcher Talon is nerfed, the one that people always get. Isn't that kind of wild? Am I crazy? I'm surprised there weren't bigger nerfs. It's the other 10 talent. Oh, the Magic Resistance Devour one that nobody gets. It has a good win rate. Very interesting. Okay. Plus the creep changes. I'm surprised they didn't nerf him more. But maybe people are picking Doom because of the creeps, kind of a thing. Because of the summon heroes. That it's like it's a counter, so they're picking him more. But surprised there weren't more nerfs here. And his overall HP increased because of the strength change too. But I guess he doesn't have as much magic resistance, and I guess supports have more magic resistance now. So maybe he eats less heroes, kind of a thing. Could be it. Dragonite strength gain increased by a bit, while in dragon form applies corrosive breath or frostbite effect corresponding to current form. So once you transform, it'll apply one of those, which is cool. So that means breathe fire from level 6 does an extra like 100 damage. So that's pretty good. That's actually a really nice buff. And then I assume it doesn't do the AoE breath. So it's either corrosive until you're like 18, and then when you're 18, that means you can AoE breathe fire slow people, which is really good. Definitely solid. It's not like the most incredible thing. I'd say the level 6 and on one. The corrosive breath one's a little better though, because it's just more AoE damage against subs, or against not subs. I love breathing fire in my subs. Against like creep waves, basically, to clear them a little bit quicker. Dragon Tail stun reduced. That's gonna hurt a bit. Stun reduced. Attack range reduced. Not bad. Little strength gains, fine. Decent for the hero. Draw Ranger, pretty good. Hypothermia effect now granted by Ag Scepter instead of Shard. Okay. And the bonus damage per stack increased from 5 to 15. Max stacks from 7 to 9. So basically you can stop somebody from healing here. Not exactly, 90%, sorry. Math is bad. Shard was pretty good on the hero, the anti-healing you got. So Glacier is your new Shard. This is really expensive, but you can't just buy it passively. This is going to hurt your farm speed on Drow because you can't clear creep waves as easily. Like one multi-shot, you kill the whole last wave. Now it's going to be a little bit more focus. But Hill of Ice Beneath it, pushing enemies away from it. Any unit that stands on the hill gains bonus attack range and high ground advantage. They can't miss, and gain flying vision. Damn, that sounds kind of cool. Front of the hill obscures vision and cannot be moved through. Okay, so basically it makes like an ice shard in front of her. They can't run directly at her, they have to walk slightly around. And Drow cannot miss. So fuck you, Wind Ranger, and you gain flying vision. So you could use it on like wards and stuff if you really wanted to. Like how much flying vision? Like I'm flying vision as in like you're just suddenly see 1800. Yeah, I think we have to see this. Because if it's just like, oh, you see max day vision, that's busted.
Kill an ancient. All right, I'm convinced. I follow.
Prepare for battle.
My sentiments as well.
It's fucking real. Okay, so it just makes a little cliff.
Pass undisturbed.
What does this last for? 8 seconds.
So be it. Let him fly.
So yeah, you can basically use it to block off your opponent from you. Ursa doesn't care. It's like an anti-gap closer. It's cool. And it gives you attack range bonus too, and bonus arrows per wave.
Gotta have my fun.
4. But with this,
Kind of. Be wary.
200 attack range? That's pretty sick. It is lore accurate, dude. That's a bow.
The seven hells hunt.
Okay. I mean, nerfing the shard is kind of a big deal, I guess. So that kills some of your utility, but having this is kind of cool. You're gonna have to buy it though, because the shard does not go to your support. The ones that you get on the map, at least. Flying Vision's pretty sick though. It should make her really good at these like team fights in jungle areas and stuff. Pretty cool. 25-second cooldown, last 8 seconds. 2 ways to play. Probably will give Roche Vision actually. Which is kind of fucked up, but yeah, tier 3 high ground push, true. Earth Spirit, Egg Scepter removed. Ag Shard upgrade, that's the one that gave you more boulders and you could see with them. Now gains 1 extra stone random charge every 5th level hero. From 7 up to max 13, that's cool. Slowly power you up. Now deals 1.25 the damage against creeps, so better for farming. Stun duration decreased by a bit, so 1.8 seconds stun instead of 2. And Geo Grip upgradable by Ag Shard. Now you can target allies, so you can buy Shard to grip allies. And then the Remnant, which is your Ags, the duration of that is decreased. And then we're swapping talents here. 8 Spell Lamp at 10, instead of more magnetized duration. 20 mag damage per second changed to plus 25% damage and duration. So it just makes magnetized last longer and deal more damage. Geo Grip Silence, extra replaced with -2 Geo cooldown. Grip allies replaced with Boulder Smash damage, so you should be able to smash creeps pretty good at level 20. And then 25 stun duration is slightly decreased, and 25 spell lamp replaced with magnetize undispellable. Okay. So magnetize spell lamp, magnetize damage talent basically makes your ulti a lot more powerful, and it goes through BKB anyways, so seems pretty good. Giving Earth Spirit another tool, I guess. The remnant charges going up is cool. Lets you save them. You can pull out a disruptor wall too. Cool. Good for him. But you do have to buy a shard. Shard just for that. But it's fine. It's basically allows you to like play Earth Spirit as a counter without having to require waiting until like level 20, which takes fucking forever as a support sometimes. So now you can actually control it. I think that's good. Earthshaker stuns going down. Aftershock going down. Slight damage increase later. Fissure range decreased. IDC. Echo damage increased. Enchant Totem. That puts your Enchant Totem at 3 seconds. Gonna be worse than AD now that you can't chain stun people as much, but it still should be really good. It's still good to stun people. But yeah, perma-stun is kind of bonkers anyways. This is actually just really good for ability draft, I think. It's gonna reduce the Aftershock combos and viability by a lot. Because it's gonna be way harder to get a perma-stun. Haven't played yet, nope. Elder Titan base health regen increased. Sleep duration decreased. Stomp damage increased. Spell immune with Ag Scepter is nerfed because of the BKB change. Base armor increased by 1 for Ember. Congratulations. Bounty Hunter will not mess with you so much. Ember's kind of played not huge amounts, but decent amounts. That's a fat buff. And this stacks additively with other sources of magic barriers. And Magic's absorb is decreased. Okay, that's why. But it can stack with like pipe basically. So it blocks less damage, hence your survivability is down, but your armor is up. Alright. I'd have to look at the numbers of Flame Guard for 65, but I think Flame Guard blocks like, what, 80% of damage? So there's some spells that might like remove it quicker, which could be a big hurt to Ember Spirit level 1, but as a whole, about the same. But this is going to affect his laning, and his survivability against magic is weaker for sure. But the fact that it stacks with pipe is cool. So, is Flame Guard better now with magic resist? It is in some ways better. It's better if your teammates have a pipe, because pipe and Flame Guard don't overlap in a bad way. So pipe plus Flame Guard is more block for Ember Spirit, which is good. And also, actually in some ways this is just fine, because this takes into account magic resistance now. So if you compare the numbers, it's basically the same. So if they have magic resistance reduction, Flame Guard was better before. If they don't have magic resistance reduction, it's probably the same. So this just seems like a buff to me to Ember Spirit. Casual cloak good on him? It's probably fine, yeah. Like a Mage Slayer type thing is going to be, like you building magic resistance items on Ember Spirit now is probably going to be fine. It'll make your Flame Guard go longer. And just to take a look at his talents really quick, because this is relevant. The Flame Guard Absorb one, it's at 10. That talent's actually really fucking good now. That talent is just straight up buffed. How is Ember just not buffed here? I just feel like he's buffed. He's a very mobile hero.
Find you.
His win rate is terrible, you guys. It's really bad. Oh wait, that's Herald. Okay. Makes sense that Heralds would struggle on his hero. Anyways, it's fine. Flame Guard Barrier talent is far buffed here because that includes magic resistance. So that's kind of cool. Enchant Ag's Shard now also increase the max number of enchanted units from 1 to 2. Okay, so that's Little Friends, so more Chen-like. Which makes sense, because if all these creeps have cool late game abilities, it would be a bummer to only be able to use one at a time. And level 10 magic resistance decrease from 10 to 8. Enchant effects Ancients replaced with plus 30% enchant creep health damage. Okay. More HP, more survivability. Can't take an Ancient away. Limits enchants counterplay against these like Helm of the Overlord heroes. Not that you hit 20 that often, but it gives you some options. She can actually double Ancient with the talent. Would have been able to. Because now you can't do an Ancient creep. What do you mean double Ancient? I don't know what you mean. Not sure. I'm gonna move on. Universal base damage decreased. Damage on level 1 decreased. Damage gain up. Base mana regen increased by an infinite amount. Is that correct? Stun duration on Malphus barely touched. Shard barely touched. So net benefit, worse without Eidolons, but makes up the damage really quickly. So worse level 1, but he's got mana regen built in now, so over a minute he'll have 30 more mana, so it's fine. Faces Void, still agility, yep. Time lock, duration decrease, so less stun there. Chronosphere, basically the same. Now freezes ability and item cooldowns of anyone trapped in Chronosphere. Okay, and prolongs duration of time dilation for units trapped in Chronosphere. Alright, I'm into that. Just a big Chronosphere buff, basically. Which is kind of a cool way to change the hero. I mean, it's still a really long cooldown. And nobody's really picked the hero much since they nerfed Refresher enough times. Maybe he's too slow compared to other cores. Like, most melee cores just kind of fell in the dumpster. But yeah, this doesn't really matter. The item or ability cooldown, it's fun. Doesn't matter in almost all cases. And prolonging duration of the units for trapping Chronosphere, this actually matters a little bit, especially if you level up the ability. So, and also, well, I suppose if they BKB and then you time dilate, it's pretty sick. But time dilation is just better now, right? Because if somebody's BKB'd, you can apply it to them, and it won't necessarily last until their BKB runs out, but better chance that you can get it on people, which is kind of cool. It's that buff to like AoE abilities that are lingering dispels. It's like they might, you're gonna get a little bit more value out of them. Max stun duration decreased. Movement speed bonus increased. Cooldown decreased. So Inkswell buff. Okay. And then illusion now strong illusion, so you can't hex it. Because it needed to be, because now you can actually target those spells. Basically doesn't die to magic damage. Fem's Embrace talent is buffed. Dude, Fog showed me this really cool thing you can do on Grimstroke. Where you can like you can throw 2 Phantom's Embrace on somebody, on the same guy. I'll show it to you guys if you want to see. This one seems like actually broken. So let's say you are a weirdo that maxes Phantom's Embrace.
I paint my
Prepare for battle.
And let's just get a little bit extra mana in case I flip it. Okay.
Aether lens.
So you throw this out, and when it's coming back, I'll get one. I'll try again. Shit, that's a lot of damage.
Effortless. On the move.
Alright, I can't do it yet. 1 second. I saw him do it. I know approximately how he did it. But I can't remember. Damn. I'm clicking it too much and it's making me select. Maybe it's worse because I don't have...
This way now.
Because I have to left click instead of quick cast.
I insist.
I saw him do it where he could put 2 on a guy. I mean, I just did it there, right?
She calls to you.
No.
Phantom strike.
Did I do it twice there? I don't think so. What if I do quick cast on...
Moving. Something for you.
See? He's got 2.
I set my brush.
So it works better with quick cast because when I do it without quick cast, I'm left clicking. So I'm pressing E and then left clicking. And when I do that, if it's not ready, sometimes it thinks I'm just trying to left click them and then it selects. So that's why it wasn't working. But you can basically cast a double, and hypothetically what you could do is go to level 10 and get this talent. And now this just does like way more damage. Right? Like if we do a dummy target, for example.
Yes.
But there are no more creeps, what the fuck?
Going.
Let's turn quick cast back on.
Well now.
So it needs to be on something that's dying, and then when it's coming back, you can cast a little bit early, and you can get more than one. He said he could get 3 sometimes, but this could be something that you can abuse. I think you can do a 3rd. I'm pretty sure. But anyways, that was something cool that he showed me.
War's flames
My time
blaze again.
comes. There.
I also thought it was like bug abuse, but it's like... But he's kind of right. It feels like a bug though, because it's like, oh, it's not supposed to work like that. But it says,
Stroke.
if she survived the full latch, she sends her victim for heavy damage and refreshes the cooldown. I don't know. For whatever reason, you can cast it. But definitely cool potentially with this 10 talent, because the damage you get. I mean, I just did 1300 damage there, right? With 2 spells, and he can attack it, and he'll kill one, but he won't kill both of them, usually. So you can just do a shitload of damage with it. You can get 3 of those if the cooldown runs out, and the creep dies in close same moment. Okay. It was a bug? Is Essence Shift worse against Universal Heroes? No, it's better. Because you'll be removing 3 of their damage per hit instead of just 1. So it's better against Universal Heroes. That's just better. The bug is that it refreshes on the kill of the unit, and also refreshes when the spirit hits Grim. Ah, okay, I see. So that does sound like a bug. Oh, you're right, I'm sorry, 1.8, not 3. My bad. You're right. But yeah, it's better. But there's not that many universal carries, so I don't think it'll really happen that much. But I do like that 10 talent, the Phantom's Embrace talent. It's kind of bonkers how much damage that is. 65 damage per second. If you can land it. It's gotta be, there has to be viability. It just, the other skills on Grimstroke are really good, but even just like level 1 Inkswell with like a bunch of Phantom's Embrace could be sick. And playing just around Inkswell in that hero is just kind of boring. I don't know. Alright, Gyro Homing Missile duration is down. Cooldown is up. Ag Shard area effect is down a little bit because the Shard is really good. Everything else on the hero sucks, kind of. More duration for Flat Cannon if you want to use it. The attacks goes up. Basically, Gyro just kind of blows outside of Shard. And Talent Homing Missile stun duration decreased. Rocket Barrage talent nerfed a little bit because Rocket Barrage is like the only good thing about the hero. Yeah, my website's probably busted. Sorry about that. Oops. Somebody messaged me about that, actually. I forgot. Hoodwink Pushback stun down. Lesser Bushwick stun down. Ag's Innerfire Egg Shard no longer allows to cast it while disabled. Okay. 1 nerf to Huskar. Spell Immunity will be replaced with new BKB. So they can apply spells to you, and they will do damage, but that's it. Not a big deal. And 20 Talent Berserker. Maybe there's some case where like there's some spell that interacts better, like badly against him, but it's probably fine. Nerfing Gyro support, uninstalling the game. I mean, the problem is that it's like the only good way to play him. They need to buff the other ways, and his stun duration is not even that much worse. They increase the cooldown by 1 second. The stun duration is about in line about what all the other stun nerfs are. The AoE of Rocket Barrage on it is basically the same, and they buffed Flat Cannon. And they nerfed this one a tiny bit, but it still is going to do equal damage, and this is only really where it gets nerfed at level 20, in like a slightly moderate way. But It's not that bad. They needed a buff carry anyways. Alright, Invoker freeze duration decreased. Ag Shard removed. Effect moved to 20 talent. Okay. Now upgradable by Shard. Multiplies burn damage by 1.5 and makes it pull enemy units into its center at 100 units per second. It's like a little mini vacuum. That's kind of cool. Burn damage by 1.5. I think it burns up to like 400 or something. I don't know if there's oh, it does show. Sorry, 625. That's pretty big. So you could actually burn by like up to 1,000. So 1,000 mana burn, which goes back to Invoker, and that does shit. How much magic? How much damage is that? 60%. So 600 pure damage.
Your fate.
600 pure damage. And it pulls people to center 100 units per second. It's like a mild black hole type thing. Which makes sense. EMP is pretty bad late game usually. It doesn't do that much damage. It only does like 400 damage. It's 400 pure, I guess. It's kind of a lot. It's not that much, actually, I don't think. What's 600 times 0.6? 360? Okay. 360 pure damage is good, but not like the most incredible late game spell. That much mana burn, 600 can be helpful against some units, but not all. So making it better with Shard, I think, is a nice way to make it a better skill. And then EMP burn replaced with Ice Wall DPS, the classic. Chaos Meteor damage replaced with 2 Chaos Meteors. Chaos Meteor 80% was probably a little too bonkers. It did like too much damage. Single target. So make Invoker a little bit worse at solo killing, basically at 20 and on. Is probably deserved, rather than just your like Hex, Cold Snap, Meteor, Deafening Blast shit that does like 1 billion damage. This is more fair, and then they can amp EMP if they really want to with Shard. Io is now universal. Your damage is 6 worse, but every Ironwood branch you get gives you more damage, so you can offset it basically with Ironwood branches. I guess that's why these are all worse, because like you really can. If they didn't make their damage much worse, like buying Iron branches would just make your damage too high. So to get this back, you just need like 3 Ironwood branches and you're close, which is not expensive. So, and Iron branches are basically good on everybody, so seems okay-ish. Worse strength gain, more damage per level. Ag Scepter, the ability can now be activated to explode the spirits, after which they begin spawning again. Cooldown decreased by 50%. Cannot be activated. Activated to explode, after which they begin spawning again. Okay, so you can basically pop all 5. So you could basically use it to farm, is what you can do. So if you go Ags, you can use it to clear creep waves, or summons, or potentially just blow them up closer to hero without having to wait for them all to connect, I guess. And then cooldowns decreased by 50. Does that mean they spawn slower after you pop them? Not sure. Or does that mean they spawn faster? They probably don't spawn faster. Universal type basically just means that your damage is... The damage your hero does from attributes, like right-click damage, is based on a sum of all 3 attributes times 0.6. So you add up all your stats, multiply it by 60%, and that's how much damage you get from stats. So an Ironwood branch gives you 3 to all stats. 60% of that is 1.8, right? Yeah, 1.8. So if you buy an Ironwood branch on a universal hero, you get 1.8 damage. Okay, Ice Path nerfed. Liquid Fire burn damage up. Has a damage penalty against buildings. Oh, because they made it do more damage. Oh, that's cool. So basically they're making it better against heroes, but worse against buildings, which is fine. But it's still a damage increase. Because 45 times 0.7 is 3375. So it still does more damage against buildings, just a little bit, like 10% more. But against heroes, it's way better. And then Macropyre mana cost is about the same. And damage per second of the ultimate, just slightly worse early. Liquid Frost is a mini stun. Ice Path Talon's worth. So let me just double check the Liquid Fire. I think it's 5 sources of damage. It's actually pretty viable as a harassment tool. 45 times 5, yeah, that's right. So it is 225 damage instead of 150. Pretty big difference. So there could be some argument for maxing Liquid Fire over Dual Breath in a lot of cases. Dual Breath is fine for attack speed reduction and stuff. The upside is that Dual Breath is way better at clearing creep waves. Liquid Fire does it for no mana, but it's like half the damage for this per skill point. But if you're talking about harassing heroes, you get more utility out of a few Dual Breath and more Liquid Fire, because then your uptime for attack speed reduction is higher. So if you're really just worried about AoE damage against heroes and you don't have to push creep waves, you could probably max Liquid Fire second pretty quickly, and it's more justified. You're not gimping your damage in team fights as much. And you can probably apply Liquid Fire to a BKB target as well. Not that it will do damage or its lower attack speed until after, but kind of cool. Juggernaut base damage increased by 1, Blade Fury spell immunity, 80% magic, so it's a better BKB, and then Omni Slash lowered, Swift Slash up. This talent buffed again. Basically not much difference for Jug. He will die to magic on spin sometimes, and you can just, it's not going to be as easy for him to like spin and juke out, or spin and TP. That's more dangerous. So probably nerfs to the hero, but maybe he's fine. If the patch feels good for him, you never really know. There's so many other changes that can impact win rates in weird ways that you don't expect. Keeper of the Light, Blinding Light. Now basic ability does not require Spirit Form. Okay, damage increased up to 220. Radius is decreased. Cast range is rescaled. Mana cost is better at all levels, and cooldown is, so it's just like a normal ass nuke, 220 damage. Solar Bind requires Spirit Form, so you get the slow when you transform. It's 10%. Duration is 6 seconds. Magic resistance 35 at all levels. So you basically need to use your ulti to get solo kills. And then the cooldown, 14 seconds. Mana cost 120. Cast range is huge, 850. So when you want to kill with Coddle, you transform and you Solar Bind them. And then you Blinding Light them. And then you blast them. So it's going to be, I mean, if you're playing Coddle Core, you didn't even really get Solar Bind until later anyways, I suppose. But it's going to cost you resources to go for solo kills now. So doesn't this just nerf Coddle Core in some ways? I guess they still farm about the same. But now you have Blinding Light and you have Blast, I suppose. More nuke damage, but less spell amp and less utility unless you transform, I guess. So I'm not sure how this necessarily impacts. Is it still playable mid? Probably, yeah. It just means that like you getting solo kill with like your Dagon type shit is going to be reliant on you using your ulti. And Dagon Coddle is definitely going to be good still. You're going to be able to heal a lot from it. Will-O-Wisp about the same. Tidebringer no longer disabled by silences, instead break. So good for Kunkka, I suppose. Ghost Ship about the same. Area targeted for Tornstorm. Beautiful. 900 cast range, 11 radius. That's so much better. You could like justify buying this on a support now, actually. Because you don't have to be tanky and running. This is much cooler. Tidal wave duration decrease, so it doesn't push you as long, right? Yeah, Kunkka support more viable, but it's not good still, probably. But this makes it a lot better, because now you can like follow up from your allies. You don't necessarily have to put your hero in place. It's like actually going to be like offensive water park, so this is cool. Legion overwhelming odds, now an area of effectability centered around the hero. Okay, no longer increases movement speed. Instead provides flat attack speed bonus that doesn't require the ability to hit enemies. Okay, so you can just cast it and it will do attack speed. The radius increased to a lot at 600. Automatically triggered upon the dual cast if not on cooldown, so it auto casts it on duel, so it's easier to play this hero for ganking. Can only be cast during the duel, so if it's on cooldown and you duel, you can still use it afterwards. And the Egg Shard duration decreased from 15 to 8. What does that mean? Is that the cooldown? Egg Shard duration? Oh, is that the armor thing? So they made it worth, it doesn't last as long with the armor. And yeah, press the attack's not going to give attack speed. Instead it gives movement speed bonus. Movement speed bonus, heal. So basically what they did was they're going to try to make Legion less of a heal bot, because and it's easier to execute. The problem with Legion, even for me, not that my mechanics are insane, but I struggle to cast all Legion buttons personally. You basically need to press the attack yourself, you need to press Blade Mail, you need to blink, and then you need to press duel. And sometimes you need to overwhelming odds. So like in this like small 1 second period, you need to do all 5 of these things, which is really hard to do. I don't have quick cast, that's part of it, but still really hard. So now if you don't care, you don't need to press the attack, because you don't need the lifesteal. I mean, you'll lose the regen and the movement speed, but you shouldn't need the movement speed if you have a blink. And you can use this to basically gap close. You can movement speed gap close with press the attack. And then it'll auto overwhelming odds. If it's still on cooldown, it can still pop during the duel. And it gives you attack speed bonus. So dueling without this is probably a bad idea. And I could definitely see you just maxing this now because of the attack speed increase that it gives. And the fact that it's 600 units means this is kind of bad, like in the sense that like Legion in lane, you would kind of be careful how you used it based on creeps, like to not kill the range creep or to kill the range creep and not push the melees or something. But this is probably still a big buff in the sense that it'll be much easier to play. That part is undoubtable, way easier to play. So using press the attack to save an ally and then still fighting is still reasonable because you don't like remove your ability to attack, you just lose movement speed. So I think this is cool. I could see some like Legion Commander with some like you can get away with Blink a little bit easier. I guess overwhelming odds did the movement speed, but you can do the movement speed without showing your hero now, which I think is good. I don't know, this is interesting. The one downside is it costs you more mana to heal while trading. Before you could press the attack to heal while attacking somebody. Now it's not as straightforward. You would have to use nuke here to get attack speed and to do damage. I guess it's just damage. Overwhelming odds is all damage now. It does damage and you attack with it. So overwhelming odds is a better damage per mana for damage. Press the attack is now no longer damage per mana. It's just heal and movement speed. So it's purely like a I'm chasing them down skill, or a I'm healing and running away, or healing, that kind of thing. Anyways, dual duration is basically the same, so that's a big buff. And then Ag Scepter duration is decreased a little bit. So, I don't know, this seems like a cool change to me. Skill build wise, press the attack is a little bit more straightforward. You just need like 1 point, which means you should be better. You could go more because more movement speed and regen is good. But you can probably get away with sustain with your third skill, so something like a 4-1-4 build is probably good. And straight up just like Blade Mail dueling a guy is going to be so much easier now. You just Blade Mail, you blink, you duel. And then you cast Overwhelming Odds to get attack speed. Or you just blink Overwhelming Odds and you attack the shit out of the guy. That could also work. So this seems a lot easier to use personally and could really help. The Legion's problem ultimately is that you get a duel on somebody and you kill them, but then you aren't very good at anybody else, at killing the other people, which may not change. But maybe you'll be so fast between overwhelming odds and between press the attack movement speed that you'll be able to run people down. But you probably need like a basher to do this. Because if you just overwhelming odds cooldown instead of radius, that's fine. And then overwhelming odds hero damage decreased by a little bit because the AoE's bigger, so it'd be kind of broken. And then spell immunity from press the attack or replace the other one. So let me just look at Legion. Cooldown is 15, speed duration is only 5, so it is only 5 attack speed. So you're going to lose a lot of movement speed. And then the shard grants armor for every unit hit and has increased duration. So if you get the shard, it goes from 5 duration to 8. So it'd be better for dueling. But it's not like you can't just like duel and cast overwhelming odds, but it's 125 base, 125 per hero, so it's a 250 nuke. It's pretty solid. Those talents look really good. And then you can lower the cooldown by 2 seconds, or you can go 8 dual bonus damage. That seems obvious to me, but the cooldown reduction is probably really sick. But you'd probably want some kind of slow on this hero, or basher or some shit, because then you can just chase people down and bash them, which is probably really straightforward with like a phase. If you go like phase, actually Trez's may be better, hard to say, but like phase press the attack, you're going to be running really fast and then you just need to like duel people, and then you get attack speed. And because again, you want to be good outside of duel, so that's why something like a Basher could be good. But I think this gives Legion good potential. Easier to use, like her skills are more straightforward. This way you don't have to feel the need to like use press the attack to damage people and then lose that defensive tool later on, either for your allies or yourself. So the hero should be a lot more straightforward. It's going to feel more like a Slark with a shard than it is like old Legion. You can use the shard to save yourself or your allies, kind of a thing, while killing people. Maybe Echo Saber? That's kind of bad. You have attack speed here. You're better off to buy damage. Maybe like Armlet, something like that. Less Splitter Stun decreased. Movement speed replaced with movement speed during Pulse Nova. Okay, that's good. This is more movement speed. And then Strength replaced with damage reduction during Pulse Nova. Ah, interesting. 20% damage reduction during Pulse Nova. That's pretty good. Very interesting. But basically same hero. We'll see how he changes in the patch. Lich Frostblast movement slow decreased. It was too good. Sinister Gaze now when cast on an ancient creep it lasts 2 times longer. A non-ancient creep lasts 2 times longer and deals 250 damage per second. So that's pretty sick. You can basically use this to heal now. Because Sinister Gaze does heal or regen mana is what I meant. Lasts 2 seconds. So it can last up to 4 seconds. Meaning that it can do 1,000 damage per second. At level 1 it lasts 2.2. So that's just over 500 damage. And Sinister Gaze duration talent. Alright, we gotta look at this. It's like this change is like made him too strong, so they nerfed Frostblast. And then distance moved drains the mana. Drains a percentage of its current mana. So if it has like 500 mana, I'm curious how much mana you can get from this, but yeah, the win rate is good. This skill probably changed it a lot because you can use it on a creep to get mana back, to like outspam your opponent. The cooldown's really long, of course, but it's a way to like get more mana. Rather than use it on opponents who don't have that much mana really, you could use it on a creep. And it helps kill the creep too, which helps. But if you use this on like a satyr or something, it's probably pretty good. Because those usually have like 400 mana, like the mana burn ones. Is it 400? I'm not sure. But it would kill a creep, give you mana, and then you could go back to lane and blast people more. And I do like blasting. Lifestealer, we already read this one. Base armor 1 for Lina, which is good. Spellcasting Lina, a little better. Stun a little bit under buff, or under nerfed, so that's good. Cast range is up, this is really helpful. Easier to land the Lightstrike Ray, and max Fiery Soul stacks on activation of Flame Cloak. That's cool. It'll make her a much better assassin, because now she can just activate Flame Cloak and she's got the max stacks, which is also going to make Shard a little better too. So Lina spellcasting is probably still really solid, I would imagine. Item wise, was there anything that really changed her that much? Attack speed on Orchid is not very good, so that one's kind of goofy. Soul Rend would be good with it, with Bloodthorn, but obviously that's kind of late. Dagon, spell Lifesteal Lina, kind of overkill. And she's not a universal hero, so her itemization is basically the same. So I don't think Lina changes very much. You still probably can go like a spellcasting build. Phylactery's not good on her, outside of her ulti. So she's probably about the same, I would say. Spellcasty, cast range, go Aether Lens, cast spells, Sanj Kaya, maybe Ashikaya. Lion, picked at the tournament, didn't do so good. 20 extra damage here, less stun duration. Projectile speed is faster for Earth Spike, so better to get people with that. And then mana cost, slightly higher, but better late. So Earth Spike, arguably, that's a buff, I would say. A little easier to land, worse stun duration. Hex cast range is up. Hex duration is down a little. And then mana drain, yeah, I would say fine for Lion. Quality of life issues, still useful against illusions. Mana drain may be worse, but still good. Lone Druid Universal, strength gain less, agility gain less, int gain up. So he'll be better in ability draft as a result, I think. Loses 0.8, loses 0.5, gains 0.6. Level 1 damage even worse by 4, but again, Ironwood branches pretty good on him. And then he gains more damage per level. Okay. Roar less, attack speed less, movement speed less. The hero does see some play. There's new neutral items that you can get that are good. You can get, where's the good one? Orb of Destruction on Bear is amazing. Slow of 20% for 4 seconds, -3 armor. That is just straight up better. So, there aren't really that many neutral items that are good on the Bear. I guess Aquila, Orb of Destruction, Dragon Scale, maybe Grove Bow. I guess Grove Bow's okay on the Bear. Vampire Fangs, if you have Radiance especially. That's not that bad. Spark of Courage maybe for the Bear, or Duelist Gloves, probably damage attack speed. Broom Handle's really good. There's a lot of tier 1 neutral items you could use. Lance of Pursuit. Oh, that's actually a nerf to Lone Druid actually, is that you can't use 2 level 1 neutral items. Not that you probably should, but you have to wait until 17 minutes to have 2 neutral items, I suppose. Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's really nerfed that much. Still fine. Radiance is still good. A little bit less damage, but it's okay. It's mostly the Bear. New tier 3 axe seems quite good for Bear. That's true. Yeah, if you go Mask of Menace on the Bear, it's really good on him. Yeah, the shard's worse, but it's okay. You can play with other items instead. Alright, Luna, let's see what we got. Less stun duration. This is pretty big, 25% less stun duration. Attack damage bonus allies is decreased, and now receives 200% of the attack damage bonus. Okay, cool. This is global at nighttime. I forget that sometimes, but if this is double, this means it's going to be 42. 42 damage to her, and everyone else gets 21. So it's going to be worse with the Visage Birds. There was a team here that at this tournament that was doing that. Was it? I think it was Execration. So their strat is a little bit directly ruined, but Luna's supposed to be more about her hero, but she will farm faster. She's losing 7 damage, but she's gaining 14. And most Luna's max Lunar Blessing pretty quick. And then stun duration here, so pretty shit. 1.2 versus 0.9. Big difference. And then over here at level 25, it's a 5 damage increase for you. So you'll farm a little faster, do a little bit more single target damage, it's fine. They buffed the shard as well, so between the shard and this, she might do a lot more single target damage. Alright, Lycan is interesting because he's universal now, one of the few strength heroes. Strength gain slightly worse, agility gain slightly worse, int gain moderately worse, and slightly less damage at level 1, and basically the same damage. So basically worse armor, worse HP, worse mana, same damage, worse damage by a little bit at level 1, and same damage as the game goes on. So this is a moderate nerf to the hero in terms of what he needs. He's going to need more. He's going to do less DPS. He's going to have less physical survivability. He's going to have less HP by a little bit, and he's going to have way less mana. So you're going to have to spend money to compensate for those things. Mana cost on Wolves is less to help him out a little bit. That'll definitely help. And then mana cost for Howl also helps. So the mana is not as bad. This is like a maybe more minor nerf. Keep in mind, Helm of the Dominator also got increasing cost. So that's like a mix of nerfs to the hero. That's pretty reasonable. I'm sorry, what? Now also fears enemy controlled units, non-heroes. Okay, so if it's for enemy controlled units, non-heroes, it fears them. So that would mean that Lycan is good against summon heroes, basically. He beats them, Chen, etc. Howls, they run away. For up to 2.5 seconds. That's a lot. And fear makes them just run away. That's spooky. I wonder if there's any cool interactions, like some summon, some controlled type unit that isn't like a summon or a creep. It says, Howl now fear is not global at night. Only the armor and attack damage are reduction are. So the armor and attack damage reduction are global, but not the other one. Okay. Magnus, universal hero. Base damage, strength is down, agility is down, int is down. Level 1 damage decreased by 5, but it's still really high. 52 to 60 is still really high. And damage per level is up, so that will compensate for the stats loss. Empower mana cost is down to help with the int. Mana cost is a little better for Shockwave, but not much. They removed the Ag Scepter. Shard is better for Shockwave. Range by 400, wave speed by 300. Causes Shockwave to return to the caster, original cast, and hits the second time. So basically, the old Ags, like 2 times ago, is now the Shard. So it increases the damage of Shockwave by 50% basically, and slows for double. So pretty value. I would say you could justify this as like a support probably with the Shard, and that, but this also means that unless they made Horn Toss the Sag, yeah, they did. Okay, so they put Horn Toss into Ags and it now stuns because they realized that like Horn Toss without a stun is kind of garbage. So basically, Collapse can go Ags now to do Horn Toss setups and guarantee the skewer backs instead of them being able to BKB. So, but it's much more expensive because it costs 4,000 gold. But I think this is okay. It's obviously costly, but Skewer is still going to be Magnus's like way to go. The RP stun duration is basically the same, barely touched. So yeah, an option for fishing, but definitely more expensive. You won't be able to do it just with like Blink and Shard. You're gonna need Blink and 4,000 gold. And then Strength Talent Hero per hit is replaced, +5 all stats per hero hit with reverse polarity. That one looks better to me. So that's 15. 5 times 22. So it's going to give you 110 HP per hero hit. And then 15 times 0.6 is 9 damage. So per hero you RP, you get 9 damage. I don't know. I almost feel like the 16 strength is better. 5 seems a little low to me. Because 16 at least you're like, okay, mega tanky. If you're attacking, you're doing more damage. But 5 stats to all, it's like, alright, you get some attack speed. Not a shitload. You get some mana. Ag stats give 18 damage instead of 10? Oh. Sure. 5 mana RP plus 25 to all stats. I don't think that's very good. I don't know. I think that talent sucks. Maybe the other one's also bad, I don't remember. And the RP talent at 25, barely more. Marcy Universal. Base damage. Strength decreased. Agi decreased a bit. Int decreased a bit. Damage on level 1 decreased by 4-2. Why does it say 4-2? Does that just mean 2? The midpoint here is 58, 57, 59, so it's 58, 53, 57, 54, 56, it's 55. So it's decreased by 2, it's just a typo, I think. Minimum drop 4, max fall 2. Oh. So yeah, it's 3, right? 58 to 55, I think. Kind of weird the way they wrote it. And then gain more damage per level. So worse attack speed, worse HP, a little bit worse int. They're probably going to lower the mana costs. Maybe not. Impact damage increased. Radius increased. Oh, that's a dispose. Most pros actually weren't leveling up dispose when they played carry Marcy, I noticed. Rebound stun duration worse. Minimum jump distance decreased. Oh, so you can jump a shorter amount. So you should be able to jump off of somebody into like a stun kind of a thing. And then Ag Shard no longer allows setting the ability on autocast. Now Mercy jumps allows Mercy to jump off enemies. Ah. So now she can jump off enemies like you used to be able to with Ag's Shard. And you can stun those same people because the minimum is better. So this is a big buff to Marcy's support, I feel like. Because now you can like jump off of somebody and still stun them. Because the radius is 300, right? So the minimum jump is 150, the radius is 300. You can definitely stun the same guy you jump on. So it should allow you to chase better. So Marcy 4 with Ultion, chasing down a support, you're in a much better place. You don't just get countered by like 1 stun. So buff to Marcy. Marcy Core, probably still very happy with this because you don't necessarily have to go Blink Dagger. You can play off of your Rebound Shard instead. You don't necessarily have to play off your allies. So big buff to Marcy, I feel like. And the Ag Scepter Pulses now also silence 1.5. Is that that used to be a talent? Yeah, it was. This could actually justify Unleashed a little bit more, because I don't think I've ever seen somebody buy the eggs. There's just so many better items you can buy. But maybe a support would buy this to do AoE silences or something. Dispose damage increased, or cast jump range, cast/jump range. Decreased stun. Spell immunity, sidekick talent change, and then the silencer replaced with dispose throw a distance. So it'd be like throwing somebody farther, like swapping them back to your team, kind of a thing. Okay. Mars. Spear of Mars damage. Stun duration decreased. Spear of Mars stun duration decreased. Boring. Here's Medusa, no strength. Int gain increased. Mana shield passive. The ability can be upgraded to level 5 because it starts at 1. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, starts at 1, goes up to level 5. Now also absorbs HP loss type damage. And then, yep, we got that one. Alright, Meepo. Poof on autocast. If the ability is in an autocast state, can we put an autocast? If it's an autocast, when cast on target, all the other Meepos also cast Poof to the target automatically, if able. So it basically makes it easier to play. When cast on the ground, all Meepos except the selected one poof to the location closest to the nearest Meepo. Okay. So, if all the Meepos have, if the secondary Meepos have autocast on, this means I just need to click poof on my hero for all my Meepos to cast to my target, including my main one. So if I blink with my main one, did I miss Tiny? I don't think I did, right? Is he below? Did I miss something? I missed Tiny? Sorry. Did I miss it? I didn't. It's down below. I don't know the alphabet, I'm sorry. Anyways, we'll test this in a second, but it's going to make it easier to cast poofs, I'm pretty sure. Ag Shard Dig. Less heal, so much cheaper to dig. I don't remember what the old shard. Mega Meepo. Ooh. Primary Meepo mounts all other Meepos in a 600 radius around him on top of his shoulders. While in this form, he gains 50% of the other Meepo stats and can fling them at enemies, dealing damage and slowing them by 60%. While active, Earthbind generates additional nets and poof deals bonus damage based on the Meepos right on top. Casting Dig cancels Mega Meepo. Has no mana cost. What the fuck? The hell?
One paw in front of the other.
Prepare for battle.
It's too bright out here.
Okay.
7. All right.
300 damage. 400 attack speed. I have 53 armor. My magic resistance is 63. I've got 7,000 HP. Bro, that's very tanky.
Like your style. Stay, boy. Yep. Stay put. It's not time yet. Yep.
400.
Over there.
Just what I was thinking. Come here. Still. See ya. God
Okay.
dang it.
And then, what does this do actually? 60% movement speed slow. So basically I can use this to like initiate. I mean, so you can basically like
Is that a broken twig I spy?
alright, let's try these quick. So if I do this,
Yep.
this is the same. Oh, I didn't autocast them.
Away. Poof. What'd you have in mind?
Okay.
Just what I was thinking. See ya.
When cast on the target, if able, when cast on the ground. Okay. All the enemies cast poof to the target automatically if able.
What'd you have in
What does
mind?
that mean? What's the first one mean?
Like it. Hey, why not?
Oh, that did it. But I still have, I still have quick cast on.
Yep.
That's confusing. I was wondering why things were weird.
Yep. See ya. I guess that.
That's weird. It's like out of range, but
Yes. Attack. Stay put.
you still kind of have to tab, but
Away. Got break for ya. I'll get the earth between my toes. Stay, boy. All right.
I mean, it's cool.
Good thinking. Stay put. Stay put.
The poof is worse, I think. The mega poof looks bad. It was like 400 damage,
See ya.
I think.
Like that idea. Like it.
It's 400 damage. That one's just bad. I mean, it's pure, but
If you say so.
surely it's just better to attack at this point. Anyways.
Yep.
Okay, so Meepo easier to play. I think the Ags is a cool change. I think the Shard is better. It's like basically you can buy Shard and make him playable if they're targeting individual Meepos, because really it's about just buying a couple seconds and maybe like beating him down. I think the Ags is kind of cool because it gives you another way to keep them alive. Because I imagine if you Mega Meepo them all, when one of them is dying, then they're not probably going to kill the Mega Meepo. Cooldown 60 seconds, the duration is 20, so like if their AoE is really powerful, you probably you go Mega Meepo to make your individual guy pretty tanky, and then you just go like boots and like other stat items, and you probably like I just had Ags, guys. I was level 30 obviously, but like let's check it one more time with like actual items.
Meepo!
I'm gonna level up to like, let's do something like reasonable, like 15 or something,
Prepare for battle.
and then like I don't know, strength or some shit.
Alright, like that idea.
And let's say that I have power treads, which are better on the hero, by the way.
One paw in front of the
More
other.
movement speed. They did nerf Dragonlance. Oops, wrong way. This way. Let's say I have a Dragonlance or two,
Ah, still bright
and
out.
then I get like, I don't fucking know, Windlace and like an axe or something. And then I do this. That wasn't that much stronger, actually. I mean, I still have a lot of good things. I'm still fast. I guess having the last Meepo would help a lot. These are powerful hits, though. Also, it would better allow you to do something like this. You could do some shit like this now. Viably. I really didn't increase my damage there. Why does it not show... I mean, it's definitely higher. These numbers aren't showing correctly, I think, but... But basically, you can turn all of these stats that you've made through Dragonlances or whatever into raw damage. It's just showing my damage is going up by 60, but I'm not sure that's correct. Let's see how much my agility goes up. Yeah, I just want to play like 100 agility. So these numbers are bugged right now, or at least in this one. But yeah, you could definitely go some like Dragonlance type shit. Or Daedalus type thing.
If you say so.
And Mega Meepo.
Stay, boy. Hey, buddy, stop.
Yeah, okay. That seems good. How many stats is it with the full build? I mean, it's probably a lot. Look at the win rate here. Pretty high. And then what percentage is this? 50% of the other people's stats. I mean, that's a lot. It's kind of like the universal, it feels like. You're just getting mega stat value. Makes Scotty better, you could argue. Buy Scotty on the main Meepo or something, and then if you have like 5 Meepos with Scotty, that's like 100 to all stats. So that's like 300 stats, and then you get 60% of those, or 50% of those, to go to the other Meepo. So it's like 150 agility, 150 strength, 150 int on the main one. It's pretty good. I think Mega Meepo is going to fix the hero personally, because it removes a lot of your weaknesses for a brief period of time that something like a BKB would for normal heroes, but for Meepo, you can actually back yourself up. Assuming your main Meepo is not stunned, of course. If he is, it's a problem. But if you can get unstunned and you can cast Mega Meepo, then at least your individual hero will be much higher in survivability. You basically just need to disable him though. Like slip him with like a nightmare or something. Disable him, slow him so that he can't chase. You can get BKB for Mega Meepo, yeah. Because you need to be able to press Mega Meepo basically. So if you go like Ags with Mega Meepo, it's probably really good. Alright, Mirana Universal, base strength is increased. Strength gain down, agility gain down, int gain way down. Level 1 damage is worse. Mirana's been really good in the pro scene for like months now at this point. Starstorm damage is better. Thank you for the sub, Dan Led, 39 months, thank you. Mana cost for Sacred Arrows down. Axe Shard does not break Moonlight Shadow invisibility. Okay, 1 buff to Axe Shard. With Axe Shard, the ability can now be put on autocast to make it ground and vector targeted. Letting you just choose the distance and the resulting blast direction. So you could jump forward and shoot it backwards. That probably makes it viable, I imagine. You probably click the ground and then drag it, and then you leap to that exact spot. So you probably can more specifically target where your leap goes. If you want to jump on a cliff or something. Much more precise. But yeah, need more mana regen on the hero. Arcane Boots seems like a necessity to me, or something like that. Generic stats are still like decent, but Monkey King stun is down. Bonus lifesteal from Jingu Mastery is up. Bonus damage is up. Jingo Mastery charge replaces 0 cooldown. Nobody gets this. 0 cooldown spring replaced with -1 Jingo Mastery. So that would put it down to 3 hits. That'd be pretty good. Especially if you get this. You get 6 Jingo Mastery hits after 3 attacks. Which is kind of bonkers with Echo Saber. It'd be a lot easier to do like triple hits and to stun as well. So this could really help him a lot for getting solo kills and not rely as much on like your AoE ulti. Which is fine, but like getting this seems good to me. And 0 cooldown Primal Spring from a support is really good. You can increase your farm rate and like impact fights a lot more. You basically just charge, jump down, jump back to the tree, charge, jump down, jump back to the tree. At 20, very viable as a support. But as a core, it's better off just attacking so nobody gets it, right? But as a support, hitting 20, totally viable. So I think this is a nice change to Monkey King 4. Morphling-based strength increased by 1. Attribute shift no longer grants bonus agi. Ag Shard bonus agi move to adaptive strike. Ag Shard bonus agi. Okay. So adaptive strike now gives bonus agility. Same thing is here. So basically you get bonus stats by getting agility and strength instead of the attribute shift buttons. So the attribute shift abilities are even worse. They just allow you to shift. And then Morph Ag Scepter effect now steals an additional 20% of all stats when targeting universal heroes. Okay. But you don't get a bonus? This is not very explicit, because what bonus you got from Morphling depended on what type of hero they were. So does this just mean that that's all you steal? Is you steal 40% of their stats, and you don't get an extra bonus? If you stole a strength hero, you would get status resistance. You steal that from them. If it's an agility hero, you stole 70 attack speed. If it was an int hero, you stole spell amp. Does this go level 1? It doesn't say that.
My waters rise.
It says ability toggle. You probably still have to level it up though. So yeah, it probably steals 40% of their stat, but you don't get any extra bonus. Yeah, and Morphling you still have to skill it. Basically, you used to get base agility here, 3, 5, 7, 9 by leveling this up.
Prepare for battle.
So this means at level 1, you basically get 3 less agility than you did before. And they gave him 1 extra strength because his like base HP was like too low. Like see, normally he'd have like 3 more strength right now. And then obviously you go like some shit like this.
Pour it on.
And it costs you a little bit of mana to change it. So basically your base strength is like 2 strength less. And you get it back later, so technically late game Morphling is different, but his laning stage is going to be more burstable. But this is the one that's a little confusing to me, but seems like universal heroes basically are fine against Morphling, because they don't have to worry about him stealing an extra 70 agility on top of that, but I guess it loses 20%, but still. Meepo's not a universal hero, so you'd still only steal like 70 attack speed and 20% of his agility, which would still be a lot for sure. Muerta Captain's Mode. Ooh. Ricochet's even lower. It's very good to fear people back in your team. This got nerfed, and then there were the changes. The spell lifesteal with the shard, and you get permanent spell amp. I imagine this is decent. I wouldn't be surprised to see Muerta, but who fucking knows, dude. Shit's gonna be crazy tomorrow. New ability granted by Ag Scepter. This is the basically stun them. They can cast spells with their soul, but they're taking damage, and when they come back, they get strong dispelled, and that's it. But they take damage and allows you to attack them. It's like a stun, kind of. Good against carries, bad against supports. But still okay against supports, potentially. Kind of bad. But yeah, Muerta Shard looks good. But it's basically lifesteal. It's lifesteal during your ult, which is very limited. And if you kill during your ult, you get a stacking. I would argue it's probably weak. I feel like. It's probably not very good. But being able to... If you use it in a pub and you get a bunch of kills, it's really good, obviously. Because then you're just getting percentage damage increase. But it's probably bad. I don't want to... I'm good on testing elaborate things. I'm sure there's some weird shit you do. Ags with Phoenix, egg with your soul, and walk away with your hero. Oh, your soul can egg. I see. So if somebody uses this on a Phoenix, your soul can egg. And then your hero walks away or some shit. I don't know. This sounds like a bug or something. I don't care. And if you're going to use it on a Phoenix and allows them to egg and be protected, then that's your fault anyway. So it seems kind of irrelevant. Less region for Naga, who's powerful, can now target sleeping and vulnerable units even without Ag Scepter. Okay. But not debuff immune targets. Sleeping or invulnerable units. Okay, so that means if you Naga Song somebody, you can ensnare them. So that's a buff. But it also means that if you buy Ags, then... you can't use it against BKB targets. So they removed that, I guess? But nobody buys it? I don't know. That's my understanding. Riptide damage decreased a little bit, so it'll farm a little bit slower early. Channeling is now interrupted if the target dispels, ensnare, or dies. Okay, good, because you could reel in people too long before. But if they dispel and snare, it also stops. I don't know. A little bit less regions, not very big of a difference here. Song radius replaced with cooldown. -7 Riptide armor replaced with -1 attack to trigger Riptide. Yeah, this minus armor at 25 was kind of bonkers. The amount of minus armor you could rip into people was insane. So, barely nerfed. Not much. It's easier to ensnare people out of sleep. You'll farm a little slower. Profit, Sprout, nerfed. Mana cost, nerfed. Cooldown, very nerfed, 35 seconds. Oof. After teleporting, he gains stacks of bonus damage. I'm sorry, what? After teleporting, he gains stacks of bonus damage, 6 damage per stack. Every attack turns a stack of attack damage into a stack granting 1 armor. What? What are these stacks? After teleporting, he gains 12 stacks of bonus attack damage. Okay, so after you teleport, you gain 12 stacks of 6 damage. Like an insane amount of damage. Every attack turns a stack of attack damage into a stack granting 1 armor. So does this mean that when you TP in, your first attack does a lot of damage, but it becomes less as you attack? And every time you attack, you get 1 armor. Is kind of what it looks like to me. And the cooldown is higher because of this. So you rat better? I guess so. It's not just rat, I mean it's teleport in and attack heroes too. Trend duration reduced. Damage reduced. Damage same late. No longer bonus damage per unit killed. So basically they're adding the damage in teleport rather than Wrath of Nature. So nerf to Wrath of Nature / offlane. But teleporting to get damage is pretty cool. And 15 talent, 25 attack speed replaced with +4 teleportation max stacks. So this would be up to 16 stacks of bonus damage. So let me just double check that this is the way that I think it is.
I summon the forces of nature. On my way.
Prepare for
Yeah, I
battle.
got it right.
En route. Yes.
Interesting.
Go green.
This is the new build, guys.
With a wild spirit.
This is the new build.
Maybe.
How can they possibly cancel this?
By the wild.
It's probably not dispellable. It says cannot be dispelled. Well, it makes teleport more interesting. Cooldown's higher. Teleport cooldown 25, talent's better. As a result. Kind of cool. A good quality graphics? What do you mean? Are they low? I'm on somebody else's computer, that's why it's a little weird. Anyways. We'll see how that changes the hero, but longer cooldown means less shit happens. Treants can't be as good at farming, it's weaker at laning, which is somewhere where it's still powerful as a pick. And then Wrath of Nature doesn't like damage amp you as reliably. Necrophost, Ghost Shroud, rescaled slightly, basically same. Rework or Deathseeker. Fast. Necrophost turns in a fast mean large death pulse, flying towards the enemy's position at cast time. Once he reaches it, the death pulse spreads to nearby enemies and allies. So if Lincoln Sphere blocks it, does that mean Necrophost just dies? He just ceases to exist? But basically it's a death pulse, gap close. It's like Sven, old Sven eggs. Yeah, Superman Necro is the right way to describe it. But basically a death pulse. Kind of good, because it helps solve his like atrocious movement speed abilities. He could also use it like Snowball, like death pulse towards a creep wave, or Death Seeker towards a creep wave. But hit backline. I could see like Radiance being really good with this. Go some like Radiance hybrid tank build. Did I say that? Sounds kind of good to me. Destroy Nullifier. That's true. Can you use it on allies? Yeah, you can. In the past. I don't know if you still can. But it sounds kind of good. Death Pulse heal. Nerfed. Slight nerfs. Shard change is cool though, but basically same. Night Stalker, Accept or Rework. Makes Void an area target spell, applying its effect on all enemies in 450 radius, even if they're invisible or in Fog of War. Also creates a Void Zone in the chosen area for 5 seconds. When in the Void Zone, Night Stalker's abilities, along with Void, are empowered to their nighttime version. Makes Void an area target spell, okay. But that also creates a Void Zone in the area for 5 seconds. While he's in the Void Zone, he becomes nighttime, basically. Okay, so while he's in the Void Zone, he gets to attack fast, basically. So basically it makes him viable during daytime when fighting without his ulti. 450 radius is pretty big, so definitely can work. But should make it easier to play the game when it's daytime. If you're caught without ulti. So seems good. As an option, is it good? Is it worth the money though? BKB type shit is almost always better. But sure, giving you some like nighttime shit is good. I'm gonna look at it. I think I understand what it's like, but I just want to look really quick.
From blackest night, I come.
Prepare for battle.
Scepter cursed.
And yeah, and it's like night-like in here. Not here.
If I ever get my claws on that.
So yeah, basically you just get to do this, and then you get to stand here, and this works a little bit better, and then you get to attack fast in this. So
Sunshine.
kind of good, even farming creeps really, because you just walk in and. I mean, Radiance Night Stalker was not uncommon. Yeah, you can just do this and then attack fast, you know, with your attack speed. It's fine. I would argue it is not a big deal. The other one was AoE, right? But this gives you more utility. It still gives you enough AoE, but it also gives you the ability to like run away and be like, run away! You know, it doesn't give you vision, but as long as you're getting movement speed here and attack speed and your fear is a little better, that's fine.
I remember the
Minor buff to the versatile playstyle.
tonight.
Nyx Universal, less edgy, more int actually. Okay. More level 1 damage. They're trying to make this hero a fucking core. More spellcasting. Worst armor and agility. Worst armor and agility, because I guess they don't have to worry about his damage now, because it's just gonna go up. And then damage per level goes up by a lot. Mana burn removed. Ooh, okay, a rework. Impaled deals damage on start of being impaled instead of landing. Okay, cool. Easier to last hit with that. Stun duration is worse. Mind Flare, basic ability. Deals damage to the target equal to, so it's mana burn, plus 30% of the damage dealt by Nyx to the target in the past 15 seconds. Okay. Cast range 800, mana cost 100. Basically mana burn, but it does more damage if you combo other stuff. So yeah, Nyx Dagon is pretty sick. Because you basically hit him with Vendetta. Oh, and they lose. Also remove 50% of their max mana on hit from Vendetta. So Vendetta, Stun, Mind Flare. Mind Flare will do way more damage now, because it's a 30% damage amp from the other stuff you do. So if you combo with a Dagon, it does even more damage. So it's like amplifying, the skill amplifies all your damage by 30%, basically, which is pretty incredible. Mind Flare plus Orchid could be really good. And then little nerf to Spike Carapace, but about the same. Mind Flare cast range increased by 400. And then stun duration 10 is the same. Buff to the Mind Flare. Isn't this just better? Wasn't the old one about 5 too, also? And then Spike Carapace, basically the same. This is basically the same. So he's just improved as a core. without a doubt. And the other cool thing is that Mind Flayer is usable even if they don't have good mana pool. Because if they have bad int or bad mana pool, Mind Flayer or a mana burn was kind of bad. If they had mana pool, it was good. But now it's still like a damage amplifier. So if you turn this into like reflect damage, spike, carapace, vendetta, hit them, impale, even if they have 0 mana, you can still hit them with Mind Flayer and you're going to do 30% damage, which is good. He doesn't wreck Medusa anymore? Yeah, he does. He's still... Oh, I'm sorry, it's damage, not mana burn. Oh, I see, okay. So it doesn't actually mana burn anymore. It just does damage based on how much int they have. So but that's kind of a good thing because it allows mana burn to be buffed for its damage. And yeah, Vendetta also does reduce her mana. So like he still can be used as like a mana burner. That's a good point. But you can't just like sit there and like spam mana burn like 6 times to ruin their day. Which is kind of just obnoxious, frankly. And pro players would abuse this to trade Nyx's mana for someone else's mana. And that was a good enough way to make the hero viable. So I think this is ultimately just better. Like mid Nyx with some like Dagon build is definitely viable. When Wago was playing this, he would go Midas. You could probably do something very similar. But yeah, skill points on this hero very good. 1 spike carapace, max impale, mind flare or something. Why not? 5 times intelligence. This could do like easily 500 damage later on. Plus 30%. Ogre's immune. That's true. Mind flare. That is kind of funny. But it will still do 30%, so you could still, get a couple 100 points of damage here. Thank you for the sub. I think it's a cool change, and yeah, again, his right-click damage is going to be much improved over before. He used to only be getting 2.5 damage per level, and now he's getting 4.26. His base damage is a little bit more reasonable at 50. Dagon is pretty expensive though. Should build up. But maybe there's some other like item that you can justify buying. Like maybe Meteor Hammer is still good. It's 8 to all attributes, so it's a decent amount of damage. It's 24 times 1.6, so it's 38 damage. No, that can't be right. I did it wrong. 24 times 0.6. So it's 14 damage. Right click for Meteor Hammer, which is kind of cool. Maybe Treads. Is Treads Nyx insane? Probably. Treads Nyx is probably insane. We need like Yashikaya or something. But probably Meteor Hammer makes sense. Deals damage, slows them. His brain zap thing will amp damage. His int gain got buffs. You could even go like Witchblade or something, but Witchblade's probably just way better on an int hero or a ranged hero. It's probably not worth right clicking on this hero, but it's definitely better. Definitely better than it used to be. I woke up at 7 a.m. and I started the stream, so it's only 5 p.m. for me right now. Ogre Magi, once again, Dagon type build is good. You could go Octarine on him. Play offlane. Offlane Ogre is probably the way. I would guess. Degen or ability remove. No, my cosmetic. No. Hammer Purity, now upgradable by Ag Shard, allows Omni to be healed for 30% of the damage dealt by it every 6 seconds. His next attack automatically fires a Hammer Purity at his target. That's really good. That's so good. That's such a good buff. It's so amazing if you're playing support Omni. I mean core Omni. Really, really good. If you're support, it's really not that bad either. Because you're landing a fucking stun on him. Or you're landing a pure damage nuke on him. That slows. Seems kind of good. And it also allows you to get the shard even without leveling Hammer Purity much. Because it's a pretty good level 1 ability. It's better at level 4 obviously, but you don't want to level it over your other 2 abilities. Unless you like really want to do a lot of damage. Because you could like walk into a guy, hit him with the hammer, throw the hammer, walk in, and you hit him, and you hit him with a second hammer. That's like a lot of damage. Like you could do a shitload of damage with like max Purify, Max hammer purity with a shard. But again, it's probably shit skill points. And then Ag Scepter additional duration decreased down to 1 second. Trying to make it less one trick wonder, but yeah, shard is kind of cool. I like it. Sad about Degenerate, but it makes sense. Oracle now only disarms enemies, so you can't use it to grief your teammates. Now only provides magic resistance to allies, so you can use it on your allies to protect them, even if they're carries, which is good. Cooldown increased to 11 seconds, so you can't spam it as much, because it's easier to put on your allies. So does this mean your allies are magic immune still? You can put this on your carry and nuke them for heals, and they take no magic damage. Seems really fucking good for support Oracle. Very ease of use. Seems really good. False Promise Ag Shard upgrade move to Ag Scepter. Grants Fade Time invisibility to target, as well as improved BAT and Spell Amp. Okay. Does this mean... Oh yeah, the rain is at Ag Shard. This is crazy. What a fucking upgrade, bro. This was the problem. If you went core Oracle, you could afford to buy Ag Scepter, but if you were a support, it was just like, no, why would I buy that? There's so many other items you need. But the fact that it's just a shard now to do damage and heal per second is very affordable. It's like they're basically like, oh, this was not worth 4,000 gold. Let's make it worth 1,400. And you're like, okay, sick. It gives you damage and heal per second, and also amplifies the heals that you do. 25% heal amp. So, what a mega buff. Like, insane mega buff. Very good shit. And then the Ags itself, Fade, Delay, and False Promise, and grants your core Spell Amp, or, which is a lot, 25% is a lot, or 0.25 reduced BAT, which is mega insane on a lot of things. It's probably craziest on Alchemist, I imagine.
Let him be all that we see or see.
Prepare for battle.
Is all.
Alright, let's try it.
Ah, scepter.
Yes. Tiptoe now. You're
Okay.
shaking my brew.
Let's just do some, like, standard-ish build.
Okie dokie.
An irate chemist will surely
Shake it.
precipitate your death.
And then Shard.
Decanting.
Like those odds?
Okay.
Mixing it up.
If you insist.
Watch where you're going.
Oh, yeah. So that was like 1,200 damage? 1,200 DPS or something?
Attack. Over there.
So that lowers his BAT to 0.9, and this now would lower your BAT by a further 0.25. So that puts you at 0.65. I don't think anybody goes lower than that, right? I think Lone Druid can go lower, but not that insane. Right?
Stir it up.
But for, in terms of like killing buildings, it's gonna be insane.
Easy.
Like, these aren't even like ridiculous items. These are like items you could buy every game. These four super normal. The Moon Shard's the only weird one. Really.
Stop kicking me.
but that's crazy.
That is one possible.
Oh yeah, you could get phylactery here. That's for sure. You're right about that. Phylactery on this hero. You could. Bonus damage for slow and stuff. Yeah, it'd be fine.
What if I do?
Alk can give the eggs to Oracle. That's true. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a strat right there. And then siege buildings with Alk with it.
Daywalker, Night Stalker.
Alright, that's cool. It'll be really good with Lone Druid Bear as well, of course. But also very good on Alchemist. I didn't even have a neutral item, by the way. Could have been better. Ag Scepter upgrade removed. Essence Flux upgraded while Ags. Damage that brings OD below 20% health triggers a strong dispel. Okay, so he gets an Aeon Disc with Ags. Additionally, Our World Destroyer consumes all of his mana to provide a damage barrier equal to 50% of his maximum mana. Okay, so no matter what your mana is, you can get a shield. Lasts 15 seconds, cooldown is 60. Cannot be refreshed. Effect is disabled by break. That's cool. Just like free Aeon Disc. I mean, Ags was kind of annoying on OD, so I think it's fine for them to remove it. But yeah, Aeon Disc at low HP, health, damage barrier, that's magic or physical, and then you can get your mana back with some auto attacks. Because your Q costs 0 mana, so you just need to attack a couple times, and eventually it'll ping back up. Well, yeah, that's cool. Sanity's Eclipse now deals damage to all units, treats the units without a mana pool as if they had 0 mana. Okay. So better against like summons and shit like that. If they have 0 mana, that means it basically kills everything. Because he has way more mana difference, right? So it should just like nuke everything. Farm large ancient stacks. Yeah, I guess you could. Okay, we gotta run ads in a bit, so let's do like 1 or 2 more. Pango, damage decreased by 3. Damage per level goes up, base armor increased by 1. Agility gain is down, strength is gonna be the same. So harder to last hit, more damage per level, a little bit more armor, but keep in mind his base HP is really low. They nerf Shield Crash. They buff the mana cost. His mana cost didn't go down. This is kind of weird, but whatever. And then Rolling Thunder stun duration is worse. This is actually potentially really impactful because this is really going to change a lot about how the hero functions. Like, people are going to have to play him a little different. The amount of time that you're stunned by Rolling Thunder is less, so you have a better chance of getting out of there in some ways. But it also means with these being lower, you can do more Rolling Thunder damage to people more often. So if someone's like trapped, you're going to be able to do more DPS with Rolling Thunder with this change. But they up the cooldown, and you can also cast spells on him during it, so it's probably a decent trade. Same thing for this. Swashbuckle range decreased. Swashbuckle damage decreased. Rolling Thunder cooldown reduction reduced as well. Alright, we got 2 minutes. Base attack range for PL is increased. Ag Shard upgrade moved to Ag Scepter. Okay. Spray Lance now bounces twice. Prioritizing heroes. Can bounce back to original target. That's pretty cool. Slow amount increased by 10% and illusion damage by 40. I wish they would say like what the numbers currently are, that instead of me having to go to PL, but whatever. Juxtapose now upgradable by Ag Shard. Allows it to create 1 illusion at his location, giving him instant Okay, so it's like the old... God, what was it called? You basically could start walking and your illusion would spawn and the illusion would look kind of real. And you could use it to go invis and run away. Pretty good uptime though, so should make PL more of an obnoxious hero to kill. Doppelwalk, thank you. Instead of Doppelgang, yeah, you're right. And very classic thing in Dota 1, you would go Radiance on PL some games, either Radiance or Diffusal, and with the Radiance you would just kind of go invis and your illusion would run forward with the Radiance. And it would help you stay alive to keep burning people. It was pretty fun. Could be viable, but you're with Dust, you'll be fine against PL here. Because if you have the Dust on the ground, he can't dispel it. If he's fighting the area and he uses Doppelwalk, you know which one's real. Or uses Juxtapose here. But Valid Shard, that'll help him probably be able to fight without relying entirely on like Heart Manta stuff. So maybe PLs will fight more often. But yeah, the Ags cheese will be a little bit harder. So now I have to go over here, unfortunately, and type Phantom Lancer, Ophant. And then see what the shard damage is. Or Ags. Bonus illusion damage 40%. Isn't it the same? So the slow is higher at 45. So it's an Ags, but now you get 1 extra bounce, and the slow is slightly better. But the bonus illusion damage is about the same. I'm pretty sure it's about 40%. So I don't think that one's really much better. So a bit of a bummer to PLs, but the juxtapose is cool. Okay, we gotta run ads. I have been streaming for almost 10 hours, and now we run ads. Be right back.
Hooray! Hooray! Hooray!
Okay. Thank you for the subs. Ad's still going for 40 seconds. I found out what fell. There's these there's soap dispensers in the bathroom at the hotel, and there's one in the shower, and it fell off the wall. They just like glue it on the wall or something, and it fell and like landed in the shower and made a shitload of noise. This isn't my chair. All of this stuff that I'm using, except for my mouse, keyboard, and my headset, are brought from me. So they gave us all computers and chairs and tables in our hotel rooms. Ads did run, actually, just not for you. Let us continue. Phoenix, Universal Hero, strength gain decreased. Damage on level 1 decreased by 5. Damage per level gone up. Supernova's worst stun. Kind of just just an L to Phoenix, really. I feel like this is a little unfair.
Hooray!
But I think they're just concerned if they didn't reduce the damage that these Universal Heroes do at level 1, then everyone just buys Ironwood branches and their damage is too high, is my assumption. Like 4 Ironwood branches and they would like be way higher than they used to be. But it kind of feels a little goofy. But I guess once you get into like, it like makes your laning stage worse, but you're like after that is just probably just straight up better. Oh, my phone's in my pocket, huh? Sorry. Onslaught cast point decrease, so it's easier to cast. You can basically instantly stun somebody. Stun duration has gone down. Max channel time is up. Time to max charge increased. And min charge distance decreased. So you can do like a point blank stun much easier. No longer reduced by damage block. Oh. Okay. I knew it did physical, but now pierces debuff immunity. hit damage decreased, stun duration decreased, cooldown increased. I gotta figure out what this means. So debuff immunity should mean that you can cast it on somebody that is BKB, and my hunch is they won't be stunned, but you will deal the damage around them. Or something. 25 talent pulverizes pierce spell immunity replaced with, can it be rooted or slowed? He does get a stun. Piercing debuff equals stun, so pulverize just pierces immunity. Okay, that's really good. Let me just double check.
Prepare for battle.
I mean, just straight up good. 2.3 seconds of BKB piercing damage and stun. It's a nice advantage for Primal Beast, makes him less reliant on having BKB.
An army.
Because if they BKB, he's just like, okay, I don't do anything. Okay. Pretty good buff. It's been a while since we had a hero that just got piercing spell immunity. Puck int gain increased. Ag Shard now also passively adds 20 magic bonus damage. That's the AoE phase shift one that people don't really touch. Even like pros don't really touch it, actually. Surprisingly. Because they just don't think it's worth the net worth versus buying a new item. Orb is less mana. Ag Scepter upgrade removed. That's the Waning Rift one that nobody likes or ever buys. Break stun duration increased. Decreased. Upgrade by Ag Scepter. All enemies affected by Dreamcall are attacked by Puck every 0.6. So isn't this the 25 talent? Oh, it's based on the Dreamcall. Every 0.6 seconds. So does this mean if you have Ags and the 25 talent that you do more attacks? Is that what that means? Because that's the 25 talent.
This
Oh,
should
no.
be less tiresome than
Are they missing a
another
line?
age in Chrysalis.
Or did they remove that one previous patch and I forgot? They must have removed it. So yeah, this got removed. This does auto attacks with Ags. So you just go Ags and it works. And if you break the coil, which lasts up to 6 seconds. So if it attacks every 0.6, this means it attacks you 10 times if you don't break the coil. So if your Puck has Ags, you kind of want to break the coil almost immediately. Because then they won't attack you probably. Because 6 seconds, 10 attacks is a shitload. Every 0.6 is like a lot. So pro tip if you're playing against Puck. Let me just demonstrate to make sure it works that way. Dream Coil uses Puck's attack modifiers. Cool. So yeah, a Maelstrom sounds good then.
Prepare for battle.
And then we go Shard and Ags.
Ah, Scepter.
Okie dokie.
With alacrity. Stay near.
Okay.
Yeah, that seems really good.
Strange time to hibernate.
With the Maelstrom. And you just farm with Maelstrom into Ags, probably. Maelstrom or Waning Rift. I feel like the downside is that you're kind of reliant on
Commendable notion.
Dream Coil a little bit, but it's not like you can't do some shit like this, but yeah.
Please stay. We are in accord.
Yeah. Yeah, carry Puck sounds very possible. Can you walk away after Dream Coil? Does he? He did walk away after Dream Coil.
Prove a sport of
If you break the Dream Coil, it stops attacking you. So it's probably better just to break it. More projectile for Hook. Now can be heard in Fog of War, so it won't scare you as much. And then Ag Scepter bonus damage decreased. Regen reduction decreased. Cast range buffed, duration reduced, duration on creeps decreased. So easier to hook, but they'll hear it coming, so kind of worse. But I guess if they see you, it doesn't matter, it's better. And then Ags is worse because that's like the only build that's kind of viable now, so they're nerfing that slightly and gonna buff other aspects of Pudge. Dismember's still a pretty good stun. It's like slightly under nerfed in terms of the disable reduction, but Dismember's kind of a shit ulti. And yeah, this talent basically untouched. Pugna decrep when targeting allies or self no longer increases magic damage taken. Instead provides incoming heal amp. So cool. So this means that if you want to increase the heal that you're dealing with life drain, you can decrep your allies. Whereas before, if you wanted to increase the heal that they're taking, you'd have to decrep yourself to lower your magic resistance. Thank you for the subs, Wafa88. I appreciate that. Thank you. So kind of cool. As a support, definitely nice, because this means that the heal that you're putting into your allies, you're losing less. Whereas before you're basically always healing equal. And it also meant that, I mean, the other problem with life drain is that, oh, there we go. Healing for allies is no longer based on the damage dealt by life drain. So that meant that if you had high magic resistance on Pugna, you wouldn't be able to heal your allies as rapidly. So the only way to increase the heal would be to deal more damage to yourself. So this would be bad for healing allies because your int goes up really high on Pugna, which gives you magic resistance, which means your life drain to allies would have been worse. So the fact that the heal that you give to your allies is no longer based on the damage you take is good, and this further makes it better. So this means that now you can like really reduce the damage you take with like a cloak, and then also amplify the heal they get by 20. So a Holy Locket on Pugna is like actually really viable right now. This looks really, really solid. If you decrypt them and use life drain with a Holy Locket, that guy's getting fucking healed. Int gives magic resistance again for int heroes, yes. Okay, Queen of Pain. Oh wait, is it all heroes? It's all heroes, right? Am I crazy? God, I don't remember. Where would I see that? It's probably at the very... Oh no, this is the wrong page for it. I can't control F. I should really find that to clarify, because now I'm confused. Magic resistance. Yeah, demo non-int hero is one way to confirm it for sure. Axe definitely a strength hero. And if I have more than 25% magic resistance, then
even without the axe.
Yeah, I think all people get it. So int gives every hero magic resistance.
Prepare for battle.
Yeah, my magic resistance goes up. So yeah, intelligence increased magic resistance now. So it's a buff. It's basically just a buff to intelligence items, which are generally a little bit weak.
A metamorphosis.
So you could argue on your, even on like Medusa, buying into this kind of cool. Even better, you know, it gives you magic resistance, which makes your barrier go longer. Heal amp, the Holy Locket still gives you heal amp, yes. We're really crushing through these now. Queen of Pain, Ag Scepter, Scream of Pain emitted from Shadow Strike expiring now also damages the target. It didn't do that before? I didn't know that. That'll make it a lot better. So basically it was only good if it expired when they were near somebody else. I assume that it also damaged the target. That explains why it felt so bad. So now if you Shadow Strike with Ags, which should be an AoE, at the end it will do a bonus 300 damage. So Ag's Queen of Pain is probably good again. And as such, like Queen of Pain 4 might be a little bit more viable. I remember I tried Queen of Pain 4 right when it came out and it was fucking awful, the Ags. And that would be why. Because it basically did no damage. It did no extra damage to finish eggs, so it just was atrocious. Trying to remember what build I tried to do. Some like Spirit Vessel thing or something. I feel like Veil wouldn't be terrible. Veil, Ags, Quap or something is probably not bad.
Hooray!
I don't think they are ready for this.
The strike interval ending earlier would be better with this because then the pop happens earlier. But that 15 talent to the right is kind of garbage otherwise because it only gives you like one more tick of damage. But if it ends faster, that means more likely to get screams off. And it's actually probably better because you could apply it to people with BKB and by the time it ends, it'll still pop for damage, which is kind of cool. The only downside is that if you get a lot of dagger levels, you kind of also need scream levels, but you could maybe time it. Because you basically need all 3 levels maxed before the X kind of feels good. So, it's probably not very good. Cast range does go up a lot. It gives you heal too. What are your base stats? Very slow. Armor's pretty bad. Your damage is good. Armor's not like atrocious. Your HP sucks. Well, I'm comparing this with my previous normal of what HP was. And your base strength is not very good. This is she's probably not a good support without a doubt. Core maybe. Razor static link cooldown even worse, but better early or better late. Then second plasma field now to 75%, 70%. Yeah, that one was pretty good. Razor's not universal. I think he's still agility, which makes sense. He'd probably be too good otherwise. Ricky sleeping dart removed. Goodbye. That's gonna hurt ability deck players. Smokescreen now upgradable by Ag Shard. Enemies in the smokescreen area have their armor reduced by 7 and cannot be targeted by their allies. Ooh. So if they don't have their own 4 staff, they are stuck. And if their armor is reduced by 7, Ricky's doing a lot of damage to them. If he's going right click. So they're trying to make Ricky back into a conventional core again, basically. This is going to instantly remove 9's playstyle, but maybe he'll be able to find a new one with like different items. But he's still probably a decent mid hero. Gives an experience bonus for kills and assists. What? Experience bonus 150, 250, 350 for a kill. Assist bonus 100. Encouraging roaming? But he's not really that good of a roamer. That's kind of weird. Like with like Orb of Venom, yeah, he can get some shit done, but I mean, it kind of makes sense because like Shard, like losing Sleeping Dart is a really big deal. Like without Dart, he doesn't really do much as a support. So maybe they need to do this so that just by like landing smoke clouds and stuff that he feels useful. Bounty Hunter gives bonus gold, Ricky gives bonus experience. But yeah, but this is just for him. It's like trying to help him catch up and stay ahead. It's kind of weird. Blink Strike slow replaced with bonus movement speed to help him roam around the map, I guess. And then movement speed replaced with plus 50% tricks so the trade agility increased. Yeah, I mean they're trying to make him a right clicker again. Losing this talent as well, he's just, I mean you just go Yasha on this hero and you run around the map mega fucking fast. Like you're gonna be quick on this hero. Actually. Like you're gonna be really fast if you get that talent. What's the other one? Smoke Screen Radius? I mean his build as a core is just really straightforward now. Treads is faster as well. So 315 movement speed base. Here's regular boots. Treads is going to give you 10 more movement speed. You're going to get some wand probably. Maybe a Wraith Band. You're going to get a Diffusal Blade. Maybe a Yasha. Now I'm running around at 407. And if I go invisible at 10. The hard thing. The skill usually kind of sucks. Otherwise. So Invis running around 436. Plus Blink Strike. But I mean I probably do a lot of damage, I would guess. You definitely do a lot to creeps, right? Bonus damage double against non-hero units, so doubles against creeps. Agility damage multiplier is 1.4. And then agility increased by 100% when I use this, so. Attack damage is 40%, but the agility. So I lose 40% of my base, but I'm doubling my agility. And then my agility gets increased. Yeah.
No evil.
It's pretty good, like 200 something per hit.
Quietly now.
And you're like maybe even a Sanjin Yasha
Oh yes.
for the 12% movement speed and the status resistance.
Silent as
I don't know. That's like the old build. And the diffusal upgrade, yep. That's the other one.
Where there's a whip, there's a way.
Rubic Glyph duration is worse. Stun duration is worse. I'm aware, thank you. Talent, stun duration different. Sand King Universal, damage on level 1 is decreased by 2, worse. And damage per level is much better, so an extra point per level. So that's cool. Stun duration is worse. Always applies a current level of caustic to enemy heroes, even without Ag Scepter. Okay. This is good. The Axe was kind of like lingering on like this weird thing where it gave you cast range, but it kind of wasn't good because it was kind of like you wanted to like ulti, then blink and stun, and burrow striking first, and ulti didn't usually work very well, so Ags was kind of shit. But it kind of felt good to buy Ags because Caustic Finale would apply, but now it just applies. So some like burrow passive build is actually kind of viable. Not that it wasn't viable before, because if you stun them, you can attack to apply. But now if you like stun and get a lot of guys and they die, the damage is really huge. So that part's cool. Let's see what the Ags does now. Every 0.2 seconds creates 2 65 radius burrow strike spines at random locations. Each one stuns enemies and deals damage equal to the current level of burrow strike. So it's I think there was something like this in a custom game, and then more stun here. So 0.4, still a pretty good stun as 2.2 stun. I want to take a look at it really quick. So one of those, oh, it crashed. Now we have to reload. Was it Ag Slab? Okay. 0.2 is very fast, yes, but it kind of depends. It's just one of those things where you're gonna have to see what it feels like, you know. Because sometimes all it takes is like a little bit more damage and the game changes in a big way. Because now it's more reliable to get kills. Radius talent makes the Ags a bit weaker. Ah, that makes sense, because then the likelihood of where it's going to be is more spread. And that talent is generally quite good for defending towers. With that said, the other talents, the Caustic Finale talent, the damage one, it's actually pretty sick. Because if you burrow strike a creep wave and attack one creep, the whole wave blows up. So you can kill creep waves really quickly, so you could arguably jump into teamfights, burrow through, attack a creep, do some like 300 damage AoE nuke to follow up the burrow strike. So you could be more burst heavy otherwise. Maybe even like a Dagon, dare I say. Dagon Sand King. Epicenter in. Spell life stealing. Give him the Dagon. Could work. Phylactery Nyx. Not really worth, I don't think. You're not that much of a spam. Dagon would be better on the hero, for sure. You want Phylactery on some hero that like kind of sits back and casts a spell repeatedly from like long range, and it has to be a single target. Alright, update is finished. Why would the radius make it weaker? Because if you don't up the amount of spines that come out of the ground, that means your chances of hitting the right guy with your spines is lower. Because if I burrow strike on top of a hero, and too far.
Hooray!
If I burrow strike on top of a hero and then sandstorm, expecting to get some follow-up stunts, I can't use my mouse anymore. Weird. All right, let's go try it. Rookie Shard counters save heroes.
Some call me Crixalis.
This isn't my fan, sorry guys, it's a computer. It's a computer that I'm borrowing here.
Right.
Very pleased to have it. Sorry you don't like the sound though.
With this scepter, I
So
extend
basically what you do is you do like one of these and you give him a little health and you're like, I'm initiating.
Whatever you say.
He can't be hit. He physically can't be hit. Alright, I really thought I was missing something there, guys.
You're the boss.
I wasn't. It just didn't hit him.
Of course.
I was like, is it broken? I mean, if it hits, it's good. And it can be incredibly good. I mean, this just seems good to me. Because it means... I mean, it's not incredible. Like, it could be a little bit iffy. But it just feels to me like if you buy this and you get a Blink Dagger, it just feels like an easy follow-up. Because you're like, you're damage amping, you know? Do some shit like this. Maybe even buy a Veil. And then you're just like... And you do this, and then hopefully you get him on his way out. Oops. Without running away from him. You know, some shit like that. Something like that, you know?
First blood on the sand strikes the perfect note.
Level 1 Sandstorm. Leave Sandstorm. Alright, let's try it.
I die.
Have to change.
Grow a grain at a time. Dust to dust.
Bury me to battle stand so about the death.
Not that you would likely ever leave this artificially low, but... I mean, that seems... It's actually better. It's more likely that he gets Burrow Striked, basically. Not guaranteed, but...
Yes.
Problem is it doesn't last as long. And you do less damage with Sandstorm. It's probably not worth it. But... it doesn't apply Caustic, I don't... that's a good question, actually.
Let's go.
It does apply Caustic. Yeah, it's quite good.
Your middle tower
So it
is
could
under
better
attack.
justify the Caustic being leveled earlier. Yeah, that seems quite good. Probably just applies it to heroes, though. Okay. Seems like a nice option. It's not going to pop creeps because the way Ags worked is that Burrow Strike would only apply to heroes, not creeps. If it applies it to creeps, it'd be even more. It would be kind of busted. Okay. So, seems like an option. Certainly. Then you can do more than just ulti. You can always just burrow Sandstorm and do more in team fights. Possibly throw yourself in the air with Yules to defend yourself and do more of that shit. Shadow Beam and Disseminate is buffed 15 seconds, is quite good. Demonic Purge damage is increased. Cleanse Ag Scepter max charge is decreased from 3 to 2. That's needed because that shard seems kind of broken. Cleanse Heal is buffed as well. Like this seems really good to me because of BKB being worse. You'd better be able to protect your allies. And then 15 talent. Instead of a plus damage talent, it is Shadow Poison cooldown at 20. Or 15, sorry. And then instead of this one, it is more damage here. So that'd put you up to 800 damage with Demonic Purge, or 800 heal. I don't know what the other one is. Let me look. The Sun's good for his talent options. So 1 second left would be 1.5 seconds at 15. You can play for that easily. Oh, that's the 25 movement speeds at 15, actually. That one's quite good, but if you're playing core, you'd probably go Shadow Poison cooldown. But support-wise, strength and movement speed. I mean, Shadow Poison, genuinely a good skill if the cooldown's reduced. Because you can get 5 stacks within 10 seconds instead of like 15 seconds. So as a support, lower cooldown's kind of sick. I can't imagine that that's bad, especially with Disseminate being as good as it is. You could really do a lot of damage in fights. But yeah, Shadow Poison cooldown. I think the 20 left talent looks like it sucks to me. I would probably rather get Disseminate to share damage because this means 10% more damage for anybody that's attacking a Disseminate target. Just seems good. But yeah, buffs to the hero. And Demonic Cleanse is good. It's just worse with Ag's Shard. But you can still justifiably buy Shard. And tiny buff on Disseminate. So, not that different. It's better like level 12 to 15, basically. I think. Shadow Rays no longer slows turn rate on hit, just movement speed. That's fair, I think. Stacks lost on death decreased from 40 to 30. Fear duration decreased. Every enemy hero killed near Shadow Fiend further improves the armor reduction by 2 for 20 seconds. Ooh. Duration refreshed with each hero kill. That's cool. So max it can last is 20 seconds. It doesn't stack additively or anything, but yeah, that's an extra 12% damage or something if you get a kill. It's kind of a nice little way to make him a little bit more interesting. He is getting nerfed in terms of the mango thing in laning stage, so he's probably a little bit shit-canned as a mid, unless people let him take all the mangoes. But he's a decent safe laner. It's not that... he's an okay safe laner. But losing the mangoes is definitely going to hurt. Fear duration per soul hit decreased, probably needed, and then fear max... the max fear is reduced as well. And then this one also nerfed, because this is like one of the best stuns in the game now, basically. All this fear shit. Shaman Ether Shock. Targets increased 3 at level 1. Cool. Hex duration rescaled. Still pretty high though. Mana cost is high, but much better. Really good level 1 skill. 50 mana is great for a 1.3 second stun. It's like really good. Truly not bad at all. Like leave that shit at level 1, dude. 50 mana, 1.3 second disable. A hex. Cooldowns decreased by 1. It's a good spell. It's a really good spell. Doesn't do damage, of course, but you know, whatever. And then Shackle's mana cost decreased. The stun duration decreased. Ag Scepter no longer increases Serpent Ward's attack range. Sure, whatever. And then Hex talent cooldown reduction decrease. So it's still the same if you get the talent, but without the talent, it's still better. And then Shackle total damage goes up. Aethershock damage increase to be rounded. Arcane Bolt now leaves behind a debuff for 5 seconds that increases his spell lifesteal against the target by 20 to 50%. Always? Interesting. So you don't need Dagon on this hero, it just comes with the fucking skill. Interesting. A debuff? So that means when Arcane Bolt hits your target, for 5 seconds after that, you have spell lifesteal between 20 and 50%. And it usually takes a moment for Arcane Bolt to hit. I wish they'd change his shard. I fucking hate his shard. I liked it before as a core, but as a support it's probably better or whatever. Well, yeah. But basically once Arcane Bolt hits, if it's level 4, you're getting 50% spell lifesteal. This should make him more viable as a core without a doubt. You're going to need survivability on him to compensate. HP and armor, basically. Maybe a magic resistance. Well, he's going to actually have a lot of magic resistance because he has a lot of int gain. So you kind of just need an armor item on Skywrath Mage to make him kind of viable. That could be something like Witchblade. Well, Witchblade's kind of expensive. You'd probably be better off to just buy, like, I don't know, some fucking armor item. Tavis would be fine. Health, 3 armor, 2.5 mana regen. You could buy something like this. That would be okay. If you're like a 3 or something, you could probably get away with like Greaves. Armor, heal. Not that it's like that much armor. It's actually pretty good. I mean, it's like 7 armor. It's alright. Shard is okay, but it's only good with your ulti is the problem. It's not, by itself it sucks. It's like really bad by itself. If you're not landing good ultis. If you land good ultis, it's great. But for every attack that hits, it's half of an armor. That's it. So every single arcane bolt you get is half of an armor. It's terrible. Like, genuinely really bad. And that would increase your damage by 3 for arcane bolt. So if you don't land your ulti, the shard is garbage. It's really bad. So that means shard's only good with Mystic Flare, so you shouldn't buy it early, and you shouldn't probably buy it until you have some like combo. However, shard is in some ways better because it works on BKB targets now. So it'll at least hit. So you could argue that casting Mystic Flare on a BKB hero is just better, because you are going to get the buffs. If they stand still, that's their thing, of course, but... So let's say I'm playing some like core Skywrath Mage or something.
It is right.
And I go like health,
Prepare for battle.
something like this. Yeah, because level 1 concussive shot's probably the way to go. And if I have Shard, and I'm against an enemy
You got it.
who BKBs,
I'm under attack. Indeed.
up to 20 stacks, so 10 armor is all you can get out of it, out of the ulti at least. So, kind of good. 40 int, 10 armor. 40 int translates to 60 arcane bolt damage. Oh yeah, and then this gives you spell amp.
I go as bid. Hurrah! 'Tis my honor.
So,
Those who tangle with the Skywrath risk a fall from starry heights.
but the fact that this only gives you like 10 armor, I don't know if I'm quite sold on
Very well
it.
then.
It's increasing my mana, I suppose.
As I will.
This here's probably not that bad, actually. I feel like Sky could actually work. The fact that you can like fight through BKB is kind of sick.
Ancient seal.
Obviously you can't slow people, but you just need some like armor item to make it make sense. Maybe it's Pavis, maybe it's something else, some mech. I feel like 3 Sky is probably kind of fun. 2 Sky could maybe work. The fact that you have spell lifesteal of up to 50% seems like bonkers to me. Because it basically means that if you just keep casting Arcane Bolt, you will spell lifesteal a fuckload. Like, an absolute fuckload. And it makes me think that Sky plus that one item is good, too. Sky plus... where is it? Sky Phylactery. Because you're getting an extra slow. And an extra nuke. 2 Wraith Bands. You could buy a Wraith Band. It's not the absolute worst. But... it depends what heroes they have. I mean, if they have more magic and not as much physical, it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, something like a Wraith Band I think would be ideal. Get some armor. Phylactery could work, but it's a little bit iffy. And you just buy it. Oh, I'm sorry, there are other upgrades. Atos is still safer. Definitely still safer. Atos, Wraithband, Null Talisman type shit. Veil's kind of good, but overkill. Witchblade is kind of cool, but you're more like a ranged spellcaster, I feel like. But there's probably some Sky build that's good, because like even if they pop BKB, you do actually so much damage with your build that it kind of works. Enemies should have higher magic resistance now. Yeah, that's true. They will have. Everyone's gonna have more magic resistance. That's a fair point. So without BKB, your hero should be weaker. But what am I arguing for? This spell lifesteal basically. This is just so much free stuff. Like this is just saying, guys, max Arcane Bolt, because maxing Arcane Bolt isn't worth it otherwise. So, but this is like so much free stuff that they just gave Sky, that like playing Sky as a core just makes more sense now. 50 spell lifesteal, it's like bonkers. You could like full heal with that shit. I haven't used Blood Grenade yet, no. Looks cool though. And then they buff this talent. They nerf the 20 talent here. It's only 10% more damage, so it's less value to get. The other one I think is Global Concussive or something. Yeah, Global Concussive at 20. And then the 15 talent is -8 Ancient Seal, which gets you to Perma Ancient Seal. But double Arcane Bolt per cast is probably better. In fact, Eggs is probably really solid. Might just be the way to go. Because if you just stay alive casting spells, if you just go like Ag Shard, it's probably Ag Shard is probably the best way to go. Maybe with like a Wraithband or something, and then go into Ags. Maybe like something like an Aether Lens or a Kaya. Probably like a Kaya, maybe. Because you wouldn't have enough mana regen otherwise. Null Talisman. Wraithband Kaya, perhaps. With like an armor neutral item or something. Dragon Scale or Ring of Aquila or something. I feel like that probably does it. Gossamer's Cape, maybe, something like that. Bloodstone would give you a lot of spell lifesteal, but it's probably overkill because you already have so much spell lifesteal. What you should actually probably do is, it's just Kaya actually. Because this does Kaya does spell lifesteal amplification, so your 50% becomes 62.5, basically. And then this is, how much more spell life for Kaya Sanch? 30%? So that's another 15. So with just Arcane Bolt on a guy, you have 65% spell lifesteal with Kaya Sanch. You like don't need Bloodstone. Bloodstone is a lot, but it does 2.5, it's 75. So Bloodstone active is 75, by itself it's 30. You'd be better off to buy a Kaya, and then your spell lifesteal goes up by like an extra 12 or something. Like you literally don't need to buy spell lifesteal, but buying Kaya is fine because it gives you spell amp, gives you intelligence, which is good, and it gives you mana regen amp. So I think Kaya on the hero is probably a little bit of armor, Kaya, and just roaming around fucking killing people. Then you buy Ags. Maybe you farm a little bit. Maybe you farm the Ags a little bit slow. Maybe you're vulnerable in laning stage. But I can't help but think that it's kind of cool. And you could go with the Phylactery maybe if you want to. Or you just go more utility, Hex or something. Something like that. Alright, Slaughter Crush Stun is worse. Damage is up. Bash Stun worse. Corrosive Haze talent nerfed a little bit, which makes the other 20 talent even better.
'Tis my honor.
Slar. That is Slither and Crush damage. That one's really good. You kill Creep Wave so fast with Shard on that one. It's so good. It feels like a gimme to me now, because this is -20 armor, that's -23. -3 extra armor is fine, but it's not very good. So, God, my Slider looks so good. Cool. Slark, Dark Pact damage. Worse early. Depth Shroud cast range decrease, so harder to use it to save allies, but still fine for himself. Shadow Dance buff. This is fine. Depth Shroud is the main reason that Slark is like a solid carry right now in the previous patch. So making that a little bit worse is totally fine. This makes him even worse at trading level 1, level 2. Totally fine. He's kind of weak there. Sniper Universal. Strength gain is worse, so worse HP. Worse armor and attack speed. Int is the same. Damage level 1 decreased by 4, so, oh man, that's way worse. That's way worse. She's doing like 45 average, so way worse at trading, but her nukes are, she's kind of like CM in that both of her nukes are really strong. So her having good base damage kind of made her really strong. And then she gains more damage per level, but it's more about her early game is so strong. But her skills are really good still. Stun duration is worse. Spit out is worse stun duration, but she still does good damage. She'll still be good. She's just going to be less strong as like a level 1, level 2, level 3 hero. Because her base damage is a little bit weaker, but she's still a really good hero model. This is fine for her. Sniper, Assassinate, Ag Scepter stun duration decreased. No big deal. Concussive grenade damage is up. Beautiful. Shrapnel slow, numbers look nice, some numbers look nice. Numbers look nice, so Sniper basically untouched. Except for Shard is better. Desolate no longer ignores evasion. The attack must not land for it to deal damage. Alright, that's valid. It's been like that for fucking forever. Like actually forever. Egg Scepter, Egg Shard upgrade reworked. Allows to activate Dispersion to increase damage reflected by 100% for 5 seconds. Only increases the outgoing damage, doesn't mitigate the incoming. That's kind of wild. That seems really good. What a blade mail. Holy shit. It's actually just a blade mail. Imagine blade mail and this. Like, crazy damage. This seems very cool to me. If they're doing AoE and your blade mail reflecting an extra 80% when you turn it on and you press this, you're like throwing back a lot of damage. It's 100% of 20, so 40. Really? Okay. Less good. Still good though. $100 seemed kind of crazy. It's like actually a blade mill. This seems kind of mediocre now, I guess. Still fine. But not that good. It's just worse than blade mail, but it doesn't cost an item slot. Yeah, seems kind of bad. If it's only doubling the reflection. Unless you're against some like support that's about to die or something. It just doesn't seem that good. Spectral dagger damage nerfed, haunt damage nerfed. So basically the same, just this is worse. The shard is worse in almost all cases, and this talent is worse, so the Axe build is worse, but eventually people will just start going Radiance builds. I feel like the Axe build is just getting a little bit nerfed, but still good. Spearbreaker stun duration worse. This is worse. Planar Pocket, self-magic resistance increased up to 75%. Monster amount of magic resistance. Is that while it's active, so you can just turn this on to like take no damage? Kind of like a BKB almost. Seems kind of good. And then talent greater bash chance increased to plus 13%. Health replaced with Bulldoze 500 damage barrier. Oh, cool. I like that. It's at 25 though, so it's kind of late, but whatever. You could cast it multiple times in a team fight to get more than 800 health. Yeah, 75% magic resistance is bonkers. It's like a stupid amount of resistance. Radius for Remnant is up. Vortex pull is down. Overload damage is up. To compensate for, help compensate for everyone's magic resistance probably. And then Vortex duration talent worse too. 2.4 second stun instead of a 3. It's a big difference. Sven's Stormhammer damage is up. Duration down. Great Cleave damage is better at level 1. Much better at level 1 actually. And now provides a strength bonus. Ooh, so you will be maxing. I was gonna say, I was like, do you really need all these levels? You do, but providing 2 extra strength, why would you not take it? Cooldown of Warcry is worse early, same later, duration lasts longer, and then nerf to the stun talent. So basically, worse level 1, stun's worse. Level 1 cleaves better because you get 2 strength, and it's just better. It's not like a useless skill point to get level 1 cleave, even though it's not that great. Warcry's a little bit worse, but it lasts longer, and then, yeah, so not that different. Really not that different. Oh, I guess this is kind of good though, because the 8th strength bonus does translate to your ulti. So that's kind of cool. What's the percentage change? 120, 160. So it's like 10 extra damage. Oh, that's not true. It's like 20 extra damage with your ulti at level 1. At level 3, it's 8 times 3 basically. So 24 extra damage. So a little bit more damage throughout the game. Always more damage and a little bit extra during ulti. That's fine. Techies, a universal hero. Level 1 damage unchanged. Damage per level is better. Ag Scepter moved to Ag Shard. Thank God, it was so bad. It was such a bad Ags. Ag Shard upgrade removed. No longer silences enemies. Now stuns them instead. So the Shard's not there. It stuns. Doesn't silence. Magic resistance reduction debuff stacks independently, so that means that getting 3 proxy mines off on somebody is fucking bonkers. Like, really good. It's really, really good. Minefield sign, cast time increase. I was just thinking about this because I was like, if you can like jump in and stun, land a proxy, put a minefield sign down, then another proxy as soon as the first one blows up, you could probably get 2 mines off on somebody every time. Possibly a third, because at that point your taser maybe pops. And if you get 3 of these in a row, the resistance reduction is like bonkers. You do so much damage. Anyways, upgradable Ag Scepter increases effect radius to 1,000 and duration to 4 minutes. When an enemy hero gets within 200 units of the sign, the entire 1,000 radius area becomes a minefield for 10 seconds. Whoa, this sounds crazy. Enemy units will take 300 damage for every 200 units moved. Minefield area is visible to enemies once activated. The sign is destroyed after the minefield expires. Only one sign. I mean, that sounds really fun. We're definitely fucking checking that out.
Let's light the fuse.
So it kind of sounds like Bloodseeker Rupture a little bit, in the sense that like mobility is worse.
Prepare for battle.
Leveling this up is a little bit worse now, because the stun duration is kind of mild. But anyways.
I'm going. I'm going.
Giddy up.
Center. Science.
You're the boss.
Tiptoe now. You're shaking.
So if they're moving in it, they take damage.
I only see a crater.
300 damage per 200 units. It is a radius of 1,000.
What?
So hypothetically, you're taking. I assume even if he has like a 4 staff, he's still gonna get kind of dumpstered by this. It's pretty good. It's still a lot of damage, especially with this, because this is gonna reduce his magic resistance by a bit.
I heard you.
Let's say it's like this. A lot more damage. I mean, it's 15% more, and that's even. I'm even low level, right? This would be 25% more.
Yes. Let's go.
Yeah, pretty good damage.
Yes.
With Veil or something, it's better. 2 seconds is kind of a lot, but your game plan is something like this, probably. I don't know which one. But basically, stun duration 1.4.
What are you gonna say?
I thought I put it down already, I did not.
Pour it on. My trusty mouth.
Pretty sick, genuinely. Very good. As long as you're able to land it, it's really solid.
Off we go.
I thought I planted the bomb, but I did not.
So beautiful.
There we go, like that. It's a lot of fucking damage. What's the cooldown on this? 60? That's like another ultimate. It's like an actual ultimate. 2 seconds is not that bad. I mean, obviously, if you don't have magic immunity, they could interrupt you pretty easily, but probably Yule's on Techies is set up. You don't really have to, I don't think. The fact that the stuns, obviously it's not perfect overlap, so he could stun me, but...
This works.
And ideally what he just does is stops moving and you do some shit like this, you know? And he has to like walk to go hit it or something.
I let you down.
No noises.
Wait, oh, they're invulnerable, that's right. So I actually don't have to fuck around with it, right? Because the whole area is invulnerable, no? So I can actually do it differently. Because Because he literally can't attack it, even if he's not disarmed. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, it's pretty sick. You're basically just looking to do like this, and then... I'm not as fast at it, but what you should be doing is like... Like, that alone is insane. You're right that Yule setup could be a good way to get kills. Because then you can do some weird shit. What if we go...
You sure?
Oh, that's kind of weird. Yeah. But if they just BKB or some shit, they're fine. Or if they just stop moving somehow. I mean, it's cool. I think it's definitely viable to go Eggs. Minefield plus Mars is... Yeah, that sounds good. Spear people around and shit. Four staff them, etc. I think Eggs extremely viable on this hero. How long does it last? Last 60 seconds. Only one at a time, so you can just put it somewhere. Stop some area control. But ideally you like kick somebody into it or something. But it's very playable. You could go like Eggs BKB or something. But makes techies much better at diving. The silence is going to hurt for sure. Because after you jump in, people are going to respond to you every time now. Instead of where normally you silence them and they just have to run for their fucking lives. But it's a great way to transition into more damage. So, and proxy mines do more damage this way. And they can't be denied. So it's a good way to transition techies into late game. Instead of people just killing your mines if they're good. So that looks like a really nice change. I don't know if Flax will play the hero yet, but it might be a good start. Because it is an Ags item. He likes buying Ags. Templar Assassin. Base stack range increased. Refraction is down. Sonic Trap can be set to auto. In this mode, the ability springs a trap that is closest to the cursor rather than the one closest to Templar. So if it's set to auto, you just click it once and it blows the trap up, I guess. Is there a trap trigger one? I think it is. I think there is. Now traps can always be denied. Side blades deal damage beyond the trap that is denied. So they're leaving that in. Okay. Can always be denied. So you don't have to get them low. Someone was talking about this, like a Psionic trap gets low, you can attack it to splash the damage, but they're saying that you can put a trap down to always attack. They said that somebody talked to Waga about it, and Waga told them that it's generally better to pop the trap and then to walk up and get the hit. But there might be some cases where it'd be better to put the trap down to splash. So, seems cool. Terrorblade Reflection now slows attack speed. That's cool. Justifies leveling up a bit more. Demon Zeal buffed for attack and movement speed because it's not really used that much, and Fear Wave is reduced. Reflection slow replaced with more slow and damage. Fine. And Sunder cooldown reduction decrease. So make it worse. Tidehunter Anchor Smash mana cost. Up at start, reduced in late. Attack bonus damage increased. So basically about the same. Ravage reduced. Mana cost reduced. Ravaged on talent reduced. Still about the same level 1. 2 seconds is still pretty good. But harder to do, you can still Ravage Meteor Hammer, I think. It's just like less reliable. Or you wait, I mean, yeah, it doesn't get that much better, I guess. Timbersaw Universal, strength gain is worse, so worse HP, worse armor from agility, worse damage level 1, damage gain per level is increased. Upgrade by Ag Scepter for reactive armor, so the Chakram is gone. Activated to gain max stacks and 200 HP berry. The berry gains 100 HP per second and increases by 75 per second for each enemy hero within radius of him, up to a max of 800. So you basically pop it to get max armor and regen, and then you get a raw barrier, which is any barrier it says. So allows you to be tanky. Doesn't count illusions. After 8 seconds, he loses the barrier and deals damage to every hero within 600 radius, equal to 200 plus the remaining barrier HP. So this is kind of cool. So if they ignore you, it just does a shitload of damage. Doesn't say what type of damage. I assume it's pure. But the fact that you can activate it to just pump your armor up to like max stacks is pretty cool. And it just gains 100 HP per second, so you're just like mega healing. So it's basically like a oh shit button, assuming you aren't stunned or silenced. I like this, seems cool. It's a little bit more in vein of the hero. It's less about like the mid playstyle, more like the offlane, but the offlane playstyle is kind of dead. But yeah, after 8 seconds, 600 radius is like almost everybody on the screen. And that's 200 plus the remaining berry, so this could do up to 1,000 damage if he hasn't been touched, which is kind of bonkers. But even just like 200 pure damage after 8 seconds, not the worst. I think this is cool. Anyways, we gotta run ads. Oh no, wrong ones. Fuck. It only ran 1.5 minutes. Bloodstone Timber? I don't know about that. But it's definitely good.
Hooray!
You just give yourself a lot of armor. Because you have to cast spells for Bloodstone to be good. And arguably, Timber's damage is a little bit weaker in some cases because of losing eggs. Eternal Shroud Timber seems good. Yeah, that one sounds pretty good to me. Take damage, get mana, use mana.
Hooray!
Let's fill up my water some more. Oh. Okay. Ad's done for 30 minutes. So that's removed. Whirling Death makes Universal Heroes lose 5% of each attribute. Okay, so that's cool. So Timber is okay against Universal Heroes, better against Strength. So this is arguably a buff for Timber against Universals. Losing 5% of each attribute is about the same as like one guy losing 10 or something. So seems fine. Magic resistance 20. Okay. That looks fine. I like it. And then Whirling Death attribute reduction replaced with second chakram. Oh, okay. I like that. I like that. That's really nice. Because I was kind of sad about losing the second chakram, but getting it back at 25 sounds good. If you're like really owning. And this talent sucked anyways. Whirling Death attribute reduction. Pfft. Good against strength heroes, but everyone else didn't care that much. And the other one's like long range Timber Chain, which is like good, but like kind of Whereas second chakram, that's like boom, you can do a lot more damage. So I think this is cool. I think the Ags change is good. It should make his offlane more viable potentially, but you're still gonna struggle in lane a little bit, I guess. But in like late game scenarios where you find the enemy team, you could just press it. That sounds good to me. You can become the tank master, basically. What does he have talents for? Yeah, he does +6 stacks and duration. So that is 46 times 0.8. So that would be 36.8 armor for 22 seconds. And 46 times 0.7 is 32.2 regen per second for 22 seconds, which equals 700 HP. So if you press the barrier and you start taking damage and you don't die it gives you 900 HP minimum, but more because you're getting regen 100 per second. I didn't even think about that. But it's only 8 seconds, so that's 800 plus 200, so 1,000. So if you start taking damage and you don't die, it gives you 1,700 HP, which is a fuckload, and 36 armor. And it's not unrealistic to not have your reactive armor maxed out. So that seems really good. The regen's just for the barrier. I know, but I'm counting it as health because the barrier blocks damage.
Hooray!
So wouldn't you count that as total survivability increase when you press the button? 100 HP per second for the barrier. Oh, and it increases by 75 for extra heroes, actually. So it can be even higher. Like, way higher. This is the base. With one hero, it's 175 per second. It's actually so much HP. It's so much HP. Actually. We're talking like 2,000 to 3,000 heal. If you slap that shit down. And it just lasts for a long time. You lose the barrier after 8, but the stacks are still going, especially if you get the talent. What was the other talent you're giving up, though? Don't remember.
What else would I do?
Hooray!
Spell Amp, which is the talent that almost everybody gets. But if you're going Ags, the +6 stacks is arguably good, or you'd probably just skip that talent and go Ags anyways. Because having 6 extra stacks of going from 40 to 46 doesn't really matter that much. The duration is nice, 16 to 22. But you could probably skip it if you really wanted to. Yeah. Tinker base agility increased by 4. A little armor, a little attack speed. Agility gain is up. A little bit more armor, a little bit more attack speed. Nerf to laser. There's that big nerf to blink dagger, so his win rate's going to be in the shitter a bit. And cast range decreased for heat-seeking missile, and the damage goes up. So Tinker's win rate's going to be hurt by this for sure. He's not going to be able to abuse blink quite as much. When he does get caught, he's going to be caught once again, like he used to be back in the day, which is good. The barrier will help, I suppose. The barrier will probably allow him to blink out, if I'm not mistaken. But if you can break through the barrier again, then his blink will be interrupted again. I mean, 51% win rate for a Tinker is fine, guys. That's not really. But if it's like 55, 57 type shit, it's kind of high. And if you don't catch the Tinker anyways, the like blink change just doesn't matter. So tree grab, higher cooldown, worse for support tiny, toss cooldown nerfed again, grow armor bonus buffed, bonus damage buffed, no longer provides bonus damage to tree grab. Okay. So nerf to level 6 to 12 tiny, but after that it's a little bit closer, and then it's probably the same late game. So your combo and your kill potential as early game tiny is a little worse, at least with physical damage. Trim Protector, Leech Seed movement slow increased from the talent. That one's pretty garbage. I would not get it if I were you. The damage and heal is buffed though. And then, I mean, we did get a buff to Holy Locket, so maybe it's more viable here. Talent Overgrowth Undispellable replaced with Overgrowth cooldown. It's a little sad for Tree.
Dangerous out there.
Because the Undispellable is something that's kind of obnoxious, but maybe BKB Piercing Roots are kind of broken right now anyways. Because you can use it on BKBs. Does that matter though? They're about the same. Anyways, 40-second cooldown on Overgrowth puts it down to 60, so that's pretty nice. You could get a lower CD on that. Octarine would put it at 45, which is pretty cool. With Ags. Cool. If you get to 25, that is. And the Living Armor talent is more passable. You can skip it sometimes. Leech Seed slow is about the same. So Leech Seed is 26, so the 18 talent or the 18% at 15 puts it at 42% slow for 5 seconds, which is pretty good. Probably better than Nature's Grasp damage for team fights at least. And if you play trees with your shard, then slapping Leech Seed repeatedly is pretty effective. And then you could go Leech Seed heal as well, 45. That would put you to 110 HP per second, so it's like a 550 heal without Holy Locket from Leech Seed, which is pretty sick. So I could see that being good. Tree AoE heal, back again maybe. Man, I just want to play all of these like universal heroes and buy weird fucking items on them. That's all I want to do right now. I just realized like, oh, tree's not universal, so can't buy any really cool items on them. But the talent changes are fine. Yeah, you can DM me about a bug you found, that's fine. Troll Warlord, now caster can use items during the fight. Oh, thank God. This was so needed, bro. You pop Battle Trance, and like halfway through you're like, oh, should have BKB'd, but it sucked to have to BKB during it. But now you can like Battle Trance for a couple seconds, and when shit's going bad, you pop the BKB, you know? That's way better. You can use Force Staff, you can use Blink Dagger. What else can we use? Blink Dagger, BKB, Abyssal. You could use Silver Edge. You could use an Orchid. You could use a Hex. You could use a Refresher. You could ulti, BKB. Sorry, ulti, press BKB, refresh, press BKB again, and then you could ulti again if you really wanted to. There it is, Wraith Pact. Happy that they made that change. Very needed. It was basically just for BKB mostly. Harpoon Abyssal. Yeah. I don't know if I like Echo too much on Troll, but it's probably fine. Probably, I mean, it ups your passive pretty quick, I guess. And Harpoon with it is kind of a cool idea. For sure. Does it slow? I don't remember. After you Harpoon. Harpoon! Nope, that's not it. Echo? Am I crazy? Can I just not see it? Oh, it's down here. Double attack, slows, pulls them together, just pulls them within melee. That's it. I know. Why not just go Abyssal on Troll or something? Maybe you Abyssal first or something. You probably just like Harpoon Abyssal in the first place. Or something. Or Blink. I guess you can't use Blink during Battle Trance anyways because you're taking damage usually of some kind. So maybe the Blink is a little bit irrelevant. Alright, let's move on. Tusk Snowball. Worse stun, worse speed, tiny nerfs to the hero, that's pretty good. Mana cost for Firestorm is up. Atrophy Aura rescaled. Better early. Worse late by a decent amount, 10 seconds less. Fiend's Gate. Lowered cooldown, just straight up buffed. I'm surprised they... I mean, I guess Firestorm nerf is a little bit, but I'm surprised they didn't nerf him more. Because Underlord was moving up to a tier 2 pick. I guess it was still like occasional, but... Ags, Tombstone. Upgraded by Aghanim Shard. Slax is so happy. Allows up to one allied hero to bunker. Oh my god. Ags Live did it again. You can bunker inside the Tombstone to save them. Ally can bunker by pressing right mouse button on the Tombstone while in 350 radius. Bunker units cannot leave it for 3 seconds after entering. Unit that left the Tombstone cannot re-enter it for 3 seconds. If Undying decides to enter the Tombstone while another ally is inside, the ally is forcefully evicted. So that's still pretty good, because that means your ally can jump in for just a brief moment, and then your Undying can force him out if they're playing well. So he doesn't have to necessarily stay for 3 seconds. And then Undying also receives the grab ally ability, which bunkers a hero to the nearest Tombstone within 400 range. So you can basically use it to disrupt somebody. Very, very good. Ability is also present on the Tombstone itself. So yeah, it's you can use it like a disruption. Your ally can use it like a self-disruption if the Tombstone is alive. Slax is going to buy this every game. And he's going to play Undying every game. Certainly. And for good reason. This is like legitimately solid. You could probably use it with some heroes like Leshrac or something. But mostly you'd have to use it if you need some defensive capabilities. Pretty much. But it's a much better Ags than the previous one. I don't even remember the Decay one. That was there for a long time. That was there for a long time. I'm okay with them nerfing it though. Like we had a couple times when it was okay, but it's been there for so long. This is like a lot more along where Undying should have been. I'm sorry, what? This is Shard? Oh, fuck. Bro, that's broken. This is broken. How is this only Shard? How is this only Shard? What? Like, I thought this would be fair if they had to not be stunned to right-click on it or something. But the fact that you can put it near somebody, press the bunker button to just suck somebody in to stop them from being stunned for 3 seconds? I don't care that they can't cast or anything or attack. Disruption on Shadow Demon is still a good ability. You can't leave the tombstone for 3 seconds? That's fine. It's a banish. Totally fine. It's totally fine. It's a save for 1400, and you're going to put on Tomb anyways. The only downside is the Tomb has to be kind of close to your enemies, I guess. But it gives you more options. They kill the Tomb? I mean, I guess so. But if they go to kill the Tomb, you soul rip it. And there's zombies and shit. And you could jump in the Tomb yourself to kick your carry out so they could fight or something. Like, it is basically a BKB save, is what this is. With a little cast range, maybe. And yeah, you can inject them early. This is really strong for 1 shard. Anyways, shard upgrade removed for Flesh Golem, cooldown increased by 15 seconds, so you can't use it as often to take team fights and also Rosh. So that's why this has been nerfed. Because this is very good for Roshing, and it's decent for team fighting. And then Reincarnation Talent replaced with plus 60 Flesh Golem strength bonus. So if you get late game, you can like go more insane. Alright, let's see Venge. Strength, less. Agility, less. Int, less. These stats are bad, guys. Look at these numbers. 2.6, 3.2, 1.5. They were good. They were pretty good stat gains. Now, atrocious. Much less HP. Level 1 damage is unchanged, but it's still bad. But you have less armor and less attack speed as the game goes on. And your damage per level is actually worse. Alright, I better see some fat buffs because these are nerfs. These are just straight up nerfs. That's like a lot of it. That's a lot of stat changes. Worse int. Ugh. Venge Core, not good. Alright, let's see what happens. Stun is worse. Venge Aura is worse. What the fuck? What is this? She's just worse. Spell immunity talent replaced with plus 40% another swap damage reduction. Like, what is this shit? What is this? Cause universal? But she's just completely worse. She's like quite a bit worse. These stat gains are really rough. Like this. I guess it's because this. Alright, this is what it is. Her average stat gain, like the. Alright, so before she was gaining 3.2 damage per level. Oops, I closed calculator. So before she was getting 3.2 damage per level. Now she's getting 2 plus 2 plus 1.2 times 0.6. Yeah, it's less damage per level. Why? Why? And then her base damage bonus is worse. Is this just because people would pick Venge with like stat heavy heroes? This is probably like Venge getting punished because other universal heroes played like carries would get too much damage between their stat items and Vengeance Aura. So I think she's being punished for her aura once again, is what's happening. Because some other universal heroes are just buying a lot of stats, and then Venge rocks up and gives them even more damage, and their raw damage numbers were too high, probably. They punish her stats to like lower her win rate, because they either nerf Vengeance Aura, or they punish her stats. So they chose to punish her stats. But she's gonna have less mana, not like a massively less mana, but she's gonna have less mana as a support. She's gonna have less armor as a support. Not like an insane amount, but less. And moderately less strength as well. Well, this hero sucks, I feel like. Kind of a bummer, because I like Venge, but... Nerf Aura and understats? Yeah, I don't know. I agree. I don't like her aura. It makes like her skills worse and doesn't really interact with her skills very well anyways. It's a fucking bummer. The carry venge potential is not here, guys. It's not here. It's literally not here. I mean, well, maybe it's okay. You can't expect it to come from here. That's the thing. Her carry venge potential, it's not from her base stats. That shit's exactly the same. She gets... That's what this is, really. That's what this is. It's that if you buy an Ultimate Orb on Vengeful Spirit, it gives you like way more damage than it used to. It's this much. An Ultimate Orb on Venge gives you 18 damage instead of 10, but it's more than that. This 18 damage gets multiplied by 1.28. So an Ultimate Orb on Vengeful Spirit gives her 23.04. So it's actually 0.6 times 1.28. So for Vengeful Spirit, any stat that she buys of any of the three kinds gives her 0.768. This is why they nerfed her base stats. If you play her, you'll probably notice a difference. Why are you building that on Venge? Well, she does have the best aura for it. But they probably had to do this because Venge carry was just too good. With stat items. With your, like, Lincoln, Scotty, Hurricane Pipe type shit. If you play support, you're screwed. Yeah, if you play support, it's strictly worse. Not, like, massively worse, but worse. So, that's the issue. So if we multiply this by Scotty, which gives you 4466, that means that Scotty is a 50.68 damage item on Vengeful Spirit. Which is a lot. 0.768. It means that Sanj and Yasha, which is like what, 16 of both times 32, is a 24.5 damage item, you know? That's the problem. Alright, well, we'll try it out sometime, but I'm still sad. Sad for other hero stuff, but yeah, this aura for other allies on your team, if you played like a universal lineup and you had a Venge on it, it's probably really sick. I would imagine. Venge plus other universal heroes.
By the ancient powers.
Venge plus other heroes that right click, like Marcy carry, Mirana maybe, some shit like that. Brew, Beastmaster, I don't know. With a Venge in the game, if Venge is your support, her aura just like makes you a lot stronger, is probably what happens. So that's why they had to nerf it. I bet her win rate was really high in test client. Alright. Venomancer we covered, I believe. Let's redo it, because when I looked at it, I was confused about BKB still. Worse agility, strength gain about the same, int gain worse, level 1 damage the same, damage per level is better. I don't think I read this. I was using it as an example. So this is new. Passive ability granted by Ag's Scepter creates a ring of poison upon death of Venomancer or an enemy hero infected with Venomous Gale. Also triggers if Gale is dispelled from an enemy hero. Okay. Each enemy hit by the Poison Nova takes non-lethal damage over time and has their magic resistance reduced. Radius 900, which is huge, the whole screen basically. Duration is 10 seconds. Max HP is damage 3%. Magic resistance reduction 30%. Okay, this is really good. This is really, really good. Venomancer likes tanking up, so buying Ags is good. If you die without casting a single spell, you at least get this mini Gale off, which will lower magic resistance by 30%. Plain Veno plus Zeus or something, straight up good. Because Veno bombing them is just going to do more damage. This is a passive though, so you probably can ulti and do this separately. If a hero dies from Venomous Gale, your first skill, then either if you die or somebody with Gale dies, they will proc the big AoE. If you cast Venomous Gale on somebody, and they dispel it, it will also proc it. So it's kind of like similar to, oh, I see, there's a new ultimate. So let's just assume the shard is still there. Yeah, the shard is still there, lane toxicity, but between like Ags and shard, dispels are less of a problem because they're going to get hit by this, but it'll amplify your damage a lot. Alright, let's read the ultimate. Noxious Plague ultimate ability. Injects an enemy with a deadly plague that does an initial burst of damage and additional damage over time based on the unit's max health. Enemies in a radius around the target are slowed, with values decreasing the farther you are from the affected enemy. So if you're near the guy that is hit, you are more slowed, but they still take damage. When the target dies or the debuff expires or is absorbed, when the target dies or the debuff expires, is absorbed, all nearby enemy heroes are infected with a non-communicable version of the plague. There was an ability like this that Undying had in Dota 1 that kind of like spread like a plague. Duration is 5 seconds. Initial damage is up to 400 max HP as damage, 5 to 7. So 25% max HP as damage, plus an initial debuff radius is 800, max slow 50%, projectile speed 1200, which is decently fast. Cooldown pretty high, mana cost is high. So much better against a single target, and if you want more AoE, you'd go to Ags. Alright, let's read these quick. Poison Nova duration replaced with more Noxious Plague, max HP. That'll be here. And 20 Poison Nova reduces 100 attack speed replaced with Plague Aura reduces 200 attack speed. Oh, okay. Cool. Sounds very playable.
A touch of venom. I come, the venomous one.
Prepare for battle.
Plague Ward cooldown, Poison Sting slow. I mean, Venomous Gale cooldown seems amazing if you're going to go for Ags. Probably Poison Sting slow. Anyways.
Over there!
I'm going.
As you say.
So, initial burst of damage, damage over time.
Violet bands.
So it doesn't keep going. When it ends, target dies or the debuff expires, all nearby enemies are infected with a non-communicable version. It seemed like it was less, no?
Yes.
Hooray!
Oh yeah, so it does spread. So basically, you put it on one guy, and that guy takes a lot of damage, and then as it ends, and the whole time it's slowing everybody, him and everybody around him, more if they're closer to him. And then once it pops, it can send out to other people within 800 units, and they can also take the damage for 5 seconds. So it's not exactly an AoE, it's more of like a single target, but it has debuff effects, which is good. It doesn't pierce immunity, so if they have BKB, they're going to run through it. But if they don't have immunity, you're not just about Gale basically anymore. Like, if I miss my Gale or something, I can still do this to run away, which is good.
With vim and venom.
Let's go!
And then this won't slow him either. But it does do good damage. So, Spell Amp is pretty fucking sick on this hero right now.
This stuff is explosive.
Spell Amp is quite good. Survivability is really good. I think the Ags has cool potential. Either if I die or an enemy hero dies, it does a Poison Nova.
Impaled.
From Gale.
A toxic scepter.
Oops, that's not how you build it.
Mixing it up.
Again, I think Dagon is kind of cool. Not that you should probably ever buy 5 of these, but you could.
Agitation.
damage that is. It can only work. Oh, it's got a cooldown too, so you can't do multiples. But this doing magic resistance reduction. Actually, Veil Axe is really good on this hero. This is like an item build that's going to be great. Amplifies the damage you take. This also amplifies the damage that they take. So both together are fantastic. So even if they just go on you like this or something, let's say like 5 heroes jump on me and I'm just like, oh no, and like this, and I die, oops, and then I die afterwards or something, I'm still gonna blow up this and it's gonna affect them, and it's gonna hit every single hero, you know? So I think Veil Axe is very viable on this hero. You could also go like a Spirit Vessel as well if you want more traditional build. But the problem with Spirit Vessel is it doesn't really increase your HP very much. So that'd be a downside to Spirit Vessel. It's only 250 and it's pretty expensive. 3,000. Whereas Ags is only a little bit more expensive, and I'd argue has maybe not better utility. Maybe the Vessel is safer. Armor, health, mana regen. Oh yeah, I do have calculator up, I'm sorry. Yeah, it should affect creeps. But the magic resistance reduction is really good. As long as you... And yeah, they can like BKB or whatever. But then this pops. Which is really good. That part's really, really solid. And then if he dispels this, that just seems good. Axe just seems sick, dude. You just hit somebody with a Gale and hope he gets dispelled or something. Gale does take a while to pop. It's not about Gale ending though. It has to end prematurely. So either the guy that I Gale has to die, that guy has to get dispelled by himself or somebody else, or I have to die. If my Gale hits nothing, my Ags is only good if I die. If my Gale hits 2 heroes and nobody dies, and nobody dispels, the Ags is kind of useless. But in the meantime, it does give me survivability, which is good. And a little bit of damage. Gale probably won't work from a creep dying, I assume. Almost certainly. Yeah, that's gotta be heroes. Yeah, Veil Axe, good potential. But you might instead want to go more traditional survivability things. Did they nerf his int gain that much? They did not. They actually, yeah, they did. So you will need more mana regen than normal. But I feel like these could kind of solve it. But you also kind of need survivability, so I don't know. This phase boot's crazy. It's 5 extra movement speed than it used to be. You could go like some Greaves build. It's a little bit weak on raw HP though. You could also go like something like this. Wraith Band. You kind of need Blink in some ways. I don't know. I didn't even buy Shard, but yeah, Shard is kind of sick too. If you just do like some... And then he does... Stun for 1.6, does 300 damage. This shit pops. I don't know. These are something you're gonna have to feel out by playing games, I think. But it's cool. Gives you more options. Definitely gives you more value with your ulti, I think. Because the problem with your ulti is it's pretty much not good at killing solo people. It's just so much better with like 5 people. So it'll be a lot better this way. I think Dagon is definitely potentially viable because of the spell amp. or the spell lifesteal. That seems good. So, okay. Moving on. Viper cast strike range for Viper Strike is increased. This is good. Once again, Viper Dagon is online. 5 poison attacks. 3 poison attacks, Viper Strike. Give him the Dagon. Seems sick. I wouldn't necessarily go Radiance, but probably Armor. Generic stats. Viper's still agility, right? Yeah, Viper's still agility. Visage Universal. Strength gain worse, agility gain worse, int worst. Level 1 damage decreased by 5. This hero has a good win rate. Pretty decent. Gets much more damage per level, so you could be more of a right clicker, but your attack speed's going to be worse. But your damage will be much better. Mana cost up or better. Soul Assumption buffed. Make up for the int difference. And Stone Form stun duration is worse. I don't really see this hero becoming like a full right clicker. You're still like very aura based. You don't have to be fully aura based, but obviously something like an AC is really good. The fact that your damage goes up, it's all fine. And it's really not that much attack speed lost or armor lost. You have a lot of defense from your passive, and you have a lot of attack speed from Grave Chill, so I don't really see these nerfs as that extreme. I think Visage is not going to be too bothered by this. I could definitely see teams still play Visage as the offlane hero if you want something Zoo-like that hasn't been nerfed very much. This one looks okay. So I would play this hero, personally, if I was a offlaner right now that wanted Zoo. Seems good to me. Void Spirit Universal, damage level 1 unchanged. Damage per level is much higher. Holy crap, 4.74. That's a big difference. Your Astral Step builds are just straight up better. He like literally has no difference other than getting way more damage per level. So that's a big gain. He loses Aether Remnant a little bit. Resonant Pulse stacks additively, like big buff for Void Spirit. I didn't see him get picked one time though. But yeah, if you want to build damage items, like a Deso build or something with your ulti, do some shit like that. It's just better. Treads is really good on him, a little bit more movement speed. An extra 1.63 damage per level. In 10 levels, 16 damage. I guess it's kind of shitty when you talk about it that way, but you know, it might make the difference between you getting a kill or not. And you will use it every time you use your ulti, so that part's cool. Warlock. Ag Shard upgrade removed. Probably fine. It got nerfed to the ground and is not as cool now. Now Shard or Upheaval is my best friend. Creates an imp. For every 2 seconds of channeling, these imps last for 15 seconds. And have 17 to 18 attack damage, 300 health, 1 armor, and an Eldritch Explosion passive ability. When killed or expired, imps explode. How long do they last for? 15 seconds? Okay, so you can basically channel this to make summons. When killed or expired, imps explode, dealing 6% of their max health as damage to enemies within 400 radius. Imps continuously seek out the closest visible and attackable target, but can be controlled. Okay. 60% is like 180 damage, which is kind of cool. And then stun duration on Chaotic Offering's worse. Level 4 Shadow Word cooldown replaced with bonus damage and heal, which is good because the cooldown being lower if it's not AoE is not as cool. I'd rather just make it better, so that's good. And they put the AoE up at 20 instead. So you can make Shadow Word a lot better at level 15. What's the other talent? Level 10 talent is Upheaval Radius, Shadow Word heal damage, and Upheaval attack speed per second. I like that one. It used to be Shadow Word AoE. No, Shadow Word was the AoE was the talent. What was the old one? I just read it. Oh, the cooldown. So they removed the cooldown completely. They increased the damage per heal, which is great. Listen to my phone. Okay, that was definitely not it. Here, Warlock. So 18 is quite a bit of damage. 45 plus 18 times 10. 630 damage at level 15. Pretty good. Or you can go Upheaval attack speed, which is passable. I imagine the Shadow Word talent is better.
Your middle tower
And then Shadow Word AoE at 20. Pretty good. Or Summon Golem on death. Seems good.
You summon the summoner. Darkness heals you.
Oh, it's like a little damage block, very good against these. Doesn't pierce PK.
Yes.
Seems fine.
My word. Encircling dark.
Hooray!
I mean, doesn't say what kind of damage they do. Is it hero-based damage? Seems kind of good. I don't know. Gives you some push options, I guess. Something to do while you channel upheaval. I'm into it. Yeah, the AC would make them attack faster for sure. Probably not worth building around it though. You could probably drum with it, but their damage is pretty small, so. I guess if you get the upheaval attack speed talent, it's better though, right? So upheaval attack speed with shard would be better. Because then they have 70 attack speed. That's probably the way to go. Weaver base armor up by 1. Shard mark, duration increased by 6 seconds. This is really cool. I actually like the Weaver shard as a carry. It allows you to farm without having to buy more, buy like a Maelstrom. So you can instead spend that extra 1,000 gold on different items. I think it makes you stronger and you farm just as fast. You do have to spend more mana, that's the only downside. But you can buy like a Falcon Blade or something. I think it's okay. And then they buff Geminate cooldown, and it's no longer disabled by silences, instead disabled by break. So, seems cool. Straight up, like this is actually just makes shard better. For a regular build, it's just okay, but for shard, it's really solid. Sukuchi through a creep wave, backup attack, and you're AoE geminating like 4 times or something. Before it was only like 2 tops, but now you can do it like a bunch of times. So, Sukuchi geminate, 15 minutes, yeah. And then instead of choose Sukuchi charges, minus cooldown. Probably fair. Alright, Wind Ranger, let's see what you got. More base armor needed. Strength gain is worse. Int gain is worse. Damage on level 1 is decreased. But the range is much better, so it'll be easier to last hit on this hero. But I didn't realize the range was so big. So it's actually way, way worse. Damage-wise. It's like, what, 5 less on average? It's like straight up just bad. It's like 5 less damage on average. But the damage per level is about the same. But the upside is that your itemizations are more flexible, and we'll see what happens down here. But again, stat items on Wind Ranger, probably decent / good. You could probably go a mix of like damage items and resistances, and the hero could feel okay. Improved projectile consistency. Okay, I believe you. Now and always shackles the closest target behind the unit shackled. Okay, so this means it's not likely to like shackle a hero and then like a hero and a group of creeps. Fail stun duration decreased to be less, and successful stun duration is less. Power shot damage is buffed. When an Ag Scepter no longer blinds enemies, you still apply mischance. Ag Scepter now also reduces physical damage taken by a Wind Ranger by 50%. Okay, so it basically, this is better. I mean, the blind was like fine, but as soon as they get MKB, it's useless, which is kind of redundant, right? Because Wind Run already makes you evasive. Like, you'd be buying Ags to make your opponents miss your neighbors, your allies. But like, once they go MKB, you just don't give a shit. It doesn't do anything. So this would at least like make it so that when you have Ags, you counter their MKB from physical damage, because it's going to save you, it's going to protect you no matter what. So it's like a counter to MKB, which is good. That gives you better options without having to just buy armor. The MKB proc would still do magic damage, and that would do full, but reducing the physical by 50% is a really good halfway point. Could really help with this like resistances plus stat build that I was talking about. Because your strength gain is not really that nerfed. And if you're buying generic stat items more, then your HP is going to feel the same. Your mana pool is going to feel less, but that's totally fine on this hero. It really doesn't matter that much. You don't need mana regen that badly. You could probably buy like one item and be content. And you might even feel comfortable going some like Yasha build, honestly. Probably not. It's not that much damage for the gold, but something like that could work. I keep forgetting that they didn't nerf status resistance at all, but stun durations have gone down a lot by like 20%. So status resistance probably feels kind of good. Or maybe it feels bad because the stun durations aren't so high that layering isn't as big of a deal now. Hard to say, but maybe like Sanjas will feel like good replacements to BKBs in a lot of cases. Outside of the damage part, I suppose. Sometimes there's just too much magic damage, you need BKB. Or Hood. And then this one is also reduced. So not really that much different down here. Power Shot's better. All of this seems fine. The Ags gives you solution in the late game. There's probably still a possibility of some stat-based build for Wind Ranger that will be fine. Maelstrom is probably still good. Rod of Atos is still good in terms of damage that it gives you because it's so many fucking stats. 48 stats. So 28.8 damage. Literally Crystallis. Or you could just buy Crystallis potentially. Or you could go Meteor Hammer. Butterfly? You could buy Butterfly, I suppose, on this hero now. Gives you armor and attack speed. A lot of attack speed. 65 attack speed. Not just 25 damage. 35 times 0.6. But so Butterfly gives Ultimate Heroes, or Universal Heroes, 46 damage. 65 attack speed. Like 7 armor and evasion. It's not good on Wind Ranger, but you could buy Butterfly on like a lot of heroes now. It'd be pretty cool on like Brewmaster. I feel like force him to buy MKBs actually. Anyone else? These are mostly not very stat heavy, so I should be looking over here in the artifacts. Mjolnir, everybody knows about it, but yeah, Scotty, Wind Ranger probably decent. Yashikaya could be really solid. Kind of just makes Power Shot better. Heaven's Halberd, kind of redundant with the evasion. Phylactery, not good on her. She could buy Mage Slayer, but it's kind of weird. It's kind of good. Magic Resistance is kind of good. Doesn't give you any HP though. I don't know, man. Dragonlance is like slightly good. It's 15 damage, 15 agility, 10 strength. It's kind of good. Actually kind of good on her. 15 damage, 15 attack speed, 2 armor, 220 HP. Dragonlance, Crystallis, Wind Ranger guys with treads. Guess it doesn't give you more movement speed. Phase Boots, probably not that good. I don't know, she sounds kind of weird still. I don't really know if there's a good solution. Other than like a Scotty. Or Lincoln's or something. Lincoln's maybe. 16 times 3. It's the same stats as Atos actually. So Lincoln's is 38.8 damage. Pretty expensive for what it gives though. I don't know, the Wind Ranger solution is out there, guys. We're getting closer. We're getting closer to the hero being less cookie cutter for years. We are now on Winter Wyvern. Universal, base damage, strength gain reduced, agility gain. So less HP, less int. Damage on level 1 is worse, but not a big deal. And damage per level is up. Arctic Burn, worse level 1, better later. Splinter Blast, faster. Curse, still really, really high. Man, I haven't seen a Wyvern in a long time, actually. That hero's been out of the meta. I haven't seen it in forever. And Winter's Curse duration talent is worse. So, I don't know, man. A little less tanky. 60 less HP, level 1. Less damage. Arctic Burn's weaker. Kind of garbage. But I guess it's universal, so you can get the damage back with Ironwood branches. Easily. Buy Ironwood on Winter Wyvern, hit people. Witchblade, Wind Ranger, you're saying? I mean, Witchblade is fine on the hero. It's worse damage than it was the previous patch. The attack speed's good. The armor's good. The projectile speed is fine. It's fine. But I think generic stats are probably better on Wind Ranger. but there isn't really like an ideal item other than like Scotty or something, and even that's not that good. It's probably like you need some cheap item, Witchblade or Diffusal into like Scotty, I feel like, with a cloak. Slap that shit together and the hero looks better or something. Hurricane Pike maybe. I could see Hurricane Pike actually. That one could be really good. It's a lot of stats. 45, 50. Man, all these are very similar. They have similar amount of stats now that you do the math. That's 30 damage. So Hurricane Pike's 30 damage for Wind Ranger, which is pretty good. Plus an extra 200 health. Hurricane Pike's probably really sick on her actually. I like that. Hurricane Pike, Witchblade, Cloak, Wind Ranger. Let's do it. Could work. Dagon? No, not Dagon. Ags? Maybe Ags. Not Orchid. Crystallis? Maybe Crystallis. Crystallis, Witchblade, Hurricane Pike. It's probably garbage. Witch Doctor, paralyzing cast damage increase. Ooh, this is pretty good. It's only 20 more damage per jump, but slightly better single target damage, and it'll clear creep waves a little bit better, less stun. Wraithfire Blast, worse. Lifesteal is way better against heroes. Holy crap, half versus creeps. So much better. 50% against heroes means you can actually like fight much better late game. 30% lifesteal is not that impressive, it leads to you dying, but if you have like good DPS and maybe a BKB, you can actually go head to head with agility carries with this, I think. And then Skellies do less damage to buildings, that's fine. That shit was bullshit anyways. And then buff to Mortal Strike, so yeah. Mortal Strike plus 50% lifesteal against enemy heroes means your head-to-head damage is so much better as long as they don't have evasion. So I feel like that just makes Wraith King really solid, personally. And then Reincarnation, worse late. Ooh, this is a big bummer. But because of this big lifesteal, as long as you're hitting people, you're going to be able to stay alive a lot better. But this being 100 seconds instead of 60 is kind of a big deal. And now can be cast by Wraith King on himself to die and resurrect if he has the necessary resources. Okay. So you can choose to grief. But more importantly, you can choose to respawn if you're in a gimp state, like if you're drained on mana or something, or if you want to trigger the slow, or if you have level 25 and you want to do something with it. Now always spawn skeletons when it triggers, okay? Ag Shard still adds 3 skeletons extra, and the Scepter now also reduces cooldown by 40 seconds, and the respawn time of every hero dying under its effect by 10. So if you have Ag's Scepter, it still does the same thing, but it also lowers your cooldown by 40 seconds, and the respawn time of all of your allies will be reduced by 10, so they'll be on the map a little bit more. It's kind of cool. Obviously increases the viability of Wraith King support, because now you can like blink stun ulti on purpose to slow people if you want, rather than it being like waiting to die twice. So Wraith King support is definitely better. The stun is still pretty decently high, but it got a 20% reduction, kind of a lot. Probably not worth it, but Ags is definitely going to be something that Wraith King's sick about more late game now. Seems good. K1 disappointed? I mean, potentially, yeah, but... And then the stun here is a little reduced, so... But still, 2.1 second single target stun's pretty good. But I feel like this is still fine. The first 2 reincarnations are basically the same or better. The lifesteal's up, so fighting in the mid game is going to feel better against enemy heroes. It only feels worse when you get to level 3 ultimate, pretty much. And that hurts, for sure. But most of the time, your respawn time is close to 100 seconds when you're that late. So you still have 2 lives. You just can't, like, abuse it quite as much. It's going to be more like a free buyback. Or free Aegis every 100 seconds, which is kind of how the hero is based. And your ability to fight to the death against carries is improved, which is kind of an upside. Also, a lot of heroes have less armor. Because of all this, like, all of these ultimate heroes. A lot of these heroes just have less armor because they're stat reduction. So he should be able to, like, against these heroes at least, against 25% of the heroes in the game, he should do more crit damage and more lifesteal as a result. I feel like. Zeus static field ability is removed. That was the passive. Base damage increased. decreased. Oh, and now this just does a percentage. Okay, so yeah, so this does a percentage base damage. Not as high as the other one. It was like what, 4 to 10 or something. Mini stun duration decreased. Now always moves Zeus forward. That's for the best, I think. It's just easier to not make the mistake. No longer increases enemy cast time. Okay, that's fine. And then Lightning Hands. I love Lightning Hands. Passive ability granted by Ag Shard. Increases his attack range by 100. This is what everyone's been talking about. Zeus's attacks create arc lightnings that deal 50% of its damage. Illusions deal 20. That's why people said Manta. Okay. His attack range is still garbage though. Lightning Bolt mini stun is decreased here. Still like reasonably good though. Thunder God's Wrath replaced with plus 4% Arctic Light current health is damage, so up to 10% by level 20. That one seems like almost impossible to skip personally against any like tanky strength hero. Well, yeah, 4% is a lot. It's gonna hurt. His ulti damage is gonna be worse. This just feels like Zeus is straight up worse here to me. And then Thunder God's Wrath damage here at 25. I don't think that's very good. This seems like largely a nerf to Zeus to me, because his percentage base is down. Everyone's spell resistance is up because of their int. Yes, this will be built in, so his pre-15 minute damage will be higher. But like Thunder God's Wrath damage is just straight worse, because before it was like, oh, it zaps everybody and they lose a percentage health. And this is his passive bonus attack range. I mean, his attack range is bad. 380? It's gonna be 480? Who cares? It's a passive, I guess. Bonus range in his attacks create arc lightnings. Oh, every attack. That seems kind of good, I guess. Less of a spellcaster, more of a right clicker potentially. But some like Yashikaya is going to be good now with this if you go Shard. More attack speed, more attack range. Still gives you spell amp increase, gives you movement speed, and it gives you attack speed. So your attacks basically do a half arc lightning, and your illusions will do 20%. So yeah, Manta would be a increase of damage of 90 between you and your illusions. So it's kind of like a double damage from arc lightning, which is pretty good. So I guess the Manta does sound kind of cool. But then you lose or Yashikaya. I feel like the illusions are probably not worth fucking around with. Maybe it's good. It actually looks kind of good. Some like Yashikaya Dragonlance or something. It would save you a lot of mana on the map for sure. Farm Sidelines fast. Yeah, you could split push with it, that's true. That alone probably makes it worth it. The fact that you get 20% arc lightnings.
Prepare for battle.
This.
A position of power.
Can you turn it off? There's no way that. I mean, it's basically 160 magic damage on your attack. I mean, people have been asking for this build for so long. Literally like 20 years or something. People wanted like arc lightnings on attack. You gotta do it.
I ordain it.
Like, this is actually good against PL, kind of. Like, it's actually kind of wild. And you could go some, like, spell lifesteal with this or something.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Eats this build in 2 seconds. Yeah, he would kill you too, but if it is a lot of damage for sure. All right, we gotta run ads, and then we are almost done.
Opposition of power. God help you now. Onward.
E-Blade's worse, though. That's one downside.
Hooray!
To battle.
Thank you for the sub. I mean, Zeus Spellcaster is definitely worse. Until you get to like 20. But based on how Heavenly Jump has been going, it's like not the most surprising.
Very good. Enough.
Health talent, pretty sick.
Sound advice. Yes.
Hooray!
A position of power.
Witchblade Zeus, this is crazy.
4.
I mean, if you get Shard, it's not that bad. Spawn, damn it. Alright, I should get rid of this shit. Even just like treads and Shard is kind of sick.
I ordain it.
Yeah, Witchblade Yashakaya, kind of cool.
Onward.
Even like a fucking drums could kind of work. Look at this movement speed.
Very good.
I'm fast as hell.
Your prayer and
Like, this is actually a viable ass build.
to battle.
My raw HP is pretty bad though. I probably have to sit on string
Prayer
treads.
and
Probably just string treads.
reach for the sky.
This farm's so fast. You don't even need the mana,
I
almost.
ordain it.
Like, even casting this spell doesn't feel good. It's just better to attack, almost. It's half, I guess.
Onward.
But coupled with Bloodstone, he's unkillable. I don't know if Bloodstone would do it. Not sure. I mean, it's probably not bad. Gleipnir's probably overkill. The stats are good though. But you'd probably be better off to go like Shivas or something, or Lincolns maybe. I don't know. Raw HP armor type shit. Not sure. Alright. Okay, let's finish. We're probably done, but Zeus is usually last. Miscellaneous! Okay. Reduce the number of roll Q tokens granted when you lose an all-roll selected match. Probably because people would queue all rolls, and then they would grief to get it over with quick. Now you'll earn 2 tokens for a loss. Winning still grants the full 4 tokens. This is a little bit incentivized weird. This change helps smooth out player behavior around ranked roles, where farming tokens sometimes takes precedent over playing an assigned role effectively. I can see that where people would queue all 4, grief the game, and then go back to playing normal. Playing the role they want. I could see that. It does kind of screw people that don't play all roles, but if it smooths out finding matchmaking games and allows people to play ranked roles, it's probably better, because this is probably a net positive. Griefers are hurt by this, and solo spammers are hurt by this, but like role spammers and hero spammers. Role and hero spammers are quite hurt by this, I think. But there's a lot of other roles in the game, like play other stuff, you know? It like makes matchmaking harder. Okay, and then it removed Captain's Mode from Ranked and cut all random and all random deathmatch from Unranked. Almost no one plays these modes. And queue times easily exceed 1 hour. Okay. I played all random a few times, but yeah, not often. I always turn it on. Nobody. It almost never accepts. So Captain's Mode is gone. Oh, there's so few now. Ability draft survive, baby! Please, guys, do me a favor and queue single draft and random draft when you play Dota. It is super reasonable. You don't have to play all pick every game. Do people even play random draft ranked? I should play that shit, actually. That's what I should do. Is this new? That's always been there, hasn't it? I never queue it. I should. I should play random draft ranked. I don't know if I'll find games though. Is it popular? I mean, it just seems more fun because then people aren't going to pick spammy heroes every single game. Like, they'll pick them, but there won't be a huge amount, and the lineups will be more chaotic, but seems better. Alright, update removes the legacy model editor. Old models will be converted when we first. What does this mean? Workshop author stuff. Remove support for the legacy hold animation key. We're done! That's it.